Let's go. Let's go. God, I hate that I have to be courted.
Let's Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
On today's show, Donald Trump and Elon Musk make their bromance official during a joint interview with Sean Hannity. But is the honeymoon over for the American people? How's that for a cable-esque tease, Dan?
That's almost sports radio-esque.
Yeah. We'll talk about why these two men are so in love and why new polling shows problems for both of them. Then, hours after telling Hannity he'd never support cuts to Medicaid, Trump endorses the House budget resolution, which drastically cuts Medicaid, even as Republicans in Congress are starting to squirm about all the DOGE cuts and firings that are starting to hurt their constituents. And later, Dan talks to former federal prosecutor Andrew Weissman about the purges going on at the Justice Department, the prospects for the corruption case against Eric Adams, and much more. But first, I know it's hard to keep up with all the news lately and that people don't tune in to this particular podcast to hear the two of us just riff on global affairs.
Their mistake, not ours.
I do think it's important for everyone to understand that this week America has essentially switched sides in the war between Russia, a repressive, brutal dictatorship, and Ukraine, the neighboring democracy that Russia invaded. On Tuesday's episode, Tommy and I talked about how Trump and his administration have been speaking about negotiating an end to the war in a way that mass murderer Vladimir Putin couldn't have scripted better himself, including Trump's claim that Ukraine started the war, which the whole world knows isn't true, including the vast majority of Americans. Putin has said repeatedly that Ukraine isn't a real country, that it belongs to Russia, and that Russia wants it back. That's why he invaded Crimea in 2014. That's why he invaded Ukraine 3 years ago, when Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky gently corrected Trump on this point by telling reporters that he greatly respects President Trump, but worries that he lives in a, quote, disinformation space. Trump, of course, lost it. He posted an angry truth on his way to his beach club in Miami, and here's how he responded.
He refuses to have elections, is low in the real Ukrainian polls. I mean, how can you be high with every city is being demolished? It's hard to be high. Somebody said, oh, no, his polls are good. Give me a break. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. Got to move fast because that war is going in the wrong direction. In the meantime, we're successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something all admit that only Trump is going to be able to do in the Trump administration. We're going to be able to do it. I think Putin even admitted that.
Yeah, of course. That's Trump speaking in Miami at an investment conference organized by Saudi Arabia, because, of course. Then on Thursday in the White House briefing room, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz got this question from Fox News' Peter Doocy.
Who does he think is more responsible for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Putin or Zelensky?
Well, look, his goal, Peter, is to bring this war to an end. Period. Some of the rhetoric coming out of Kyiv, frankly, and insults to President Trump were unacceptable.
Who's to say? Who's to say who's responsible for the Russian invasion of Ukraine? It's right there in the question, Dan. It feels like the absolute craziest resistance Russia conspiracies from 2017 have now come true. What is your reaction to all this?
As I do whenever I want to understand what's happening in the world, I listen to Pod Save the World, so I can have Tommy and Ben explain it to me. And like, this obviously felt like a big deal in the moment. It seems crazy and insane, but I think Ben and Tommy both put it in a perspective that I did not fully comprehend at the beginning of this, which is this is not just the shift between Biden's foreign policy and Trump's foreign policy. This is the abandonment of the entire bipartisan principles that have undergirded U.S. foreign policies since World War II. right? We've decided that we are no longer a leader in the forces of democracy, that we are going to side with autocracy. And that is deeply alarming. It is incredibly scary. You have the President of the United States not just siding with Putin, but calling Zelensky an unelected dictator, and then no one in the administration be willing to say that Putin, not exactly known for free and fair elections, to call him for what he is. It is truly insane through the looking glass stuff, and it has huge consequences for the United States' role in the world going forward.
And our safety and security. I mean, I'd say when the week started, my anxiety over this was at like a 6 or a 7.
Which is your natural resting state, to be clear.
Exactly, exactly. Last few days, bumped it up to a 9. And honestly, part of that was listening to Pod Save the World, which I know that's a tough plug for Pod Save the World, but you should all listen to this because Ben and Tommy did an excellent job with this week. And I guess we both listened to it before bed, coincidentally.
I'm more into sleep hygiene than you, so I listened to it earlier in the day, but was thinking about it all throughout the rest of the day.
Okay,
It really stuck with me.
yeah. Because I was texting you last night after I listened to it. I was texting Tommy and Ben and you and being like, "That is the scariest fucking thing."
I'm not here to give you advice, but if I were to give you advice, it's just like, because I know what your sleep habits are. I'd pick a time right before dinner and say I'm not going to listen to any more political podcasts, even ones done by two of my best friends.
But I've been thinking about it because, we all know the polls. We've talked about it. Do Americans really care about foreign policy and even foreign wars that Americans aren't fighting in? And what does that have to do with us? And why are we sending money to Ukraine? That's crazy. Well, we should spend more money home. And what do we have to care about that? And, the global order and institutions, like, what does that matter? Putin wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. He has for a long time. He has nuclear weapons.
Russian Empire.
He almost used nuclear weapons on the battlefield in Ukraine. We know that from the Biden administration, from what we learned in 2022 and 2023. Putin is getting help from North Korea and China, two other nuclear-armed dictatorships. And now he knows that the entire world knows that the United States, the world's other biggest nuclear power, no longer has any interest in supporting Ukraine, doesn't seem to have much interest in supporting Europe either, or defending Europe, wants to take over Canada, might bomb Mexico, is sending asylum seekers who are escaping persecution from China, Iran, Afghanistan, to a camp in a jungle in Panama, another country that Trump is bullying because he wants to take over the Panama Canal. And what does all that tell Putin? Like, do you think that makes him less likely to invade Europe? Do you think it makes China less likely to invade Taiwan? Or like what? The whole world now sees the United States and see what Trump has done and thinks, and all the bad actors in the world, all the bad regimes, all the nuclear armed regimes are going to say like, well, Donald Trump and the United States aren't going to step in. They're looking to take over a bunch of countries themselves. So why don't we do whatever the fuck we want? And once Trump and his new dictator pals, who all have nuclear weapons, have finished carving up the world, do we think that they're just going to like relax and leave each other alone? Is that how things usually happen? When the world order is just a bunch of nuclear powers with fucking lunatics running them who are dictators? Like what?
I mean, this is what has held the world order together is that you had the strongest military in the world, the United States, on the side of democracy, which puts you on the opposite side of the Soviet Union, then Russia, then China. And if the United States leaves that, then the entire balance collapses, right?
Yep.
Europe, individual European nations, Europe together, NATO without the United States cannot muster the response, and certainly does not pose enough of a threat to cause Putin or China or Iran or someone else not to fulfill their ambitions.
And like the craziest thing, one of the craziest things Trump said this week, and it sort of went underreported in his I think it was his post about it was like a readout of his call with Putin, or maybe it was about Ukraine. I don't know what it was, but he was like, what do we care about this? We have a big, beautiful ocean. to protect us in between. It's like, do you see World War II? What?
Do you see any war with boats?
What?
Yes.
Like, what are you talking about? It's fucking 2025.
It could be fucking 1825. People have taken boats
How many
to war
nuclear
before.
weapons could reach the United States? What are you talking about, you fucking moron? It is really bad. Though, and like this whole thing and through the campaign, isolationism, America first, we want to turn inward. It's not turning inward at all, actually.
That's the
It's
opposite.
Trump going out there and saying, I want to be friends with the other autocrats. And who has he bullied? He's bullied Canada, Mexico, Denmark, all our allies. Germany, J.D. Vance went to Germany and bullied Germany and tried to like bolster the far right party in Germany. So like, then maybe we can have a far right arm to the teeth Germany. That always works well.
Well, it's also just the fact that the United States is now on the side of the pro-Russian far-right parties within European countries like Germany.
And like, even if that doesn't lead to another world war or nuclear war, that leads to a world where millions, billions of people all over the world are brutally repressed because they live under dictatorships and they don't have rights. And that's what Vladimir Putin is, and that's what Xi Jinping is, and that's what all of these guys that we're now in bed with are. It's bad. It's bad. It also seems like a fair amount of the motivation here is economic. In the press briefing, Waltz also scolded Zelensky for rejecting a deal where Ukraine would give us the rights to 50% of their rare earth minerals forever in exchange for U.S. support that somehow wouldn't include any security guarantees. We talked about this a little bit on Tuesday's pod, but now they're like really mad that Zelensky didn't like, what a deal. You give us half of your resources, and we'll say that we support you. We're not going to, militarily support you.
We won't even invite you to the negotiations about your own country.
Right? Like, what kind of a fucking deal is that? We also know that the Russian negotiators made, of course, an explicitly capitalist argument to the American team that American corporations stand to make billions if the U.S. will allow investment in Russia again. Of course. Is the New World Order also going to be autocrats like Putin and Trump just carving up the world and plundering all the wealth?
It seems like we're heading that direction. I mean, look, in all seriousness, there is a reason that the world order exists as it does. There's a reason there are organizations like NATO. There are reasons that there are alliances. Is that this shit is much harder than Donald Trump thinks it is, right? Even the United States is safer, more secure, stronger when we are working with other people. And even in just this deal that Trump is trying to, you couldn't fucking script this, with Putin in Saudi Arabia without Ukraine, about Ukraine, is how is that going to be implemented without Europe?
Right.
The United States already said they're not going to provide security, so who is going to do that? Trump is going to, at some point, need these countries for things. They are major U.S. trading partners. They are our allies. We are involved in security agreements and intelligence sharing agreements with them all over the world. And so there is, Trump wants to head in one direction, but there is a reality to foreign policy in a complicated, interconnected world that is going to make it hard. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but it does put challenges into this absurd premise that Trump has. I do just want to say that it is not a coincidence that so many rich tech people have adopted this pro-Russian stance in recent months and years is because Russia is right that is a very large market that U.S. companies could be doing business in, and that is causing a lot of people to throw aside what they care about to hopefully make a little bit more money.
Well, yeah, and corruption is a feature, not a bug, of authoritarian regimes, right? Like the only thing dictators love as much as they love power is money. And that's why they're all surrounded by oligarchs, and they spend all the time stealing from their own people, who then hate them, and then they repress. That
seems familiar. I can't put my finger on it, but it seems like we've been running into that recently.
You know what? That's a great segue.
I've read the outline. I knew what we were doing here.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. I'm glad. That's so nice. Donald Trump and Elon Musk sat for a joint interview with Sean Hannity that aired on Tuesday night, which didn't make too much news, but was mostly notable for how nauseating it was to watch. Let's listen.
They want you two to start, they want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other.
Well, I respect him. I've always respected him.
Well, I love the president. I just want to be clear about that.
You love the president.
I think President Trump is a good man.
That's nice the way he said that, you know? There's something nice about it.
Not once have I seen him do something that was mean or cruel or wrong.
I couldn't find anyone smarter, right? We settled on this
Well,
guy.
thanks for having me.
So,
I actually am tech sport though, but
But
that's
he gets it done. He's a leader. This guy's he's a brilliant guy. He's a great guy. He's got tremendous imagination. You're much more than a technologist. You are that. But he's also a good person. He's a very good person.
this is going to be hard. I feel like I'm interviewing two brothers here.
Fucking get a room, you two.
Pretty good.
What did you make of the interview and their budding relationship?
It is a phenomenal achievement that Sean Hannity could host an hour-long interview with two of the world's most famous and controversial people famous for saying interesting, crazy, insane things, and have that interview make no news. You said not much news, no news. It was ungodly boring. It was like watching wallpaper dry on the wall. It was so boring. I like the fact that he pulled that off. I just can't even imagine how that even happened. Like, Donald Trump has never sat for an hour without saying something interesting before. Elon Musk has never sat for an hour without saying something controversial or angry. I mean, just truly mind-numbingly boring and stupid. As for the relationship, maybe they like each other. Maybe they do.
Maybe
It
they're
seems
fucking.
Like, who am I to say?
Maybe
I'm
they're
a
fucking.
psychologist
Say
here,
they're
but
fucking.
I don't think Donald
Maybe
Trump's not
they're
exactly known for
fucking.
hiding his feelings. Like, he can barely look at JD Vance when they're in a room together. He can never even. It's clear he cannot stomach Mike Pence at all. I thought he was just a huge goober.
Or his wife.
Or his wife. Or his own wife.
Fucking babe. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Forget Mike Pence's wife.
I thought you meant Karen Pence, yeah.
No, it definitely doesn't like her. But no, he doesn't even like Melania.
Maybe they do. Elon Musk is one of the few people in the world who Trump needs more than they need Trump. Right? He spent $250 million to get him elected. He is this cudgel for Trump as he tries to implement his policy, because Musk keeps saying he'll fund primaries against people who don't vote for his nominees. That clearly was quite effective, since earlier on Thursday we confirmed Kash Patel as FBI director, so anything goes. And Elon Musk controls his favorite social media platform, and so I don't know if they really like each other or not, but Trump is not. He is more forgiving of Musk, or more willing to tolerate him, than he is anyone else.
My main takeaway from the interview, besides yes that it was boring, yes that Sean Hannity somehow managed to sit for an hour with these two and never brought up anything interesting.
Yes.
It was just a love fest the entire time, and it was nauseating to watch. But as I watched it, I was like, I think I was completely wrong about, and I think all of us were wrong about all of the guesses about this relationship, and when's the divorce coming, when's the falling out. And I think you're right that Trump needs Elon and uses Elon, but Trump needs and uses a lot of people and doesn't love them, or doesn't even like them, or doesn't show that kind of affection for them. I think they genuinely like each other because they're kindred spirits. Trump in his first term was extremely frustrated that he couldn't do whatever he wanted. It was lawyers and his advisors and people in the federal government telling him no, or this is against the law, or this is a bad idea, or whatever. And now he's got another famous rich dude, authoritarian, who doesn't care about laws, doesn't care about other people's opinions, thinks he knows everything, and is willing to be his enforcer. And that's what he needed, right? No one else has been able to take what Donald Trump wants to do, much of it illegal, much of it corrupt, and do it for him. And I think the reason that Elon does it is because he's been radicalized. He craves attention. He craves recognition, wants to be even richer and more powerful. And of course, also he confuses attention and recognition. And both of them do. Both of them have this deep, bottomless need to be loved, and they can't get it. And neither of them are truly happy until they just keep wanting. They want more money, more power, and they found a kindred spirit in each other. I think they genuinely like each other.
It's interesting because like you point out, they're very, very similar people, and usually two people who are exactly the same, particularly powerful people, butt heads immediately because you can see in the other person what you subconsciously don't like about yourself. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. And I think maybe with Trump, it is he respects two things more than anything else: money and attention or fame. And Elon Musk has more of both than any other person on the planet. He's the only
Very
person.
good point. Especially a good point on the attention. Yeah.
He's the only. And that is why. Well, I agree with you that they genuinely like each other. But even if they didn't, it's one of the reasons why Trump is. I do not think a divorce is coming. Is because if they're the only person on the planet that Trump would probably be worried to get into a online spat with would be Musk. He controls Twitter. He gets more attention. He is better at it. And like he is no one else has a megaphone as big as Trump's, with the possible exception of Elon Musk.
Small thing, but at one point, I think we played the beginning of it in the clip, which is when Hannity's like, "Oh, they're trying to drive a wedge between you two," and Trump responds by saying, like, "I know, I saw that." He's like, he goes, "They're so bad at it. Democrats are so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're really bad at it." And you know what? He's right.
Yeah.
Because it has been so fucking glaringly obvious. I keep thinking about what you said, which is like reading the stage directions, you know? And it's like President Elon, President Musk, and time has them behind the fucking desk. And it's like, can we like just everyone's got to learn the art of subtlety just a little bit here?
Yeah.
It's so painfully obvious and cheesy. Like it's of course what Democrats are trying to do by driving a wedge through them is obvious to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Like, try better, try harder, guys.
We can't communicate our own economic policies to our voters with a $2 billion of advertising money. I don't think we're going to be able to tweet our way into splitting up Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
It's just embarrassing. Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home Security. Love is in the air, but so are porch pirates and other anytime at no extra cost. Try BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/PSA to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/PSA. One bit that did make a little news, Trump acknowledged, quote, "inflation is back," before saying, "I had nothing to do with it," and blaming Biden. You and I talked about how some polling from a few weeks ago showed that most people don't think Trump's doing enough to bring down prices. There's been a slew of polling this week that basically says the same thing and also shows some deterioration in Trump's political standing. Trump's approval ratings are now underwater across the board. His economic approval, notably, is worse than his overall job approval. People like what he's doing on immigration. Other issues are okay, but like he's actually underwater on economic, even worse than his job approval. And Elon Musk's approval ratings are even worse. Pew has Musk at 42% favorable, 54% unfavorable. A new Quinnipiac poll has 55% of voters saying that Elon has too big of a role in the government, with only 36% saying his role is just right. And a new Reuters poll shows 71% of respondents agreeing with the statement, the very wealthy have too much influence in the White House. Washington Post analysis headline on Thursday was this: polls show Trump's honeymoon is over. What say you, host of Polar Coaster and author of Message Box?
I'm so glad you segued to that Message Box, because if you were listening to this on Friday morning, in your inboxes right now is
Boom.
My take on this very question. No, thank you to the Washington Post for trying to get in front of me here. But 2 points here. One, Trump had a honeymoon. He's more popular. He was more popular at the outset of this presidency than at any point previously. But it's the lamest honeymoon in history. His net approval rating when he was elected, or when he was sworn in, was 43 points lower than Barack Obama's. He was even like about 15 points lower than Joe Biden at the same point. He is the only modern president with lower approval ratings at the outset of the presidency than Donald Trump in 2025 is Donald Trump in 2017.
Yeah.
But having said that, the direction of the polls is very clear. He is now back. He's back to mid 40s, which was in most of these polls, which is where he was. That's sort of his the high end of his range for much of his first term. And there are three reasons for this, and they're pretty clear in the polling. One, as you pointed out, is the economy. His economic approval rating in the Reuters poll has dropped to 39. It has dropped significantly over the last month. You saw this in the CBS poll that 2/3 of voters thought he wasn't focused enough on lowering prices. The second reason is people don't like his agenda, right? You have majorities who in the Washington Post poll who do not agree with what he's been doing, and that makes complete sense. He ran on lowering prices and securing the border, but all of the news is about slashing government, weaponization, cozying up to Putin, all of these things. And it's like presidents get in trouble when they campaign on one agenda and govern on another. And he campaigned as, it was bullshit, but he campaigned as a populist who wanted to fight for the working class. He's governing it on a Medicaid cutting, government slashing, austerity agenda. That's not what people voted for, and that is hurting him. And the last thing is that Elon Musk is dragging him down in some ways. And one of the more interesting things, like Elon Musk's favorability ratings are fine. 44. It's not great, but he's actually more popular than just about every politician who's not named Barack Obama right now, and Donald Trump. But the better question to ask is, do you approve of the job he's doing? Because the favorability rating includes, do you like him? Seems highly unlikely. But what do you like? But also all the Tesla, SpaceX, everything he's accomplished for the world and the planet, which some of it is quite good. When you ask, do you approve of how he's doing his job in government? Only 34% of people in the Washington Post approve of him.
They had quotes from some of the respondents in the Washington Post poll about like why they, supported Trump or opposed him or whatever. And I saw one woman who voted for Trump said, Elon's a smart guy, and I think he's really smart with his companies, but I really don't like what he's doing, cutting all these programs. He's got too much influence in there.
Yeah, and you see that in like 26% in that Washington Post poll approve of Elon Musk shutting down federal agencies, and 52% oppose. You have 6 in 10 people who are concerned about Elon Musk and the Doge team having access to sensitive personal information. Elon Musk is he is helping Trump accomplish his agenda, but he is hurting him politically in how he's doing it, because the agenda he's accomplishing is unpopular. It's not what people voted for. It's not what they want.
I think there's also something instructive in all these numbers for Democrats and anyone trying to oppose Trump right now and wondering like what we should do and does anything matter, which is like when you ask people, there's been some analysis that Trump's approval ratings, at least for the last couple of weeks, have been relatively high, partly because he's taken action and he's doing stuff, and people like presidents who take action. And I think that's right. That analysis is correct. And when you ask people, oh, well, what do you think about him making government more efficient? People like the idea of making government more efficient. They, unfortunately, a slight majority likes the deportation agenda. That's also because they think he is deporting undocumented immigrants with criminal records, which he is clearly, that is only a small portion of the immigrants he's deporting. We can talk about that some other time. But when you get into the programs he's cutting, what Elon is doing, even with something like USAID, when we talked about this, 6 in 10 oppose closing USAID, even when it's talked about like that, just to, which has now become famous. The reporting around Doge, what Elon has been up to, what the Doge bags have been up to, the cuts, the firings, and what Democrats have been saying about this, and the noise that people have been making just across the country about this, I think it's breaking through, and people are hearing it, and so we're starting to see it in the polling. That yes, maybe people liked him taking action, and yes, they want government to be more efficient, but the way that they're seeing it happen, they despise.
And just as a point, and this is if we continue on the right trend, this could go down as one of the great political miscalculations in history, is let's say Donald Trump had put Russell Vogt in charge of Doge.
Yeah, that's interesting.
No one would know. But because they put a person who gets more attention than almost anyone else on the planet in charge of implementing the unpopular agenda, people know about the unpopular agenda. Elon Musk is a figure, and this is sort of how the media environment works. Is if you have people who are controversial, who you talk about, and then you get engagement, you create this incentive structure for more and more people to talk about it. No one is getting more TikTok views or X reposts or whatever you call them, or skeets or whatever else, talking about Russell Vogt or Kevin Hassett, the NEC director, or anything like that. But if you put a huge, giant, famous celebrity who loves attention in charge of doing things that you probably wish people did not know, you're probably going to suffer politically from that down the line.
Who has one of the biggest megaphones in the world and is literally narrating what he's doing minute by minute, including many of his fuck ups.
Yes. I mean, it is a wild choice.
Which is, and I know you wrote another message box on this, like whether it's the right strategy for Democrats to focus on Elon Musk. I say yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's the conclusion you came to as well, but I don't see any downside to this.
I think you have to do it in the right way. The reason you have to do it is we can't get attention for our message. We have to go where there is attention. We can't make attention. We have to go get it. And it is with Elon. Democrats have been attacking Donald Trump for a decade now. That is not in and of itself newsy and interesting. If you attack Elon Musk, you're going to get more attention. I do think it's important to weave it into a larger narrative and not like just simply calling Elon Musk a dick, although it was quite funny when Robert Garcia did that. That's not exactly what we have to do here. We have to make Elon Musk be a data point in a larger story, not just about Trump, because barring a dramatic change to the Constitution, he's not running again, but about the Republican Party that's going along with this, right? About the corruption, about the influence of the world's richest man rooting around in our government, affecting agencies that are investigating his or regulating his companies. It has to be part of a larger story about corruption, because the polls show that people are very concerned about the influence of corporations, billionaires, and Elon Musk specifically, and so we should make that part of the story.
And how it's affecting you. And he's destroying jobs, and he's breaking government services that people depend on and that keep us safe. And I think that that's why the whole the drama between Elon and Trump and the relationship and all that kind of stuff. And it's just it's a little bit of a sideshow, because I think what's going to be most impactful is making sure that we connect all of the firings and all of the services that are cut to what Trump and Elon and the whole Republican Party are doing. In addition, all the polling, Axios reports that Trump and Elon face, say, growing Doge revolt from GOP lawmakers who are, quote, growing unnerved by what they see as an imprecise exercise.
I would say yes.
I love that. Susan Collins suggested that it's unconstitutional for the executive branch to refuse to spend money Congress appropriated. No shit. And said the administration is, quote, moving too fast. Lisa Murkowski told CBS News that the job cuts are hitting Alaska really hard, and that a lot of the firings are, quote, flat out wrong, because people are getting told they're losing their jobs for performance reasons, when that clearly isn't true, because they've had performance reviews that said that they are doing an excellent job, and then they get fired. Meanwhile, the Doge wrecking ball continues to swing, with huge cuts and firings happening at TSA, the IRS, FEMA, HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the entire agency that helps respond to disasters for people's homes when a disaster hits, cutting like 80% of that. They're even cutting the NIH unit that focuses on Alzheimer's research. In the morning after Trump told Hannity that, quote, Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched, he weighed in to endorse the House Republican budget that would in fact cut Medicaid by $880 billion. Why would he do this?
I mean, I would just want to focus on the NIH one for a second. I saw a post on social media about this, which is the most impactful and innovative research on Alzheimer's is coming from NIH. And they're made real progress with therapeutic drugs in recent years, and could be close to some sort of treatment or cure. And the way it was described was basically cutting funding for the NIH right now is like taking away your kid's bike the day the training wheels come off, just after someone told you that they had the possibility of entering the Olympics.
Oh,
right. It's just like we're close to doing something and you were gutting it. And all of these things do matter, and they do break through to people, because they're basically finding something that every person in America cares about. Everyone cares about different things, and then cutting it and affecting it. And why are they doing this? I can't possibly fathom. You just have a bunch of people who know nothing about government, who don't seem to care about people, who view government as the enemy, trying to just meet some number of fired employees, budget cuts, without really thinking in any holistic way about how you actually help people, because they don't think government should help people. That's not what they believe. And we have seen this to a lesser degree when George W. Bush was president, and he put a bunch of hacks in at FEMA, and Katrina happened. And this is we are in dangerous territory here. This is what happens when people who hate government are in charge of government.
The Medicaid thing is going to be a huge problem for them, because either they don't touch Medicaid, like Trump said on Hannity, which means that if they don't touch Medicaid, and they're not going to touch Medicare or Social Security, and they're going to add to defense spending, there's just not enough money to cut anything else and also pay for a $4.5 trillion tax cut. So basically then you get down to, drastic cuts to all the other spending in government, food inspection, NIH, healthcare, all this other stuff, right? And you still have you just add a huge amount to the deficit because you just give a huge tax cut to rich people. So that's one option.
Yeah.
The other option is an $880 billion cut to Medicaid, which is what is in the House Republican budget that Trump endorsed. So they're talking about work requirements. And, okay, well, if you get Medicaid, you should work. Now, that's kind of bullshit because work requirements end up... what happens when you institute work requirements in a state that is giving people Medicaid is you end up just a lot of people lose their coverage. And it's not like they're not working because they don't want to work. A lot of times they're not working because they can't work. And regardless, if you instituted work requirements, it would save you about $100 billion in Medicare. Okay, so they want $880 billion, so you still get $780 billion to go. Okay, Medicare covers 72 million Americans. It covers nearly half of all births in this country. Half. 2/3 of all nursing home stays. Working class people who are just above the poverty line are on Medicaid. And so you start, and by the way, a lot of these people who are on Medicaid, probably most of the people who are on Medicaid now, are in red states and are Trump voters, which is why Steve Bannon's out there saying, why would we cut Medicaid? We can't cut Medicaid. And they're going to have problems both on their right flank, I think, cutting Medicaid among some of the populists like Bannon. And they're going to have a ton of problems, they already are, with Republicans, House Republicans and Senate Republicans who are in vulnerable districts and states in 2026. So I don't know how they're going to get all the math done here and get all these cuts done, because you cut $780 billion, $880 billion from Medicaid, you are throwing millions and millions of people off their health care.
I mean, it's a politically insane thing to do. And you're right, how they get it done. I mean, the most likely scenario is they just pass the whole thing. Like, one way in which they could do it is they just pass it with no pay-fors, right? You can do some things on how they do the CBO scoring, the Congressional Budget Office scoring, to make it seem less added to the deficit, and you can make it 9 years instead of 10 years, so you can know the budget windows, all this nerdy stuff you can do. It's still unpaid.
It's all gimmick.
It's all gimmick bullshit.
Right.
But can they get House Freedom Caucus members who are demanding trillions of dollars in cuts to go for that?
Right. Maybe Trump just is like, do it, or else Elon Musk will fund a primary challenge, and I'll send my pardoned January 6th goons after you.
Well, he got them last time, right? He did get them to do this. Is exactly what this was how things played out in 2017 when they passed their tax cut. Now it's a much narrower majority. Now you can lose, by the time this happens, 3 people probably. But it's fascinating that they are taking on this sort of truly insane thing to do. And it's even more insane now that the Republican Party is branding itself as this multiracial working class coalition, that you're going to kick a lot of your coalition off healthcare. It's actually it is, by the numbers, way worse politics than repealing Obamacare. Way worse. It's more people for more things in more parts of the country.
And Bannon gets it, and Josh Hawley gets it. But then I guess they were in their Senate caucus meeting, and Ted Cruz was like, Medicaid cuts must be on the table, and there was a lot of applause because it's still Paul Ryan's party, and I bet we're gonna see Elon Musk tweeting about how we need to gut Medicaid too.
Oh, the fraud in Medicaid, so much about fraud.
Oh, it's gonna be a whole thing. I mean, he's already doing it on Social Security, so I don't think that's gonna help their cause either. One thing that might help their popularity is the idea they're floating now to take some of the savings that Doge is allegedly making and return that money to taxpayers in the form of tax refunds or checks or something. There's this idea floating around that they take 20% of the savings, the Doge savings, and they use it to pay down the deficit, and they take another 20% and they hand out refunds to everyone of $5,000 checks, a $5,000 check for every family. What do you make of that proposal?
It seems like it's probably great politics. It seems like Trump is going to love it because he loves sending checks to people. Like in his somewhat simplistic brain, just giving people money means that they'll support you. So I think he will like it. I think there are some real challenges to doing it. One almost certainly would increase inflation. So that's one. Although Kevin Hassett, who is an economist, I believe, and Trump's economic advisor, said it would not, which means he should have to turn in his, because he said if you give people money, they'll spend it. It's like, yeah,
that's
yeah, you're overheating the economy. So that's one. Two, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, today said that it was a non-starter for him because his caucus wants to. That's more spending, right? He wants to take those.
I was going to say he's doing the math.
Yeah.
To get to $5,000 a family, right? And first of all, they cut out everyone who doesn't pay income taxes, which is 40% of people in the country, right? So then you're given $5,000, and it's $400 billion is 20% of the trillion that they're thinking they're going to save in spending cuts. But first of all, Doge has saved a couple billion so far. So the idea that they're going to get from a couple billion to $1 trillion and then give everyone a rebate seems a little fanciful. But I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day, the tax cut package includes something that they call a Doge rebate that is some number much smaller than $5,000 that Donald Trump and Elon Musk both signed together with hearts over the eyes in their names. And then
well, you remember this is what George W. Bush did in the 2001 tax cut. He sent people checks.
It's too appealing to Donald Trump and to Elon Musk to avoid. So I could see some version of it ending up in the final, but it's certainly not $5,000 checks, and they're certainly not finding $1 trillion in Doge cuts that aren't incredibly unpopular.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, one more thing before we go to your interview with Andrew Weissman. Right before we were recording, Elon Musk did take the stage at CPAC, and he didn't make a lot of news, but the appearance was so special that I asked the team to put together some highlights so that you and I could react to them in real time for the first time.
Have you seen any of this?
I caught like one part of it maybe, but I was rushing and I just told Saul, you give us the supercut, and Dan and I will react.
Yeah, I was doing the Andrew Weissman interview immediately before we recorded, and I learned about his appearance not long ago. So cool. Let's do this.
Amazing.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw! In Europe, they put people in prison for memes. Yeah, we want to go see it and just make sure, like, somebody did spray paint some lead or something, you know? Yeah. Like, is this real gold? Fight at the bar. Yeah, we're fighting the Matrix big time here.
Legalize comedy.
I am become meme.
What is it like
The
inside
swipe.
your mind?
I mean,
The
my
swipe
mind is a storm.
sound effect needs to go.
So-
This would be so much better
storm.
delivered without
So he
that
walked
swipe.
out, Dan. He's got
It actually, like,
sunglasses
took me
on
out of it.
indoors, and a heavy gold chain, and he's holding a chainsaw. He, I don't think he was okay. He seemed kind of fucked up. I don't know if he was just a little punchy, a little silly, but he wasn't making much sense. Something else that happened while he's on stage, literally while he's walking out with the chainsaw, there is a tweet from Grimes replying to Elon, and it says Grimes is mother of some of his children. Please respond about our child's medical crisis. I am sorry to do this publicly, but it is no longer acceptable to ignore the situation. This requires immediate attention. If you don't want to talk to me, can you please designate or hire someone who can so that we can move?
That's heartbreaking.
Dark.
Yeah.
Dark. And this is now the second mother of his children this week that has reached out to him on his platform. Ashley St. Clair, who apparently is he's fathered a child with her.
Yeah, the details of that whole thing are very complicated, I think.
I was going to say, I don't need to talk about them, and also I couldn't even if I wanted to because it's too complicated to understand. But this is what was happening while he was out on stage talking about how he is meme and we should legalize comedy, and he's yelling and he's talking about his mind and going to this whole thing now that he and Trump have about going to Fort Knox to make sure the gold is there. What the fuck is happening?
This is probably, I don't know who the right person to direct this question is, but like, there's obviously some weird right-wing conspiracy theory about this that You know what? I'll dig into it before next pod. I will get the answers.
Anyway, in case you were wondering who the enterprising journalist that interviewed Elon Musk was, it was a Newsmax host.
Oh, of course.
Anyway, that's Elon at CPAC. All right, when we get back from the break, you'll hear Dan's interview with Andrew Weissman about Trump's attacks on the rule of law. One quick thing before we do that. A reminder that now through tomorrow, Saturday, February 22nd, you will get 25% off new annual subscriptions to Friends of the Pod. It's the best way to support the work we do here, and you get access to special shows, ad-free episodes, our Discord community, and more. If you're a monthly subscriber, upgrading is quick and easy. Just visit crooked.com/friends or subscribe through the Pod Save America Apple feed. When we come back, Andrew Weissman. Pod Save America is brought to you by Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol. Let's face it, after a night with drinks, you don't bounce back the next day like you used to.
Pod Andrew Weissman, a former federal prosecutor, MSNBC legal contributor, and host of the excellent podcast Main Justice from MSNBC. Andrew, welcome back to the pod.
Yeah, we're going to do all of that in 10 minutes or less. That's fall right. Of Western democracy.
That's right. That's really the running theme of all of our podcasts this last month here. So
ours as well.
Yeah. All right, Andrew, let's start with the shakeups at the Department of Justice. This week, Trump ordered the firing of all the Biden-era U.S. attorneys, saying the department is too politicized. This has caused quite an outcry and levels of concern from people out there. Is this normal? Is it concerning to you? What do you think?
So of all the things that have gone on, all the actions of the FBI, the Eric Adams case, the resignation of the chief of the criminal division in the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office, all of that, as well as the statements being made and by Emil Bove and all of Pam Bondi's sort of day one memos, at the bottom of the list is asking the presidential appointed U.S. attorneys to resign. So that is fairly standard. It's not standard the way it's done. I mean, it's usually not sort of as abrupt, and it's not talking about weaponization and politicization. The U.S. attorneys typically do change over when there's a change in party control. So that's the least of it in my book.
You know, if I remember this correctly, when Obama came in 2009, and he did the same thing as other previous presidents have done, he did leave in place the Bush-appointed North Carolina U.S. attorney, because that U.S. attorney was in the midst of investigating Democratic presidential candidate John Edwards, and he didn't want to seem like he was interfering with that. Are there any open cases or investigations here that could be affected by these firings?
So the answer is yes, but we already have.
Yeah, we have bigger problems.
Exactly. We have so many other things that are going on. I mean, those kinds of wonderful norms. Let's just start with President Obama brought in the new U.S. attorneys, and what he told them is, I know that I have nominated you and the Senate confirms you, but you need to understand your allegiance is to the Constitution, not to me. That is, which of course is like any fourth grader would understand that that's the way it's supposed to work, except that in the world we're in, that needs to be retaught, because that's the opposite of what Donald Trump, in my view, wants. He wants it first to be, you are loyal to me.
Well, that's a great segue into the Eric Adams case. I listened to your whole podcast on this on Main Justice, which was fabulous. And we could have a whole podcast conversation about it, but could you at least give the short version to our listeners what happened here and why this was such an unusual decision and process from the Department of Justice?
Sure. Mayor Adams is somebody who was charged during the Biden administration with 5 felonies. He is a Democrat, and so any sort of claim about politicization is a little weird because it was a Biden administration that charged him. He was charged about 9 months before the primaries here in New York City. This is what's unusual. The first sort of way this blew up is that the acting U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York that has the case sent a letter to Pam Bondi saying, I have been ordered to dismiss the case. And I've been told to dismiss the case, not because there's a factual issue, not because we've got the law wrong, but because this is going to, among other things, interfere with Eric Adams' ability to carry out the Trump administration immigration policies. And that is a quid pro quo, using, from her point of view, using the criminal case to get somebody to do the political bidding of the president. And to make sure that he's doing that, she says, they want us to not dismiss the case for good. And that could be achieved also by the president pardoning Eric Adams, but they don't want that. They want to do is dismiss it without prejudice so that it's dangling over his head like a choke chain, so that he has to do their bidding. And in fact, he has done that. He then appeared on Fox News saying that he would allow ICE agents to come into New York City to effectuate arrests in locations.
That's against the law, right?
That's exactly right. So one point I made with Jen Psaki is this: the current mayor of the city of New York is under indictment federally currently with 5 felonies. He is out on bail, and he is on TV saying ICE agents should come in and violate local law. So that's the state we're in. A motion has been made by the acting deputy attorney general to the judge overseeing the case to do just what he had directed the Southern District prosecutor to do. The reason he had to do it is, I think we're up to 8. I might have my math wrong. I never do math in public. So it's either 7 or 8 prosecutors, career people, some with stellar sort of conservative credentials, have resigned over this, as they should, because the idea that you would use the criminal law to do your political bidding is, imagine, Dan, that the next step is, I'm going to ask a Democratic Congressperson, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm willing to suspend your criminal case, but you're going to vote with the Republicans during that time. And let's see how your voting record goes and if you toe the line. I mean, that is a quid pro quo also. Or imagine that Eric Adams said to Emile Bovee, I'm going to give you a bag of cash
right.
to do this. I mean, all of those things are why you're seeing so many career people say, this is not the role of the Justice Department. And just think about that awesome power that would give the president and the Department of Justice to actually bend people to their will on the pain of being criminally prosecuted and going to jail.
There was a hearing in this case this week, as you pointed out, that the Deputy Attorney General had to make the argument himself because it appears like no one else would do it. What recourse does the judge have here? Could the judge deny the motion to dismiss? And if that were to happen, who would prosecute the case?
So the law is extremely favorable to the government because prosecutorial discretion is something that is recognized as almost uniquely an executive branch function. And as you point out, Dan, if the court were to say you have to go forward, the Southern District of New York, or now the Public Integrity Section, because the case was moved from the Southern District to the Public Integrity Section by the Deputy Attorney General, where, by the way, he moved it, and what happened was prosecutors resigned in the Southern District. He moved it to the Public Integrity Section. The Public Integrity Section people resigned because people are like, I didn't sign up for this. So what can the judge do? He has a narrow ability to say, I'm denying the motion. And if necessary, he could appoint somebody to go forward. He could decide that he's going to have the case dismissed, but with prejudice, not without prejudice, so that there isn't this sort of Damocles or choke chain component to it. He could hold a factual hearing. That's what I would do, because you need to know what is is there a quid pro quo and what's the nature of it, and make people have to testify under oath. One of the little tidbits that I want to make sure people understand is Danielle Sassoon, the Southern District acting U.S. attorney who resigned, noted in her letter that when they had a meeting with the acting deputy attorney general, the former Trump criminal defense lawyer, a New York minute ago, that he ordered her people to stop taking notes and then confiscated them. And
Are you taking notes on a
acting
criminal
deputy attorney
conspiracy?
general has not denied that. He has admitted that he did it, but he says he did it to prevent leaks. That is not facially plausible to me that that's the reason, because you know how you can't prevent leaks by taking notes.
Right.
People can leak without having notes of their conversation. All it does do is eliminate the written record so that you can lie about what happened.
If such a factual hearing took place, could the judge demand those notes?
Yes.
Presuming they haven't found the bottom of a paper shredder somewhere in Main Justice?
So the answer is yes, he can demand the notes. And if they have been destroyed, that is one, it can be used by the judge as evidence that they would have been favorable to Danielle Sassoon's position, that there was a quid pro quo. I mean, to me, you don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. If you confiscate the notes and shred them, you're entitled to draw inferences from the fact that you did that. If they were helpful for you, you don't destroy them.
Right. You put them in a safe somewhere.
Right. Exactly. So the other thing he could do is something that Emmett Sullivan did in the Michael Flynn case. So that is in Trump 1.0, where remarkably, this is like the only other time I've ever heard anything like this happening. And I was a prosecutor for 21 years. The only other time I can think of a situation like this is from Trump 1.0.
Of course.
There, what the judge did is he appointed somebody to represent the public interest. He said, I've got the government and the defense aligned here, but they may not be presenting everything, because I have Danielle Sassoon's letter saying that's not what happened here. So Emmett Sullivan was in that situation, and he appointed a former judge, John Gleason, to represent and advocate with respect to the law and what else the judge should consider. It doesn't mean the judge had to agree with what that amicus said, but it was important to have another voice at the table when the whole idea is that there's a collusion between the government and the defense at issue.
Last question on this. I'm sort of obsessed with it, so I've gone a long time on it, but could a local prosecutor, maybe Alvin Bragg, take up this case?
Absolutely. So this is like music to my ears, because I wrote a short piece for Just Security. Can I just give a big plug? Because
please.
Even though I'm on the board there, the people who do the day-to-day work are so great. Just Security is affiliated with NYU Law School, where I teach. It's just a great place for independent, smart analysis. It's also got a litigation tracker. So if you're trying to keep track of I think we're up to 80 cases that have been filed since January 20th with respect to the actions of this administration. You can sort of see it there. But I did a short piece pointing out that Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, definitely has the legal authority to do this. And he has the state crimes that are entirely comparable to the federal crimes. And I sort of matched them up. And I think your listeners know that Alvin Bragg has done this before, where he has stepped into the breach, obviously most famously with respect to the Donald Trump case when the feds balked, but he did it in the Steve Bannon case as well.
Could he get access to... I can't remember what happened in that case, whether the U.S. Attorney's Office shared the evidence that they had gained with Alvin Bragg, but here I imagine the Pam Bondi Department of Justice would not do that for Bragg this time around.
I agree with you that if it has not happened already, their position would be they would not want to do it.
Yeah.
But there's reason to think that it may have happened already. We wouldn't know it because it would be under seal. But when Danielle Sassoon was still, the acting U.S. attorney, she could have shared that. It is legal to do that under, just to be nerdy, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6 that governs federal grand jury secrecy. There's a provision that permits the federal government to share that information with the state prosecutor. And so that may have happened. And it's worth remembering that although it's not on the same charges, Alvin Bragg has a case involving public corruption of a principal advisor to Mayor Adams.
Oh,
so
that's
he's
right. That's
already in the mix. Now, it's not the same scheme. I just want to make sure, as people know, it's not apples to apples. But all of that suggests to me, if I were in the Southern District of New York, I would have been thinking about making sure that the evidence that I've amassed lives somewhere independent of people who want to engage in bad behavior.
On a separate topic, the interim U.S. Attorney of Washington, D.C. has been suggesting that he's going to investigate and probe people who make threats. He sent a letter to Senator Schumer about a comment Senator Schumer made 4 years ago about concern about Supreme Court justices. There's been some contact with Congressman Robert Garcia's office. Just what is your reaction to this? Like, I know weaponization is a real term that doesn't mean anything anymore after Trump's in charge, but this sort of weaponization of a U.S. attorney's office.
So can I just say, with the word weaponization, like, that is a real thing. I don't want Donald Trump to be able to co-opt it to say, no, you're doing it, no, I'm doing it. Facts matter. And what we're seeing is the actual weaponization of the Department of Justice. And so, I'm big on, if you want to use a label, where are the facts to support it? And that isn't something that they have. In my view, what Ed Martin is doing, I mean, he's never, as far as I know, has never been a prosecutor. He's engaging in behavior that is completely thuggish. And this is one of those things where at some point the worm will turn and he will not be in that position. If he engages in behavior that is criminal, there are sanctions for that. If he engages in behavior that violates professional norms, I know this seems small bore, but he can be sanctioned and actually disbarred. So one of the things that I think there's already a bar complaint against him is he is the acting U.S. attorney. He previously was doing defense work and was actually the counsel of record on January 6th cases for those defendants. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if being a defense lawyer on controversial cases can be a very noble thing. He did both at the same time. He actually sought to dismiss cases where he was the prosecutor and the defense. That is not allowed in the legal profession.
You've mentioned Daniel Sassoon and these members of the public integrity section who have resigned, and resigning is a principal thing, but also maybe the other way of thinking about it is the principal people keep leaving the department at a time when it really needs principal people. Like, you're a longtime veteran of the Department of Justice. What do you think they should be doing? What's the right thing to do here? What's the best way? Is there a way to protect the rule of law from within the department in the situation they're in?
That is a tough and great question. Here's so one, I think it's a very individualized decision about sort of what you do, but at some point there is no choice because you are being directed to do something that you have determined is either illegal, unethical, or just violates whatever principles you have and you can't stomach. For instance, I don't believe in the death penalty. If somebody directed me and said, you have to prosecute a death penalty case, I would either say you have to fire me or I'm going to resign. I think that's sort of dancing on a head of a pin about which way you do it. The argument's either way. So at some point, if you're in that position where you're directed to do something that you actually have no choice. I mean, you can't go forward. Look at yourself in the mirror. I think the harder situation is purportedly when Amiel Bove was trying to find somebody to do the evil deed of like filing this motion. And he takes the Southern District of New York prosecutors off, and then he goes to public integrity, of all places, the public integrity section that is public corruption cases. And he basically is on Zoom is like putting them in a meeting, and it's basically cough up somebody, or I mean, what I understand is it's cough up somebody or you're gone. That's sort of the message. And that's where there's I think a healthy debate about what's the best way to deal with that. Do you cough somebody up? Do you all resign? I mean, I think there are pros and cons. What ultimately happened was one person who was near retirement said, I'll sign it. And essentially he then saves what I'll call the good people, because they don't then all get fired. And so that is a positive. And if you look at the actual filing that he signed, it's really interesting because the attorney who signed it did not make any factual representations that were false. Everything was, the acting deputy attorney general has determined the following. The acting deputy attorney general believes this. The acting deputy attorney general has directed X. So the person just put their name on it, but was not going to represent anything as being true or his own beliefs. And one other point, when this actually went to court, you've noted that only Amiel Bove came. And I think there's a reason for that, because if the other lawyer had shown up, and this is essentially what happened in the Roger Stone case, when the similar situation happened and career prosecutors withdrew from the case. If you have that person show up, that would have given Judge Ho the ability to say, tell me what happened. Like, what happened? Why are you here? Why did you sign it? What's going on? And all of the facts about what happened and what Amiel Bove had said to the group of public integrity people would have spilled out on the record. So in some ways, Amiel Bove was smart to be the person to stand up. But Dan, that's another thing that's just so unusual. Not only is it completely unheard of to see career people resign. Last time I can think of it was Trump 1.0, and prior to that, of note, it's the Saturday Night Massacre. But the deputy attorney general does not go to court.
Right, that's right.
They're busy.
Theoretically, well, he's been very busy, clearly. Last question for you. These are obviously very dangerous, scary times for lots of people. As you point out, Trump and Ed Martin and Bove are weaponizing the Department of Justice. Things are going to get a lot scarier. Kash Patel was confirmed on Thursday to be FBI director. There have been explicit threats made to you. Steve Bannon suggests that you should go to prison for a long time. How are you processing that? What is your reaction to it? How are you thinking about the personal risk for yourself?
Well, I'm in very good company. There are lots and lots of people on that list. I still, after all this time, I'm still an institutionalist who believes that facts and law matter. Since I haven't done anything wrong, doesn't mean they can't make my life and a lot of other people's lives, hell and a misery. But there are judges in this country, and there are juries in this country, and there are grand juries, and there are trial juries, and that so far is not. Those institutions have not been undermined. It's a very sad state that we're sort of where we are, but I tend to not sort of personalize it and just think about sort of big picture where we are. And just going back to what we were talking about when you asked what should career people do, I don't really have any other choice, because I'm not going to stop speaking what's on my mind and saying what I think. And like the day I stop doing that, it's like I can't look at myself in the mirror. And I don't think I deserve any credit whatsoever for that. I think there are a ton of people in this country who feel exactly the same way.
Andrew Weissman, thank you so much for joining us. It's always great to talk to you. And everyone check out his podcast, Main Justice.
Nice to talk to you.
That's our show for today. Love It's going to be back in the feed on Sunday with the one and only Bill Maher. Talk to you then.
Oh my God.
At this point, there's really no need for much of an introduction. Things in the United States of America have gotten goofier than ever.
Oh, okay.
Every day they're goofing things up more and more. So without further ado, let's just get started on reviewing all the new goofiness from the past day or so. For starters, back during the first go-around, the whole God Emperor Trump meme was mostly something you heard from the online MAGA incel crowd, because America's founding was fundamentally a rejection of monarchy, and not having kings is something that most Americans agree on, regardless of their political affiliations. But this time around, things are different. Within a few days of taking office, there was already talk of changing the Constitution to allow Trump to run for a third term. And this week, the official White House Twitter account posted a almost certainly AI-generated image of Trump with a crown on his head, with the caption, "Congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king."
Yeah, so that's concerning, especially within the wider context of Trump and his appointees openly and unapologetically violating the separation of powers outlined in the Constitution on a daily basis, and insisting, essentially, that he can, in fact, rule like a king. It's one of those things that, you know, they keep popping up more and more, where it's like, oh, you know, that's just a distraction. And it's like, well, you know, I don't know. I think he's actually signaling, and has been, because every time, you know...
It all kind of lines up. It's not a non sequitur. It's not out of nowhere.
Yeah, and so far, he actually is following through on all that stuff that you thought he was too crazy to do when he was pitching it during the campaign. So, I don't know. I am, at this point,
take him at his word. Yeah.
And even if that was, you know, the official White House account just doing a bit of trolling, it's still part of a larger pattern of Trump sycophants giving the man way too much credit. And also, like, to anyone outside of the country, making us look real fucking weird.
Well, not that we needed any help with that.
Not that we're, like, in on the joke, but, like, at least we're like, oh, well, that's dumb. That's stupid. But everyone else is like, yeah, I mean, more than half the country actually believes that. And we covered it pretty recently, but the idea of putting Trump on Mount Rushmore isn't just stupid and absurd. It's an insult to the legacies and presidential accomplishments of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Teddy Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, they like did stuff that still resonates to this day.
Yeah.
Left a permanent mark on the country.
And a permanent mark on that mountain.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
They didn't have any choice in that part.
Well, Teddy Roosevelt did, but... We'll move on. It would be like inducting Nickelback into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which might still happen. There's already a big Creed resurgence.
He's going to sign an executive order making them accept Kid Rock.
Into
it. And it's similar in both cases. Like, who gives a shit about Mount Rushmore, and who gives a shit about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? But still, I mean, the people up on Mount Rushmore and the people in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame are, most people would agree, people who have earned that distinction, no matter how stupid that distinction might be.
I would say the people that do care a lot. So, yeah, There's more where that came from, though. Here's the New Republic with more goofiness.
On Friday, West Virginia lawmakers introduced a resolution to rename the state's highest point, Spruce Knob, after the 47th president, citing the overwhelming support Trump had in the state in the 2016, 2020, and 2024 election. Resolution 33 requests that the 4,863-foot peak be renamed to Trump Mountain. As a lasting tribute to his legacy and enduring influence, it is fitting that Spruce Knob be officially renamed Trump Mountain in honor of President Trump's service to our state, his impact on the nation, and the loyalty of the people of West Virginia, the resolution reads. In January, North Carolina Representative Addison McDowell introduced legislation to officially rename Washington Dulles International Airport in Virginia as Donald J. Trump International Airport. McDowell's effort was joined by Representatives Guy Reschenthaler, Brandon Gill, Riley Moore, and Brian Jack. It is only right that the two airports servicing our nation's capital are duly honored and respected by two of the best presidents to have the honor of serving our great nation, McDowell said, referring to Washington's other eponymously named Ronald Reagan Airport.
Republicans have also sparked a sycophantic idea to mark Trump's birthday as a national holiday. On Friday, New York Representative Claudia Tenney introduced Trump's Birthday and Flag Day Holiday Establishment Act via a press release, seeking to permanently codify June 14th, which is already Flag Day, as a holiday. And also, I would say, taking a lot of attention away from another very important holiday that was just kind of embraced nationwide in the past couple of years. That
I don't know.
way more important. Way more.
Sounds like DEI.
During Trump's last term, conservatives pitched the idea of placing Trump's face on $500 bills. The New York Times criticized the sudden, potentially futile surge in support earlier this month, calling it a competition of sorts to determine who in Trump's Republican base will be the most pro-Trump member. It shows the power that Donald Trump has within the Republican Party these days, and that Republican members want to stay on his good side. Sean Therault, government professor at the University of Texas at Austin, told the Times, "A lot of these people are in really safe districts, but they're also thinking about what their next step is. And so if they have designs on being in the Senate or running for governor or even a position in the administration, then there's no better way to get on his good side than to do these over-the-top moves towards him. Sir, please, how about a third term? Sir, a mountain named just after you. Sir, the nicest clothes that money can buy. Even peasants can't see the fabric. I want the naked clothes right now."
It's weird that we haven't, in all this time, heard about any of these people, like, naming their firstborn son Donald. I'm sure it's happened, but I haven't heard about it.
Yeah. Even weirder is that they'll probably start naming their kids a bunch of weird code names like Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk, being the genius and therefore the smartest man in the world.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got that backwards. But obviously there's something to this. I got to start naming my kids fucking hashtags and shit.
And it's really easy. Like in Chrome, you open up Chrome and you right click and you say generate password.
Yeah.
And there's your kid's new name.
Yeah. Who needs a baby name book? You just generate secure password.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my son Asterisk.
That's my son ABCDEFG.
ABC 1 2 3.
But meanwhile, as goofy as things are, they're also pretty messed up. Let's not lose sight of that.
Yeah.
That same official White House Twitter account posted just a day earlier a video with the description ASMR, illegal alien deportation flight, which is as fucked up as it sounds.
Yes, it actually is one of the most like.
It's just gross.
It's not like physically cruel, but it's honestly evil in a way that is kind of very gross.
It's evil in a very banal way.
Yeah.
As evil tends to be. But yeah, it features individuals being chained up like serial killers and loaded onto a plane for deportation.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not just mass deporting thousands of people who've committed no crime except to enter the country illegally in search of a better life. They're also having a big old laugh over it.
Yeah, some of these people actually escaping violence and death.
Yeah.
Not just like slipping in illegally to like do some jobs. This is just actually escaping violent situations.
Like, it's one thing, I disagree with it, but like if you think that immigration should be tougher, like I can at least see where you're coming from. But like taking this like perverse joy in seeing these people who've escaped often, horrible situations, made it here to the U.S. just in search of a better life, being shipped back to, in a lot of cases, certain death, and make a big old joke out of it. It's fucking gross.
Yeah, and
you are a sociopath.
In your apparent political brain, thinking, or maybe even assured that your constituency is going to get joy out of this, which is even sicker.
Get a load of this. So yeah, it's cruelty for cruelty's sake, and it's a symptom of the profound lack of empathy at the heart of the MAGA movement. And in a similar vein, but much more consequential for the world, it would be one thing if Trump's approach to the war in Ukraine was that things are at a stalemate, and this war will never end unless some tough decisions are made that Ukraine might not like. You might disagree with that, but it's like, it's a point of view that...
If that was the position Trump settled on, then you would be like, okay, well, that seems like something he would say.
Yeah, but it can't just be that. He can't leave it at that. He's got to call Vladimir Zelensky a dictator while simultaneously cozying up to Putin and offering him whatever he wants. He's got to do that.
It's always, again, it's another one of those things that's so blatant, it's frustrating because you're like, this can't possibly be so obvious. It is Trump once again projecting everything about who he's cozying up to or what he's doing on the person that he doesn't like, who in many cases, and in this specific case, is the victim in all of it.
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah.
So here's what Trump said on Truth Social on Wednesday.
Think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't Sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization? In that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us. We have a big, beautiful ocean as separation. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. He refuses to have elections. He is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast, or he's not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something all admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried, Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job, his country is shattered, and millions have unnecessarily died. And so it continues.
So, okay, well, I mean, listen. At the very least, it's now crystal clear where he stands on this. It's unequivocal, like, that's the situation.
He also butched the Vonnegut quote at the end there.
Yeah.
So it goes, Mr. President.
Come on. Yeah, and on top of how undiplomatic it comes off, the whole post is just riddled with factual errors that are literal Russian talking points, like the insane framing of Ukraine and Zelensky as the bad guys and the aggressors in this war, despite Russia being the ones that invaded Ukraine, and not vice versa. Also, Zelensky isn't refusing to have elections. The country's under martial law, which suspends the elections, and Ukraine's rules for martial law were drafted before he was ever in politics. And opinion polling
elections are
difficult
tomorrow.
in a
Well,
war
maybe
zone, but
maybe
the best
we'll do some
estimates
coverage
still put
about
Zelensky's
it.
popularity at above 50%, not 4%. Though I guess to be fair, his approval is down quite a bit from where it was earlier on in the war, but it's not 4%. Also, have millions died? I mean, a lot of people have died.
Yeah,
millions.
Unnecessarily, yeah.
But yeah,
I
the
think
main
so.
takeaway here is that Trump is clearly in Putin's corner on this one and seems to think anything that happens in Europe is not really our problem, which is probably news to all the countries over there that allow us to have dozens of European military bases in their territory.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just yet another sign that the U.S. cannot be trusted as a military, diplomatic, or economic partner, and other countries need to find their own way.
Yes.
And no longer rely on us because we are not reliable.
Why they had that emergency meeting. Ding, ding, ding. Uh-oh. Yeah, and anyways, if you're watching this, there is a good chance you may have had some recurring thoughts recently that you can't publicly share because the Secret Service or FBI will quickly come knocking your door. So if that's true, this next story is for you. Here's the New York Times. President Trump, furious about delays in delivering 2 new Air Force One jets, has empowered Elon Musk to explore drastic options to prod Boeing to move faster, including relaxing security clearance standards for some who work on the presidential planes. The 2 heavily modified Boeing 747s, currently used interchangeably to fly the president, are more than 30 years old and require extensive servicing. Mr. Trump views Air Force One as a symbol of power and prestige, and he is infuriated that he begins his second term flying around in the same aging planes that once transported President George H.W. Bush. It is unclear whether any of these options will come to fruition, but depending on how extensive the pullback would be for lowering security requirements, the cost of speeding the production schedule for the new planes could be to compromise the president's safety or the nation's security if not managed with extreme care. Boeing executives have argued that there is a safe way to do this by lowering the security standards for certain classes of workers who do not touch the airplane's most sensitive systems. And Boeing executives are the exact type of people that I'd be listening to right now when I think about airplanes that need to stay in the air.
Yeah.
I think about Boeing.
Saturday, though.
And you know, what I think about Boeing is that they're not moving fast enough. Boeing's being too careful.
Well, and Elliot, you're not saying that. The executives are agreeing with you.
Yeah, that's not my idea.
Yeah, this is the idea of the top paid men and therefore the smartest.
The Air Force has already contractually committed to paying Boeing $3.5 billion of the $4.3 billion set aside for the project. But Boeing is at least 3 years behind schedule and has already booked $2.4 billion in losses on the contract. Decisions made during Mr. Trump's first term in office are themselves a factor in the delay, said recently departed Air Force officials who helped run the program. Boeing's executives have indicated to the government that they might not be able to deliver the new Air Force Ones until the end of Mr. Trump's second term. But Mr. Musk, who's known for setting aggressive, in some cases unachievable deadlines at his companies, has insisted that at least one of the planes can be delivered within a year's time. Officials involved in the project a complicated feat of engineering that requires the plane to be capable of evading certain missile attacks or surviving the fallout from a nuclear blast, regard Mr. Musk's timeline as unrealistic. The president has told associates that if Mr. Musk can fly a rocket, he can probably figure out an airplane.
Yep.
I agree, sir. I don't say that a lot, but I agree.
We don't usually say this about anything Donald Trump or Elon Musk are doing, but in this case, gotta let them cook. They're in the kitchen.
Let them cook. They're onto something with this.
They've got all the utensils out, and they are ready to start thinking big.
You're right. Boeing is moving too slow. Boeing is too concerned with
safety. I am going to take a wild shot here and assume that Donald Trump did something with the funding for the new Air Force Ones because he knew that Biden would be the first recipient of them.
Yeah, no, he did, but he didn't anticipate that
he would be
that Boeing would be delayed on the project.
Well, also that he would be elected again.
I remember at the time he was,
What am I doing these nice planes for some asshole?
Yeah.
But yeah, after all the great things that Elon Musk has done for America, and there are so many of them, you should definitely trust him on this one, sir. But on literally everything else, please stop cooking. There is smoke coming out of the pots and pans. The fire alarms are going off.
Close the kitchen.
Now, for example, at this point, the list of government agencies made measurably worse in the past few weeks is quite long. And now it's time to take a look at the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, aka OSHA, the regulatory agency in charge of preventing workers from injuring themselves or dying on the job. The most literal example of written in blood.
Yep.
Out of all of the agencies, out of everything they've done, OSHA is like, well, another guy died. Let's work backwards and figure out how to not have this happen.
Yeah, and this is one topic where I see a lot of people on the left like not really getting it. They're always like, "We built the Golden Gate Bridge in a year. Like, why can't we do that anymore?" It's like, well, okay, if you look at any big project like that from 100 years ago, and then you look at how many people fucking died while making it, and you compare that to today, where workplace fatalities are thankfully quite rare, I don't know. I'll take the safer workplace over building the Empire State Building in a year and a half. Yeah, if you ask me.
And thanks to Trump's executive orders targeting anything and everything, even loosely related to wokeness, DEI, or gender ideology, a bunch of important OSHA guidelines have ended up in a dustbin, despite not actually having anything to do with any of that.
Bye-bye.
Here's popular info.
Popular Information has obtained archived versions of most of the deleted publications. Almost all of them are not associated with DEIA topics, but appear to have been targeted because they include a DEIA-related keyword used in a completely different context.
We knew this was going to happen.
For example, one of the purged publications is OSHA Best Practices for Protecting EMS Responders During Treatment and Transport of Victims of Hazardous Substance Releases. Popular Information was able to obtain an archived version of the publication through the Internet Archive. The 104-page document, a collaboration between dozens of government agencies and NGOs, was published in 2009 to detail the steps employers need to take to protect their EMS responders from becoming additional victims while on the front line of medical response. DEIA issues are not discussed.
Elliot, clearly the word victim is right there.
Yeah. Oh, so now people who are injured on the job are victims? Stop making yourself a victim.
It continues. On page 94 of the publication, however, the words diversity and diverse are used in a context that has nothing to do with race or gender. The publication notes there is a diversity of state-specific certification, training, and regulatory requirements for EMS agencies, and diverse conditions under which EMS responders could work.
Woke.
Similarly, on page 96, the publication notes EMS responders are a diverse group, and risks vary with their primary and secondary roles. Guidelines for nursing homes. Ergonomics for the Prevention of Musculoskeletal Disorders is a 44-page publication released in 2009. It provides recommendations for nursing home employers to help reduce the number and severity of work-related musculoskeletal disorders, MSDs, in their facilities. It has nothing to do with DEIA. On page 10, however, it notes that development of MSDs may be related to genetic causes, gender, age, and other factors. The single use of the word gender appears to have flagged the publication for deletion and destruction.
That's so fucking stupid.
Another purged publication, Small Entity Compliance Guide for the Respiratory Protection Standard, contains the sentence, "The new computer software reflects the concept."
This is like how we make fun of them for not knowing what pronouns are when they use words like I.
It has nothing to do with DEIA. And ever since you fucking mentioned it on the last episode, I have thought about the fact that the word probation in probationary employees and the fact that he really thinks asylum seekers are coming from insane asylums, you might actually be onto something where he probably looked at it and said, we have
why do we have all
this many people on probation working in the government?
Get rid of them.
Well, first of all, that can
get rid of these criminals. Deport them.
I'm not joking anymore. I think that might be, even if it wasn't, even if like Musk was new, but like pitched it as like, oh, you see this?
We have all these probationary employees.
Yeah. You might be right.
It's just dumb enough to be true.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is, of course, this keyword search, delete without doing any further.
Find on page.
Yeah, it's fucking lazy, and it's part of a larger trend of important documentation in various government agencies getting deleted because they're literally just running a search for certain keywords, even though the actual context that those words are used in very often has nothing to do with wokeness, DEI, or anything like that.
This is another perfect glaring example of AI at work. Because there's no shot they're not using AI to do this.
Yeah.
And look at the results.
And it's so fucking lazy because, like,
they don't understand context.
Listen,
the AI doesn't understand language.
I don't want to tell these people how to do their evil shit, but like, if it was me doing that, I would simply double check the actual context that any of these terms are showing up in.
But Elliot, you're missing the point, is that the laziness does extra work for them in dismantling all of this shit that they want to get rid of anyway.
Sometimes you do want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
That's what they're doing. The laziness is the point.
Anyways, in other news, this may shock you, but despite Trump giving lip service to organized labor during his campaign, he's actually doing a bunch of stuff that's blatantly anti-labor.
Oh.
I know, what the fuck? Matt Bruning of the NLRB Edge blog ran down some of the new guidelines that Trump's acting general counsel just issued this week, which basically just undoes a bunch of labor guidelines from the previous administration. Pretty good ones, too. Mm-hmm. And it includes reversing a previous decision that opened up the possibility for college athletes to unionize, bringing back non-compete clauses that force workers to pay a penalty if they quit and get hired by a competitor in the industry they work in, bringing back broad confidentiality and non-disparagement clauses in severance agreements that prevent workers from discussing these shitty conditions at their former job, getting rid of a bunch of penalties for unfair labor practices, and, of course, bringing back multiple barriers to workplace unionization that were removed during Biden's term.
Yeah. So, yeah.
We're back. Back in business.
I'm sure all those union heads that were like...
Great job, Sean O'Brien.
Yeah.
God.
But let's move on to some news that won't make you feel like absolute shit. Trump's executive order effectively banning transgender people from the U.S. military very quickly resulted in a lawsuit. And this week, a federal judge presiding over that case took a DOJ lawyer to task in her courtroom quite beautifully. And let's just read some of that transcript. I'll be Judge Anna Reyes, and you'll be the DOJ attorney.
Okay.
Can we agree that the greatest fighting force is not going to be impacted in any way by less than 1% of the soldiers using a different pronoun than others might want to call them?
I can't agree with that here.
Would you agree with me that if our military is negatively impacted in any kind of way that matters, we all have a lot bigger problems than pronoun use? We have a military that is incompetent? Any common sense, rational human being knows that it doesn't. It is pretext. It is frankly ridiculous. If you want to get me an officer of the U.S. military who is willing to get on the stand and say that because of pronoun usage, the U.S. military is less prepared because of pronoun usage, I will be the first to give you a box of cigars. The order calls an entire category of people dishonest, dishonorable, undisciplined, immodest, who lack integrity, people who have taken an oath to defend this country, people who have been under fire, people who have received medals for taking fire for this country. I want to know from the government whether that language expresses animus. Does that express animus?
Not in any constitutional...
In a common sense way. This is a policy from the President of the United States affecting thousands of people. To call an entire group of people, lying, dishonest people who are undisciplined, immodest, and have no integrity, how is that anything other than showing animus?
I don't have an answer for you.
You do have an answer, you just don't want to give it. People can make solid arguments as to why some or even most transgender people shouldn't be in the military. We're dealing with unadulterated animus. We are dealing with the President of the United States dealing with a group of people serving their country, calling them liars.
And then this is my favorite part. Reyes then said she changed her courtroom orders to bar people who graduated from UVA Law School from appearing before her because They're all liars and lack integrity and are undisciplined and can't possibly meet the high rigors of being a lawyer for the government. She made the DOJ lawyer sit down on that basis. Then after he did, she called him back up and asked whether that was a display of animus.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes.
Doesn't feel so good, does it? What I just did there, that's what you're doing to trans people.
Yeah.
Sucks, right? Fuck off.
Yeah, because when you're fucking doing all this shit, you're just, it's this blob of other that you're not even thinking about. You're just being mean because you think it's funny or that whatever you think the president, the instructions were, it's just dumb, heartless, no empathy, dick move.
Well, it's literally...
And it sucks that the adults in the room have to be like, hey, you're being a fucking dick. This is stupid. Why are you being mean for no reason?
Well, this trans ban and just like everything with like Pete Hegseth and the military, it's all based on this fucking idiotic like idea that we're still a mainly infantry-based military. The year is still 1940.
Yeah, we need gigantic grunts out in all of the trenches.
Yeah, we need big tough boys. And it's like, no, we fight with fucking robots and jets now. Like, the most important people in the military, regardless of how you feel about it, are fucking drone operators. People who sit at the fucking computer and with an Xbox controller.
Mm-hmm. This is the ideal male form. If you don't like it, that's your problem, Pete Hegseth.
The ideal male form, the ideal female form, the ideal any gender form.
If you look like you can survive a car crash, you can definitely drive a drone.
But like the point is, like the military, it's a lot of IT, it's a lot of dorky shit. And
even if it fucking wasn't, this is so
even if it isn't, but like that's what
specific.
That's what makes this like especially stupid. Is like they think being the military means like being one of the Spartans in 300, and it's like, no, that's first of all, that's stupid. They all died. Mm-hmm. But secondly, it's just not how war is fought anymore.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not about like having a bunch of tough guys. Like the North Koreans, they're real tough fighting over in Ukraine. And they've been dying at like insane rates because they literally just run straight into the battlefield and get mowed down.
Yeah.
I think it's better to be a little more strategic, a little more cerebral about how you fight wars if you're going to fight them.
Again, it's one of those things that's like, the point isn't to make the military better, it's to make trans people feel worse.
I mean, that's the primary thing, but I do think some of these idiots genuinely think of war and military in this really childish fucking way, where because they're, it's not just trans people, it's also like women.
Yeah,
and it's
strong
like, okay,
army, great.
Yeah, I guess if you think of war like as the way it was fought 100 years ago, I could understand why you would think like women have no place in it, but you're wrong on many fronts. Yeah. And you are also just being cruel for the sake of being cruel.
Yeah. And we do have a lot more to cover today, but let's take a quick second, take a break, talk about the sponsors. This episode is sponsored by Shopify. Nobody does selling better than Shopify. It's home of the #1 checkout on the planet and the not-so-secret Shop Pay, which boosts conversions up to 50%, which means way less carts being abandoned and way more sales for your business. When you think about businesses that are selling through the roof, like Allo or Allbirds, Newsday.
All right, back to the news now with your daily rundown of what those young boys, those little boys over at Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency have gotten their little Cheeto fingers on this time. So, good, it's the USDA. Don't need that.
Yeah.
Now, you would hope that in the context of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, efficiency would mean devoting as many resources as possible to dealing with the current bird flu epidemic affecting the egg supply chain. Mm-hmm. But you'd, of course, be wrong, because actually they're firing a bunch of people and actively making the bird flu situation even worse.
Oh.
Very efficient. And yeah, that's resulted in yet another example of a classic Elon Musk situation that we're seeing more and more of these days. Here's the Washington Post.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture said Tuesday that it is moving to correct the accidental firing of several people working on the federal government's response to an outbreak of avian influenza, commonly known as bird flu. While the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says there is a low risk of the public contracting the disease, the USDA firings come as bird flu is wreaking havoc on the agriculture sector and as egg prices soar to a record high. The job cuts are part of a Trump administration overhaul of the federal government, including attempts to gut national health agencies, halt scientific reports and grants, and put a hold on multi-million-dollar programs to combat malaria, Ebola, and tuberculosis abroad. Although several positions supporting HPAI, bird flu, were notified of their terminations over the weekend. We are working to swiftly rectify the situation and rescind those letters, a statement from the USDA said. In a Friday statement ahead of the cuts, the USDA touted its pursuit of an aggressive plan to optimize its workforce. And Secretary Brooke Rollins said she welcomes Doge's efforts at USDA, referring to the Elon Musk-led US Doge service.
So, yeah, we saw it last week with the Department of Energy. Like, how many people do we really need keeping track of our country's nukes? Just, I don't know, fire half of them or whatever. Yeah. Like, hello? Can you please come back to work?
Yeah.
You know, you got to break a few eggs. Got to break a few very expensive eggs.
They're doing to the government what early YouTubers did to watermelons with rubber bands.
Yeah.
They're waiting until it actually just fucking explodes, and they're going, oh, well,
okay,
I guess I gotta go buy a new watermelon.
So I'll just use one less rubber band next time.
Yeah, they're trying to piece back the watermelon that just blew apart the rim.
Put the watermelon back together.
Should be easy.
So anyway, this kind of thing, it's not just bad for public health and the price of eggs, it's also bad for chicken farmers, many of whom are represented in Congress by Republicans, who increasingly find themselves in the awkward position of praising Doge while meekly begging Doge to please be more careful. Here's NBC News. The layoffs concerned a number of Republican lawmakers who privately warned the Trump administration that such cuts could hamper the government's bird flu response and asked them to reconsider, according to 2 Republican sources with direct knowledge of the situation. Lawmakers had received little guidance from the administration about the recent program cuts and staff terminations at USDA, which sources said has frustrated Republicans on the House Agriculture Committee. The panel, which oversees the USDA, provided a briefing to its members over the weekend to try to provide some more clarity to lawmakers. They need to be more cautious. Representative Don Bacon, Republican of Nebraska, a member of the Agriculture Committee.
Sure.
Mr. Bacon on the Agriculture Committee, my God.
Nominative determinism, baby.
Don Bacon, a member of the Agriculture Committee, told NBC News of the Doge team. There's an old saying, measure twice, cut once. Well, they're measuring once and having to cut twice. Some of this stuff they're going to have to return back. I just wish they'd make a better decision up front.
Yeah, well, that's not the fucking point, is it?
Yeah, that's kind of, you're not going to get what you're asking for.
No.
Not from these people especially.
This is about as close as you'll get so far to Republicans doing the leopards are eating my face now.
We're getting that a lot, unfortunately, from federal workers.
Yeah.
In the, especially the r/Fed News subreddit is like one of my go-to subreddits these days, because it's all it's the best inside look at what's actually happening, because none of this shit that's happening is like transparent.
There was one recently about a military veteran who was working at the VA, where it's just like, you cannot, like, I'm the only one in that building that's doing this vital job. Yeah. Also, I worked in the fucking army for 25 years before I got, like, it's just...
Yeah, a lot of these people lose it. I mean, it seems like most of the people posting on the subreddit, you know, like, kind of saw this coming.
Yes.
But there are people on there who definitely voted for Trump and are definitely blindsided by all this.
I've seen a couple posts that are like, they're torn, and the comments seem to be pretty torn too, over like, hey, I'm a career government employee who, you know, my family's all MAGA people, and I just got fired.
Yeah, they're like, you'll find another job.
Yeah, and they're like, should I just delete them from my life, or should I tell them exactly what happened and what their votes caused? And people are like, no, half people are like, no, just don't ever talk to them, or if you do, it's just going to piss them off more. And the other half are like, they'll never learn unless they see how it's affecting the people that they love and care about.
Yeah, there's a lot of really sad stories of people's MAGA parents basically like essentially refusing to believe them. Just being like, well, you must have done something wrong.
I mean,
you must have been bad at your job. Anyway, you'll find a new one.
I don't want to bring this up because this is so tragic, but it is a direct result of the stuff that's been happening over the past month. But there was news coming out about a very young girl committing suicide because she was being bullied about her parents' immigration status.
In North Texas, around Dallas. Yeah, all of her classmates were being like, ICE is going to deport you and your parents. And she fucking killed herself.
Yeah, it's like being of Arab descent just after 9/11. It is all this like very... racist sentiment that's being kicked up intentionally.
Yeah. Well, let's be clear, the Arabs aren't off the hook either. That never went away.
I know,
we just
saying,
have more racism now.
Yeah.
Anyway, in a similar vein to those Republicans on the USDA, the Agricultural Board, like Mr. Bacon, Republicans are increasingly upset that the various arbitrary cuts that Elon Musk is making to the government, with no regard for the budget they themselves passed is affecting things that they actually want funded. Because, they did put the whole budget together. They got to choose the things that they wanted to give money to. And now that they've been kind of made redundant in the whole process. Which is
because there's a king now. Actually, there's two kings.
The most important role Congress has is discretionary spending.
Now, they're kind of getting a taste of what it's like when the government isn't working because the guy in charge is not allowing it to.
But if they have to pretend that actually this is cool.
Yeah.
Actually, he's doing everything I wish I could have done.
I love it, Mr. Trump.
So here's the Washington Post. Republican senators find themselves in an unusual position these days, begging Trump officials to release funds they themselves appropriated. Senators have in recent days made the case to cabinet secretaries and other Trump officials to let money flow back into their states. They're trying to finagle exceptions to President Donald Trump's sweeping executive orders or cuts made by billionaire Elon Musk's U.S. Doge service that frees hundreds of billions of dollars, including money for farmers and infrastructure projects. That push comes as the administration has also sought to fire a wide swath of federal employees, some of whom live in red states.
Even as many Republicans praise the ultimate goal of streamlining the federal government, some GOP senators spanning the ideological spectrum, from Katie Boyd Britt of Alabama to Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, have lobbied the Trump administration to reconsider its cuts or pauses to federal grants that support biomedical research in labs or for programs supporting Native American tribes. But Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, a close Trump ally who supports the cuts, said last week that begging for funds may be the new normal, suggesting the lawmakers could lobby Musk to save spending they've allocated for their states as he slashes and cancels contracts at agencies. If we have to lobby for, hey, wait a minute, what about the bridge in Birmingham, or there's a bridge in Mobile, or whatever, I think that could be very possible, Tuberville told reporters.
This is fine. No, this is fine. I like it, actually.
This is, again, another thing where it's becoming clear that this is intentional, because if you just destroy everything and then make everyone ask for it back, you are in control.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the whole Eric Adams thing.
Get down on your knees.
You don't have a choice anymore.
Say pretty please, Mr. President.
This is what happens when you elect a fucking king.
Yeah.
And luckily, we have jester's privilege. Because he's saying that he's a king, we are legally protected under jester's privilege.
I think you'll find that in the Magna Carta and English common law.
That's right.
There is tremendous legal precedent for jester's privilege.
Yep.
Which we invoke.
Yep.
I invoke jester's privilege.
Every episode starts with the invocation. We are merely joking.
I don't know if I'm joking right now. We'll see. We'll see if we do have to, in fact, invoke jester's privilege in a court of law.
Well, they go on to list several other examples, like funding for university research in Alabama, EPA grants to build green school buses in West Virginia, and farmers in Kansas who no longer can sell food to USAID. Whoops! In every case, elected Republicans are reaching out directly to members of the administration or even tweeting at them to grovel and ask that they please make an exception for the thing that actually affects them and their re-election chances. Oh, please, Mr. President, I'll do anything. I'll shine your shoes. And that's all while having to pretend that they actually think it's really cool that the most important part of their job as legislators has been taken away from them and handed over to a ketamine-addicted Nazi with 13 kids.
It's awesome.
Or more kids.
Probably a lot more. I love it.
But hey, at least
it's great. I'm so happy that I don't really do anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I was elected to serve the people of my state, and there's nothing I can really do about that anymore.
Permanent vacation.
Because Elon Musk is doing it for me.
But hey, at least he's saving money for the country, right?
Lots of it.
Nope, he's not actually. It turns out a bunch of really important federal agencies don't actually cost that much to run. And by gutting them, we're really not getting much in return, and certainly not enough to justify the consequences. So Elon's now just straight up lying about how much money he's actually saving. I saw it compared to, first of all, you're not going to get a discount on your taxes from all this.
Fuck no.
And I've seen the comparison of okay, if a doctor cuts off your leg, technically you weigh less.
Yeah, savings.
It's an instant diet.
I've lost weight.
There you go.
Manually.
Yeah, you weigh less. What's the problem? Oh, you can't walk around?
If you, if you rip out all the electrical outlets in your house and turn off the heating and air conditioning, you're going to be spending a lot less money. You're saving money.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Bloomberg. The federal cost-cutting effort dubbed the Department of Government Efficiency says it has saved $55 billion in federal spending so far, but its website only accounts for 16.6 billion of that. And that's before factoring in an error in the data published on Doge's website that mislabels a contract as $8 billion, which was later corrected in the federal database to only be 8 million.
Wow, that's a lot of zeros go missing.
That cuts nearly in half the total of Doge's itemized savings, including from contracts and leases, to about $8.6 billion. Elon Musk, President Donald Trump's close ally, who has been the figurehead of Doge, has pledged that the amorphous cost-cutting enterprise would provide maximum transparency and that all of our actions are fully public. But Doge's accounting raises questions about the reliability of their self-reporting and their level of accountability. Despite its name, it's not a department, but rather an office within the White House that operates outside the gaze of traditional federal watchdogs, including inspectors general.
The most expensive contract that Doge claims to have slashed is $8 billion to D&G Support Services, LLC, to provide services for the Office of Diversity and Civil Rights within U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, starting in late 2022. Except, the math doesn't support an $8 billion contract value. In recent years, ICE's entire annual budget hovered around $9 billion. The agency's largest awarded contracts of the past 3 fiscal years, according to usaspending.gov, were $800 million for charter flight services and $787 million for transporting unaccompanied children and families.
They're spending 95% of their budget on woke.
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, crazy. Mr. Musk, even with your inflated estimates, could you compare that to the grants and subsidies that you've been given by the government for just your business?
We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, that's right, because it's fucking more.
It is something that's like crazy to me is that, you know, in the course of doing this job, this very relatively unimportant, stupid, goofy job of ours, I frequently come across things I see on like social media where I'm like, that's crazy, we should cover that in the show. And then I look it up and I realize it's like an old story, or it's like just not true, or someone got the details wrong, and I'm like, oh, okay, well,
yeah,
good thing I checked on that. And meanwhile, like, Elon fucking Musk is just like digging through the garbage at like the IRS.
Missed 3 zeros.
Yeah, and just like getting shit so wrong, or like not taking a second to be like, hey, this seems insane. Is it actually true?
Yeah.
He's just publishing it.
I've come to expect that because that's all he's done on social media for the past 5 years. He doesn't vet anything.
The other day, he shared a post. Someone said this is like, oh, like the migrant situation in the UK is crazy. Look at this. And it was a picture from The Dark Knight Rises. It was a movie still.
Yeah, I saw it.
Epic.
God!
But it's just a visual representation of what's actually happening.
I hate him so much.
Well, nevertheless, hey, even if it's just $8.6 billion in savings, I mean, that's not nothing. If we divide that by the U.S. population, that is nearly $26 per person that we are saving.
Cha-ching.
And that's not we saving. That's, for some reason,
yeah, you're not getting $26. You're not getting the $26, but it's nice to know that,
you know,
each of us, yeah,
we and getting far less in return.
Yeah, you still do have to pay taxes.
Yeah, and not receive anything for it, because that's the American way.
You're gonna pay probably a little bit more because guys like Elon, I mean, they've been paying too much, so they got to pay less.
Yeah.
But you know, if they were to give the money from Doge to everyone, they're not going to. But if you would get $26, that's a who's on the 20?
Andrew Jackson.
That's a Jackson. That's a Lincoln, and that's a Washington, baby. Cha-ching.
Until we do away with the $1 bill.
Go buy yourself an egg.
But how many Dogecoin is that?
I don't know.
Anyways, all we had to do to save that $26 per person was kneecap or effectively shut down multiple key federal government agencies.
Yeah, worth it, I'd say.
That's the art of the deal. But that all that money saved is just extra money that we can give Elon and his various companies that will eventually take over all of these contracts.
Yeah.
So you know,
he's running like 8 companies now. What's a few more? Put him in charge of everything.
I mean, he's already said that like Tesla is not a car company, so Tesla can just do all of the government projects.
He's got those big robots.
And then SpaceX, of course, would take over for NASA, and you know, X is literally the everything app. So all aspects, banking,
everything,
insurance,
it's the only app you need.
Yes.
We're going to turn the internet into AOL in the mid-90s.
How does he do it all? Well, he doesn't. He's a fucking idiot who doesn't know what he's doing, and who is...
He hires competent people some of the time. They do the work. He takes the credit.
Yeah. Getting less and less competent, though, because anyone who was smart and had any kind of goodwill or good people skills or just a good read on someone or bare minimum moral standards isn't working for this guy anymore.
Yeah.
And that's why they need the H-1B visas, baby.
We need slaves.
That's right.
I need my slaves.
You can build a lot of Golden Gate bridges.
Yeah. Not that we would do that. That's an infrastructure project that, like, helps transportation and shit. We're not going to do that. We're definitely.
But if we did do it, it would be the most evil fucking way possible, because that's the American way.
Build the most evil bridge. I'm gonna make the Golden Gate Bridge, but like, there's nothing stopping you from killing yourself on it.
Yeah, that is basically what Trump
does. Safety net is DEI.
Yes, that feels so much like what's happened in the past couple of days, where it's like the net's there.
Yeah,
it's already there. It's probably saved a bunch of lives already, and for no reason, Trump's like, we took the San Francisco,
we saved so much money by getting rid of that stupid suicide prevention net.
Yep.
Which was woke, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. On the gayest bridge in the country.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
God. Anyway, that's our show.
Click the like button even if you hate the world. Click the like button because it helps us out. It really does. You know? I'm just kind of thinking about how nice you are when you click it. Wow. What
So last night, President Trump sent out a message on Truth Social that contained some pretty inaccurate information. And I'm not a very political guy, and I'm still trying to figure out if there's some kind of strategy to this. And there might be, but I'm going to get to that, all right? Right now, I am in a hotel room in Romania. I was in Poland 2 days ago, and I'm here to do something that NATO asked me to do. So I'm just going to leave it at that for now. You might learn more later. Last week, some statements were made that really spooked our allies, and I want to be part of the solution to that. Trying to fix what we kind of smashed to pieces a few days ago for a reason that I don't understand. The only thing I can think of regarding that is that maybe it was a way of the United States saying, hey, Europe's free ride is over, and Europe needs to take care of Europe. But either way, I'm here. I am working to fix this. NATO is the greatest alliance the world has ever known. You can't get 32 countries to agree on anything. And, I was just at an exercise where nations conducted a live fire with Romanian F-16s and helicopters and tanks in support. So it really is an incredible organization. And this organization is vital not just to the security of Europe, but to the security of America, and I will get to that. Now, the full text of what the president said is on my Substack, but I want to hit some highlights here. I want to start with the statement, $350 billion go into a war that couldn't be won and never had to start. I want to emphasize that President Zelensky did not start the war in Ukraine. Putin started the war in Ukraine. Even Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, said so.
Who do you blame? Who's responsible for the war in Ukraine?
Putin started the war in Ukraine.
So I'm not quite sure why the president said what he said. The next thing said was the war was far more important to Europe than it is to us. And the president is not wrong to an extent. And that extent is one of the reasons I'm here. One of the places I visited while in Poland is JTEC, the Joint Analysis Training and Education Center. This was Poland's idea. Poland did this by themselves, and they did a great job with it. Poland has really stepped up when it's come to becoming the tripwire of Europe, going for one of the largest land armies in Europe. And one of the ways that Poland is helping is by creating this school, this JTEC. And Poland is essentially taking information from Ukraine. So Ukrainians and Poles work together, along with other members of NATO, and they transfer information from Ukraine to NATO. Now, JTEC is critical because it allows this structured sharing of information between Ukraine and other NATO countries. Ukraine is fighting the next war right now, and they're making all the mistakes, so we don't have to. So, if we don't want to make those mistakes in the next war, we need to listen to what Ukraine has to say. So, Ukraine might not necessarily have money to purchase weapons. The currency that they can deliver in exchange for weapon systems is information about what works and what doesn't in the next war. So, while the president might say that the war is far more important to Europe, it is important to the United States as well, because the stuff we are learning from Ukraine will help us fight and win a war against China in 2027, 2028. There is a direct correlation there. So the next thing that President Trump said was that half of the money sent to Ukraine was missing. I am not aware of that, but one example I brought up, and something that people often point to when it comes to missing weapons, was a video that I recently did regarding how the Army sent a list of serial numbers to the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, but DSCA didn't enter them into their database for a year. So those missiles were missing because the serial numbers were sitting in someone's inbox. And that's on us. We need to close that loop. There's no excuse for us not entering serial numbers into a database for a year. But that's how weapons become lost, or funding becomes lost. So the president also said that Zelensky refuses to have elections, and the truth is that it would be unconstitutional for Ukraine to have an election during martial law. Here's the other thing. Russia would love Ukraine to have elections because they would try to influence them and throw Ukraine into chaos. President Trump also called Zelensky a dictator, which is certainly a sentence you can say in English. But one of the things that I can say is that no elections were held in the UK during World War II, and I don't think anyone would call Churchill a dictator, right?
I'll do it.
So where does that leave us? I get a lot of crap for being a Newsmax commentator, and I can tell you this: Newsmax gets the military side of the story right. I think a lot of that's because they have a lot of former military personnel, and they do this, they get it right consistently. Last night I went on Newsmax. I did my first remote from Romania. I went on American Agenda, and even Newsmax said it was clear that we do not see any real sign that Russia wants peace. And I brought this up because I went on the show to talk about the 167 drones and missiles that Russia launched while they were negotiating in Saudi Arabia. So while these dudes are in Saudi Arabia talking about how they want peace, they're launching missiles at Ukrainian power stations. And I think like 2 children were killed during these attacks. So that's what peace is to Russia, right? So, why is this happening? Why did President Trump say what he said? And that's kind of the tough one, right? In the intelligence community, we have a saying: it's intelligence exists to tell you who is doing what and why. Who is doing what is actually pretty easy to figure out, but it's the why that's gold, right? And I can start by saying that the president's comments were indefensible, and many of them were untrue, right? But if I try to look at the big picture here, here's what I think might be possible. And that is that President Trump owned a few casinos. So I certainly assume that he knows how to spot a degenerate gambler. Putin is a degenerate gambler, and he is the worst kind because he gambled with Russia. He gambled with the lives of his people and the future of his country. And look, let's face it, man, the previous dealer was a little slow, right? And he was pretty easy to read. But now we've got a new dealer. And remember, eventually the house always wins. So this might be an effort to make Putin think that he has all the cards right up until we show our hand and we take Putin for everything he's worth. But I don't know, because I'm in totally new territory with this one. Totally new territory. And I'm trying to help, man. I'm doing everything I can to let NATO know that they are a crucial partner for the United States. All right, I got to go help NATO. So thank you guys so much for watching.
Wow, this girl from Watertown sure is cool. Hey, kid.
From fresh tensions between the U.S. and Ukraine to town hall backlash to major cuts to the federal workforce. We turn now to the analysis of Brooks and Capehart. That's New York Times columnist David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart, associate editor for The Washington Post. It's great to have you here, as always. So let's start with Ukraine. No one expected Donald Trump to handle global affairs like his predecessors, but he has fully adopted Russia's false propaganda on Ukraine, calling Zelensky a dictator, falsely stating that it was Ukraine that started the war, rhetorically turning against a democracy that was invaded in favor of the invader. What are the implications, Dave?
Yeah, it's pretty revolutionary. I mean, I think first you can say goodbye to NATO. NATO is really built around Article 5, the promise we make to each other that we will defend each other. And I don't think Trump is going to defend anybody else. But I think the bigger story is a shift in values. That American foreign policy and Western foreign policy has been built around democracy promotion, human dignity, human rights. And so we banded together to sort of promote those causes. Donald Trump doesn't see that world that way. He sees the world as a place where ruthless mafiosos get to do what they can. There's a famous line from the Peloponnesian Wars, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. And so I think in Donald Trump's world, there are three ruthless mafioso countries. Russia will have hegemony over its region. We will have hegemony over our region, and China will have hegemony over their region. And so anything that gets in the way of ruthless mafioso is being eliminated. And some of that is international alliances, but some of this is just the idea that you shouldn't interfere in other people's elections, and some of it is the idea that you shouldn't be able to invade neighboring countries. And so all those rules are being rewritten by somebody who wants to turn all of global affairs into survival of the fittest.
What about that? Are we on the precipice of the end of the alliance as we know it?
There's nothing David said that I disagree with.
Jesus Christ.
The language
that's fucking
from Donald Trump in the first term was already alarming. I'm thinking specifically of the Helsinki press conference, which I think was in 2017, where he said to Vladimir Putin, he told me he didn't do anything to our elections. I don't see any reason, not to believe him. Now he's ratcheted that up with calling Zelensky a dictator. If you are the leader of a Baltic nation, if you are the leader of Poland, if you're the leader of Germany, France, you must be scared out of your mind about what this means, the rhetoric about Ukraine means for Europe. And if you are in Taiwan, you better be prepared for what China could do.
What about this idea, and I've heard this from some Trump allies, that it's high time we had an American leader who acted in such a way that effectively forces Europe to take control of their own security, that you could point to Dwight Eisenhower back in the 1950s, who raised concerns about Europe's sort of lackadaisical approach to their own security.
Yeah, that's a valid point. I mean, they haven't been paying, as long as the Cold War was going on, they didn't have to pay their dues. And so now they have to because the Cold War is over. So that arrangement was bound to end. But they have upped their spending. The amount of spending that Donald Trump wants Europe to pay as a percentage of GDP, we don't even do that. So it's an act of hypocrisy to say they're totally at the wrong. They're somewhat at the wrong. But that's really not what the core is here. Look at what Donald Trump has been doing to Ukraine over the last week. He sends the Treasury Secretary in there, and he hands him a piece of paper, said, basically hand us over 50% of your mineral rights. That is, I'm making you an offer you can't refuse. Mm-hmm. That is what, in ancient Rome, they would go into a little country and say, give us all your money or we'll kill your women. Like that was like an imperial power saying, tribute, give us tribute. That's essentially what Donald Trump just did to Vladimir Putin. And initially, Putin said, hell no. But now it could be an offer he can't refuse because he needs the Americans. And so now they're, I guess, coming close to a deal because we're taking a country that was invaded, that bravely resisted on the behalf of the Western Alliance. We're saying pay up. And it's, I don't have words to describe.
And I just want to jump in on something David was saying about, defense expenditures. The way Donald Trump talks about it, he says these countries are ripping us off as if they're paying the United States money in a protection racket. And that's not what's happening at all. To amplify David's point, is just spend more of your GDP on your own defense, rise up to the level of where the United States is, relatively speaking, so that the burden is more fairly shared. And so the way the president talks about it, it's not the real world. And yet, to your point, where people say, well, maybe we should start caring about America, those folks, I don't think, fully understand what a peaceful world, what the NATO alliance, what American leadership on the global stage has meant for their own peace and prosperity here at home.
Well, meantime, President Trump's poll numbers appear to be falling. New polls from CNN and the Washington Post show a majority of Americans say he's overstepped his presidential authority and hasn't done enough to address high prices. David, when you look at these numbers more closely, what do you see?
Well, A, people don't like chaos. I mean, we saw that when Biden withdrew from Afghanistan. People just don't like chaos. And second, people do rely on government, like Postal Service, SNAP benefits, go to the National Park Service, try to get a passport renewed. Like, if there's nobody in the office, you're gonna be upset. Finally, I think the big thing is the inflation. That inflation is begun to tick up again. If we have tariffs, it'll tick up more. If we pass a $4 trillion unpaid for tax cut, we will overstimulate the economy. Inflation will tick up more. And so the very thing that took down the Biden administration could, in turn, track down the Trump administration if inflation kicks up after his explicit promise, I'm going to bring it down. He swore to us that interest rates would go down immediately when he was elected, and the reverse has happened.
Well, this seems to have come to a head last night. Georgia Republican Congressman Rich McCormick held a town hall, and he faced an angry crowd, and the folks there, his constituents, were upset over the steep cuts to the federal workforce that have been instituted by Elon Musk and his Doge aides. Take a listen.
I would like to know, rather, the people would like to know what you, congressmen, and your fellow congressmen are going to do to rein in the megalomaniac in the White House.
When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about presidential power, I remember having the same discussion with Republicans when Biden was elected.
So this is a deep red district. Donald Trump won this district by more than 20 points. I mean, what do you see happening here, Jonathan?
To me, it's you have people in a district who voted, as you said, deep Republican district, but they didn't vote for Elon Musk. They didn't vote for the chaos. They don't like the fact that someone who is unelected and unaccountable is wreaking havoc on the federal government. But more importantly, the congressman is from a co-equal branch of government. The woman who was asking the question, like, what are you going to do? You are Congress. Why aren't you stepping in to push back against the president? And what we saw there is that they're not willing. I mean, you can't have guardrails if the guardrail doesn't want to guard, if Congress doesn't want to step in.
And you wrote about this this past week in a column where you said that it's the working class communities that will continue to languish because Trump ignores their main challenges and focuses instead on culture war distractions. That people who voted for change want to see that change.
Yeah, the people who voted for Trump had good reason to. Like, high school educated people die 8 years sooner than college educated people. High school educated people, their kids by 6th grade are 4 grade levels below college educated people. They're much more likely to say they're lonely. They're much more likely to live in devastated communities without social capital. So if you had a populist government, they would have policies to address these serious issues. The Trump administration is not leading with that. They really don't have plans for any of this. And when you look at who's in the administration, it's obvious why. The president and Elon Musk are University of Pennsylvania graduates who are billionaires. Pete Hegseth went to Princeton and Yale. J.D. Vance went to Yale. Stephen Miller went to Duke. These are the highly educated right-wingers. And I've been around all these people all my life. I used to be one. And there are two types. There are one people who believe in conservative governance, and then there's the other type. They're just anti-left. They don't have a positive vision for conservative governments. They want to tear down the institutions that they believe the left controls. And so that's what they're doing. That's what Trump goes after. He goes after USAID. He goes after the Forest Service. He goes after the Department of Education. And so it's all tearing down institutions that they believe the left control.
Almost said Bush
and
earlier. He
the
said
problem with that
Zelensky when
is
he met Putin.
that the pain is borne by the woman in Namibia who's going to die of AIDS, the kid in Ohio who's going to die of cancer because NIH medical research has been gutted. And so it's F. Scott Fitzgerald put it well. Rich people are careless. They break things. And I think that's what's happening here.
The other thing that was clear in that town hall last night is that it's one thing to campaign against a faceless bureaucracy. It's very different when people's friends and neighbors start to lose their jobs with little to no warning, and veterans, too, who are losing their jobs. How do you see it?
There's that, but there's also, let's not forget the funding freeze, that you've got farmers who were depending on funding coming from the federal government. They took out loans to buy equipment, to get their products from the farm, some are sitting in silos, rotting. They were due to go overseas to feed people as part of USAID. This isn't just faceless bureaucrats being fired here in Washington, and I think that is the chaos that people are seeing. Wait, what? The federal government just isn't in Washington? It's my neighbor. It's the clinic down the street where my child is getting treatment. That I don't think we are just 1 month in to this administration, and we have yet to see just how damaging this 1 month has been. There's still more time to go.
Indeed, Jonathan Capehart, David Brooks. Thank you both.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Here we go. Elon Musk slurring his words, wearing very big sunglasses that he thinks look cool at CPAC.
His dilated pupils think look cool also, I'll probably say.
Yeah, take them off. Let's see what's going on with those eyes there, buddy.
It's like me after I got my eyes tested.
Yeah. Maybe it's like you after a college party or something like that. It seems like he's in this permanent dream-like state. It's very well publicized that he loves a good bag of ketamine, and apparently it's medicinal, according to reporting.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But whatever it is, it's got him acting really stupid. Here he is on stage at CPAC with a big prop. Big boy gets big prop.
Bring him out.
Yeah. Oh yes, Javier Milei brings it out to him. Right. The Argentinian president. Who definitely has not had sex with his sister. Don't Google it.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
We see it's a chainsaw, you don't need to say it.
Oh my god, Emma, you're being cringe now. She's out cringing her.
Bye, Javier.
All right. I love it. Mr. President, thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you.
All right, we got it. I don't care anymore. Okay. Isn't Javier Milei in the midst of a crypto scam?
Yeah, I'm looking for a good part of this CoffeeZilla video. Basically, some of the same pump and dumpers who helped Melania coin make a bunch of people a bag quickly before that died were behind this Milei thing too. So now they want to impeach him. It's a country that's had currency issues, and Milei said, oh, this is a good way to reinvest in the country and help us grow. And then a few hours later, he's like, actually, I have nothing to do with this. And I was tweeting that from my private account.
Yep. And I mean, this was from 2 months ago, but it's now before Javier Milei drastically cut spending, which is the model that Elon Musk is trying to replicate here in the United States. Argentina still had a very impoverished population. The poverty rate was around 41.7% in the second half of 2023. He implements his austerity measures, a double-digit increase. 53% of Argentina's 45 million people are living in poverty, a 2-decade high after what he has implemented. And this is the vision that Elon Musk has for our federal government. Gutting the administrative state, more increasingly incorporating crypto into our federal financial systems and artificial intelligence. And I mean, this is like lunatic anarcho-capitalism craziness. And so it's not a mistake that he's out there on stage with that guy really feeling himself. But maybe he had some stuff to say, you know, articulately in this interview. What should we go with here first, Bradley?
Can we just see what he says when he sits down? This is the first foray, and then we can.
Oh, great! So it starts immediately.
Yes, this is the beginning right here as they sit down.
So,
that was something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much. I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
You're like, I think you're bigger.
I mean, Doge started out as a meme. Think about it.
Yeah,
and now it's real. Isn't that crazy?
It is
racist
but it's
one,
cool.
did he just say? Shut up, Bradley.
So while he's doing this, I am become meme. His one of the women that he had a child with is publicly begging for.
Okay, I'm so done with this. They're so cringe.
Right.
They're being
had a child
so cringe right now.
Remember when the future looks like this? Or perhaps like this? What happened to that? From movies and marketing to games and aesthetics,
it was marketing.
seemed way cooler in the 2000s. Now, there's a lot of weird reasons for this, and no, it's not just because you were younger. Chances are your expectations have changed regardless of your age. So, why doesn't the future look like this anymore? Were these actually real places? And more importantly, what the hell was going on in the 2000s? Even if you aren't familiar with the term, you've definitely seen futurism before. Maybe you played Fallout and fell in love with its 1950s aesthetic. This is actually called retrofuturism, and there's a reason it feels strangely familiar. It draws on predictions from the 50s to create this nostalgic yet high-tech look. Back then, this really was how people thought things would turn out. And yes, we're still waiting on flying cars. The point is, every decade had its own version of this. The 2000s were especially strange, but we aren't there quite yet. Another notable period was the 80s, responsible for popularizing the cyberpunk aesthetic. Movies like Blade Runner painted a future full of neon lights, augmentation, and giant holographic advertising. It also did something the 50s, 60s, and 70s didn't really do. It made the future look kind of scary. Rather than only focusing on the wonders of the space age, it hinted at a more dystopian existence. And this wouldn't be the last time. Still, when the 90s rolled around, people started to get a lot more excited for the future. This ramped up towards the end of the decade, and you started to see the word 2000 plastered over everything. It was a symbol of technological advancements, experimentation, and a new digital age. Depending on when you grew up, you might have had varied expectations for this future. For instance, the vision of the early 2000s was vastly different to its later years. In fact, as we dig deeper, a lot deeper, you may start to notice some recurring design trends. These all have names, and when we eventually look at those, we can start to understand why things looked the way they did. But first, let's explore the future of the past. From reels to YouTube playlists, there's hundreds of videos documenting the unique visuals of the early 2000s. I mean, if you're subscribed, you'll know that I've made at least one. Anyway, a great place to start looking for futurism is commercials. Despite being only 20 years ago, you wouldn't find anything like them today. The first thing you'll notice is that everything is blue. Anything from car ads to albums was put through the same filter. The next thing you'd be asking is,
why is everything chrome? Everything is chrome in the future.
In the late 90s and early 2000s, this is mostly what the future looked like. Making something silver and shiny set it apart from the aesthetics of previous decades. It felt energetic, advanced, and alien. I also get the sense that it took itself a lot more seriously. Where the 80s and 90s often used more vibrant colors and patterns in marketing, the early 2000s employed a darker atmosphere and a more uniform palette. Look at 90s aesthetics like wacky homo. They're so much more chaotic and colourful. It's worth noting that this didn't just randomly start at the turn of the millennium. A lot of what we'll be covering today stemmed from the late 90s. Anyway, this ad is a great example. The people are shown with this trippy blue scanning effect, kind of like the sonar scene in Batman. The car itself looks like it's flying through hyperspace, morphing into different trims and models. You'd expect it to be something groundbreaking, their top of the line car. It's a Toyota Echo. That was an ad for a Toyota Echo. Pepsi got in on this as well, and I think their collection of ads are the best demonstrations of the style. They had it all: metallic clothing, a chrome-plated spaceship, and an overwhelming blue tint. I love to use this clip, so you might have seen this one for Pepsi Blue before. It's perfect. But this aesthetic wasn't just seen in adverts. You could spot it on pretty much anything associated with technology or gaming, and this quickly bled into real life. Have a look at Nintendo World from 2005. There's the exact same pairing of chrome and blue. Every DS is the same color, and the chairs and architecture make it feel like you're stepping into a space station. Sony's PSP Pavilion echoed these design principles. There was a long, illuminated walkway, glass pod chairs and a blue backdrop. In the other corner, Xbox embraced the more alien aspects of these styles. Outside of its own game show booths and demo kiosks, you could see this in its menus. It feels like the interface you'd use at the helm of a UFO. Either way, at the start of the decade, this was how the future was portrayed. Chrome-plated, sleek, and surreal. This wasn't the case forever though, and if you were born a little later, and remember wanting an Xbox 720, it might have looked something like this. But that doesn't explain why things were the way they were, or how we even got there. To do that, we have to dive even deeper. I've kept this to myself for far too long. Just like Neo in The Matrix, I've discovered something I shouldn't have. A real-life exploit, a glitch in the system. At first, it was simple, free samples with no shipping cost, but they came and they tasted too good. So I started ordering flavors, just to see how far before.
That was a good fucking ad cut in.
90s cool can be seen as both a genre of film and an aesthetic, almost entirely summed up in 3 words: leather, sunglasses, and slow-mo. It can also be encapsulated in one movie, making its alternative title, The Matrix Effect, unsurprising. But why am I talking about this in a video about the 2000s? And how did 3 elements define an entire era? Blade, X-Men, Mission Impossible, everyone had a leather jacket. And if it wasn't a jacket, it was a latex bodysuit. A lot of this style drew inspiration from anime. Characters from Trigun, Akira, and Vampire
Japanese
Hunter all shared
animation
slicker,
or
form-fitting
anime.
bodysuits and of course, dope jackets. They came across as more futuristic and agile than traditional Western action heroes. This helped engineer the aesthetic shift from movies like this to 90s cool. Ripped sleeves and sweaty jungle combat were out, and gigantic coats and Oakleys were in. Across the board, everyone had crazy fits. Fashion was suddenly prevailing over utility. Hardly a shocker, but this was already being mirrored outside the big screen. Music videos were in the same boat, having more bullet time than the entire Matrix trilogy. Again, there's the shiny jackets and pants, and the blue tint we mentioned earlier. If you're more familiar with games, look back at Deus Ex, Perfect Dark, and Mortal Kombat 2. All of those came out in the year 2000, showing that the style was still going strong. Setting-wise, they also shared similarities. Much like The Matrix, they were often in dystopian cities and environments, with advanced technology and weapons. JC Denton from Deus Ex is just a copy and paste of every 90s cool ancestral tenant. Slicked back hair, cold demeanor, and a long-ass jacket. In his own words, just like the movies. The reason this look was so popular was extremely simple. It just looked cool. That's it. Technology and hacking were represented by shifting lines of code, sleek gadgets, and outfits. It felt like a fitting visual language for this new reality. Edgy, fashionable, and shiny. I've included it here because it set the stage for a lot of what's about to come, and was heavily influential up until the mid-2000s. With that being said, let's continue on and see what we find. We've established that chrome and blue were the colours of the future. But why was this, and does this look have a name? From the late 90s to the early 2000s, you couldn't escape products and media covered in curved silver plating. This idea was famously captured in SB-129, the 14th episode of SpongeBob. Released just before the year 2000, it shows Squidward being cryogenically frozen and waking up 2,000 years later. He's met by Spongetron, and of course, everything looks like this. There's even a guy running around spray painting stuff that doesn't fit in, which is hard not to read as a jab at literally any tech company at the time. I mean, seriously, look at flip phones, handhelds, consoles, and watches. I don't know why, but these are suddenly weirdly appealing to me. But I've made some interesting choices in the past. More to the point, this trend has been retroactively organized and categorized through the aesthetic known as chromecore. I've discussed this before, but it's important to mention here because it really was significant. It capitalized on the narrative of a metallic future by giving people tech from that vision. Even though this is just a Nokia, it feels right at home in all of those ads and music videos. Now you could own a piece of them yourself. Notably, you could also spot it in website design, the second that people could add reflections to anything they did, leading to pages like these. Compared to 90s cool, it showed a cleaner, more optimistic approach to style and futurism. Still, while being more sanitized, it was far from minimalist and just as exciting. At this point, you might be wondering why nothing really looks like this anymore. It still comes across as futuristic and clean, so why can't you buy a chrome PlayStation or Nintendo Switch? Why had this look completely disappeared by 2010? Well, a lot of it came down to materials. Shiny stuff is susceptible to scratches, wear and tear, and general damage. If you've ever owned one of those old Lego swords, you'll see where this is going. After a few years of the craze, companies started to shift back to more durable and cheaper materials. Everyone except Apple. Why the fuck are phones made from glass? Regardless, chrome plating was somewhat short-lived, but one of a few interesting approaches from the time. Making everything see-through was another that we'll look at soon. 2000s futurism wasn't always aggressive and metallic. Many distinct aesthetics branched out and took on a softer, more abstract approach. There's a couple that fall under the Gen X name, with the most notable being Gen X Soft Club. While often overshadowed by things like Frutiger Aero and Y2K futurism, I think it still looks really clean, and I'd be surprised if you haven't seen it before. It usually depicts naturalistic, distorted urban environments, train stations, skylines, and so on. Cool blues and greens were the most common colours, highlighting a future that was clean yet fresh and organic. Nostalgia was embraced and blended with futuristic optimism. The result is an aesthetic that's calming, nice to look at, and kind of hopeful. While you could see it in everything from concept art to architecture and advertising, the best examples are on albums. Blur, The Madding Crowd, Midnight Drive, and Music for Airports use similar elements and techniques. The aesthetic was only categorized more recently, and the name is pretty self-explanatory. At the time, the target audience was young adults, or Gen X, and it romanticized club and urban life through this softer lens. It was more mature and refined than the bubbly chrome look, but still interesting enough to look at. That and the growing technology industry in the late 90s are generally credited as the reason this style exists. Even more interesting is the fact that a lot of people are still using it today. CFCF's Memoryland album cover captures the style excellently, and there's been a renewed interest in it that's nice to see. Now, this is more for the unks among us, but there's another aesthetic with the Gen X moniker that preceded Soft Club, and it's definitely worth quickly looking at. Corporate Cyber utilized a similar amount of nauseating motion blur, although being much more unruly and chaotic. The only consistency across these ads is that nothing makes sense. Another key difference was the time period. Corporate Cyber was more of an early 90s thing, whereas Soft Club landed in the latter years of the decade and leaked into the mid-2000s. You'll notice that the former is more abstract. CGI is used more heavily with more varied degrees of success, and there's a lot more colors at play. I want to finish.
There is a bird outside my window that has been barking all day long.
I want to finish this section with an open letter to Gen X. If we apologize for cancelling Eminem, can you please bring back this style? So we've covered some key aesthetics from the era, even some from the late 90s. This wasn't just because I think they're cool though, it was, as you'll find elements from all of them in Y2K futurism. This is the real meat and potatoes of the first half of the decade and also this video. There's tons to unpack here, from clear tech to bizarre ads and video games, so we might as well jump in. Y2K is a term derived from a software problem in the year 2000. The aesthetic covers one of the largest and most comprehensive expressions of 2000s futurism. If you spend a lot of time on TikTok or Instagram Reels, you might have heard it being referred to as cybercore or K-bug. It can be traced back as far as the late 80s, sharing visuals with ray rave flyers from the UK underground. However, things really started taking off with the rise of CGI and the internet. Websites and advertising began to lean into this futuristic vision. The year 2000 was right around the corner, and it was an easy way to grab a piece of the hype. In terms of games, it's usually tied to the 5th and 6th generations of consoles. You know, the original Xbox, PlayStations, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance. I recently saw an ad for the PS2 that nicely demonstrates both the technological optimism of the time and this aesthetic. The year is 2078, and it shows a mock advertisement for the PlayStation 9. When you crack it open, it releases spores that attach directly to your adrenal gland. Several shots have the same vibe as The Matrix, which makes a lot of sense as they were pretty much created at the same time. The ad closes with the PS2 logo and 2 words: the beginning. The angle here is pretty clear. Like a lot of things in this video, you're being sold a piece of the future. Even if just a taste, it's a method of marketing that makes the product feel advanced and exciting. Just like the PlayStation, the Xbox felt like it belonged in this future. And for just $2.99, so could you. Better yet, plugging in a game didn't bring you out of this fantasy. The flagship title for the Xbox was a futuristic sci-fi shooter. The Dreamcast had games like Space Channel 5, and many others shared these kinds of settings. On the topic of futuristic consoles, I have to talk about the clear craze in the 2000s. I touched on this briefly before, but there's a new reason that I'm talking about it today. The clear craze was a distinct component of Y2K futurism, and was a fad all through the early years of the decade. If it was tech related and it wasn't already chrome, it was clear. TVs, controllers, consoles, and most famously the iMac G3 are all colourful examples. Even though there was rarely anything to actually see, it was still a seriously cool look, and many consoles with it have since skyrocketed in price. You wouldn't just find this in the 2000s though. The 80s kicked things off with phones like this, and the 90s followed suit. Outside the shelves of EB Games, prisons had clear technology for entirely different but far more obvious reasons. Regardless, a few months ago I mentioned how badly I wanted controllers like this again, specifically for Xbox. And to my surprise, they actually just started making them, and I think they do look pretty good. All that's left now is a translucent Series X. Before we go any further, it's important to quickly mention Metal Heart, an aesthetic from the same genre and time frame as Y2K futurism. It used 3D metallic shapes to create jagged patterns and visuals. You might recognize it from Armored Core Nexus, early websites, and even artwork. It's more mechanical, darker, and edgier than any of the other aesthetics in this video, especially the ones towards the end. Taking its name from, well, a book called Metal Heart, it peaks for a few years before starting to die out in 2004. To this day, it remains one of the most obscure yet fascinating offshoots of Y2K futurism. This period also saw some unique approaches to marketing, and I want to draw your attention to one advertising firm in particular. In the late 90s and early 2000s, a company called Fragile Design produced several pieces that resonate with almost every style we'll be covering today. I actually posted a few of these on Instagram. Looking at their work, you can see elements of Gen X Soft Club, Futurism, and Metal Heart. Yes, they are out there, but I think it works. Seriously, to the 3 other Australians watching this video, you can't tell me that Big M wouldn't taste better in this carton. As a whole, technology was represented very differently to today. The internet was still borderline magic to a lot of people, which is unsurprising considering the way it was portrayed. On TV, it was visualized as anything from beams of light to fluid, multi-layered 3D spaces. There was a sense that it existed within its own realm that was separate to our own, with computers and phones representing portals into cyberspace. This dynamic was sort of reflected in reality, although not nearly as dramatic. Houses used to have a computer room, a desk like this, and that was where the internet lived. It was very much separate from the day-to-day, not something that followed you around at all times. This tweet nicely sums it up. Today, however, this is no longer the case. Whether it's your watch, phone, PC, MacBook, or a TV, chances are you're constantly connected to the internet. It's far from some exciting escape into a different world because it is the world. Consequently, tech just doesn't have the same aura as it did during the 2000s, and the marketing around it isn't as futuristic. Naturally, this isn't the only reason Y2K futurism fell out of fashion, and was eventually replaced by something else. But before we reach those moist horizons, we have one last stop in the early 2000s. shoes, glasses, and this watch is all I'm wearing right now.
Right
Fashion in the
now.
2000s wasn't always futuristic, but when it was, it did it well. This was evident on the covers of magazines, in music videos, and in movies. So let's find out why it looked like that and where it went. Remember when every artist filmed their videos inside a cheese grater or some huge industrial washing machine? If the answer is yes, you'll also remember when they dressed like this. There was a 5-year-long shiny pants competition with no winners and countless victims. Still, some did get pretty close to the title. Mark Nelson in 15 Minutes was up there but had a disturbing lack of Oakleys, B tier. Next up, Busta Rhymes, What It Is. Busta Rhymes, undoubtedly a goat, but did he deliver in this music video from 2001? Honestly, I'm thinking, yes. There's shiny pants, ambiguous chrome blobs, ambiguous chrome people, glasses, and at 1 minute 55 seconds he starts doing this. S tier. Can't Get Over by September. This one really leans into the futuristic angle. Flying cars, Cloud City, and a touch of 90s cool. As for the main outfit, it looks like what 2006 thought 2012 would look like, and it could be shinier. A tier. Busta Rhymes is back, only this time we're inside an impossible Rubik's Cube. He looks like RoboCop, he busts a circuit here, and there's a marching band inside a giant birth canal.
God tier.
That feels like a nice segue into this next part, so we'll keep things ticking. You might not give a lot of thought to experimental looking watches, and maybe you don't even think about watches at all, but it's definitely worth paying attention to what was going on in the 2000s. We got some of the strangest looking pieces of all time as companies vied to make futuristic timekeepers. A good rule of thumb is that if it looks like it came out of Spy Kids, it was probably from this time. Personally, I don't mind the Nike Triax. It even came in a silver armored version, which is now selling for ridiculously high prices. Naturally, Oakley was right behind them with the Blade and the Judge. As weird as they might look now, I can appreciate their attempts to put an artistic spin on something as ubiquitous and simple as the watch. In fact, this kind of experimentation today could do a lot for the industry in terms of bringing in new enthusiasts. I mean, there's already a huge second-hand market for these older pieces. Going beyond accessories, the emergence of this new futuristic look was chronicled in magazines like Kerouac. Based in Japan, an early issue titled What's Cyber looked at the outfits of an emerging street culture scene. Common elements were short, spiky hair, metallic materials, chunky platform boots, and of course, shiny pants. All in all, the message was pretty clear regardless of where you were in the world. This was how people dressed in the future. Frutiger Aero is still massive, and I've been frutigooning to this for the past week. If you've run out of material, you're in luck, because we're about to take the biggest deep dive into the aesthetic so far. We're gonna find out what it really was, why so many people call it the future we were promised, and where exactly you might remember it from. I see a lot of reels showing these amazing futuristic interiors, and I've always wondered how many of those were ever real places. Later on, we'll check those out as well, because I found some genuine locations that were easily more bizarre than any concept art. Anyway, the 2000s futurism we've covered so far was very much influenced by the 90s. All of the chrome blue utopias that peppered corporate design was sparked by the— What the fuck was that? Was sparked by the hype for the year 2000. Those 4 numbers alone represented massive innovation and change, and the world did get both of those things, it just didn't anticipate how. As the new millennium ticked over, people's attitudes started to shift. As put by Mike Grindle, it's likely that Y2K aesthetics disappeared because the cultural zeitgeist that made them no longer existed. Things like 9/11, the war on terror, and the bursting of the dot-com bubble made it increasingly difficult for such an idealized future to resonate with people. Furthermore, as handheld devices and computers exploded in popularity, the world grew more familiar with them, and if you didn't, 90s style UIs were starting to look outdated. By roughly 2004, the stage was set for a revitalized approach to interfaces, and inadvertently, futurism. Corporations knew they needed to sell us something fresh, tangible, and optimistic. Reducing the gap between technology and nature seemed to be a logical place to start, where Y2K futurism portrayed tech as if it were part of some distant space-age future. This new style meshed it with existing concepts and environments. This contributed to the narrative of eco-futurism, which you're likely familiar with if you grew up in the late 2000s. But we'll unpack that more soon. Back to basics, the first signs of change were the introduction of skeuomorphic designs in Mac OS X 10 and the original Windows Longhorn, around 2001 to 2004. Their icons aimed to be more intuitive to users of every age and skill level, incorporating 3D elements that were glossy and rounded. This philosophy and the associated design language have been retroactively named Frutiger Aero. Frutiger coming from Adrian Frutiger, the creator of this font, and Aero coming from Microsoft's design theme for Windows
Kinda
Vista.
fruity.
Today, its absence is most notable in menus. For a couple years, it was a very popular style for everything from consoles to phones that have blue or green swirls of color in the background, sometimes with rays of light poking through as if underwater. When coupled with bubble or water drop-like icons, the naturalistic themes were hardly subtle. This was especially prolific around the early years of the 2010s, being largely replaced by flat design. This didn't stop us getting some cool interfaces though, and I especially like the original Xbox 360s and the menu for this random smart TV. Honestly, it's strange looking back at this era because at the time it didn't feel out of place at all. It's only when comparing modern designs to it that you notice how much things have changed. Samsung and Apple haven't used glossy, skeuomorphic designs for like 10 years. They aren't hard to navigate now or anything, and there still are some nice gradients and colors, but this cool design philosophy seems to be a thing of the past. So, how did this short-lived approach to UI evolve into Gen Z's promised future? Well, this look wasn't exclusive to interfaces. The switch to HD and the rise of advanced modeling software made it easier to render realistic 3D objects. This is a key difference between Y2K futurism and Frutiger Aero. The former was usually produced with lower resolution and more primitive lighting and effects. Regardless, everything from advertising to video games started to embrace this new aesthetic. It was especially popular in corporate stock images, and so many of the most iconic pictures came from a single website. Asadal Design is a Korean company specializing in, well, stock images. It's where this image originally came from, now one of the most definitive representations of the style. Water, glass, and giant globes were consistent visuals, the globes representing the world or the World Wide Web. Those with buildings in the background spoke to a sustainable, optimistic vision of eco-futurism. Some have since labelled this Frutiger Eco, a subdivision centered around environmentalism and a harmonic balance between architecture and nature. You did see this a lot on TV, a good example being this ad for the DS Lite. It has the same cityscape on the horizon, bright green fields and, people levitating. Moving on, if you've ever owned one of these lamps or saw this meme recently, you'll recognize another micro-category called Helvetica Aqua. This focused more on water, the ocean, and tropical fish, and was a popular motif in interior and product design. It was less futuristic, but utilized to sell new tech regardless, as you can see in the ad on screen. In terms of architecture, Helvetica Aqua can still be found in today's interiors. Have a look at this waiting lounge from Taiwan's international airport, or even the inside of this children's hospital. Dark Aero, on the other hand, is a little more obscure. To a guy like me, Dark Aero is just normal Aero, but that's just a glimpse into my twisted mind. Popular from around 2006 to 2015, it offered a sleeker, more professional alternative to Frutiger while maintaining the same glossy 3D elements and gradients. Great examples are these BlackBerry ads, some promotional material for Windows, backgrounds, and car campaigns. Zooming out again, you started to see more forms of media promoting this eco-futurism. Meet the Robinsons is one of the best examples that I've referenced on this channel. The futuristic city of Todayland shows a world where nature hasn't been neglected as technology advanced. There's bubbles, water, grass, and a skyline that looks straight out of a 2009 stock image. This helps shape the narrative that a lot of Gen Z grew up with, that the future would be colourful, high-tech, and green. On apps like TikTok and Instagram, you'll see this perpetuated through shorts that cut between wavy green and blue interiors. There's a general sentiment that this future has been abandoned, with people missing its hopeful tone. But how much of these places were ever real? Was it all concept art, or have we truly left this look behind? Well, you'd be surprised at how many places used to look like this. Offices and stores in particular made good use of the more playful colours to create corporate environments that were at least somewhat inspiring. All of the images on screen right now were real places from the mid-2000s. Interestingly, I even found some appearances as far back as 2001. The launch of the Sony Ericsson was accompanied by a pavilion that looked straight out of 2050. While sharing many elements with Y2K futurism, the glossy logo at the front, chairs and couches were distinctly Frutiger Aero, and it wasn't even called that until like 2017. O2's flagship store in 2007 embraced the naturalistic side of things even more. With flowers, bubbles and cool blues, it ticks the boxes and feels refreshing. You could also find it in post offices, hospitals and homes. If you like the look of these designs, you can check out either of the Mirror's Edge games to edge to them even
Goated
more.
games.
As we've established, you
I
can
haven't played
break
the second
2000s futurism up into two distinct eras,
the second one good?
Y2K and Frutiger Aero. Both envisioned different outcomes and both looked pretty cool while doing so. But you still might be wondering what the big deal is, and that's fair enough. At face value, they were both byproducts of corporate focus groups, and they weren't just made to look good, there was strategy and purpose behind their implementation. Consequently, some people don't see them as anything more than weird periods of design. Not everyone though. Growing up, the eco-futurism of the 2000s and early 2010s really did make sense. Yes, it was idealized and artificial, but it felt fun. I can understand why it's become so popular recently. In a world where corporate aesthetics have been refined, flattened, and simplified beyond recognition, it offers a return to a more optimistic and colourful period. This is largely why you'll see people romanticize it as the future they were promised. It was everywhere in advertising, movies, and games, and then suddenly it just disappeared. Only this time, its replacement wasn't nearly as interesting. But that is a video for another day.
President Trump and his
Yeah, go
allies
back.
have
I wanna
spent
give him
years
a likey.
campaigning against diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
That was a great video.
Remember when the future looks like this? Or perhaps like...
President Trump and his allies have spent years campaigning against diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, DEI, in companies and organizations. Now, these attacks come on three main levels. First, opposing the actual programs that recruit for diversity, like affirmative action or projects to counter unequal playing fields in business, government, college, or life. And there's a valid debate over whether and how to address America's documented discrimination. It actually draws on decades of debates about rules, laws, and policies. The second line of attack is DEI complaints that operate as a kind of symbolic or darker attack on American diversity itself, on the people that make our country diverse. In that line of attack, which I bet you've heard about and seen, grievances against minorities or women or their possibly rising power in our society are used to single out, criticize, or malign those people and then say it's just a policy debate. Now, on the right, most prominent leaders do not proclaim that, quote, there should be no women bosses or no women presidents. Instead, you hear these DEI attacks that traffic sometimes in grievances against the perceived rise of women and minorities. One Trump appointee even proclaimed, quote, competent white men must be in charge. A racist claim that was actually so extreme, most Trump aides, to be clear, don't put it like that. And then third, there are attacks that offer a caricature or a lie about DEI. They basically make something up instead of facing the facts and the nuance. Now, it's familiar from the playbook you might remember against so-called woke politics. There are examples of things that are associated with liberalism that could be unpopular or extreme or not work well as policy. But a lot of the woke attacks from the right kind of cherry-picked extreme examples or made things up of whole cloth, out of whole cloth, just to define the supposedly woke left, trolling a kind of a boogeyman version of the thing instead of reckoning with the thing. Now, these efforts, combined with the recent election of Donald Trump, are having a wide impact now, from the government to top companies, and even people who might try to tune out politics are finding this supposed DEI crackdown is driving issues and debates and sometimes big changes in their workplace, or in their schools, or even in sports. So our special report for you right now is going to confront this DEI debate. And all I can promise you is if you're saying, hey, they're talking about DEI on the news, I don't know, give me a couple minutes, because we've worked hard on this, and it could be enlightening and different from what we've heard about the brand DEI. We want to distinguish the facts and the actual policy from the disingenuous political hype. So let's turn to the caricature I mentioned of diversity programs. As a matter of policy, the United States' broadest diversity program is affirmative action, which is designed to recruit diverse candidates from a qualified pool. It has worked for decades, from the military to top colleges and boardrooms. For example, there may be hundreds of qualified candidates for a single CEO job. So these diversity programs try to make sure the pool of candidates includes some diversity and then factor that into the recruitment and possibly the hiring when people are qualified. If you're curious, it dates all the way back to an executive order by President Kennedy in 1961, which stated the government must take affirmative action to combat racial discrimination and ensure fair treatment in commerce. That's where the two words actually first originated. And it's well documented how colleges have had a long history of discriminating on race, gender, and religion. Negatively, that meant quotas, limiting religious minorities. Or in boosts for elite and white applicants, colleges gave special bonuses for alumni children, reinforcing the elite white student bodies of generations past. Today, it is a fact, as we know, that how that worked. So people who claim that rich and white favoritism is over in elite schools are wrong. They're either lying to you or to themselves. Now, over time, many colleges began countering what you just saw there, that kind of unequal playing field, with affirmative action. And like the CEO example, top schools have many, many more qualified applicants than spots. So this incorporates diversity among qualified applicants. While at less selective schools, these policies mattered less. So if most or all kind of reasonable applicants are admitted, say at a big school, then recruitment and affirmative action fades out of the picture. Now, the political attacks on the letters DEI are fairly new. Decades of data on college affirmative action. It diversified elite institutions, it increased social mobility, and when historically less traditional students got in, and this matters, those students who got in through those programs, do you wonder how they did with all this talk about merit? I want to show you tonight. They did very well. Low-income students completing their degree at higher rates than the wealthy students, according to several studies, which actually fits the logic of hard work and hustle. So now compare this lens to recent DEI attacks. That number one, these programs themselves have become the actual discrimination, rather than the actual history I mentioned of quotas at schools or, of course, Jim Crow. And then two, that the existence of these programs themselves in some places must mean that every minority hire is suspect, like the diss we've heard that someone is a, quote, DEI hire.
Diss.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is actually discriminatory. What'll make you money is if you run your company.
Who barking? Is that the only Bork we're gonna do? Are we on a single Bork track today? It's probably because I just had groceries delivered and he heard it outside and it startled him, so we made a little Bork.
based off of merit, not off diversity.
But you just want somebody qualified. That's all we ever asked for.
DEI has no role in our society.
That's all we wanted.
We want someone qualified. That's all we want. And I was on Fox in a recent discussion that is similar to many. So let's take this claim in two parts. First,
this dude's
this
infinitely
DEI
better than
hire
Rachel
talk is a
Maddow.
huge and obviously offensive allegation. And if you have an allegation, you better be able to prove it against one or more people. The allegation is that women and minorities in a given applicant pool must somehow be unqualified for some reason. And then second, these MAGA leaders are demanding what they say is the import. Formal qualifications. That's all we want. You heard it just there. Qualifications for the big jobs. All right. Let's get to it. Right now, a month into President Trump's term, his appointments show that is false. He's got top people in key posts with scant or sometimes literally zero qualifications, including Nepo baby Robert F. Kennedy Jr., lifelong Democrat picked to run the pivotal health agencies with zero government experience, hasn't run a large health organization in the private sector or anything like that. But remember the vow.
But you just want somebody qualified. That's all we ever asked for. That's all we wanted.
Somebody qualified. That's all they want. That is not what they got. Their new president has failed that test spectacularly and in public. Their test, what they say they want. No, it joins a flurry of blatant nepotism across Trump's 2 terms, hiring his own family members for jobs ranging from advisors, which some could explain away better, to ambassadorships and diplomacy in other countries with other languages and a rich history where you need some expertise, to heading the whole political party. Family, family, family. It's called nepotism. And these are powerful posts, some of them, with decisions that can be life and death. Trump chose by nepotism and favoritism over the qualifications. That whole objection, which remember is one of the key planks of this supposed war on DEI, which now is being waged in the federal government and against companies and affecting your life and your workplace, that objection now has canceled itself in public. Trump shredding the supposed concern about merit. And all of those enablers I mentioned and showed who claimed they cared about that, most of them, as far as we can tell from our research in this segment, this special report, most of them have gone silent. We're not hearing them say, hey, I know I said merit or qualifications for 2 years about DEI. I got to mention the 0 years here. Is it some kind of qualification concern? No, they're silent. One point here is gone. The merit argument, the merit objection, we'll come back to the spike, but the merit objection has canceled itself. Another DEI attack is the claim that America is past the time to remedy discrimination right now. I'm sure you've heard this one. People who say, look, we are a long ways from Jackie Robinson. People who say today's playing field is either basically level or even now tilted towards discriminating against, quote, white men. And I want to be clear, because I always talk to you about what's going on out there and the evidence and the discourse. This is common beyond just, say, partisan right-wing or MAGA circles. Joe Rogan's one of the most popular broadcasters, voices, podcasters in our country. He does fascinating interviews, apart from politics, by the way. But he's got tens of millions of listeners. This is part of what's mainstream today, and here's what he told them.
Most companies have all these different requirements, and they're openly allowed to discriminate against especially heterosexual white men.
All right. This is the news, so we'll deal in the facts.
Fact check true.
If, quote, most companies are doing that in hiring, you'd see it in hiring. Now, there may be some troubling cases out there, individual situations, DEI practices that are not working, failing, or called DEI and aren't fair. But the overall facts are this. Women are half our population. So you go back about 15 years, before you heard anything about these DEI programs, they comprised about 3% of top company CEOs. Now, that's not a level playing field. Certainly doesn't mean
well, you know, women just have no initiative. That's why there's a gender pay gap. It's not because it's because they don't.
Okay,
they're not go-getters.
After all this DEI that we've heard about for years, 10% of top CEOs are women. That's across the 500 largest companies after the period of the supposed DEI onslaught or overreach. I'm going to leave this up for you tonight. I told you we'd deal in facts. And sometimes that takes a little longer than sound bites. But either you look at this and you think this is the product of a completely level playing field for gender and hiring, which would mean that, quote, most women are not up to the job. And that's why only 10% are in that leadership position. Or you might look at this and conclude, as many policymakers and experts have, as the courts sometimes have when presented with these kind of disparate data results, that it's not a level playing field. There's still room to grow on hiring and access and diversity. Now that's gender. And even though I am a man and speaking to you as a person who does journalism, takes the fairness seriously, but I happen to be a guy, for some reason in America, sometimes people have an easier time politically discussing this on gender than on race. So that's the example on gender. Keep that in mind. Either you think only 10% fits, only 10% of women are, quote, up to the job, or you think there's a disparity there. Let's turn to diversity. About 40% of the population now are racial minorities. According to the most recent census 5 years back, they comprise about 14% of CEOs in just the top 50 companies. You see that lagging. Those are the big tech and financial firms which drive Wall Street. That's the top 50. Then you have black CEOs of major companies. And the question is, are we looking at a hiring system where white men face discrimination? That's what I showed you the claim earlier, or a level playing field. And the U.S. has more pronounced discrimination against specifically black individuals. That's true in policing, in banking, mortgages. We've got blind tests where you see that all things being equal in finances, being black hurts your ability to get the same mortgage rate. And we see it in hiring. If you go to the top 500 companies in America, 14% of the population roughly are black Americans. Under 2% of the CEOs are black. This is America. And just like the example I gave with men and women, you can look at that and say, that must reflect a level playing field and who's up to the job, or you might see something else, especially if you add what we know about American history. People can debate whether the federal government should counter that or how. That's part of the debate I showed you earlier. But there's no factual debate on the data. And it's a big contrast to the we have improved arguments. Now, in our democracy, we have seen that voting rights, when they were actually truly expanded and protected by the federal government, the numbers changed more than what I showed you in business. 1960, women were just 4% of the House. That number is much higher now at 29%. It's far short of a full 50% parity, but you see the jump. In 1960, racial minorities were 11% of the population, but less than 2% of Congress. Now, again, it's over 40% of the population, and that diversity shift reflects probably some of the tensions and dynamics in play. But those groups comprise nearly a third of Congress. Racial representation is closer to the general population than gender today. And I mentioned that comparison to 1960. That's before the civil and voting rights laws passed. And that's not a coincidence. In the old days, we might just say, duh, because in the old days, some of these things weren't attacked by so many blatant lies, which can be exhausting to deal with. But those laws work to advance representation in Congress in ways that we haven't seen extended in business. Another historical point tonight, over time, both parties actually renewed those voting rights laws. So the voting rights was fortified. It was supported on a bipartisan basis, and it protected the representation that allowed everyone to run and vote. May the best person win the race. In fact, here are some Republicans you might know on that point.
4 decades since the Voting Rights Act was first passed, we've made progress toward equality, yet the work for a more perfect union is never ending.
Fair. So let's live this together with the history and the facts. That was the Republican vow across those times. That's across decades. President Reagan also very clearly announced his affirmative action approach in hiring one of the most important posts, putting a woman, the first woman, on the Supreme Court. He was a Republican, considered very conservative at the time, very different from what we're seeing from Republican Donald Trump. Today, Republicans very much say that work is ending, in contrast to what Bush said, never ending. The president not only gutting diversity programs within his administration, but keep in mind he's taking a big government anti-conservative approach, trying to pressure all private companies with the power of the federal government to follow his government hiring practices rather than respecting the free market. He's also threatening different organizations and companies with reviews, with legal reviews of various types. Highly unlikely legal experts think that there would be a valid case to go after a company for how it hires people, but that's also in the push. So the political crusade is a long ways from the recent history and the facts. And look, none of this means that all DEI programs work perfectly, or that this should even be the focus. I mentioned the military has used affirmative action for years. I showed you colleges. We saw diversity in our actual representative democracy, which makes sense, trying to have our representatives generally reflect the whole population, which is a struggle for a country like ours. Doesn't mean the corporations are the natural home for this. We could also try listening to the leaders across the spectrum who have actually spent years working on these challenges, leading on these challenges, dealing with these in a serious way. If you go to a policy and you take a policy to a large organization and you actually care, you seriously look at the data over years. There has been several Supreme Court cases about these diversity programs. Affirmative action, for example, was limited over time to make sure that it functioned in a more fair way, that it was merit-based, that it also dealt with class to some degree. But all of that work was dealing with trade-offs that aren't exactly new, and a heck of a lot of people took it seriously. Because underneath this is not just claims of merit, which we showed some folks don't care about, not just questions of who gets the good job or how we deal with diversity in some broad sense. It actually doubles back to something we felt in the last several elections and in a lot of the strife we're dealing with, and a lot of the ways that people want you to give up or think we are in our worst times, which of course depends on what we all do. America is actually different from many other countries and societies and the way they were founded. Remember, something very simple, we learn about it in school. Unlike so many other places, the United States was actually founded as a pluralistic society, not bound by one religion or one race living together, or even by birthplace. And so all of this comes back, I argue to you tonight, based on the evidence, to something much deeper. Can we still forge ways for all of us to coexist and meaningfully share power as we listen to those other leaders and the lessons of the past, or will we allow ourselves to crumble in division?
Quality and diversity can go hand in hand, and they must.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion are the core values of this country.
We believe our diversity, our differences, when joined together by a common set of ideals, makes us stronger, makes us more creative.
I think it's a very important principle. I hope it isn't in danger. It shouldn't be. We are a nation comprised of people from many different countries, backgrounds, religions.
Most economists who studied it agree that affirmative action has also been an important part of closing gaps in economic opportunity in our society, thereby strengthening the entire economy.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is proof that the American dream works.
Dream works. Like Despicable Me?
We're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history.
It's been just under a month since Trump took office, and right now everyone's wondering one of two things. What happens next, and how did we get here again?
Well, what happened last night?
What has happened to America?
I'm still trying to figure out what happened.
Liberals clearly didn't see Trump coming back, and in the aftermath of his victory, while Democrats pinned the blame for their loss on leftists, pro-Palestinian protesters, Latinos, and anyone but themselves, one theme just kept showing up. And that's
The economy. The economy.
The economy.
The economy.
The economy.
The economy.
So, okay, the general consensus since the election is that if Trump won, it's because the economy was bad and the Democrats didn't listen. You can find this take everywhere from the Washington Post to the New York Times and on CBS, according to whom Trump's voters view the U.S. economy as bad, while most Harris voters view the economy as good. And their poll numbers show that the divide is a lot more dramatic than you might expect.
Meat good, vegetable
and look, it's not hard to see where this divide is coming from. The Harris campaign pretty much ran on a line of, everything is fine, trust us.
There are lots of signs that the American economy is doing very well.
We now have historic low unemployment in America among all groups of people. We now have an economy that is thriving by all macroeconomic measures.
Compare that to Trump.
We had the strongest economy in history. If Harris wins this election, the result will be a Kamala economic crash.
I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's gonna stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
But who's right? Well, that depends. What is the economy? Is it inflation? Sure. Is it the number of new jobs? Maybe. Unemployment? Grocery store shortages? The stock market? The average hourly wage? All totally valid definitions of the economy. And that means that, in a way, they were both right. The thing about the economy is that it's pretty much just whatever you say it is. And that meant a lot of liberals were baffled that working-class Trump voters couldn't see how well the economy was doing. We saw a lot of people condescendingly point out that wages on the low end rose faster under Biden and inflation was under control towards the end at a regular 2-ish%. But maybe the most infuriating thing we've seen coming out of this post-election econ snark has been this idea that Biden left things better than when he came in, and people shouldn't be upset because America's been experiencing GDP growth way stronger than other countries.
I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade.
The thing is, though, those at the bottom are still only making a punishing $28,000 a year, with a lot of states still way under the now mostly irrelevant $15 minimum wage we've been trying to get for over a decade. And yes, it's true that under Biden, inflation has stopped for a lot of goods, but those higher prices didn't disappear. There's a huge problem in the way we talk about the economy. Not only is it always a vague term, this one number, GDP, which has become a universal standard for how well an economy is doing, tells us absolutely nothing about how you and I actually live. Actually, it's worse than that. All this attention paid to the economy and macroeconomic indicators like GDP actively makes it seem like what's best for you and me.
Okay, here we go. Fucking delivery person is calling me. I don't I'm busy. I want Freedom Index got this? Economic freedom? Global freedom. Okay. Heritage Foundation, of course. Okay, just give me the fucking map, bro. Don't fucking, oh my god. You know what we want? We want the map. Show map. This is color coded at least, that's cool. But I want map. Show map. Great. Rainbows. How fucking long is this fucking report? That's fucking every single country is in this report or some shit with no map. bro. And like the people actually like, you know, because like these indexes like literally are printed out and like made into books a lot of the times too. Map. No map. Of course there isn't. Why would there be a map? Like, why does it tease you by showing a map as the background? You know? They're such fucking cock teases. Like, why can't I get like a nice visual map? Fucking pain in my dick. I bet you if I go to Google Images, I'll find one real quick. Of course. Of course. Of course Wikipedia has the fucking index sourced. Why wouldn't they? Oh, it looks like a Wall Street Journal does it. Oh, Heritage Foundation and the Wall Street Journal. Got it. Damn. The United States isn't even in the like highest bracket. You know, but like this makes sense if you say that we're on par with Canada, Denmark, Germany, Australia, but we're ahead of most of Europe still.
Me just happens to coincide with what's best for Wall Street and your boss. And that's just not true. But we should back up for a second.
I'm backing up. Because my daddy taught me good.
Hey everyone, just wanted to stop by and offer a quick thank you to all of our Patreon supporters. We really could not do this channel without you. So big thank you to you guys. If you'd like to support the channel and you're not yet a Patreon member, you can check it out at patreon.com/secondthought, where we've got some excellent perks for you guys, including access to our Discord server, where we have a book club and a dedicated educator role ready to answer any questions you might have about socialism. All right, on to the video. The first thing you need to know is that the idea of the economy is only about 100 years old. It's only in the 1930s, in this book, that we first get the word economy showing up the way we mean it now. The word itself is much older, of course. It comes from the ancient Greeks. But it's Keynes who first theorized the economy as this complicated network of monetary transactions we understand it as now. He is the guy to thank/blame for the fact that we all intuitively imagine a separate thing from politics and society that we call the economy. That is, in theory, the sum of all the moments at which money changes hands. Show me the money! Keynes's general theory was a truly transformative book for economics and politics. But his ideas would have been immediately forgotten if there was no way to make them useful. And to do that, you needed a way to measure this economy he was talking about. Enter GDP, or as it was called back then, GNP, the gross national product. It's a metric invented by these guys that tries to measure the final value of all the goods and services in a country. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's the point of the rest of the video, so, you know, chill out. But when we hear people talk about the economy, capital T, capital E, doing well, usually they mean that GDP is going up. In fact, getting this number to go up is the explicit mission of a lot of government projects. And if anything is expected to make the number go down, you can be pretty confident it won't make it past Congress. The EU, for example, both in 1997 and 2012, made it so that all the member countries are constitutionally forced to respect specific ratios between their GDP and their public deficit and sovereign debt. Likewise, in the US, tax cuts, like those we saw under Bush, were brought in on the justification that they'd increase GDP. And on the Department of Commerce's website, the government is explicit about how important this number is for all sorts of policies and departments. GDP growth is king when it comes to the economy. But there's a lot wrong with chasing GDP growth. For one thing, and stay with me here, growth isn't real. Remember the 1930s? If any of you actually do remember the 1930s,
Yep, I was
will be
there.
very impressed.
Banks by the hundreds, by the thousands are forced to close. The whole financial system quakes and totters.
Right as Keynes and Kuznets were developing the economy and GDP, two important things were happening. One, the US had just gone through the brutal Great Depression, and the New Deal was kicking in to fix the mess. Two, oil was discovered in East Texas and Iraq, becoming this magic resource that seemed to deliver tons of new, seemingly limitless energy. On the New Deal side, the government needed a way to track what was going on in society, all these inputs and outputs, to predict what the impact of all its new policies were going to be on the suddenly very visible issues of unemployment and future tax revenue. On the oil side, new oil fields were being discovered at such an insane pace that, right as tracking economic indicators became important, it stopped making sense to track the possibility of the things that fueled growth ever running out. With how much was being found, it just sort of seemed like you could consume oil infinitely and, for the most part, ignore how much it might cost to replace it. And this mattered because oil did so much.
This land is so saturated with oil that you can literally wring it out with your finger.
Not only was oil powering American cars and all the infrastructure built around them, the mid-20th century fossil boom gave us plastics, which you could use to make pretty much anything, and synthetic fertilizers, which pretty much meant unlimited food. Basically, this one thing, oil, had solved government in the immediate aftermath of the greatest economic tragedy the country had seen.
With their gushing oil wells and super hotels and count up their money all day.
The numbers kept growing thanks to this magical liquid, which had negligible assumed costs, and they could keep growing forever because it seemed like there was always more waiting to be found. Coal had reached its peak, there was no more west to expand on. But thanks to oil, you could reasonably claim that things were just getting better for everyone because oil killed the idea that humans had to compromise with natural limits. Not in energy, not in food, not in stuff. And to back it up, you now had a number that grew every year and was expected to keep growing forever, calculating how much better off everyone was from the year before. So why is growth not real then? Beyond just the fantasy of limitless energy, GDP is a static measure. It's like taking a picture of everything that people are spending money on at a moment in time and calculating how much it's worth. To get growth, you need something to compare that picture to. Another picture, taken later. Take your apartment, for example. Every year, your landlord hikes rent a couple percent. Your apartment hasn't changed. It hasn't gotten that, let's say, 5% better, but now it costs
This is a
more.
good video for
Thanks
him.
to that, the picture from last year and the picture from right now
content
look
would be
different.
so much better.
Economists call that growth. Same story, for example, if you got slapped with a medical bill you can't afford. The debt you take out to pay it back, that's growth too. GDP went up, so now everyone gets to pat themselves on the back because, look, the economy is thriving. There is no possible other way to interpret that. See, the way GDP works assumes that any increase in how much money people spend can be interpreted as an improvement. In order to imagine that, you need to delude yourself into thinking that people only spend money on things they want to, have total freedom to pay the price they think is fair for the things they buy, and that anything of value can or should be able to be bought. And if your goal is to make that GDP number grow, you need to delude yourself even further into thinking there is no limit to this, that the oil will never run out, that the forests will never be gone, and that there'll always be more people ready to slave away and produce more shareholder value. Because cutting a tree down to sell the wood makes the number go up, but growing a tree doesn't. The problem is that none of those assumptions hold. Under capitalism, the price of something has nothing to do with how much it's worth to you, and everything to do with how much you can be made to pay for it. Like, okay, think of it like this. I love taking walks after lunch. It doesn't cost me anything, and it would make a lot more economic sense if somebody charged me every time I wanted to. But until my shoes are paywalled and the park installs a turnstile, that daily improvement in the quality of my life isn't going to show up anywhere in any economist's GDP calculation. and it shouldn't. But that's a matter of opinion. When Kuznets developed GNP, it brought up a lot of difficult questions just like that. Questions like, should casino revenues be included in the total? The answer was yes, by the way, that's a business making the economy grow. Obviously. So, should we also include the money made from illegal gambling? Well, no, it's illegal. Obviously that shouldn't count, right? What about advertising? What about stock trading? What about the military? Kuznets was adamant that military spending was, quote, at best a necessary evil, but still an evil. It was a cost, and he strongly believed that it shouldn't be counted on the side of growth. But that wasn't too popular of an idea for the US government, increasingly infiltrated by the defense industry and getting ready to launch into World War II and spend a lot more on guns. If military spending was counted against GDP growth, that could be a reason to limit it and to really consider all the different costs of this technology we've developed to vaporize people around the world. But if it was just another thing making the economy grow, which at that point we all agree is what's best for everyone, why would we ever deprive ourselves of obliterating a couple million brown kids who don't even live here? Or take healthcare for a second. Cuba's healthcare system delivers identical, if not better results than what we have in the US on all sorts of key indicators. Cuba has a lower child mortality rate, similar life expectancy, and is regularly able to send doctors abroad to help with epidemics and crises, all within the context of a 60-year American embargo that every country in the world except the US and Israel has voted to end, multiple times. Cuba's healthcare system is not organized like it is here. It costs way less to achieve similar and often even better results. But because all this costs less, Cuban GDP suffers. Expensive and inefficient counts as growth for the US, cheap and effective counts against Cuba. So, why care? Why does everyone seem to use GDP if it's such a flawed measure? Well, for a while, they didn't. The Soviet Union, for example, used what it called the material product system that relied more heavily on the physical quantity of goods. Other countries, though, were often forced to adopt GDP through the IMF and World Bank, who set growth targets in GDP terms in exchange for access to loans and international goods. So eventually, GDP is what almost everyone started using. GDP, mind you. What Kuznets originally developed was GNP, the gross national product. The metric everyone uses now is the gross domestic product. That's because GNP is calculated by following the nationals of a given country, regardless of where they are. But GDP is explicitly territorial. Part of the reason behind the change from GNP to GDP that happened in the 1990s, right as everyone is turning on their economic calculators, is that it effectively hid how dramatically exploitative globalization was for some countries. Instead of following where the profits ended up, usually in the hands of Western CEOs and shareholders, a lot of countries seemed like they were suddenly developing and growing at a crazy rate, even though they weren't the ones keeping the money, because GDP focuses on where the money is made, not who gets it. But more than any of these other reasons, though, the staying power of GDP comes from the way it lies about politics. It makes politics seem like we're all in this together, and all we need is a good technocrat who will run the economy like a business and make it grow. If growth is an objective goal that we can measure empirically, we just need to find the perfect levers to pull, and that way we automatically squash any debate with an objective answer. So if people believe that growth is good no matter what, in the words of the Federal Reserve System Governor Henry Wallach, then quote, growth is a substitute for equality of income. So long as there is growth, there is hope, and that makes large income differentials tolerable. If you can sell people on the idea that growth benefits everyone, even though it doesn't, you can kill class politics. All GDP is a measure of prices, the prices of commodified goods and services. Growth is only ever an increase in commodification and commodity production. Like, if we made iPhones with batteries that could last twice as long, GDP would go down. If we took healthcare and education and made them public services, affordable and universal, GDP would go down. If you were less exploited by your boss, GDP would go down. Your life would be better even if the economy stopped growing. But when all these different politicians use the economy as a shortcut to get your vote, telling you how much growth they've achieved or they're going to bring, you can be confident that it isn't your approval.
The economy.
They want growth because all growth means is more of your life being decided by someone else's profit. It's more turnstiles at the park, more iPhones in the landfill, more oil being extracted. It's a 100-year-old lie based on myths we've long debunked, and neither party is interested in being honest about it.
Really dependent on their
Government
moms.
honesty? No way.
Of course. How did I not realize it? Indian men are known to be mama's boys. And who's the biggest mom?
Nationwide protests again today. Yeah, and I've heard from some people, by which I mean I saw on Twitter, apparently some folks aren't happy with the protest turnout. What folks? Well, from what I heard, it's that there weren't a lot of young people.
You need to come join us, because it is only when all the decent people from all the different groups, Trump fans, President, for fascism dominating the world with the climate and the typical...
I thought it was important to be here on President's Day.
It does kind of seem like it's all early millennials and Gen Xers. Whenever I see the clips, it's like older people, you know? You'd think there'd be a lot of younger people. The young people don't know how to protest. They just know how to eat hot chip and lie. Same thing happened in Poland. Young people didn't care about the fascists. They started to care later. I think it's just because it's cool to not care, you know? So for a lot of young people, it's like, maybe in the abstract they see things are bad, but it's like, whatever, man, the world's f***ed anyway. But the effects haven't started to set in yet, you know? Young people have also never seen a protest achieve much, probably. Yeah, well, they often don't. Unholy hell, that Elon pic. It does look like somebody stretching clay over a skull. Yeah. How old are you? I'm 31. But it's chilly out there? It is chilly out there. I have a Zoomer friend like this, prefers to take nothing seriously and just shrugs and goes, yeah, things suck them out. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, like the resigned nihilism, basically. It's a pretty common attitude for young people at all times, but probably not the best way to respond to the current situation, I would imagine. Dude, American protests suck. In Brazil, there'd be so much music and drums. Well, it's kind of like a community alienation thing. Not to bring everything back to urban design, but like it is, because historically, when protests happened, it wasn't like you would get up and be like, I will drive to the protest, and then you park near the protest and then go to the protest or whatever. It would be like there would be an organic outpouring of people from the streets. Like literally your neighborhood or your whole college or whatever, you know, like it wouldn't just be like I am going to attend the protest. It would be this like broad, you know, social push. That's one of the reasons why the BLM protests were attended by so many people, because there was so much of an outcry. You get like momentum to these protests, you know?
Day to demonstrate for what America stands for. American values are not the values of the plutocracy or the limited few rich people. American values are about what we are as a country all together. It's about inclusion. It's about working together. It's about checks and balances. And all of that, I'm afraid of being eroded with the current administration.
I think it might also be maybe young people aren't really interested in this rhetoric because it's basically like, we don't want people like Trump. We want people like President Biden. President Biden followed the law, you know? Like that might not be a message that sells with young people, kind of, because if your only problem with Trump and Musk is that they're like blatantly violating the law, I don't know, it doesn't really... I think a lot of young people want Bernie Sanders to rule America with an iron fist, basically.
It felt like I could finally see how many of us there are and how many of us are unhappy with the way that this country is moving.
Well, that's nice.
disappointing, truly. And I thought we'd already been through this.
The revolutionary garb here. It's cute. It's cute. You know, whatever. I'm not gonna... Y'all would need some hyperinflation to discipline your butts. I don't really know what would need... Like, what economic shock would be necessary to get the young people really involved, because young people have just kind of gotten used to the idea that rent should cost 65% of your income, and everything else is relatively inexpensive. Like, groceries are not expensive in America. Luxury electronic goods, appliances, all pretty inexpensive in America, you know? It's literally just... Rent is the big... And medical bills, not just rent, but you know what I mean. Just a few massive costs because of, you know, rampant speculation for profit industry, so on. DoorDash, largest and most precious backbone of American economic well-being. What am I even saying? The Save Our Services protest is happening on February 19th for supporting federal workers. Yeah, see, this is kind of what I mean, I guess. And again, I'm not shit-talking the protesters or the nature of the protest or anything like that. I just think that people are so disillusioned right now that a lot of people, especially young people, are in favor of literally any change. So any protest that's like, we don't like the changes they're bringing, might not be able to bring over that constituency, you know? Because from their perspective, they're like, well, what were these federal workers doing for me anyway? You know? Utah passed the bill to kill unions for teachers, firefighters, and other public servants. Yeah, that sounds about right. I genuinely think hating on the Dems will definitely bring them out. Yeah, I think to a large extent. Though that might alienate a lot of the resist libs. Difficult coalition to balance. If there's an ounce of nuance or thinking that needs to be done, kids won't care. No. I'm not shit-talking the kids here. This isn't me shit-talking them for being dumb or whatever. It's just like pro-status quo messaging does not resonate with them at all. You know? They are dumb, though. Yeah, but, like, people in general are dumb. Are we going to pretend that Gen Xers are smart? Are we going to pretend that, like, rural Pennsylvanian voters are smart? People are dumb. Might only be me, but I'm just not aware when protests occur. It probably doesn't help that the Democrats don't do anything to amp up the messaging. Like, the Democrats do not mobilize their federal soapbox to try to instigate action at all, whereas like the Republicans constantly signal boost and engage, like on every level all the time. Republicans are signal boosting protests and like working with their content creators and grifters and messaging people to make sure everyone's like on board with the message at this moment, you know. Just, yeah, no coordination from the top. You do have some individual Democratic reps who try to via their own social media pages, but it's not the same as the, like, a consistent across-the-board messaging that you would need to get from the party as a whole, which, you know, it's definitely pretty, like, bad that, Democrats don't have a leader at all. Like, no one actually thinks Jeffries or Schumer are leaders, not meaningfully, you know? Who the fuck is the leader right now? Because Kamala Harris and Biden went, good night, y'all, and they f***ed off. You know, Obama is just here to post his, like, Spotify Wrapped every year. He doesn't give a shit. Ken Martin disappeared. Well, Ken Martin isn't meant to be a leader. He's not an elected official. Ken Martin's a bureaucrat, you know? He was never going to be, like, the head of public messaging. Obama was unfortunately a rat. Yeah. I guess we'll see what comes of it. Things might ramp up when it's warmer, too. You don't want Obama back. He didn't do anything but lead the world down this path. Dude, when people, like, hype up Obama for a third term, like, you know, like a joke or whatever, it fills me with so much despair. When you get, like, 250,000 likes, Black Twitter is like, yo, Obama's gonna come back, you know? Oh, you want Trump for a third term? He's back. And it's like, damn, he's not doing shit. He's not gonna fix any of this. We're so far past that point. Also, he wouldn't want to. They're saying the trans man that got tortured to death was not a hate crime. Is there any evidence that it was? Like, apart from the obvious implication, but, like, in order to rule it a hate crime, you would need, like, text messages or any evidence like that, you know what I mean? Like, the prosecutors aren't going to make that assumption just based on the victim being a member of a minority group. You need to substantiate it with you know, some evidence to that point. Though obviously, you know, given the circumstances, I think it's reasonable in a non-courtroom sense to assume that it probably was a hate crime. For me as a young person, it's mostly hard to see what a solution could be, but I'm also 18 and not as experienced. I don't know what the f to do about Walmart chasing out smaller grocery stores, but I know Walmart is bad, but I feel powerless. Yeah, well, you can't really do anything about that. Like, as an individual, you have no ability. People with the, like, vote with your wallet, just go to the, you know, local craft grocery store that's twice as expensive, that appeals to, you know, upper middle class housewives. It's that you're, like, yeah, you can't boycott Walmart. You could barely boycott anything, certainly not Walmart. You know, it's a systemic thing. And try the best in the... I genuinely think the best way to spite the system and the thing they can never take from you is just learning how to cook. I mean that, okay? It is shocking how much you can slim down the cost there just by knowing how to cook. Wow, so you're trying to kill my burrito taxi driver's job? I might be. I might be. Is progressive victory still a thing? Somebody doesn't watch my videos or all of my streams. Yeah, but electric and natural gas prices, that shit doesn't... You cooking is not meaningful. The amount you save by cooking rather than ordering food or eating out or whatever else is so much greater than the cost of using your oven from time to time. Get an air fryer, man. Life-changing. Mexican food is so easy to make. That's my go-to, yeah.
President Trump has made repeated claims about the Panama Canal since returning to office, including his contention that China operates it, and he even threatened to take it back. Economics correspondent Paul Salman looks at some of the history of the canal and the facts surrounding its operation.
The Panama Canal, key link between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, handling about 5% of all global maritime trade, the U.S. its biggest user. It's now a focal target of the president.
We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. China's running the Panama Canal. We're going to take it back or something very powerful is going to happen.
So, does or doesn't the president have a point? Well, let's start with a bit of history. The canal was built by the U.S. from 1904 to 1914. Why? So we wouldn't need separate Navy fleets for each ocean.
Which would be a cost savings to the country because they could navigate the canal back and forth Atlantic to Pacific. And that's why Congress made the investment. It never really was about trade, it was about the military.
The U.S. spent over $300 million at the time, billions in today's dollars, and the president says thousands of American lives were lost building the canal.
It's estimated probably somewhere around 500 or 600 Americans may have perished. We know there were thousands and thousands of imported workers from all over the world, particularly Barbados, Jamaica, the West Indies, that did a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of the day-to-day labor. Those folks, unfortunately, a lot of them died in Panama.
The U.S., by treaty, did own the canal, though, and the 10-mile zone next to it. Why give them away?
It was the United States as a self-contained entity there. It really was a worker's paradise. People got incredibly well paid there. All Americans, those people were getting paid 3 or 4 times there in the canal zone what they were making in the United States, almost all of it tax-free. So the Panamanians were locked out. And it was a sore spot, not just for the United States in terms of foreign policy, certainly for the Panamanians who lived just across the street and saw this incredible world that they really had no ability to access or take advantage of. We see by 1947, even Harry Truman saying, why don't we get out of Panama gracefully before we get kicked out?
The Panama Canal, people forget, was the leading symbol of U.S. imperial-minded domination of Central America and of the Panamanian people.
Which is why President Johnson began the process of negotiating a new treaty. A decade or so later, Henry Kissinger signed the framework for one.
As Henry Kissinger told President Gerald Ford, this is not an issue we want to confront the world on. It looks like pure colonialism.
In 1977, Jimmy Carter finally conceded the canal to Panama. When Panama took over, it established an independent government authority to run the canal for profit and to modernize it. And it became a capitalist gem in Central America, not exactly known for such achievements.
The Panamanians, after the U.S. returned sovereignty to Panama on the canal, they made a major project, cost them some $6 billion, and it carries ships that can carry a load of 3 times bigger.
Since then, it's become vital to U.S. trade.
If you bought an iPhone or a large screen TV or a washer dryer on the east coast of the United States in the last decade, you can thank the Panama Canal. A really important and strategic and overlooked aspect of the canal are liquid natural gas and liquid propane gas exports from the United States that come down the Mississippi River, go out the Gulf of Mexico, or I guess the Gulf of America now, and go through that canal. There's an entire American industry that depends upon that canal.
Made possible by the widened canal lane, for which the authority invested billions of dollars. It's planning to spend $2 billion more, since in recent years there's been so much less rain in Panama.
So the Panama Canal is rain dependent. So when you have a drought, then we need storage capacity, and that's the reason why we are looking into building a new reservoir so that we can create a lake to store water to overcome the droughts.
But the U.S. is by far the canal's biggest customer. Now the tolls have gone up. Shouldn't we get a break?
American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form.
The tolls have been increased. They've been increased because of a straight up capitalist supply and demand issue. There's less water, there's changing rainfall, therefore they've charged more, but it's very transparent. You can go on the website and find out what the fees are.
Maybe the biggest controversy surrounding the canal, though, is China's role. A Hong Kong-based company, Hutchison, has run 2 of the canal's 5 ports since 1997.
There was no objection from the United States in any meaningful way to Hutchison, at that time still a Hong Kong company, soon to be affiliated with China, of course, getting the contract for 25 years to manage the ports on the Atlantic and the Pacific side.
Hutchison still operates the 2 ports, and Chinese companies have since invested billions in Panama.
China's playing in our backyard. I think that's got a lot of people a little concerned. It's like one day we woke up and all of a sudden Panama and China are very tight. And how did that happen?
So does the Chinese presence pose a threat?
A port cannot block a canal. Okay, they don't have Chinese warships in the canal. There are no Chinese soldiers marching up and down the side of the canal.
On the other hand, China being there may be a concern for other reasons.
Chinese commercial expansion, wherever they go in the world, always brings with it issues of corruption, issues of environmental and labor violations, issues of unfair business practices.
And indeed, Panama has announced an audit of Hutchison, whose contract was extended in 2021.
I'm not trying to prejudge whatever the outcome is going to be. I'm just really looking for a process that is clear, transparent, that if there is something to be renegotiated, we have the courage, the government has the courage to move forward and proceed accordingly.
They'll do the re-audit and they'll reopen it up for a bid. And I think you'll see an American company be awarded that contract.
But does China control the canal?
No, not at all. This is a Panamanian operation by constitution. It's run by Panama. Only Panamanians are employed here in the Panama Canal.
So how are Panamanians reacting?
Most Panamanians feel very strongly that the Panama Canal is Panamanian, that has been well managed. It's a transparent, very efficient operation, and it is ours.
They're feeling whiplash. I mean, they are the most pro-American country in the region. They feel that these are just things that are untrue and that they need to clarify because it doesn't reflect reality.
They're scared too, right?
Absolutely scared, because it wouldn't be the first U.S. invasion of Panama.
If you had to touch the one thing that makes all Panamanians unite around that flag of theirs, it is the Panama Canal. It is an absolutely essential, existential part of their national being.
And threats to the canal, it's argued, could rile up what's long been our strongest non-left-wing ally in the region. For the PBS NewsHour, Paul Salman.
All right, let's move on to something else. Trump advisor Stephen Miller suffered an irreversible meltdown on CNN yesterday when he was asked simple questions. This interview did not go well. And we've covered Stephen Miller before. He had that incident where he was escorted out after an interview went completely haywire. He is lashing out at CNN's Breonna Keeler because he doesn't like the line of questioning. He doesn't like the implications. He doesn't like the tone. Oh, poor Stephen, he doesn't like the tone.
Know about this. They were fired. The agency had to rescind those terminations because these were employees who were critical to maintaining the nation's nuclear stockpile. So then who is it making those decisions of which federal employees are terminated?
Well, in that case, the Secretary of Energy would be the one. So what you're describing with the cuts in the Department of Energy, those are directed by the Senate-confirmed Secretary of Energy.
Okay, so that was the Secretary of Energy's mistake.
Well, I wouldn't use the term mistake. I would say that it's pretty standard when you're downsizing government. You make cuts, you assess those cuts, you see who needs to be rehired, who needs to be kept, who needs to be
That's not what happened here, though, Stephen. You know that they were rescinded. These aren't normal things. These were terminations that were rescinded.
I understand that even a temporary interruption in federal employment is a great crisis and catastrophe for you and for CNN.
He starts to get agitated. He starts to get agitated with the questions. He starts to get agitated with Breonna Keeler. Breonna Keeler then goes right in on these questions where they're kind of dilly-dallying and dancing around who is in charge of Doge. And the whole point of it is Musk's in charge, but also not really, because then that might subject him to oversight authority. So they're playing very coy with this. And Stephen Miller also did not like this line of questioning.
So who is in charge of Doge?
The President of the United States.
He's the administrator of Doge?
No, the Doge is what was formerly U.S. Digital Services. It's an agency of the federal government that reports into the Executive Office of the President, which reports to the President of the United States.
Okay.
The way that Article 2 works is a president wins an election, and then he appoints staff, including myself, including Mike Waltz, including Susie Wiles,
yes,
including Elon Musk, and those staff report to him.
Okay, well aware.
Why won't you just let me say whatever I want, Breonna?
So Elon Musk, a week ago, answered a question about transparency at Doge. This is how he spoke about Doge.
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent.
You hear him there. We post our actions. All of our actions are maximally transparent. Does Elon Musk know he's not in charge of Doge?
The president runs the government, then the president appoints advisors, including Elon, including myself, including all the other staff here at the White House, and then those staff in turn execute the president's commands and directions to all the agencies of the federal government.
All right, and it was just an endless loop like this. As the interview continued, Stephen Miller derailed more and more and more, increasingly making more and more of a scene, and it became very embarrassing.
Stephen, it seems like the crisis here had to do with the nation's nuclear stockpile. And for these particular federal workers, which I'm not, so this isn't my personal crisis, military members of the Guard and the Reserve.
I don't think it's a crisis, and
I
you
want to
don't
ask you
think
about
it's
this.
well. Hold on. I don't think it's a crisis,
Stephen,
and you don't think it's a crisis. Then why are we talking about it?
Well, it is a crisis for some people. For instance, military
but
members.
You just said you didn't think it was a crisis.
It's not my crisis, Stephen. I'm not a federal employee.
Okay, so I don't think it's a crisis, and you don't think it's a crisis, so no one thinks it's a crisis.
It's not my personal crisis of employment. If you have concerns about the nation's nuclear stockpile, then it is obviously a crisis.
The concerns
it's an issue of concern for everyone.
when it comes to
Stephen, please, we're getting off track.
What a pleasure this guy is, huh? And then sort of the final moment, he flips out completely. And bear in mind that MAGA thinks this is awesome. MAGA thinks this is how you show strength. This is how you show intelligence.
Stephen, I don't think anyone...
Then why are you not celebrating these cuts? If you agree there is waste, if you agree there is abuse, if you agree there is corruption, why are you not celebrating the cuts, the reforms that are being instituted? Every day that no action is taken, the entire salaries of American workers that are taxed disappear forever.
Stephen, let's calm down.
This is not...
We're not having a debate.
There's no reason
about whether there are places...
You are clearly trying to debate me, and I will be as excited as I want to be about the fact
Control my tone, Brianna.
that we are saving Americans
This is
billions
so
of dollars,
good.
that we are ending the theft and waste and grift and corruption, that we are stopping American taxpayer dollars from subsidizing a rogue federal bureaucracy.
She told him to calm down.
They are fixing
I'll be as
everything
excited
by
as I want to
pointing
be.
out non-existent fraud in which tens of millions of people who are dead are supposedly getting Social Security payments. It's not happening. They are fixing problems that don't exist. They are eliminating DEI programs that cost $30,000 in a $7 trillion budget. They're not even rounding errors. That's the crazy thing, which they just don't like. There's no fraud. They just don't like those programs. This guy's been waiting for Trump to be back in power for years so that he could show up and do exactly this and show how tough and intelligent and smart they all are, and it's all falling completely flat. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We are going to talk about problems not at Doge as an institution, but even the Doge website is already having a problem. We will also talk about how as legal gambling on sports has increased, more and more people are suffering from gambling addiction. What a shock. And we will also talk about the latest with Andrew Tate. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Andrew Tate and the Trump administration pressuring Romania. It's interesting what's going on. Get the bonus show by becoming a member at joinpacman.com. We are also in the final stretch. We were just talking about 2 million. We are in the final stretch to 3 million YouTube subscribers.
The world is a
Help
mess.
us get there and get there quickly. It costs nothing to subscribe to the YouTube channel. We know there are nearly 4 million of you who watch every month but are not yet subscribed.
Jesus Christ,
Let's
this
get
goes
to
on
3
for another
million,
whole
a
minute.
number that only...
Jesus Christ, David.
2 years ago, Judy Woodruff began traveling the country to examine the roots of division for her series, America at a Crossroads. Tonight, she returns with a conversation with someone who has spent his life considering such questions.
Fundamentally undermining the American constitutional order, changing us from being a democracy.
Now 84 years old, Harvard professor emeritus Robert Putnam has spent decades studying how American society evolved from one that, however flawed, was steadily moving towards greater connection, equality, cooperation, and cohesion.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
To one that in more recent decades has been defined by growing isolation, distrust, inequality, and political discord.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place.
To the point that Putnam now worries these forces threaten to upend the Constitution.
They're talking about not obeying court orders. I mean, come on. That's the court system, better or worse, is currently the last bulwark of our democracy. So we're awfully close to breaking the bounds that have kept our democracy safe.
How many of you in the room are on a bowling league?
Paul Solman first profiled Robert Putnam on this program 30 years ago, when Putnam published his essay, Bowling Alone, which would become his groundbreaking book, showing that since the high water mark of the 1960s, Americans had become steadily more isolated, and that this was weakening civic engagement and undermining our democracy.
That is a primary cause of the Trump phenomenon. That's true, you can see it in the data, but you don't have to trust me. Steve Bannon has said publicly, back in the day when they were trying to figure out how they could get Trump elected, they read this book by this crazy academic called Bowling Alone, and that guided I'm not proud of this, but that guided their strategy, because they thought, just as I had been writing, that when people are socially isolated, as we are increasingly, they become vulnerable to populist appeals. So that's the first point. We are increasingly socially isolated, and that makes our country vulnerable to I was going to say fascism. That isn't quite true, but it's close to being true. the poor kids who live here now are living in a completely different universe for the rest of the kids in town.
In 2015, Putnam chronicled another major concern with his book, Our Kids, the growing gap between increasingly well-off, college-educated Americans and everyone else, now one of the greatest predictors of who supports Donald Trump.
Well, until we fix the underlying problem, basically there's two pairs of underlying problems, increasing social isolation and especially in the non-college educated part of our population, we're constantly vulnerable to that same kind of pressure for the same reason that we were vulnerable when he came along.
I met Putnam last week just off Washington Square Park in Manhattan at Judson Memorial Church, founded in 1890 by American Baptist minister Edward Judson with money donated by John D. Rockefeller, with a mission to provide aid and comfort to the poor immigrants living in the squalid tenements nearby.
You come and have a place that is beautiful to look at away from what they were experiencing in the tenement houses.
Today, Putnam sees strong parallels between that era, the post-Civil War period known as the Gilded Age, and our own.
America was extremely polarized. Politics then was very tribal, just like it is now. Inequality was very high then. That was the last time the gap between rich and poor was anywhere near as large as it is now. So very polarized, very unequal, very socially disconnected, very socially isolated, because then industrialization meant that millions of people had just moved from a village in Sicily or a village in Iowa, to the big city. They'd left their family and friends and connections behind, so they were very disconnected, just like we're very disconnected, and they were very self-centered, if I can put it that way. Americans in that period were focused on I and not on the we.
Putnam's most recent book, The Upswing, describes these many parallels in detail and how out of those challenges came an explosion of new civic, religious, and social groups. The Boy Scouts, the NAACP, the Rotary Club, the General Federation of Women's Clubs, as well as the many reforms that came to be known as the Progressive Era, the federal income tax, women's suffrage, labor rights, and more, changing the course of the following decades.
All of a sudden we began to become more equal, less polarized, more connected, and a greater sense that we're all in this together.
What did they do?
Well, they're both positive and negative lessons, actually, I have to say. And I thought for sure, I knew what would change first. I thought it was the economics, and I thought maybe the economics would change first. We'd begin to have more equal economically, and then our politics would improve, and so on. The one thing that data show is that's not true. Economics was the last thing to change. So then what was the first thing to change? And to my shock, it was cultural change. It was a moral revival, is the way I want to put it. People began to say, wait a minute, it's not all about us. We have obligations to other people.
One example he points to was the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, just a few blocks from where we were speaking. In 1911, a fire broke out there in a sweatshop, trapping garment workers locked inside. Dozens jumped to their deaths. 146 women died in all, shocking the conscience of the city and beyond, including a young woman named Frances Perkins, who was having tea with friends nearby.
Up to that point, she had been thinking of herself as a debutante, and she said, that's evil. We have obligations to those people. Almost immediately, she became a social reformer right here in New York City. And eventually she became FDR's Secretary of Labor, the first woman cabinet member in American history. And it was all because of that moral moment in which she realized she had obligations to other people. And that's one example among what was happening a lot. I sort of think that it's going to be hard for us to turn things around in America until we begin to recognize we have obligations to other people that are at least as important
because
as
I
ours.
didn't heal
This is a film about why you should join a club.
before rescuing Gary.
Why the fate of America
Hey, skill book.
depends on it.
Putnam's life story and work have been recently captured in the documentary Join or Die, encouraging people across the country, especially young people, to again seek out organization and connection in their own communities, to find issues they're passionate about,
They're
and
dead.
to
And what
affect
for? For me
change
to
from
loot
the
the
bottom
corpses,
up, like the progressives
I beat you
did.
here, bitch.
But to also go beyond that movement to include Americans of all colors, backgrounds, and beliefs. One of your points is that this is something that happened at the grassroots level. It didn't come out of Washington. It didn't come from the White House handed down.
Or Harvard or whatever, yes.
Do you believe that the ingredients are there for that to happen again?
It is happening now. I mean, not enough of it. We need to, well, your show, this whole series is doing that. You and I both know from our own personal experience that this is happening, and a lot more of it is needed, but that's where it'll begin. I am not a determinist. I don't think any of these things are guaranteed to happen. I don't think it was guaranteed to happen last time. I don't think there was some, big cycle in the skies or God or something that was saying, oh, there will be a progressive era here. I think it happened because a smallish number of young people around between 1900 and 1910 decided, like, Frances Perkins right here, she decided then she was going to help change America. It was not inevitable. It is not inevitable this time, but it could happen. That's why I'm saying the distinction between will it happen. I don't know whether it will happen, but I know it could happen because it did happen.
And that will be the focus of many of our stories this year. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Judy Woodruff in New York.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk went on Sean Hannity. I mean, they're sitting together like, the footage of like Princess Diana and Prince Charles are announcing their engagement. They seem like buddies. Like, I legitimately, not to psychoanalyze these freaks, but like Elon Musk's father has repeatedly said publicly, I'm not proud of my son. And Elon has to buy guys to be a top video game player. And now he gets to buy a daddy who approves of him finally, right?
I love him. He's my friend.
I love him. I love him very much, as much as a straight man can love another man. He did tweet that. And he only costs like $300 million plus to do it. He can buy, when you're a billionaire, you can even buy your own father. So it's just a bizarre set of circumstances to see Trump sitting alongside the world's richest man and being open about the fact that he's making major decisions in our supposed democracy.
Well, you see a little bit of Trump's deficiencies too, in that Musk, for all of his faults, and he is just like, buying a privatized space program and that sort of things. He's an actual capitalist, whereas Trump is a scammer and real estate guy.
Yeah, although those are not two entirely separate silos.
Of course not, but Trump would love to have Starlink.
He would have loved to be like a scam artist, but with all of the kind of technological elements that mystify him, right? That he can't fully understand. Throughout
Trump stakes.
You see how he's like, he's really, at one point in the interview, maybe we'll play it later, Elon Musk talks about how Neuralink is going to, solve all of these like paralysis and disease. And Trump is like, he's a brilliant guy. Trump is not, he really is a child in the way that he loves like big explosions and sports and athletes and like Hollywood and television. And he is totally fooled by the like Theranos space move fast and break things BS that Elon Musk spews.
You see why like the Rogan or Lex Fridman style of being insanely naive about all this stuff is really popular, because it goes to the top.
And it'll go away because everyone will, I think, eventually realize it's a scam, but it's future focused at the very least. And I think that's in many ways where the Democrats have been lacking as the party of institutional maintenance. It outsources all of the kind of lofty ideas about the future to a bunch of tech charlatans like Elon Musk, who say we're going to colonize Mars, as if that's really going to happen. But of
eventually.
the reporting on this topic, I guess, or the transcripts or the write-ups this morning from the papers about this interview, the Department of Education stuff hasn't gotten as much coverage. This is one of the answers in this interview that was I wanted to highlight and debunk a bit.
Go to an area that I think is key, and you talked about this in recent interviews, and that is we don't need a Department of Education, okay? And what some people are trying to do is stoke fears that, oh my gosh, my kid's not going to get the money for education, or grandma's Social Security and Medicare. This was a big promise of yours on the campaign trail. So I really want to give you both an opportunity to assure the American people you will keep, the money will be allocated for students, but with higher standards, for example, I would assume associated with monies given or vouchers.
So much, and then Elon goes, but look, Social Security won't be touched, other than this fraud or something we're going to find. It's going to be strengthened, but fraud won't be touched. Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched.
Nothing.
Pause it. Okay, we're getting to the Department of Education stuff in a second. But that's news to the House Republicans and the Senate Republicans, who are currently negotiating in almost entirely, entire defunding of Medicaid.
Fraud is like the immigrant crime of these sort of benefits. Like there's no actual. They're
claiming there's $1 trillion in fraud, and there's no evidence.
But they're actually going after the whole enchilada.
Yeah.
And the issues they're going to have with how much they want to cut is that they will not be able to cut. The House bill will not be able to cut nearly as much as it may want without going into mandatory spending. Like, it's literally not possible.
Mathematically impossible, and mandatory spending includes Medicaid.
Right, and especially as Majority Leader John Thune has said too, if they want to make the Trump tax cuts permanent, they're going to need even more money to find it elsewhere to offset those tax cuts.
Right.
So this is going to put them in a very, very, very bad bind of what they've said that they're going to do relative to what Trump is saying that they're going to do.
Both the Senate bill and the House bill are centered around gutting Medicaid, and Trump is saying publicly that they're not going to. So
it looks like the whole thing is fraud. Whoops.
But these negotiations are going to be a fascinating display, and again, the margins in the House are historically slim. And as I said in headlines, Trump's disapproval has gone up 10 points in less than a month.
And I don't know if I think it probably does need to be said to certain Democrats. How could you negotiate with this administration, which is deciding all of your negotiations are bunk and could just be turned over to Elon and the most servile 20-year-olds you can find?
The Republican senators are panicking because they are the ones that allocated the funds that are supposed to go to their constituents. They get goodies in these bills, and even the Republicans have to answer in some way to their constituents.
Red states have research universities.
Yeah, like Alabama, we highlighted that. And so they're starting to get a little freaked out right now about their own butts, but it'll be fascinating to see how this goes regarding Medicaid.
Won't be touched. Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched.
Nothing.
You don't have to. Now, if there are illegal migrants in the system, we're going to get them out of the system and all of that fraud. But it's not going to be touched. School. I want to bring school back to the states so that Iowa, Indiana, all these places, Idaho, New Hampshire, there's so many places, the states, I figure 35 really run well. And right now, it's Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, China. China, can you imagine, has top schools. We're last. So they have a list of 40 countries. We're number 40. Usually we're 38, 39. The last time we were number 40. And what I say is you got to give it back. So it doesn't work. I'll tell you what we're number one in, cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country by far. It's not even close per pupil. Okay. So we know it doesn't work. So we spend the most and we have the worst, right? The worst result. When we get
okay, I'm sorry. So education, we do not spend the most. All of the Nordic countries that he lists there, whether it's Denmark or Finland.
Charter schools?
Almost entirely public schools.
Oh, that was my second guess.
Oh, there you go. You hit it on the second try. And for example, in Finland, sometimes they tax people up to 68%. A lot of folks. I think I'm looking at this now, so forgive me, but it's significantly higher than what we have in the United States. At the very least in this current moment. It would have been comparable in the 60s to what Finland does or Denmark.
We have
not
bad
anymore.
outcomes because we don't spread around the wealth and have a massively public, basically the same reason we don't have good health outcomes.
Right.
Is this should all be centralized and it shouldn't be based on how rich your zip code is.
Yes. So he's saying that we're the best, but we're also the worst, and we're going to cut funding for education to make us the best.
Get the illegals out.
Like the top education systems in the world, which tax people way more to fund their public education system. Okay.
Spend the most, we have the worst, right? The worst result. When we give that back to Indiana, when we give that back to Iowa and back to a lot of the states that run well, they run well. There's a lot of them, 35, 37, 38. Now you're going to have 10 laggards, but you're going to have
Okay, so this is what kills me. So he lists the 37th, 38th, 39th ranked education states in the country, I guess, right? And says, I mean, they're doing pretty well. Relative to the other states, they're actually not. I mean, the top ranked education systems in this country are New Jersey, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Vermont, Massachusetts, New York, Maine, Colorado, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Bottom, Arizona, Louisiana, Nevada, New Mexico, Alabama, South Carolina, Oklahoma, North Carolina, Florida, Tennessee. Well, at least according to this website, but I've seen worse for things like, Alabama, or Alabama was on there, but Mississippi, et cetera. There's no debate, and it's been this way my entire life, that red states have worse education outcomes than the blue states. And so he can't pick the states that he wants to, so he's picking kind of the ones in the middle around, I don't know, the 40th percentile.
37, 38. Now you're going to have 10 laggards, but you're going to have 5 real laggards. But that's going to be okay. Take New York. You give it to Westchester County. You give it to Suffolk County. Crazy. You give it to upstate New York, and you give it to Manhattan. But you give it to 4 or 5 subsections. Same thing in California. Los Angeles is going to be a problem, but you're going to give it to places that run well. We can change education. Now, school choice is important, but that
ding, ding, ding.
will get taken care of automatically. We want to bring education back to the states.
To the profiteers.
You will spend half the number, and I'm not even doing this. I'm not even doing this to save, but you will save. It costs you much less money. You get a much better education. If you go to some of these states, you'll be the equivalent of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, places that really have a good school system.
Fund education?
Those places will be the equivalent. And your overall numbers will get so much better.
Do you want standards?
Okay. Lots of gobbledygook, but the reality, and it's difficult to even discern what he's saying. I mean, he is just such a lunatic and has degraded significantly since 2016. The federal government accounts for around 13 to 14% of money that goes to public schools. But that's not 13 to 14% in every school district. If he's talking about Westchester County or some of the richest areas of New York or other blue states, it is very likely that they get 0% federal funding in some of those instances. It can be anywhere from 0% to up to 75% of the school funding. And you know where that high-end number is? Poor areas, rural areas, areas that have children with disabilities, which is the DEI element, the DEIA, as Sam has kept pointing out. They leave out the accessibility piece because they want to obscure the fact that they're cutting funding for children with disabilities. But the federal government goes in and fills in the gaps in poorer areas where property taxes can't properly fund their education system. So the richest areas are already set with funding their public education with property taxes. I mean, the fact that he brings up Westchester County, I know this because I know people that live in Scarsdale. They go there knowing that they're going to pay high property taxes because of the school system. And what he's trying to do, and Elon Musk are trying to do, is gut the stuff that bridges the gap for the poorest people in our country. And frankly, This is about red states even more than blue states, as I just laid out.
Those two guys right there are literally the culprits for all of this. They're like as a symbol. They should be taxed way higher, and instead of giving all that money to play with and buy more hotels or play with spy satellites and all this sort of stuff, and buy company towns in Texas, that money should be going into schools to educate people so they aren't like dazzled by grok and whatever BS that these charlatans are pointing out to people. They have the money that should be going into these schools. It's not like they can't make it more efficient. What they mean by efficient is less money to teachers who, by the way, spend money in your community, and more money to guys like them who jet around the world, like Elon, getting huge contracts for stuff from the government.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Lucian's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
Keep your chin up, kid.
Chin officially up, Sir Gareth.
Keep your chin up, kid.
Chin officially up, Sir Gareth.
Is there no audio?
Vladimir.
Silly.
Make no mistake, right now the Kremlin is overjoyed by what Donald Trump is saying and what he's doing. Every single Republican must be put on record for President Trump's dangerous and false statements about the war in Ukraine. We have an obligation in the Senate to take a stand for the truth and take a stand against autocrats, and we will do it shortly.
Well, I mean, interestingly, Tillerson would soon go on to conclude that Donald Trump was a total effing moron. So whatever happened between Rubio and Tillerson in that hearing, it was, I think, months that we learned that what Tillerson really thought of Donald Trump while he was serving as his Secretary of State. I want to ask you, Barry McCaffrey, what happens if Trump continues down this road and not a single member of Trump's cabinet who once saw Putin the way all of you do speaks up or resigns in protest, if not a single Republican finds their spine and does anything to stop? I mean, I think Bob Corker, as a Republican senator, sought to limit a president's nuclear powers when he saw Trump flirting with Vladimir Putin in the first term. What happens if nobody has the courage to stand by what they said 3 days ago about Vladimir Putin and America continues down this path?
Well, unfortunately, my own view is the damage is done. It's now irrevocable. There's not a shred of rational argument among European powers to trust the United States' commitment to NATO and Article 5. NATO is a deterrent organization. It kept the peace for 4 generations. I think that's over. So I think right now there's a scramble among all the European countries, to include the Finns and the Swedes and others who are borderline states, the Baltic states, Poland, et cetera, that they think they're under the gun. I would be unsurprised if in private audience they haven't basically committed themselves to wiping out any U.S. assurances. Fortunately, both the French and the Brits have a nuclear capability. Otherwise, the nuclear assurance that the U.S. Grants to our allies in Europe would be gone also. And by the way, Nicole, I think you have to take into account, look, over the last few weeks, we've heard coercion of Canada become a 51st state, an embarrassment, a ludicrous proposition. We might seize Greenland militarily from Denmark, a NATO ally. And why would we do that? We're already there on a NATO base. Seize the Panama Canal in violation of a U.S. treaty, use military power against Mexican cartels. There is a series of sort of psychobabble announcements coming out of the U.S. government that has the global leadership confounded. But they think we're gone, I think, in Europe for the Trump administration period.
What does that mean?
Well, I think it increases the likelihood of war. Right now, we've got Russian special operations troops conducting murder and sabotage operations in Western Europe, dredging up cables, cutting communications. They're at a very low level of war against the Europeans. And so Trump's withdrawal of a NATO assurance puts the second great economic power in the globe, the European Union, at fundamental risk. These are adverse situations to U.S. national security and our own economic well-being.
Ambassador McFaul, what do people think of what happened to us? I mean, anyone that's been to Normandy and sees that at that moment of choosing, what America did was storm the beaches to stand with our allies. I mean, the parallel here is to maybe show up on the shores and say, no, we'll go with Hitler. I mean, what do they think about the switching of sides with the turning of who occupies the Oval Office?
Well, again, I just got back from Munich, and the entire place was in shock. Could not believe the speech that the vice president gave. And it feels like, Nicole, you and I have talked many times on this show, for many years, about the fight between autocrats and Democrats. And we've talked about how it's not just between countries, it's within countries. And there were many people in Munich saying, are the Americans now switching sides? And it's hard to look at what President Trump has said, and it's hard to look at what his team has said about all the concessions we're making to the autocrat Putin to not worry about that. But I'm not as pessimistic as the General McCaffrey, because we are not a dictatorship ourselves. Maybe we have people that have those proclivities. We are a democracy. Not everybody agrees with what Trump said about Zelensky or Putin. We are still in this fight, and we need to fight because this is not just about values. It's about our long-term national interests. The United States is better being a part of NATO than being outside of it. The United States is better off being part of the democratic world than part of the autocratic world. And we still should fight for these things to stop and limit the damage that President Trump and his team is doing right now.
Michael Crowley, I believe the latest reporting has Trump at an event for the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund in the Miami area. He's at the table. His team is at the table in Saudi Arabia with Putin's team. He is lying about President Zelensky on social media. Again, nobody has quit. No Republicans have threatened to go down to the White House and tell Trump that aligning America with Russia is a bad idea that we've learned about. And if you've learned about that, please correct me. What is the friction slowing down the scenario Barry McCaffrey articulates and the hope Ambassador McFaul maintains?
I don't see a lot of friction, Nicole. It's very different than in the first term. In the first term, you had a cadre of very traditional foreign policy professionals around the president and members of Congress who were pushing back on these kinds of things. And although there are some figures like that around him now, including the National Security Advisor Waltz and Marco Rubio, who are somewhat more conventional and traditional, I just don't see evidence that they are looking to battle him internally, the way people in the first term, like Jim Mattis or Rex Tillerson during his brief tenure, or John Kelly, H.R. McMaster, people like that, particularly when it came to Russia. And, I think that people had to know going in, this was more or less what we expected President Trump to do. I mean, the rhetoric is surprising. And in particular, the vitriol that's starting to emerge towards Zelensky is new. He was mildly critical of Zelensky over the past couple of years, but calling him a dictator, talking this way is surprising. But having said that, I think that people who signed up for Trump could not have been under any illusion that he was not going to quickly try to establish a relationship with Vladimir Putin, and quite likely throw Ukraine under the bus in any peace talks. And by the way, one other point here, Nicole, people can believe whatever they want about Trump's relationship with Putin going back years and what happened in the 2016 election and all of that. But the political reality is that the dossier, the Mueller investigation, Russiagate, as it came to be known, it is sort of passed by us, and President Trump is not facing questions every day about, whether there was a collusion to get him elected, and whether he's a Russian agent. And I think also that kind of general political climate, and probably the reality that a lot of Americans didn't end up believing a lot of those things, just gives him a lot more freedom of action when it comes to Russia. So I would not be holding my breath for some dramatic intervention in the near term.
Ladies and gentlemen, it does seem like we are getting closer to Greater Idaho actually becoming a thing. It's the idea of some of the eastern counties in Oregon seceding from Oregon and joining Idaho. And this has been an ongoing thing for many years. I think around 13 counties have voted they want to leave Oregon and join Idaho. It makes total sense. There's other similar situations like the rural areas in Illinois and even some rural areas in Nebraska. It's the rural counties realizing that you've got the high population centers. With Oregon's case, it's very extreme on the western side of the state with Portland, and they control all of the voting because of the population density compared to the rural areas. So I know people would say, well, what does this do? Number one, people will be like, well, it looks like gerrymandering. It's really not that, because this is more so a state issue with these people not being represented properly. And this could happen in other places as well. We'll just have to see if this sets a precedent. You're looking at Republicans potentially. It's not about this, but you were looking at Republicans picking up one electoral vote. People say it looks like more because it's a lot of land. But again, it's not based on the land when it comes to the electoral votes. It's based off of the population. There's just not a lot of people on the eastern side of Oregon that would be joining, but it is one more electoral vote for Idaho. By the way, Idaho's been getting a ton of population relative to what their current population is. They're like number 3 overall in terms of population growth. Again, that's relative to their population. They would be a lot lower if it wasn't, but they're gaining a significant amount of people. You've also got like South Dakota. I mean, there's a lot of Republican states that are gaining people, but look at this conservative portion of blue state looking to break off and join neighboring red state. And those are a lot of counties. I mean, it would really, and see, this is kind of where it gets a little bit odd when you look at this, because I mean, I guess if all of these counties right here also agreed, Oregon just looks so small. And it doesn't really matter because there's such a small amount of people living in these counties here that would be joining Idaho. But it does make Oregon look like it just looks like a Delaware. It looks like a smaller state. It looks like a Vermont. But yeah, this would be pretty crazy if it ended up happening. And again, you have to think about what kind of precedent does this set. You've got a lot of rural areas in Illinois that would want to potentially join Indiana, and also other places throughout the country. How about even Washington, with Washington state areas in Washington that are conservative, but they're controlled by Seattle. All of their politics are. because just most of the state is rural and it's sparsely populated. They're all conservative people. They have no say, though, because of the population density and the different way of life in Seattle. And again, it's not gerrymandering. This is just, it's not like you're drawing lines. This is just people actually voting to secede. There's no manipulation here. This is just, they're conservative people. They want to be represented by, their own people. They live a completely different way of life than the people in Portland, Oregon do. I mean, Portland, Oregon was it's like a semi-socialist city. It got taken over. I mean, it's like, you can see this story talks about Oregon's ideological fault lines being exposed during the anti-police riots in 2020, which really brought the Greater Idaho movement to the forefront, with a lot of people saying, we don't agree with what's going on in Portland. And you can see it says the movement has always been about the people of Eastern Oregon getting their voice heard and helping those communities. I guess, there are conservative people living in big cities. It happens. There are liberal people living in conservative areas. The difference here is it's so drastic with the amount of conservative people living in a bunch of, it's a large swath of land compared to a very small percentage of the state having the big population, which controls all of the rural areas. It really doesn't make sense just in terms of efficiency for how these people should be ruled when you think about it. And this is the most recent update. You've got a Republican congressman putting forward a measure that creates and directs a task force to document the impacts of relocating the Idaho border to include about 13 eastern Oregon counties, and requires a report to be presented to lawmakers in Salem. He did not respond to a request for comment. So they're moving forward with this. We'll see where it ends up going. But, I've been hearing about this for a while, the idea, and you can see what it would be. Oregon becomes very small at that point, although, again, it's just adding one electoral vote to Idaho and taking one away from Oregon. Oregon undoubtedly is liberal. They surprisingly, I thought Oregon was going to be closer based on the way other states voted in the election. I would have figured it would have been like 5 to 7 points, but it was, I don't even remember, probably 14, 15 points in Kamala's favor. Washington as well.
Meanwhile, Washington,
those two
D.C.
states are liberal, so you take off
vote.
one electoral vote. It's really not about that.
Are we going to listen to
an interesting thing if
this
they
tiny population of
redraw
people crying
the
about not
state's
being
lines,
represented
and
when
eventually
our
get
nation's
more rural
capital
counties
doesn't
doing
have a
it?
say in government?
It's
They
more
don't
of
even
just a
have
Republican
representatives. At
phenomenon
least these
type
people
thing,
have
because
representatives.
We all see the map when it comes to every county, and it's dominated by conservatives. Obviously, land does not vote. We understand that, but still,
I don't think they
with
understand
liberals,
that.
you're not going to really get that drastic of a. I guess Austin, Texas is liberal, and their state votes conservative. It does happen, but most conservative
Which
states,
is
even the big cities,
more
are at
people
least
who wouldn't be represented in the same
they're
theory
at least
than this.
50-50. They're more independent, as opposed to a situation like this where one side of the state is drastically conservative, the other side of the state is crazy liberal, and it's not even 50-50 in terms of, it's just all the liberals are condensed to one area in Portland, and you've got most of the rest of the state.
This is every state.
Not
Fucking
agreeing
dumbass
with the
Hicks.
policies, and most of the policies that are voted on are not serving those people. And so they just, and you look at Idaho and their way of life and what they believe and the conservative nature of it, it's very obvious that the eastern part of Oregon would fit a lot better in terms of policy with Idaho. So that's really what it comes down to. It's just more of an optimization thing. And part of me says, well, it's a little bit ridiculous, but I understand the idea of it. And these are counties that have already, you can see the counties in red, they've already voted in favor of joining Idaho. You've got this county in green, a bordering county to Idaho, which I would imagine would vote in favor, but that's the next one to vote. And then you've got a few other ones. I know one of them, from what I read before, one of them voted they didn't want to join Idaho. Now, this would also hurt Oregon, and Oregon does not want this to happen because they would lose resources and they would lose production in terms of the population loss as well as territory. And I think that's going to be the big thing that's going to have to be ironed out when it comes to this potentially happening. It's not just the counties voting, it's also both of the state legislators agreeing, including Oregon's, and the way that Idaho, or I guess the people on the eastern side of Oregon, would get that approval from Oregon State would be through kind of the idea that we all want to do this, so you need to let us do it. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, you're going to have to coax something out there, because I'm sure Oregon and their state government is not going to want it to happen. But at the end of the day, that's one of the hang-ups right now, I would say, in terms of this happening, because Idaho, they're already on board with it, and then it would go to Congress, and you would say, if the people in the counties want to do it, they can do it. I mean, we saw what happened with Virginia and West Virginia. So this would be a little bit different. They're not forming their own state, but they are going to a different state. So we'll have to see if this, there's just a drastic difference in terms of way of life with kids in Oregon and in those cities, and just how disgusting those liberal cities are. And even like top experts on cities now say, yeah, a lot of these liberal cities are just total cesspools. They just can't govern them. They can't put these people in jail. You jail a lot of these minorities, and it's seen as this racist act, so they don't do it, and it gets worse and worse and worse. Just like California with their homeless problem and their crime problem, they start allowing people to steal. And even the liberals in California are like, all right, listen, we're socialist, we agree, but we can't have these people steal. And they voted that down. The thing that allowed, what was it, not a felony, or
this dude is amazing.
Somebody if they stole less than $900 worth of stuff, and the people of California, even with how liberal they are, they said no, this needs to be a felony. And right after the elections, they although I don't actually, it wasn't right after the elections, because it took California months to count. But I'm kidding. But it just goes to show you, these cities are just such a mess. And I think the people and it's really not even based off of the city and how bad it is. It's in Portland I'm talking about. It's more so based off of the fact that city, because of the population and the suburbs surrounding it, they decide a lot of the politics for the state, when you've got a ton of the state that is rural and conservative, but doesn't have a big makeup in terms of the population. So therein lies the problem. And then would there be maybe a compromise by the state of Oregon to say, okay, we're not going to allow this to happen, because there's probably going to be pressure put on them to allow it to happen, at least their state government. And then they'll say, well, we'll give you something, or maybe there'll be some type of compromise, is what I'm saying, between Oregon and those counties in eastern Oregon.
If these people want more representatives,
all of these counties, as you can see, there's
say
four
in
left.
their democracy,
One of them is in green that's voting next, which I would imagine would vote for it, considering the location.
How about they get on board with abolishing the
area,
Senate,
bordering both Washington State and
which
Idaho.
just erodes democracy for everyone.
If they all agree to it, you're going to get a showdown between the state government of Oregon and the residents of eastern Oregon who want to secede and join Idaho. And so that'll be the hurdle, is Oregon allowing it to happen, Idaho allowing it to happen, and then it goes to Congress. So we'll have to see if this something comes of this. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for this video. Make sure you follow me on X. Link to that's always in the description.
Bro
Following
said,
breaking
follow
news
me
out
on
of New
X.
York, where a hearing on the Justice Department's effort to dismiss corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams just wrapped up. The judge pressed acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bovee about why these charges should be dismissed. Bovee said it was a matter of, quote, national security, because the charges would hinder the mayor's ability to assist the federal government with its crackdown on immigration. Adams' attorney insisted there was no quid pro quo agreement with the White House on that issue. Even if the judge agrees to dismiss the charges, Adams' political future still remains very much in question. New York's Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul met with New York City leaders yesterday as she decides whether to exercise her authority to remove
and she still
the mayor
hasn't,
from office.
because
NBC News law enforcement
she
and
can't do
intelligence
something
correspondent
that
Tom
people would
Winter joins
approve
me now.
of, for
Also
God's
with me
sakes.
is Emily No, co-author of Politico's New York Playbook. Thanks to both of you for joining me. Really appreciate it. So, Tom, take us inside the courtroom. What happened today?
Cuck.
Yeah, so all the parties got into the courtroom about 10 minutes before we began, around 2 o'clock. Hearing barely lasted 90 minutes, Kristen. And basically, what both parties were trying to say, and what Emil Bovee, in his role here previously as a unit chief in the Southern District of New York, and somebody who presented a number of cases, a number of prosecutions, went just straight to the most simplest explanation and the simplest message to the judge, which is, look, this is a basic motion that we file, we being the Justice Department, file all the time. It's a Rule 48 motion for us to be able to dismiss the case without prejudice. There's really no question here. We're not saying that we're tossing this case permanently. We're not telling you that we are tossing it under certain conditions. To your point, the judge specifically asked, under oath the mayor of the city of New York, Eric Adams, whether anything had been promised to him, written or otherwise, whether there was any sort of agreement that was in place, whether he had been threatened. And all across it, the mayor said, no, that wasn't the case at all. And so what Bovee was trying to do is simply say, look, this is something we do all the time. We can still revisit this issue. And so from a court's perspective, it's his belief that this case should be dismissed, and that should be dismissed quickly, because he's trying to make the argument, whether or not people believe it or not, but he's trying to make the argument. By the way, he doesn't necessarily need to prove that to the judge, that this is a national security concern. He admits it's not something that's come up with public officials before, at least that he's aware of. But he's trying to say, look, we've got to do what we've got to do on immigration. We've got to do what we've got to do from a national security standpoint. And we got to just get this thing decided. Obviously, the mayor's attorney not going to dispute any of that. He did obviously dispute the idea of a quid pro quo that you alluded to. So the judge just says, look, I don't want to shoot from the hip here on the bench. Literally said that. He said, I wanted the opportunity to review all this and make a ruling on it. He had not ruled previously from the bench in this case up until this point, Kristen. So that's not totally surprising. Those seem to shut down the notion of any further inquiry, or at least did not allude to any additional issues that he's likely to bring up.
Well, Tom Winter, always appreciate your reporting. I know it's very chilly outside, so thank you for bringing us all of that great insight. Really appreciate it. Bring us any updates as you get them. Emily, let me turn to you, because Governor Hochul does technically have the ability to remove Mayor Adams. What are you hearing? What are your sources telling you about her potential plans?
Yeah, hi, Kristen. Sources telling us that the governor is giving every indication to her allies and those who have been meeting with her that she may slow walk this decision. It had been largely dependent on what federal district judge Dale Ho that Tom was talking about would decide. And since no decision came from the bench today, I expect that there'll be more waiting and watching and seeing. Please excuse the noise at City Hall. We just haven't had a quiet day here in quite some time, especially his last couple months as the mayor faced charges, as he faced the prospect that he could be pardoned by President Trump, that then the order came down that the charges should be dropped. An enlightening statement came from Bovee after this hearing, a written statement, if I may read a little bit, that said that he asked Americans to join him in making America safe again. And quote, for those who do not support our critical mission, I understand there are templates for resignation letters available on the websites of the New York Times and CNN, effectively daring those who might stand up to what he and the president believe in to resign, like so many have done, and cause this avalanche of chaos, beginning with Danielle Sassoon last Thursday, the acting U.S. attorney for Manhattan, who resigned rather than follow through on orders to drop the case against Mayor Adams.
So many fast-moving, really dramatic developments there, Emily. Let me just ask you, because it's notable, you're saying your sources are telling you the governor will likely slow walk this decision. Can Eric Adams continue to be effective as mayor after all of these developments this past week?
The case could have been made that the government is still by and large largely functioning and taking care of the city of 8 million people if he had his deputies in place. But we know now that four of his deputy mayors are planning to retire. That date hasn't yet been set. So we're leaving a void here in government. And certainly Governor Hochul is looking to Black Democrats and Black elected officials around the city to help her make this decision on how to approach removal of the mayor, if indeed that's where she wants to take it.
Let me ask you about another piece of this, which is 5 days ago, the mayor allowed ICE agents into Rikers Island. Do we know if there are any additional plans? What's the status?
So this is what he presented as a pending executive order to return ICE to an office on Rikers Island, which they previously held before the city's sanctuary city laws were beefed up under his predecessor, Bill de Blasio. That is a little bit of wait and see as well, because he needs to draft that order. Certainly there's pushback on the part of the city council, who has resisted his efforts to loosen sanctuary laws that restrict cooperation between local law enforcement and federal immigration officers. They don't want those laws changed. I should note also that there has been a movement that We Are Political have been covering to draft the city council speaker, Adrian Adams, to run for mayor against Eric Adams, potentially against former Governor Andrew Cuomo, too, if indeed he gets in the ring, as we expect he will.
Okay, Emily No, thank you so much, as always. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
All right, guys, so this story right here should be just a massive, massive eye-opener for you about just how much Trump is letting his extremism hang out now. I mean, he got away with 91 crimes.
Why you gotta say it like
right?
that?
He got away with January 6th. He got away with the fake elector slates.
Extremism
There
hang
was
out.
zero
Making it sound
accountability, zero justice,
phallic.
and he feels genuinely, completely and utterly Teflon. And as a result of that, some of his worst instincts are now, he's screaming them from the rooftops, right? So look at this. Revealed Trump's confidential plan to put Ukraine in a stranglehold. So this is from the Telegraph. Pay close attention to the specifics here because they paint an incredibly dire picture. Ready? Donald Trump's demand for a $500 billion payback from Ukraine goes far beyond U.S. control over the country's critical minerals. It covers everything from ports and infrastructure to oil and gas, and the larger resource base of the country. The terms of the contract that landed at Zelensky's office a week ago amount to the U.S. economic colonization of Ukraine in legal perpetuity. It implies a burden of reparations that cannot possibly be achieved. The document has caused consternation and panic in Kyiv.
Constipation.
The Telegraph has obtained a draft of the pre-decisional contract marked privileged and confidential, dated February 7, 2025. It states that the U.S. and Ukraine should form a joint investment fund to ensure that hostile parties to the conflict do not benefit from the reconstruction of Ukraine. The agreement covers the economic value associated with resources of Ukraine, including mineral resources, oil and gas resources, ports, other infrastructure, leaving it unclear what else might be encompassed. This agreement shall be governed by New York law without regard to conflict of laws principles, it states. The U.S. will take 50% of recurring revenues received by Ukraine from the extraction of resources and 50% of the financial value of all new licenses issued to third parties for the future monetization of resources. There will be a lien on such revenues in favor of the U.S. That clause means pay us first and then feed your children, said one source close to the negotiation. It states that for all future licenses, the U.S. will have a right of first refusal for the purchase of exportable materials. Washington will have sovereign immunity and acquire near total control over most of Ukraine's commodity and resource economy. The fund shall have the exclusive right to establish the method, selection criteria, terms, and conditions of all future licenses and projects, and so forth in this vein. It seems to have been written by private lawyers, not the U.S. Departments of State or Commerce. President Zelensky himself proposed the idea of giving the U.S. a direct stake in Ukraine's rare earth elements and critical minerals on a visit to Trump Tower in September, hoping to smooth the way for continued arms deliveries. He calculated it would lead to U.S. companies setting operations on the ground, creating a political tripwire that would deter Vladimir Putin from attacking again. So do you understand what they're saying here? Knowing that Trump is like a skeptic of continuing to back Ukraine, Zelensky floated, hey man, what if we give you like a little piece of our rare earth elements and our critical minerals? And that would then open up the door to U.S. companies coming into Ukraine, setting up shop and doing work. And in Zelensky's mind, he feels like that would set up a deterrent for Russia to continue to attack Ukraine, because they would feel like if we end up killing, U.S. workers who are there now, well then that'll lead to a backlash from the U.S. And so it would set up a deterrent. Like, okay, let's not go crazy here because we'll end up killing some Americans and that could have dire consequences, right? So that was the idea. And I have no doubt in the mind of Zelensky, right, when he says, yeah, we'll give you a piece of rare earth minerals and critical minerals, rare earth elements and critical minerals, in his mind he's thinking, we'll give you like 5%, right? Maybe 10%, right? So Trump drafts this contract and he's like, how about we have 50% of all of your natural resources from now until the end of time? Those terms would make fucking Vladimir Putin blush. Are you kidding me? Okay, all right, let's keep going. We're not done. Some mineral basins are near the front line in eastern Ukraine or in Russian-occupied areas. He has played up the dangers of letting strategic reserves of titanium, tungsten, uranium, graphite, and rare earths fall into Russian hands. If we are talking about a deal, then let's do a deal. We are only for it, he said. He probably did not expect to be confronted with terms normally imposed on aggressor states defeated in war. They are worse than the financial penalties imposed on Germany and Japan after their defeat in 1945. Both countries were ultimately net recipients of funds from the victorious allies. This is so... I've never seen anything like this. They go on to say, if this draft were accepted, which it won't be, Trump's demands would amount to a higher share of Ukrainian GDP than reparations imposed on Germany at the Treaty of Versailles. Do you understand how insane that is? If you know anything about history right now, you are fucking face-palming so hard that your hand just went through your brain. Bro, the Treaty of Versailles, that was one of the things that led to the economic conditions which led to the rise of Adolf Hitler. It was so punitive. It was so over the top. It was so extreme that you radicalized an entire generation of Germans into saying, fuck it, we got nothing to lose. Let's ride with Hitler, dog. They're trying to impose terms on Ukraine worse than the Treaty of Versailles. They continue. Donald Trump told Fox News that Ukraine had essentially agreed to hand over $500 billion. They have tremendously valuable land in terms of rare earths, in terms of oil and gas, and in terms of other things, he said. He warned that Ukraine would be handed to Putin on a plate if it rejected the terms. So if you don't agree to let us steal 50% of your natural resources from now until forever, we'll just let Vladimir Putin roll you over. Oh my God. Quote, they may make a deal, they may not make a deal, they may be Russian someday, or they may not be Russian someday, but I want this money back, he said. Trump said the U.S. had spent $300 billion on the war so far, adding that it would be stupid to hand over any more. In fact, the 5 packages agreed by Congress total $175 billion, of which $70 billion was spent in the U.S. on weapons production. So in other words, the actual number is closer to $105 billion, but Trump says it's $300 billion. By the way, well, in just a second, I have a statement from Trump on Ukraine, and he ups it again. This is a classic Trump lie, right? I think he says $350 billion is what it... Are you fucking kidding me? This is what he did with that lie about condoms being sent to... It started out with $50 billion is being sent in condoms to Gaza. Then it became $50 billion is being sent in condoms to Hamas. Then it became $100 billion is being sent in condoms to Hamas that they use for making bombs. The guy is the biggest fucking pathological liar on the planet, and there's no connection to like, hey, is this even like reasonably plausible, the shit I'm saying? It's just gone. So he lies about even the dollar figure that Ukraine has received. So they say some of the money that Ukraine got is in the form of humanitarian grants, but much of it is lend-lease money that must be repaid. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham suggested at the Munich Security Conference over the weekend that Trump's demand was a clever ploy to bolster declining popular support for the Ukrainian cause. This guy's a fucking idiot. He can go to the American people and say Ukraine is not a burden, it's a benefit, he said. So this is Lindsey Graham justifying imperialism and colonization of fucking Ukraine. Senator Graham told the Europeans to root hard for the idea because it locks Washington into defending a future settlement. If we sign this minerals agreement, Putin is screwed because Trump will defend the deal. Oh my God. Ukrainian officials had to tiptoe through this minefield at the Munich Forum, trying to smile gamely and talk up hopes of a resource deal, while at the same time, I think I'm supposed to say, pleading that the current text breaches Ukrainian law and needs redrafting. Talk of Ukraine's resource wealth has become surreal. A figure of $26 trillion is being cast around for combined mineral reserves and hydrocarbon reserves. The sums are make-believe. So understand what's happening here. Trump is going up to a country that's an ally of ours that was illegally invaded. And he's saying, maybe we'll defend you, maybe we won't, maybe we'll help you, maybe we won't. But if we do, you are going to give us 50% of everything you own from now until forever. As I said, those are terms that would make fucking Vladimir Putin blush. I mean, you're open to there. Vladimir Putin could go to Zelensky now and say, he wants 50%, we'll only take 40%. So make a deal with us. Let us, like, take over your land. Right? So Ukraine is now caught in between two countries that are imperialist colonizers who are warmongering. That's what they are, right? That's what they're caught between. So there is no, like, independence, there is no freedom, there is no liberty for the people of Ukraine. I feel horrible for the poor people in Ukraine who are now caught between an exploitative U.S. government and a Russian government which is literally waging war on their existence. Jesus fucking Christ. Insane, guys. Again, I don't know why this isn't bigger news. I have no idea why this isn't bigger news. He's like openly demanding we want to colonize Ukraine, our ally. We want to colonize you. So, by the way, this should also remind you, oh, Trump is fucking serious about Greenland. Trump is serious about stealing Greenland. So he wants to warmonger with Greenland and Denmark. He's serious about stealing Panama. He's serious about war with Mexico. He's serious about war with Iran. He's serious when he says, I want Canada to be the 51st state. And even if some of these things don't come to pass, right, you need to understand, just the fact that a U.S. president is openly talking about these things and saying these things, that is mental. You completely lose any standing in the world. You're no longer the world's sole superpower. You're no longer the country that people look to right or wrong. You are the biggest problem. Oh, my God. All right, so now let me show you this. This is what Trump said. Think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Vladimir Zelensky, talked to the United States of America into spending $350 billion. Again, the number keeps going up. He keeps making it up and pushing it up and up and up. To go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. By the way, I resent this framing because, again, he keeps implying like fucking Ukraine started the war. Who invaded who, you dumb bitch? Who invaded who? The more intelligent people who have this philosophy will always put the qualifier, well, obviously Vladimir Putin invading was bad and wrong and he was the aggressor, right? And then they might go on to make more nuanced points about NATO, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, he's not even doing that. He's, like, blaming Ukraine for the war, which they were invaded. They are on the defense. Oh, my God. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization in that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us? We have a big, beautiful ocean as separation. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money we send him is missing. That's total horseshit. He refuses to have elections. It's literally like part of the system is when it's only when the war is over that you have elections. This isn't like the idea of this, aha, gotcha. No, there is no gotcha. We already knew this from fucking day one that that's the case. Is very low in Ukrainian polls. By the way, he lied and said he was at 4%. He's at 52%, not at 4%. Just shameless. And the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle, a dictator without elections. Literally fucking yesterday, Trump came out and said, only I can determine what the law is. Fuck you to Congress, fuck you to the courts, fuck you to anybody and everybody that's a check on me and my power. He doesn't believe in checks and balances. He doesn't believe in separation of power. He literally came out and said that the other day. Now he's saying Zelensky is a dictator. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something I'll admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. Yeah, he wants to keep the gravy train going. Yeah, I'm sure. What is leading to the quote-unquote gravy train? Oh, that's right. He was illegally invaded by Russia, and Russia is trying to take over the entire country. So the fucking gravy train is the ability to fight back against that. Oh, my God. This is fucking brainworms, bro. This is brainworms. And Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I love Ukraine. Sure you do. But Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions have unnecessarily died. And so it continues. Again, he talks like Zelensky started it. He talks like Ukraine launched the illegal and offensive invasion when Vladimir...
Every invasion is illegal.
You want to know why he released this statement? This is my opinion. This is my speculation. Trump posted this because my guess is he got word from the Ukrainian government. No, we're not going to give you 50% of our natural resources from now until forever. No, we're not going to let you fucking colonize us in that brazen way. Ukraine always looked to the West. They wanted to be part of the West. They looked to the West because they felt like, hey, they're less exploitative. If we work with Russia, they're way more exploitative. They're way more authoritarian. And we want to be more independent. And so we don't want to work with Russia. We want to work with the West. Now, This dumbass goes in there, and he's like, how about I impose on you terms that are worse than the fucking Treaty of Versailles? How about we steal 50% of everything you have from now until forever, and you should be thankful? Well, like I said, at that point, why wouldn't Vladimir Putin come in and say, give me 40%, and I'll let you keep all of your territory, right? It's very possible now. That's the move Vladimir Putin makes, because this is the U.S. going full 1800 style imperialist, full colonization. It's not fucking subtle, y'all. It's not subtle. I don't think people realize just how far gone we are. I really don't think people realize. This is worse than a 5-alarm fire. This is like almost inconceivably insane what we're witnessing here. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Right now.
Fox News makes me want to throw up
it's
my mouth.
Labimbos.
They are beyond the pale on any given day. But this clip that I saw from the interview with Trump and Musk that they've got going, it's gaslighting to a new level. Play the clip, Kylie.
Media have such a hard time believing that two powerful, successful, handsome men could work together with one objective. It's happened before, and America accepted it. Remember, for example, Lethal Weapon? 4 separate times. Mel Gibson, Danny Glover. Watch.
That's on the news. NEWS. Okay, number one, I take issue with the fact if you have to have an interview about how you're not broken up and nobody's jealous of the other one, then 100% somebody's jealous and you're trying to cover it up. That's one. Number two, calling those two handsome is the biggest gaslight I've ever heard in my life. It is. And then here's the deal. I mean, successful, powerful men do great in partnership pairs all the time. Look at Lethal Weapon. Hey, dumb shit. Lethal Weapon's a movie with Mel Gibson of all people to reference, of course. So I'm just horrified, as usual.
First of all, Fox News is not news. It's a propaganda machine that the equivalency to that is Russian propaganda TV. And they've gotten worse and worse. But more than anything, that is a false equivalency to compare leaders of the free world to fictional characters. But I think that's really on brand with MAGA, that works with their base. And Fox News has been a part of this indoctrination propaganda machine for so many years. And I believe there's a study out that says people that listen to kind of what would be considered mainstream news, ABC, NBC, PBS, people that don't listen to the news at all, and then Fox News viewers, the people who knew the least facts were Fox News viewers. And I agree with you.
Water is wet.
They are having to make all of these excuses for Elon Musk. The situation is we need to be bullying the shit out of Elon Musk. There is no transparency. He's got everybody's information. What has he done with it? Did he sell it to Vladimir Putin? Who knows? Why does he have it all? What's he doing with all of this? This is beyond a constitutional crisis, in my opinion, and we are living in full-blown formation of fascism right now.
Oh, absolutely. And here's the deal. I don't even think Putin would have to buy it. I think Elon Musk would give it to him. He's just so corrupt. Speaking of corruption in the Trump administration, this goes all through me. Now, let me remind you, Trump himself has been adjudicated by a federal jury as a rapist. We've got Pete Hegseth with allegations. Up and down these cabinet appointees, Brett Kavanaugh, blah, 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 list goes on. The Trump administration has reached out to Romania to lift restrictions on the Tate brothers, who I might remind you are charged with sex trafficking or financial crimes, and sex with underage girls. The list goes on. They are misogynistic. They are what is wrong with young men looking up to these men. And here is Alina Habba, Trump's senior advisor, talking to Andrew Tate. Now, he's still in Romania under restrictions during this taping.
Hey.
Hello, Alina.
Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice
Big
to meet
fan.
you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
America, not just Trump. And I agree with everything you just said. And I think that your anger is the same that President Trump has for our country. And the time is now for us to stop being wimps. I think that's exactly the right sentiment. And I also have to say that I sympathize with you because I think you go through a lot of the same show me the person, I'll find the crime that President Trump has gone through. And
okay, human trafficking, that is not a find a crime type situation. This is the second time he's been arrested. Look no further than his public comments about how he feels about women, then you will know exactly what is going on in his mind. He is the most despicable. And for a female to get on his podcast and say, I'm a big fan, it is repulsive, it is gross, it should be disqualifying to serve in the administration of the presidency of the United States if that is the type of character that you want to fangirl over. But here's the catch-22 and all that. Her boss has no use for women either. Women are disposable to Trump and Elon Musk. It's a revolving door of the different women. And it is so repulsive that he is asking Romania to lift restrictions while all the Republican, Bible-banging, what would Jesus do crowd is all in on Trump. It is the worst hypocrisy that has ever seen the light of day. I'm enraged by this.
I think, pardon me, listener, I'm a little under the weather. Pardon me. I think that what she said about being wimps, I don't think there's a wimpier administration than Donald Trump's administration. Take your policies through Congress. Name check all of these Republicans. Do it. They won't do it. It's these chicken shit executive orders that then the judiciary is saying that they are illegal. You have Trump bending over for Vladimir Putin. You have J.D. Vance's embarrassment in Europe. And then they're sucking up to all of these sexual predators. But Trump's a predator. All of his cabinets are predators. It seems like sexual predation is a prerequisite, not a disqualifier. And so this onslaught, this attack on women, LGBTQ plus, Black and brown community, it is getting to such a fever pitch right now. But I think it's very important. We have decisions to make. I am so sick of hearing people say, we've got to reach out to MAGA. We've just got to talk to MAGA. Don't talk to them. These people listen to that crap that you just heard. This is the most morally defunct cult the modern world has ever seen, and it's going to get worse and more damaging. I think our conversation needs to be directed at the millions of voters that didn't vote. We have a very under majority voting population, and do not talk to these people. Do not. They reap the benefits of all of these functions and all of this government that is set up to protect us, to make sure planes don't crash, to make sure we are detecting new diseases. They're doing away with all of that because they don't care about life. They don't care about women. They don't care about anything. This is a money-hungry power grab by the wimpiest beta males on the planet who have to sit around and promote Andrew Tate to try to prove how masculine they are. And I believe it's Andrew Tate who said, and this is how weird MAGA is. There's a clip where he says he would rather have sex with a trans person than an ugly female. Yet in the MAGA world, enemy 101 are trans people. So, but also Jesus. I mean, this is just crazy town, and you cannot talk to these people. So we've got to get
crazy town,
like Stacey Abrams, this thing, and get people out who typically don't vote, people who are typically not engaged. That's who we need to target, because people who are down this echo chamber, I'm sorry, but they're just lost. I mean, it's like trying to talk to somebody that's, in a cult somewhere and on a compound. Okay. Please support our podcast by supporting our advertisers. You guys, I have so many subscriptions that I sign up for. My kids sign up for. It all goes on this one credit card. And HIP today. That's rocketmoney.com/IHIP. rocketmoney.com/IHIP.
Okay, one thing I never thought that I would live to see is the Auschwitz Museum fact-checking a sitting president of the United States. But that's what happened, because he went to the German right-wing party and said he supported them, and then he gave that speech to the European leaders. And so what he says, does the media really think the Holocaust was caused by free speech? And the Auschwitz Memorial says, when we look at Auschwitz, we see the end of the process. It's important to remember that the Holocaust actually did not start from gas chambers. This hatred gradually developed from words, stereotypes, and prejudice through legal exclusion, dehumanization, and escalating violence. Now, that's exactly right. You just put a frog in water and then you just turn up the heat. What's interesting about this post is I sent it to Kylie this morning. I saw it yesterday. I sent it to Kylie this morning about 5:30 a.m. When she was putting these clips together, she could not find it. I went into my bookmarks. That tweet is now gone off of the platform X. She had to dig around. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
So, that's really interesting that J.D. Vance, it's really rich that eyeline wearing motherfucker goes over to Germany and tries to lecture them on free speech. All MAGA wants is controlled speech. They want their favorite speech. They're all for free speech if it favors them. These guys are Nazis.
These two are my new favorite right now. They're so funny, and the show is called "I've Had It," which is like the best title.
Read an article this morning in my
I've had it just about enough.
What the word Nazi came from is there were a lot of people that didn't necessarily dislike Jews in Germany, but were for overt nationalism, were for German domination, and the word for those people was Nazi. And so that's what we have right now.
I did not see that coming.
So convicted in the fact that if you vote for this, you are okay with it. If you're making excuses for Donald Trump, you're okay with it. I remember studying World War II in high school and in college and thinking, what did the normal, non-crazy Germans think? What did they say? What did they do? You guys, that's who we are. And we need to be loud and unafraid and keep fighting and not pre-surrender to this fascist regime. Europe can no longer trust us. Canada can no longer trust us. America can no longer trust us. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and a South African named Elon Musk, and they have a bunch of other oligarchs lined up, have taken all of these allies that we had that provided stability in our lives, both economic and security, taken a grenade and thrown it in it because they're fucking insecure assholes. And there's not a whole lot of deeper meaning to it than that. Hitler was a disgusting, evil asshole. There's this famous tweet about Rush Limbaugh that this guy sent out, like on the 4-year anniversary of Rush Limbaugh's death. It said, now that Rush Limbaugh's dead, you never hear about him because he never made anything productive. He just spewed hate, spewed anger, was in the news cycles. And then when he died, it was like a fart passing in the wind. And that's what this right-wing media echo chamber is.
Bro, used to
They're
talk
not
into
producing
a gold
anything good.
microphone.
They're indoctrinating people that used to be moderates and decent people. They're indoctrinating them into this wildly horrific new modern style of Nazism. And we have to be loud, and we have to be proud to stand up for human rights, and we have to be proud to stand up for democracy, because this is insanity. It is insane.
Did you see the fucking...
It is insane that...
Did you see the video I had of them where they were fucking being catty about Kristi Noem modeling?
They scrubbed that tweet off of Twitter.
Yeah. Well, and I'm just going to let a Canadian PM, Charlie Angus, sum up what you just said in a speech to Canadians.
Our neighbors are no longer our allies. We are dealing with a regime next door to us that is ignoring the international rule of law, and we have to take this dead serious.
He's 100% right, and that is just, it's for what? They want Canada to be a 51st state, so they feel like big dicks. I mean, come on. I mean, I wish they would just line them all up, take their pants off, get out the ruler, measure their dicks, tweet the results, tweet everything out, so we could all move on.
Hang on, I'll pull it up. It's such a fucking great video. Christy, no. Christy, no. Here it is. Bigot Barbie is what they called her.
I don't know about you guys, but the Secretary of Homeland Security, that sounds like a very important job that should be filled by a very important, serious person. Maybe somebody that doesn't play dress up all of the time. And in MAGA world, the crazier you are, the more qualified you are. So let's take a look at all of the many hats that Secretary Kristi Noem wears. Here's her first look, Border Patrol. Here she is, all decked out in her Border Patrol garb. You can see she goes from, the hat, and then she's got on a bulletproof vest. And then the very next day, she decides to go a little country with it. A little country and Western Noem. What do you think about this, Pumps?
I think she's an embarrassment to hair extensions. I mean, they're so bad. And all these hats, I'm like, girlfriend, take off the hats. You look like a moron. That doesn't make you look tough. You don't look cool. No one's shooting at you, so that, the bulletproof vest might be a little over the top. No, I mean, the cowboy hat. I don't think you need a cowboy hat to be the secretary. Right. Do you?
No, I don't think so. Let's take a look at this next one. Plumber. Here she is dressed up as a plumber. She's got tools and, she's under the sink, her hat on backwards, still has the hair extensions. I mean, this is the Secretary of Homeland Security cosplaying as a plumber. And she was voted and confirmed by the United States Senate.
I think by an overwhelming majority. It wasn't like tight.
We are a laughing stock. That is a joke. Next up, here she is as a dental hygienist. Here she is, 25,000 open positions. Here she is. She has the laser glasses on. She's doing a little side pony this time. Latex glove. I cannot believe the Democrats didn't vote against her.
If for nothing else, poor taste. I mean, it's just bad. And wasn't she the one that did a dental commercial for some Texas teeth whitening deal while she was governor?
I think that's it.
South Dakota people. I mean, come on. This is embarrassing.
Okay, next up. Here she is as a construction worker. There she is. She's got the plans. She has on her hard hat. And these are not photoshopped, you guys. This is real. And call me crazy. I would, if I were a Democratic senator, I would think it would be disqualifying that somebody would agree to vote with to be on a cabinet of a man.
This lady is
was
like my
convicted
godmother,
of 34
except she's actually
felonies
based.
and attempted a coup. So if I'm a Democratic United States Senator, I would think Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, if you think it's okay to work with him, then you're not okay with me. I don't think you're a safe person. That's just right off the top. But then when I saw all of this evidence of her cosplaying, I would think this person doesn't seem to be mentally stable. But I take it a step further and realize in her book, she confessed
just a
to
few
shooting
modeling
she did
shots,
not
guys.
cricket. And so it would just be a no across the board. But Kylie, will you look up how many votes she got while you play the next slide? Here she is as a cowgirl. Pumps?
It looks like she's in Yellowstone, like she was auditioning for a part in Yellowstone. She wanted to be Beth Dutton, I guess. Here's the thing about this woman. She was the one that was on stage with Trump for 40 minutes while he danced and treated him like a child. Like, Mr. President, do you want to end this song? So, I mean, she is the bottom of the barrel, but
owes her for that embarrassment. And my whole thing is if you want to know what a laughingstock is, as Trump used to always say, the U.S. is a laughingstock. This is a laughingstock right here. Exhibit A. This is what a laughingstock is. And I just want to ask, what do you think Fox News would do if Pete Buttigieg dressed up like a plumber and a dental hygienist? What do you think would happen then?
The homophobia would destabilize the country. It would be so bad. I mean, it's unbelievable the stuff that MAGA people do with impunity.
Right.
And then if anybody else did it, the outrage, the selective outrage by MAGA people, MAGA adjacent people, MAGA media is disgusting. Kylie, do we have the number on how many?
She won by 61% for governor.
61 votes. No, not for governor. I'm talking about her hearings.
Okay, let me hop back in and I'll
Okay, let's play the next slide.
Okay.
Here she is as an electrician.
Here's the deal. Somebody told her she looks great in hats, and she believed them.
Okay. Also, psychologically, though, I think she must like to play like dress up. Didn't she have an alleged affair with like Corey Lewandowski or somebody? Yeah. So, I mean, I think this is her shtick. Like, this is her thing. Like, this is her sexual superpower that she likes to role play, because there's no other explanation that a grown adult has this many pictures available of them role playing and cosplaying all of these things that they are not. She's not an electrician. She's not a plumber.
No.
She's not a dental hygienist. Yet there's all of this evidence online of her cosplaying being one of these things. And everybody's acting like she should be the Secretary of Homeland Security. It's bananas.
Well, she wants people to take her seriously. Cut me some slack.
She got 59 yeses and 34 nays.
Okay, here's what we need to do. I need to know which Democrats. I need to know who voted yes for her. I mean, like, I think we have to make a list of just
and then we're going
watch
to
list.
execute everyone on that list.
All right, Kylie, as you play the next slide, look up which Democrats voted to confirm her. Here we go, Highway Patrol.
This is unbelievable. And this is not Halloween. This is like, because this is South Dakota. I think there's
dressed up as a McDonald's burger. Yeah.
This isn't Halloween. And let's also remember, all of these costumes are followed up with an accompanying photo shoot, which is why we're seeing them. Like, there's probably a couple of photographers, lighting experts, people with a fan, people with props. Like, this is bananas. The world is laughing at us, and they should be, because this is something out of SNL skit. Okay, Kylie?
Okay, the Democrats who voted yes for no are John Fetterman, Maggie Hassan, Tim Kaine, Andy Kim, Gary Peters, Jeanne Shaheen, and Alyssa Slotkin.
I really like Alyssa Slotkin and Andy Kim. I hate to hear that. I hate to put them on a watch list, but I guess we're going to have to.
We have to put them on a watch list, because if any of them come on I Have News, I just want to say I want to show you some stuff and just do a quick slide through of all of these costumes that she's doing. Because, I mean, also the dog shooting, and I forgot, she brought it up, the dementia moment for 40 minutes where he's bobbing up and down like a fishing bobber out at sea, and she's just sitting there going along with it. Okay, next slide. Here she is as a welder.
Shut up. Yeah. She's putting these out there?
Again, you think about this. She's putting on the costumes, and there is an accompanying photo shoot.
She's a welder.
What amazes me is anybody around her said, hey, maybe we should take you to go see a shrink. Like, she's a governor. Like, this is weird. This is weird shit.
Here's the thing I'm going to say. When her book came out and she said she shot her dog, my first question was, There's 1 million people that read that book before it goes to print. Where are the people around her? So the people around her didn't think it was a bad idea to talk about her shooting her puppy, her children's dog.
Cricket.
So why in the fuck would these same people give pause at all to her running around as a welder, an electrician, and a plumber, and, a hygienist? Like, these are not competent people. These are not serious people at all.
Imagine if all of this costume play, this dress up, existed with Kamala Harris.
Can you imagine?
I mean, they would just lose their shit. All right, next up. Here she is as an accountant. Okay, now look at the glasses. I'm telling you, I think she's got some sort of dress up kink. I think that's her jam. Like, it's got to be, because she's trying to be sexy in so many photos. Like, there is like the sexual overtone to it. And listen, I don't give a shit. If somebody wants to have a kink and they play dress up and screw all night, more power to you. I don't care. But I'm not the Christian Republican Bible thumping about Jesus and taking away women's rights and browbeating gay people. But then on the side, I'm having an affair with Corey Lewandowski playing dress up with 95 different professions while being governor and shooting my dog. It's bananas.
These photos look more like what you would put on the top of like a porn VCR.
It's total. It's total.
Than the governor's website.
It's total softcore porn.
It's totally.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Christy plays electrician. Christy plays welder.
Christy's an accountant today.
Okay, next up. This is our last one. Here she's cosplaying as a dog lover.
Is this the one she shot?
No, this is comedy pumps. We're saying that she's she's playing dress up. All of the other things she is not. She's also not a dog lover.
Right, as we know, because she shot her dog.
Right. Well, slow to the party. That's okay, pumps. Anyway, that America, good on you. That's perfect. That is the perfect Secretary of Homeland Security for this clown car bullshit administration. Perfect. We have a person that likes to play dress up, leading the Department of Homeland Security. We'll see you all later.
I've had it.
Oh, do you smell that? Fresh baked pie right from the oven. Do you like a piece? Which of you gets a big piece?
Progressives say one thing wrong with America is that rich people keep too much pie. They cheat the middle class and poor out of their fair share. The rich sure do take home lots of pie, but does that really hurt the poor?
If this represents the wealth of America, progressives would say the rich take so much that the poor just get a sliver.
After all, as the movie Wall Street says,
it's a zero-sum game. Somebody wins, somebody loses. Money itself isn't lost or made, it's simply transferred.
And that's a mistake a lot of people make, says Congressman Ryan.
And so it's government's job to divide up the slices of the pie versus having a society that grows the pie.
A society that grows the pie. What a concept. And in fact, that's how it works in a free society, because it's not a zero-sum game. The makers who get rich by baking many more pies.
Welcome to Mac World.
Steve Jobs making billions doesn't leave the rest of us billions poorer. His new technology makes us all richer.
We keep making it better and better and better.
Still, some rich people are very rich. The guy who owns this house owns a dozen others. Since our government's so deep in debt, shouldn't people this rich pay more?
They should pay more. I mean, those who have more should pay more.
Is there a point where the rich leave or stop producing wealth?
Well, the rich have always cried wolf like that. You know, they always said if we change this one bit, the country's going to go away, and that never really happens.
But look at what did happen to Maryland's tax revenues when that state created a special tax on rich people.
It was supposed to bring in $106 million.
That's right.
What happened?
They lost $257 million.
Surprise.
Well, I'm surprised.
Nobody should be surprised.
This former Maryland governor opposed the tax.
They're always surprised, John. It reminds me of Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown was always surprised when Lucy pulled the football away. And they're always surprised in Washington and state capitals when the dollars never come in.
Some of Maryland's rich people just left the state.
They're out of here. These people aren't stupid.
I've lived here all my life.
New York billionaire Tom Golisano isn't stupid. He lives in that big house we showed you before. He made millions building this business, which processes paychecks for companies.
I started with $3,000 and one employee.
Then he created 13,000 jobs. But will they and he keep paying taxes here in New York State after the governor signed a tax increase?
We increased the income tax for millionaires last year.
Quite frankly, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Not that I like to throw the number around, but my personal income tax last year would have been $13,800 a day. Would you like to write a check for $13,800 a day to a state government, as opposed to moving to another state where there's no state income tax or a very low state income tax?
He did also have this house in Florida.
And moving to Florida, zero personal income tax.
And so he just moved. He now spends more than half the year in Florida. New York's former governor now says the tax increase was a mistake.
We projected that we'd get $4 billion, and we actually got well short of it.
It's just economics. People don't work to pay taxes. People work to get what they can after taxes.
Art Laffer was an economic advisor to President Reagan.
I mean, they'll change where they earn their income. They'll change how they earn their income. They'll change how much they earn, when they receive the income. They'll change all of those things to minimize taxes.
But most of us won't. Most of us will just say, okay, I make a little bit less, but it's not enough to make me move or stop working.
Well, maybe you, but I moved from California to Tennessee because of it.
Donald Trump says, of course the rich will leave.
They will leave the United States. I know these people. They're international people. Whether they live here or live in a place like Switzerland, doesn't really matter to them.
You haven't left.
I haven't left yet.
Are you going to leave?
Big story if I leave, I guess. If I leave New York, that's a big story. Look, the rich people are going to leave, and other people are going to leave. You're going to end up with lots of people that don't produce, and then that's the spiral. That's the end.
I want to bring in NBC's Vaughn Hilliard in Miami with the president. We have NBC chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. He's joining us live in Kharkiv, Ukraine. And Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia, as well as an MSNBC international affairs analyst. Guys, it's good to have all you here. So you first, Vaughn. What's going on here?
What's going on?
3 years ago, we should note, when the war started and Russia began sending missiles into Ukraine and advancing military personnel onto the ground to take Ukrainian land, it was at that moment in time that we began hearing some on the fringe of the far right in the United States suggest that somehow the Russia's invasion was justified. And people like Tulsi Gabbard in recent years have echoed what other, even Republican lawmakers, have called Russian propaganda, that somehow Russia's invasion was justified because of Ukraine's interest in joining NATO. But what is so remarkable about the comments here down in Florida by President Trump yesterday was this: for the first time, again, nearly 3 years since the invasion, that we heard from Donald Trump expressly and explicitly say that it was Ukraine's fault for starting the war. And he followed that up this morning with that long social media post that was littered with falsehoods and statements that were inaccurate when it comes to amount of money that the U.S. has invested compared to the EU. But there is one particular attack on President Zelensky, in which he said, quote, "A dictator without elections, Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left." And now I think it's worth noting that it was 5 months ago when he was candidate Trump. It was actually at a campaign event in North Carolina that I was at when he was talking about Zelensky, and he referred to him as the greatest salesman in the world. In a quote of his at the time, then candidate Trump was, quote, "We continue to give billions of dollars to a man who refuses to make a deal." Zelensky. These are stunning comments from the President of the United States at a time in which EU leaders are questioning the commitment of this United States administration to continue to help Ukraine's war efforts against Russia. And all of this is happening at a time in which we should note just later on this evening, President Trump will be here in Miami to address a Saudi conference. All of this happening simultaneously. Alex?
Yeah. Hey, Vaughn, as you were speaking, I just want to note what you were addressing, this flagrant falsehood by Donald Trump. It's caught in the eye of, well, people around the globe. But frankly, let me read what former Vice President Mike Pence wrote. Again, we remind everyone, Donald Trump's former vice president in his first term. And he writes, "Mr. President, Ukraine did not start this war. Russia launched an unprovoked and brutal invasion, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. The road to peace must be built on the truth." So, Vaughn, I know you've got stuff to get to. Thank you for joining us. Let me move to you, Ambassador, because I think there is a temptation to treat this all as some sort of foreign policy dispute. But it is bigger than that. Peter Baker described it as America giving the impression it's switching sides. Quote, "To listen to Mr. Trump talk with reporters on Tuesday about the conflict was to hear a version of reality that would be unrecognizable on the ground in Ukraine and certainly would never have been heard from any other American president of either party." What do you make of President Trump's comments, particularly these latest ones calling Zelensky a dictator?
It's shocking. It's appalling. As an American, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for the soldiers that I just met in Munich, fighting for their freedom in Ukraine against the Russian invasion. They knew who started this war. And it's not in America's national interest to have the President of the United States of America talk in this way. This weakens us, not just in Europe, around the world. Everybody is looking at the president thinking he's flipping sides, just like you said. My next book coming out in the fall is called Autocrats versus Democrats. And now I have to question, which side will the United States be on by the time it comes out in the fall? And I just want to be crystal clear. We can have opinions on whatever. President Trump says falsehoods all the time. But when it damages America's reputation in the world, this is a really serious matter. And I hope the people, I know there is no way that Secretary Rubio agrees with that analysis. There is no way that National Security Advisor Waltz agrees with that analysis. There is no way that the majority of senators, Republican senators and members of Congress agree with that analysis. Now is the time for them to speak up, because this could have catastrophic consequences for America's place in the world in the long term.
Listen, I'm going to take that a step further and say there's no way the majority of the world agrees with that analysis. So, Richard, what has been the reaction where you are?
So we were talking to Ukrainian troops out at frontline positions not long ago, and they were shocked. They didn't actually understand how President Trump could say that Ukraine started this war. They looked at me incredulously. They were like I had misspoken. They said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, "We started the war." And they started to explain what they saw. They were here. I'm in the city of Kharkiv, which is in the east. They said, "What are you talking about? We're here in Kharkiv. We've been in these positions defending the city for the last 3 years. Russian troops were here invading, trying to take over the city." And they actually couldn't believe what they were being told. But we also talked further about this, not just these statements. They do recognize this as a pattern of statements coming from President Trump and a pattern of actions, that these negotiations are happening. The impression here is that President Trump favors the Russian President Vladimir Putin, and they're very worried that this country is being carved up with little regard to the wishes and political aspirations of the people of this country. And Alex, I'll tell you one other thing. I've covered troops in combat for a couple of decades now, and one of the most sensitive things that they they never talk about is morale. When I was with U.S. troops in Iraq or in other parts of the world, they would gripe and they would tell you their grievances and their issues, but they always talked about how the morale was high. And today I spoke to these Ukrainian troops and I asked them how they're feeling watching this Trump initiative that's starting with Russia, listening to these latest Trump comments, and they said to me, it actually is lowering morale, that it is having an impact on the way the soldiers conduct themselves, carry themselves, their desire to show up for duty in the battlefield. And that is a real impact when you have the president's comments lowering morale of a fighting force that is supposed to be your ally. That is a major issue, and certainly a major change. I think you described it earlier as a 180-degree change. There's no other way to describe it. A few months ago, the U.S. was considered the essential ally here, and now many Ukrainians, including the troops, are wondering if they do have an ally left in Washington.
Indeed, and President Zelensky, as you well know, Richard, has said if the United States pulls out their support, Ukraine's not going to be able to go alone. It won't be able to do it. All right, Richard, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I know you have more reporting to get to. So back to you, Ambassador. With the president's position being embraced by the Kremlin, we have Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov praising Trump as, quote, the first, and so far, in my opinion, the only Western leader who has publicly and loudly said that one of the root causes of the Ukrainian situation was the impudent line of the previous administration to draw Ukraine into NATO. This is already a signal that he understands our position. So the message at the Kremlin, what's being received through all of this?
Well, this is beyond their wildest dreams. I mean, I think they assumed that there was going to be some pressure for negotiations with the election of President Trump. I know the Ukrainians assumed that too. And they were all ready for it, both sides. What I think they did not assume is that the Trump administration would, even before negotiations have started, would signal to the Kremlin that they're willing to give them everything that they wanted at the very beginning of the war. Remember what Putin said. He said, we're invading to liberate these territories. The Trump administration has said Ukraine has to give them territories. He said, we want neutrality. We don't want Ukraine in NATO. The Trump administration has already said that. The Trump administration has talked about lifting sanctions. And to add insult to injury, they're now saying that Zelensky, President Zelensky, the democratically elected president of Ukraine, who is abiding by the Ukrainian constitution, including the clause about martial law, now has to stand for re-election before they will start the negotiations. And none of those demands are being made of Putin, who's been in power as a dictator for 25 years. I honestly think they never imagined that they would be in such a great position early on. Now, I hope that the Trump team will get their act together. I hope that they'll think about the consequences of just capitulating right and left. But I worry they've gotten off to a terrible start and we're already in a hole.
Let's be very clear. Putin started this war. Russia started this war. And anyone who thinks otherwise is living in fantasy land. Now, obviously, we want peace, but it can't just be a surrender to vicious, naked aggression.
And how do politicians deal with Donald Trump when he says things that aren't true? Overnight, he said Ukraine should never have started the war with Russia, and the country chose not to make a deal with Russia, and that was the cause of the conflict. Not many people outside Moscow could ever agree with that. We can talk now to the former Prime Minister of Australia, Tony Abbott, who's here in London at the moment at the conference, the ARC conference. We're able to talk to him from there now. Good morning.
Morning, Kate.
Thank you so much for joining us. I want to start by talking to you about Ukraine because it's dominating lots of the conversation here at the moment. You welcomed Donald Trump's re-election back in November, saying that he was what the West needs now. Do you think he's taking the right approach to Ukraine at the moment?
Well, let's be very clear. Putin started this war. Russia started this war. And anyone who thinks otherwise is living in fantasy land. Now, obviously, we want peace, but it can't just be a surrender to vicious, naked aggression. It can't be. The basis for peace has got to be that Ukraine can live in independence and security going forward. Now, I can understand why you might want to trade territory for security. I absolutely understand that. But if Ukraine is going to have to surrender some 20% of its territory to the aggressor, there have got to be meaningful guarantees of Ukraine's ongoing security. And if that can't be actual membership of NATO, it's going to have to be some serious boots on the ground from countries like Britain so that Putin can't ever do this again. Otherwise, effectively, this isn't a ceasefire, it's a sellout. This isn't peace, it's a surrender. And it's a surrender to a vicious dictator. And let me make this further point. If a quiet chat with one dictator is going to hand some countries in Europe into Russia's sphere of influence, does that mean that a quiet chat with another dictator might hand countries in Asia into China's sphere of influence? Now, this is not the kind of Pax Americana that we've been used to over the last 70 years, a Pax Americana based on justice and freedom.
I mean, those comments are completely clear there. And for reference, we are talking about what Donald Trump said overnight to Ukraine. You should never have started it. You could have made a deal. How concerned are you about Donald Trump in the White House at this moment in time? I mean, it sounds to me like you are worried not just about the future for Ukraine, but far beyond that too.
Look, I think Donald Trump has done a lot of good things in the brief time he's been the president. I welcome his common sense on energy. I welcome his common sense on gender and on the kind of woke madness which has invaded our boardrooms. I think his domestic policy is really to be applauded. Government does need to be much more efficient. The swamp does need to be drained. Walls do need to be built. I think all of that is terrific. But this idea that you can somehow appease dictators, this idea that might is right, well, that is completely foreign to everything that America and the broader West has stood for these last 70 years. Now, the new president, he's mercurial, he's instinctive, and things can change. But just at the moment, I think we are in a bit of a dangerous place. And I hope that he will think again. And I think that wise heads in Washington will be getting together to think this through.
Do you think that other leaders in European countries, our Prime Minister here in the UK, need to now be very clear, as you have been, about these comments that Donald Trump has made overnight, the fact that they are a lie, that they are incorrect? Because at the moment, seemingly not one of them is willing to come out publicly and say what you just have.
Well, it's the obvious, self-evident truth, and there's no point beating around the bush. We have to deal with life on the basis of the truth. Look, credit to Keir Starmer. He's offered to put significant British troop presence on the ground to help police a ceasefire. I think that's a very positive move. It's good that he is the first serious leader in geographic Europe to go to Washington to talk to Donald Trump. After America, Britain is the second most powerful military country in the West. So I think really a lot of people right now would be looking to Keir Starmer to inject some strength and decency into this situation to try to ensure that the brave Ukrainian people who have been fighting for the freedom of all of us, not just for their own freedom, that they are not sold out at a critical moment.
Should he be more robust? Should Keir Starmer be more robust?
Look, I simply hope that in the best traditions of Britain, the country that saved the world from Nazism, the country that stood alone against Hitler, the country that has historically been the friend of freedom right around the world, the country that's given us so much, the world's common language, the mother of parliaments, the common law, the emancipation of minorities, the Industrial Revolution. I just hope he stands up in the best traditions of British global leadership.
I know that you said that Australia would be prepared to make a contribution, should be prepared to make a contribution to protecting Ukraine going forward. You've been very clear about the need for the UK to step up, and Keir Starmer has said that he would. Should other European nations who seem to be dragging their feet say the same?
Well, I think the short answer is yes. Obviously, France is a significant military power. And France historically has loved to take a position on the world stage, so to speak. The Baltic countries have been very strong with Britain on the need to counter this reassertive imperial Russia. I would be surprised if the Baltic countries and some of the Nordic countries are not prepared to support Britain in helping to seriously police a ceasefire. Why shouldn't Britain put together a coalition of the willing to ensure that the Ukrainians are not sold out at this critical time? But they do have a secure, free, independent future where they can determine what comes next for them rather than having it dictated to them from a brutal regime in Moscow.
Tony, we're talking about diplomacy here. I know you've been a big supporter of the royal family here. Is there a role, we know Trump kind of likes the royal family, is there a role for some sort of diplomatic mission where we get Charles or William and Kate to go over there and give him a cuddle and try and flatter him a bit? I mean, this is how he may think he likes person-to-person exchange, doesn't he? He's interested in that sort of relationship. Maybe the royal family can help in this.
And look, I just make one observation. I can remember many years ago at a meeting in Washington, the then Vice President Joe Biden said to me something that I've never forgotten: all politics is personal. Now, whatever you think of Biden as president, that was a fundamental truth. All politics is personal. So if someone who has a bit of a sway and influence with the new president were to whisper in his ear, make a bit of an effort, maybe that would be a very good thing to do. But the last thing as a loyal subject I would ever do is give public advice to the king.
You are there at the Conservative ARC conference. You have just made the point that all politics ultimately is personal. So I want to ask you a question about the future of the right in this country, because there are many people who say the Reform Party, led by Nigel Farage, the Conservative Party, led by Kemi Badenoch, they can't exist at the same time. They need to merge. What do you make of that as an idea?
Well, we on the right don't mind a bit of competition, and I'm more than happy to listen to what people have got to say in terms of a critique of the current government and in terms of a plan for a better Britain. And let's see what different people have got to say in coming months and years. Let's not forget that the next election in Britain is still more than 4 years away, but my, I guess, general thought and counsel is that we shouldn't be overswayed by today's opinion polls, and that the Conservative Party in Britain, for all the failings of the recent government, which are well and truly admitted by Kemi Badenoch, for all its failings at the moment, it is still the most successful political party in history. I don't think anyone should be writing the Conservatives off yet.
Interesting. But Tony Abbott, the former Prime Minister of Australia, interesting take there on the future of the Conservatives in this country. Of course, speaking from that Conservative ARC conference. Really appreciate your time on the programme this morning.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
So interesting, that stuff. And look, he is not a serving Prime Minister, so he does have freedom. And lots of people get in touch how much they admired what he said. And he was very clear that you have to be able to call out Donald Trump for not supporting Ukraine. He was quite complimentary about it, very fair to Keir Starmer, despite coming from a different political perspective, saying he has done the statesman-like thing, but maybe needs to do more. But how can you be a serving politician and say to Donald Trump, you're a liar when it comes to how the war started? And he said that very, very eloquently there, didn't he?
Yeah, and it's something that all of our politicians are going to have to navigate in the coming weeks and months, especially when Parliament returns next Monday. I think there'll be lots of questions about that.
This is a Canadian air traffic control tower, and this is under Canadian authority once it crosses the border. And yet, as you know, there has been this talk about maybe staff cuts at the FAA as a part of President Trump's effort to trim down the federal workforce.
I have been panicking over all this insanity with these planes.
Yeah.
You know, and there's all kinds of stuff going on. Like, so let's start with the string of mass firings by Elon Musk's Doge.
They say, yeah.
Doge.
I feel like we're living in some kind of chaos right now.
It didn't stop there. Former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg asking the question, the flying public needs answers. How the FAA personnel, how many were fired? What positions? And why? In fact, California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell went so far as saying, since 2009, how many American airlines crashed before Trump came to office? 0. When does Trump start taking responsibility for the next plane crash? And it goes on and on. So we thought we'd dig into those numbers, you know, with the guy in charge of all of this. He's Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who joins us now. Hey, Sean, it's great to see you, man. As you know, your boss, our president, is speaking right now. We're monitoring him from Mar-a-Lago as we speak. I do want to start, if we might, Sean, with just some context. You saw what Swalwell said about the number of plane crashes before Trump, the number of plane crashes after Trump. Is that a fact?
Yeah, it's not a fact. We have the numbers. So we look at it from the beginning of Joe Biden's presidency till today. There were 57 airplane accidents. Under President Trump, there were 35. So obviously, there's been more high-profile crashes with DCA and what happened in Alaska and Philly, and now up in Canada. But again, air crashes happen, but there were more under Biden than Donald Trump. But the point here is, we want to get to a place where we have 0 crashes. Okay. We don't want people to die in aircraft, which is why what I've done is focus on how do you upgrade the system. But Will, you look at what's happened, the airspace around DCA, that was allowed to stay open under the last administration. The inspections that were done of the aircraft that have crashed, that was done under the last administration. So it is rich that they would come at this administration for the mistakes that they've made and blame us for the crashes. We're going to fix what they refused to fix over the course of their 4 years, and that's the mission of this department.
That seems intuitive, Sean. You've been on the job less than a month. President Trump, approximately a month. That first plane crash, I believe, if I'm correct, Sean, tell me, if not, correct me. I think you were on the job for about an hour and a half when the plane crash in Washington, D.C. occurred. I think you were still touring the Department of Transportation. So as you point out, the policies, the inspections, and everything would have been in place from the prior administration.
No, you're absolutely right. So I was on the job for about 28 hours. But Will, it goes to the point of, let's stop pointing fingers at each other and let's do the work now that should have been done 5, 10, 30 years ago. Let's do it today. So just recently you mentioned Doge and all the attention that Elon Musk is getting. We want the best and brightest minds in America to come in and help us figure out how we fix the system. So where else do you go but SpaceX? We had some SpaceX engineers go to the FAA and just observe yesterday, Will. And they're going to craft proposals for us, a phased approach on how we might be able to fix the American system. But it's not just SpaceX. We're going to ask everyone else to come in that's smart and bright and loves America to help us think through the process. But Will, what we're doing is we're like using a rotary phone, Will. And we're spending 90% of our money to keep the rotary phone working from back in the 1980s, as opposed to thinking through, we use cell phones today. We have such antiquated old equipment that no one has fixed. Donald Trump has said, fix this system, make it work, keep people safe, and make it more efficient. And that's what we're going to do. It's going to take some time. But again, to cast blame on this administration, give me a break.
So, but is that what you're hoping to get from SpaceX, Mr. Secretary? You're hoping to look essentially for advice and innovation?
Yeah, so again, we want a phased approach from them. And again, there's some easy fixes and wins we can make. And then some other, phased approaches we can implement. By the way, and again, it's not just SpaceX. I put out a tweet asking for all great, smart Americans to help out. A number of companies have done the same. But here's the deal. You have air traffic controllers who are brilliant, they're smart, they dedicate their lives to keeping planes separated and safe. They're working in this antiquated equipment. They want us to fix it for them. They want the new system that makes it easier for them to do their jobs. But they don't. Basically, they had no one to do it for them.
Hey, speaking of air traffic controllers, I do have to ask you about this. So I believe, I don't know if it was recommended by DOJ or not, but that about 100 firings from the FAA under the Department of Transportation. Sean, I do understand there to be somewhat of a shortage when it comes to air traffic controllers. So tell me about these firings at the FAA.
Yeah, so we're trying to hire up more air traffic controllers. So there were firings at the FAA, but the critical safety positions like air traffic controllers and safety inspectors, they all were exempted. But there are 45,000 employees at the FAA. Under 400 lost their jobs, and there were people who had been employed for less than a year. Could have been there for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and they didn't have safety jobs. So again, less than 1% of the workforce was let go at the FAA. There were new employees. So those critical employees that keep us safe, they're still on the job.
Right.
And again, this is Democrats trying to point fingers at DOJ and Donald Trump as opposed to looking at solutions that can help fix the problem.
So let's wind this up with just a little bit more context. I would ask you about the plane crash in Canada, but that is in Canada. That's not being investigated by you, correct?
That's right. So the NTSB investigates here in America. The Transport Canada is a board that investigates in Canada. So I usually would get more information more quickly from the U.S. investigators. I anticipate that over the next short time period, we'll get more information from Canada. But Will, you look at that crash, and I mean, by the grace of God, no one lost their life. But they were dealing with very difficult conditions. It had been snowing for a couple of days. There was ice on the runway, high winds, and this is the result that we had. And again, we have to get the results of the investigation and then, learn from that investigation to implement safety protocols that make sure this doesn't happen again.
All right. Well, Mr. Secretary, I came into you from the President of the United States talking about IVF. You are not someone who I think that would necessarily apply to. You have 9 children. It doesn't appear that you need any assistance in building your family. We have our prayers and hopes for everybody that does, but I know you and your family very well, and I appreciate you jumping on with us today. I wish you the best of luck. The country needs you. Wish you the best of luck, Mr. Secretary.
And Donald Trump keeping his promise there. He said on the campaign trail he was going to do it. He did it here. And this is about making America healthy again. If we're having declining fertility rates, let's make us healthy and have more babies, make America strong. Thanks, Will.
All right. Sean Duffy, thank you so much.
You may have thought that in 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. You may have thought that Russia was then responsible for causing tens of thousands of civilian casualties by firing missiles at cities across the country. You may have thought the war followed Russia demanding that Ukraine give up its right to ever join NATO. But maybe you were wrong. Maybe Ukraine started it. That's certainly what Donald Trump thinks. This is the president at a news conference in Florida. He grew irritated at being asked why Ukraine hadn't been invited to the talks in Saudi Arabia. Have a listen.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not to do it that way.
Catherine Philp is the Times World Affairs editor, and she is in Ukraine. Good morning. Catherine, are you there?
Good morning, Kate.
Oh, morning. I don't know if you heard that clip there from Donald Trump talking about Ukraine started the war. You could have avoided it. You wouldn't even have to have given up very much land. How will those comments go down in Ukraine?
I mean, they're absolutely shocking comments, and I've already seen a great deal of public anger expressed on, social media and the likes about them. I mean, they're just the latest in an extraordinary range of remarks coming out from Washington and from Trump in particular.
The fact that they have
about
British
Ukraine's
accents.
involvement, its culpability for this war that it did not invite.
Makes me kind of,
we haven't heard an official reaction from the
side with
leadership
Trump.
yet from Zelensky, but in some sense he moved ahead of where this was going anyway when he made the decision not to go to Riyadh. He was meant to be going today, and actually he would have been too late to catch any of the people who were negotiating yesterday. So he cancelled that, and I think that was really a recognition of the way that this is going. Zelensky doesn't appear to be trying to solicit Trump anymore. He's really turning to Europe instead.
So in a sense, do you get the impression that Zelensky has given up on the hope that America will give Ukraine equal weight in these talks?
It looks like that to me, or at least he has given up directly lobbying for himself. I think that, again, he's going to try and do that through European allies who actually, appear to want to listen to him and give him some room for to be heard.
I mean, we have interviewed a couple of people over the course of the week. We were speaking to somebody after 8 o'clock today who believes that we need to give Donald Trump more time. Stop being so pessimistic. Everything is going to work out fine in the end. It might feel messy at the moment. It might feel unfair, but the result will be a good one. What do you make of people who say that kind of thing?
Well, people have been saying that kind of thing for over a year, and I think that's one of the reasons that we're in the situation we are now, and that Ukraine is in the situation that we're in now, particularly in Europe. There was no real preparation for the fact that Donald Trump was going to come back into office and was very likely going to behave in this manner towards Ukraine. And, we're in this position where we're scrambling around. I mean, Moscow has said it won't accept European troops in Ukraine as part of a peacekeeping force, but there really has not been any movement from Europe over the past year to prepare for a scenario like this. So I would say to those people, how much more evidence do you want that Trump is not willing to go to bat for Ukraine?
One of the things that Russia is also saying is that it wants NATO to withdraw its offer of membership to Ukraine. Do you think that's realistic?
That's a really difficult point because NATO is a consensus organization. All of its decisions require all of its members to be in on that. So, yeah, what they've asked is for the withdrawal of the Bucharest memorandum from 2008, which is what put Ukraine on a formal path to membership. That can't be revoked by a single member of NATO like the US. It would require the whole organization. So I think that's going to be a pretty difficult fight to happen. It's possible, but I think it's worth remembering that this was Putin's demand of Ukraine and of Zelensky at the very beginning of the conflict, and no one was prepared to capitulate then. So why should they do it now?
Just finally, Catherine, while we have you, and you are in Ukraine, you can give us a really good perspective on what the war feels like at the moment. There is a lot of talk about who's winning, about who's more on top of this. What's the reality out there?
Yeah, it's quite strange, to be honest. It's quite a strange moment in the conflict because people have been warning since middle of last year that the Russians were on the verge of a breakthrough in the east around Pokrovsk, which is a place you've probably heard a lot of talk about with the fighting recently. And that actually hasn't happened. The Russians have been slowed down more than you might expect. So while the momentum for Ukraine isn't great on the battlefield, there really hasn't been as much movement as you might have expected in the last 6 months.
Interesting. So Russia's hand potentially militarily not as strong as is maybe being made out.
No, that's right. I mean, what's actually happening is that Russia is still sort of throwing these waves, human waves, at the front line. But the battle is increasingly moving to drone warfare, with each side trying to kind of outdo each other with technological innovation. So although Russia is losing a lot more men, at this point in the war, as many men as it's ever lost in, say, a month, the nature of the conflict is changing. It's less of the kind of heavy weaponry that it was in the past, and as I say, more about these drones battling it out.
Catherine Philp, the Times World Affairs editor in Ukraine. Really appreciate your perspective on all of that this morning. Thank you.
It's actually, people are actually angry. I really feel that people are getting in touch. I mean, you can't read all of them out because they're just very abusive of Trump for reasons that I think we can perhaps understand. But here's one that gets a flavour of it. Trump is clearly psychologically and morally unfit for the role of US president. Why will nobody say this? His intellectual gaffes seem to be on par with his predecessor. He's just a bit more energetic, which is masking this. Could any other Western politician in the last 3 years, any other one, have said, you should never have started it to Ukraine, and not only retain their position, but be seen as the most important deal maker in the world after it? I mean, I can't think of a Western politician who would ever have said it. I can't think of an American president who ever would have said it.
No, I think the problem, as ever, with Donald Trump, and Adam Bolton actually was on the programme yesterday talking about this, there is always a kernel of truth in whatever he says. Now, I'm not saying there's any truth in that particular statement, but more broadly, in a lot of the things that he is saying, the complexities of this war, the demands on either side, the way it is true that Europe hasn't done enough. Catherine Philp is saying the same. Europe has known that this was going to come to a point for quite a long time. There's been very little preparation. Macron has really tried to do some. The French president not managed to get very far in terms of what people will commit to. Still failed to get to a commitment in Paris this week. Europe still seeming not to be ahead of the curve, far behind it, and allowing others to take the lead. And that is exactly what's happened in Riyadh. And I think that's the problem with this, is that there is a kernel of truth in the fact that Europe has not been there.
The CIA had something to do with Kennedy's death. You're the only person in America who doesn't want to believe it.
Gosh, Lewis, you sound like such a nut job.
You're CIA. You're CIA wants CIA forever.
The truth is, I know how CIA works. You don't.
It's very hard for me to believe that it was just this one random guy who fired these perfect shots from very far away in a very short time. I have a really hard time believing that.
Do you have any hard evidence? Like, you have letters? Do you have anything?
I have 30 boxes of records, many records nobody's seen because they didn't know what to look for.
And in that last conversation with him, what did he say to you?
It was terrible. He had gotten in pretty deep. Lee told me that they were closing in on him because it'd be easy to frame him.
You don't believe he shot the bullet that killed Kennedy?
He told me he was being set up.
How did you hear about his death?
I saw it on TV.
President Trump's executive order to declassify files on the assassinations of JFK, RFK and MLK is another step closer to reality. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has been appointed to run a declassification task force, which also wants to see the files on Jeffrey Epstein's client list, 9/11,
Never going to happen.
the origins of COVID-19 and UFOs. Critics say it's catnip for conspiracy theorists. The administration says it's simply about the public's right to know. Luna says the very first investigation will be into the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. And she opened with a bombshell claim that the original congressional hearing was faulty and that 2 shooters were present at the president's death.
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were 2 shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
Wow. Well, speculation has linked the CIA to JFK's murder for decades. Former mafia boss Michael Franzese told us 2 weeks ago it could well have been a mob hit with CIA complicity. The official line remains that Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK and that he acted alone. Well, tonight we'll hear from Lee Harvey Oswald's apparent lover. 4 experts will also give us their insight into why mystery still shrouds one of the most consequential moments in American history, and whether the remaining questions will now be answered. Joining me to debate all this is Luis Ferrante, the former mafia associate and now best-selling author, Andrew Bustamante, a former covert CIA intelligence officer, the filmmaker Johnny Harris, whose investigation Why People Think the Government Killed JFK has been viewed more than 10 million times. And joining me a little later will be Judith Berry Baker, who has long maintained that she was Lee Harvey Oswald's lover at the time that he committed the crime. Okay, let's get into this. Luis Ferrante, Michael Franzese was kind of, look, the mob were involved, CIA were probably involved. Where do you sit with this?
I did over 10 years of research, 12 to 18 hours a day, and they definitely were involved. But there's also an element that has always been overlooked.
Pierce literally got
a
crackpot for the show. That's fucking awesome.
That happened at when John F. Kennedy landed in Love Field. From the moment he landed in Love Field to the moment he was killed in Dealey Plaza, there's a series of events that took place that point directly to the Secret Service. And everyone has always overlooked the Secret Service. During the Warren Commission, they talked about protection of the president. During the House Assassinations Committee, they questioned if the protection of the president was adequate. What did they do everything they needed to do, the Secret Service? But they left out some crucial pieces of the puzzle. When the advance man for the Secret Service, the man on the ground, first of all, in Dallas was Forrest Searles. And the advance man for the Secret Service coming from Washington was Winston Lawson. When Winston Lawson got there was a few orders that he gave. One was the bubble top would be removed off John F. Kennedy's limousine, which was, okay, the sun is out now, it was raining, it's a sunny day, let's remove the bubble top, fine. Then there were agents that were supposed to be riding rear riding steps of the limousine. Normally you see 2 agents on the back, left, just by the left and right taillights. They were told to not ride the rear steps. Those are tall agents that would obstruct a shot from behind the limousine. This was odd to them. One of the agents called Washington and said, is this real? Are we really being told not to ride the rear riding steps? And the gentleman who was in charge back in Washington was a man by the name of Gerald Bain, extremely overlooked for 60 years. Gerald Bain, for the first time since John F. Kennedy became president, was on vacation, supposedly. He took a vacation, a mysterious vacation. He was always riding in the front right passenger seat in front of Kennedy during every motorcade. He was glued to Kennedy. This was supposed to be one of Kennedy's most dangerous trips to Dallas because there were a lot of people who were contentious toward Kennedy in Dallas. And all of a sudden, Gerald Bain says, well, I'm going to be taking a vacation and I'm not going to be on that trip, which surprised everyone. Then all of a sudden, when they're getting these mysterious last-minute changes to the motorcade, and there are more of them, which I'll outline really quick, they call, and Bain is back in the office, in his office in the East Wing. And he said, well, at the last minute, I decided to come back to work. And I'm going to be calling the shots here from the East Wing. Very, very odd. So they're stunned, the agents on the ground, who are patriotic agents. They want to protect the president's life, but they're stunned with these last-minute changes. There were supposed to be 8 motorcycle cops around the president's vehicle. 4 of them got bumped to the back of the line. Mysteriously, they didn't understand it, by the Secret Service. That was the press vehicle, which was supposed to be a couple of cars behind Kennedy's limousine, was bumped to the back of the line. The press didn't understand it. We know how to snap photos. Why it was being bumped to the back of the line? For all of these changes that are occurring, everybody's stunned. They're all Secret Service changes. There was a last-minute change to the motorcade route. Originally, Kennedy was supposed to get right onto the Stemmons Freeway, and instead they made him make a right turn onto Houston Street, then a sharp left onto Elm Street, placing him in a canyon of buildings, amidst the canyon of buildings, and with the grassy knoll in front of him, to his front right, and you have the book depository and the Daltex building behind him with a clear shot at him from the rear. Why is Kennedy being placed in this, basically what we know now to be a kill zone? This is also made by the Secret Service. So after all of these changes were made, the advance man, Winston Lawson, later said, I'm the first guy in the Secret Service who cost the president his life. Well, he wasn't punished for it. He got a nice cushy job with the Department of Defense. In 2017, when Mike Pompeo talked President Donald Trump out of releasing the documents, he said people were still alive. Winston Lawson didn't die till December of 2019. He may be somebody. I'm not sure. Gerald Bain, on Winston Lawson too, may have been innocent because he's taking orders from Gerald Bain. What happened to Gerald Bain after all of these mysterious changes that cost the president his life? Gerald Bain goes on to become the head of Lyndon Baines Johnson's security detail.
Okay, so let me just jump in. All right, let me just jump in just to say this, that I mean, what you're saying is fascinating, and I'll get the others to comment on this. I've no idea if anything you've just said means anything or not, but it's certainly very interesting, and you've clearly done a lot of research into this. I do know, because I interviewed Clint Hill, who was the Secret Service agent who was Jackie Kennedy's bodyguard. He was the one who jumped on the back of the limousine after the first shots rang out. And he's always regretted the fact that he slipped, and had he been able to get up quicker, he thinks he would have taken the third bullet. And possibly have saved Kennedy's life. So, I know from having interviewed him several times and heard his story, what his account is. What was interesting to me was there were only 34 people in the Secret Service presidential detail at the time, in totality. For Trump now, there's 10 times as many who are specific to the president. So it changed everything about how presidents get protected. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world, and with April the 15th now fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever. Enforcement has ramped up in 2025, and if you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, waiting is not an option. The longer you do, the worse it gets. April 15th marks another tax year that has passed you by. The smart move is to get ahead, but never contact the IRS alone. Let the experts at Tax Network USA handle this for you. Why? Well, not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, meaning they know exactly which agents to deal with and which to avoid. They have proven strategies to settle tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million. Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. You can talk to one of our strategists today. It's free. Stop the threatening letters. Stop looking over your shoulder. Protect yourself from property seizures and bank levies. Don't let the IRS control your future. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's PIERS. April 15th is upon us. Act now before the IRS does it first. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. You clearly believe that there's something suspicious about all this Secret Service activity, but do you believe that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter?
No, absolutely not. And this isn't news. The Warren Commission investigated. One of the Warren Commission's mandates was to investigate who the shooter was and if it was one shooter, but they had also a dual mandate. The other one was to create public tranquility and put rumors to dispel rumors and put them to rest, domestic and international rumors. So the Warren Commission was kind of always challenged, and they had a major problem because when they finally viewed the Zapruder film, and they saw it long before the rest of us saw it, before Jim Garrison showed it to a jury and before the American public saw it much later on, it was scooped up by Henry Luce of Time Life from Abraham Zapruder and kept in a bin, not to show the public he didn't buy it. He bought it to bury it. But the Warren Commission did see it. So they knew they had a problem because Kennedy is shot and Connolly, Governor Connolly, who's sitting in front of him, is shot less than 2 seconds apart from Kennedy. And that would mean you cannot do a bolt action rifle. They took tests. You need at least 2.3 seconds to load another bullet into the bolt action rifle. That's all the way in the book depository, let's say, for example, if it's true. Let's pretend for a moment. So you have 2.3 seconds that you need to load another bullet into it, and Connolly is hit less than 2 seconds after Kennedy is hit. So they're
hit by the same bullet, bro.
The Warren Commission says, well, then he comes up with this thing called the single bullet theory, which we know today as the magic bullet theory.
Nope.
That the bullet that ended Kennedy
it's a
came
single
out of Kennedy.
bullet. It's a single bullet fact, and the Zapruder film proves it. Literally a straight line. Like, you see, when you see their positions in the Zapruder film, it exactly matches where the injuries are. The bullet embeds in Connolly's wrist. Like this whole magic bullet thing. No.
Dented Connolly, broke a couple of ribs, hit his wrist, punctured a lung, and then popped out, hit the seat, fell on the floor. This magic bullet that defied the laws of physics is supposed to be the one bullet, and they needed to come up with this theory to disprove that 2 shots were fired almost simultaneously, and there's no way someone in a bird's nest in the book depository could have fired those 2 shots that quick. So they knew there were 2 shooters, and a lot of people on the Warren Commission were in dissent, and they told Chief Justice Earl Warren, look, we're not happy with this. We don't believe it. Connolly was called before the Warren Commission, and he said, you can't run enough tests to make me believe it. I know the president was hit before me. I know I was hit by a separate round. Governor Connolly's wife said the same thing. This was all presented to the Warren Commission. When the dissenters told Warren we're in dissent, he said, I refuse to accept your notice of dissent. We need to be in unison. I need to say it was one shooter. We need to have this, all of us together. So they knew from the beginning that it was more than one shooter.
Okay. Fascinating. Let me bring in Johnny Harris. Johnny, what do you make, first of all, of what Lewis has just been saying?
I mean, it's totally valid. There was so much confirmation bias happening from the very beginning. Just hours after this event, the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, had made a conclusion about what happened, and he had a conversation with LBJ that we now know about because of stuff that was released in 2017, where he says very definitively, it was 3 shots, it was one guy, we've got him. This is hours after this chaotic event happens, and he has decided what has happened, and from there you just start to see that the people he puts around him, the investigations that he doesn't want to happen, and the investigation that does happen really confirms that original idea that it has to be 3 shots, because they found 3 shells on in the book depository, and the entire investigation just completely rallies around that. And so, you know, human psychology, when we have an initial idea from an authority figure, J. Edgar Hoover was a very powerful person too. He really imposed his ideas on everyone around him. Then the truth completely dissolves, and there was destroyed evidence, there was cherry picking of witnesses. None of this to me is proof of anything other than we didn't get the truth, and a lot of the truth was destroyed and misled for that first decade.
Do you think we're going to get to any more of the truth in the files being released?
I really don't think so. Like, honestly, I think that during that time, that crucial time in the early days when everyone was scrambling to own the narrative, they destroyed what they needed to destroy, and they actually did. We talked to, as part of our investigation, the head, the chairman of the process for releasing all of these documents, and he found...
The thing is that... What the fuck is Johnny Harris doing? The thing is that there is cover-ups and shady shit going on at the time, but you know, like, the official narrative, it's like 9/11. Like, the official narrative is not 100% spot on when it comes to 9/11, and that's why we were able to have commissions, and it was pretty opened up after that. Like, there is suspicious things going on, like, especially with, like, E. Howard Hunt, who even said on his deathbed he was involved with it, but I'm not about to believe the guy who fucking did Watergate about anything, you know? I don't believe CIA agents and all that stuff. Also, dude did Bay of Pigs, you know? Like, if there was shady shit going on, I'm sure he was part of it, you know? But, like, we have done definite science experiments. Those shots came from where we think they came from. There were like, and if there was 2 shooters, then every shot that came from the grassy knoll missed. And Oswald's position is the only one that was able to accurately hit somebody.
The entire troves of documents that he knew should have existed from key people at the CIA, the FBI, that were just gone. And he was this, he's this judge, very sober-minded. He just said, I don't know where this stuff is. So I don't know if we're going to learn.
This one bozo here, like the Secret Service stand down before they enter the plaza is sus as fuck. Like there's a lot of sussy stuff going on. Also, there was advanced warning that it was potentially going to happen, but you could say the same thing about 9/11. So I think the main cover-ups are people trying to save their own jobs, and because a fucking president died,
Any smoking gunish type.
Johnny Harris has always been a quasi-grifter. He sells a product.
Type thing with this next trove. I really believe that the damage was done in those first hours and months when they decided to own the narrative and censor the truth. And it did irreparable damage to trust that we could have had in our government's ability to tell us what actually happened.
What did you make then of the Florida representative, Anna Paulina Luna, who's the new head of the task force on declassifying federal secrets, saying she believes 2 shooters were involved? It seemed like this extraordinary bombshell came out of nowhere.
Scary to, I mean, the conspiracy idea is not just a fringe idea. There was a House committee that actually said it was very likely a conspiracy. They pointed to mob involvement, potential government involvement. Obviously, the mob and the government were involved. We know that for sure in their conspiracies to take out Fidel Castro. And so we know that is all very possible. Howard Hunt narrative. But again, I'm very wary of anyone coming out, an authority figure, coming out with a theory or a conclusion, because we as humans, we revolve around what an authority figure tells us we should be looking for. If we're going to be dispassionately putting out information, we should do that with an earnest seeking of truth and not with pre-baked conclusions.
Yeah. Like,
so I think it's
if there was a government, if there was like a government conspiracy that was involved with it, I wouldn't be shocked. But what's not going to change is the single bullet fact, and that the bullets came from the book depository building, and there's so much more behind the motives of Oswald and his character and him like staging the rifle in advance. There's so much stuff leading up to it. So, maybe they knew he was there. The guy's dead, so who knows?
Responsible to come out with this idea that yes, there was 2 shooters.
It just seemed extraordinary.
There's really good evidence that there probably was.
It just seems an extraordinary thing to
if there was 2
come
shooters,
out
the
with.
second guy missed.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. I do believe that this is a result of our own making in terms of when the CIA and the FBI show so much reticence to put forward information, and they have good reason to do that in some ways, but so much reticence, so much delay in the requests for documents, it just evokes this sense of, oh, they must be hiding something.
I love that the CIA guy has sat here
in all of our
silently
minds,
for like
oh, there must be something big going on
20
here
minutes
that they're not telling us. And that's when we start to grasp onto all these other...
This guy's awesome. The CIA guy here, also a fucking kook. He's better than most agents, but also he would look so much better if he got rid of everything. You can see just his normal head here.
Ideas. I do it myself, and I have to remind myself, no, I'm after truth. I'm looking for evidence. And it's a real shame that we have been left out of.
Yeah, I mean, I used to, honestly, I used to, be very skeptical of the conspiracies flying around about JFK. And then I saw what happened with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. I mean, both of them, both attempts, but the first one where he actually gets hit. Everything about that was just so weird and suspicious, right down to the fact it was a clean young shooter with no social media pattern, no details about him. It's all just disappeared now. He was on a flat roof, 100 yards from Trump, right in the perfect eye line, and there's no secrets of it. None of it made any sense. So I'm much more receptive to actually doing it trying to get to the facts.
I think what's tricky, if I was in the government shoes and if I was to give the most generous interpretation of what they have to deal with, an assassination attempt of a president or an assassination of a president is a potential explosion of order and a sense of safety to a population, and especially in the 60s when there's all this upheaval. I also have a little bit of empathy for the idea that these people are trying to own the narrative in the name of avoiding chaos among the population and avoiding pressure to have to retaliate against the Soviet Union directly, which could have escalated into a real disaster. So I do believe that with these events, there is a need to control some kind of narrative, and that is a fine balance. But in the 60s, they really over-indexed in secrecy and censorship, and we're all paying the price today with all of this confusion.
He's not wrong.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue, prosperity. And before I go to Andrew, who's been waiting very patiently, the CIA involvement here, Johnny. I mean, what do you feel the CIA were involved? And if so, how?
Very, very possible. I mean, the CIA during this time was doing some of the craziest stuff you can imagine all around the world. They had covert operations that were overthrowing governments, assassinating people. This is all known. This is not fringe stuff. And crucially, they were working very diligently with the mob and others to take out Fidel Castro 90 miles off our coast in Cuba. And so they had a lot of really inventive ways of getting their way. And then in comes JFK to expose a lot of their shenanigans, to shut a lot of it down, to fire high-ranking people, to threaten to make them stand account. And then you have RFK going out and attacking the mob, and conviction rates go up 800%. There's a lot of motive here on both sides who feel justified and are very powerful in covert action to do this. Now, I'm not saying that I have any smoking gun evidence that that's the case, but I, like the House Select Committee in the late 70s, believe that they had the opportunity, the motive, and the skills to do this, and there's a chance they could have. But boy, they are masters of covert action. If they did, there's no way. And by the way, it could have been a rogue faction within the CIA. The CIA was so fractured into these little silos of secrecy.
Okay, well,
it maybe wasn't from the top down.
Well, we have the perfect person to ask, Andrew Bustamante, because you were formerly with the CIA. What do you feel about what you've heard?
You know, Johnny's got a lot of this nailed down tight, Piers, and that's really important to understand because CIA's goal is to not only protect the narrative of what the American people understand, but also to protect the executive and what's happening at the executive level. So when you rewind the clock all the way back to the 1960s, you've got director of the CIA is John McCone. He's doing some of the most dangerous, most brazen operations out there with very little oversight from anyone in Congress.
That's the thing, is if he's an ex-agent who's making money off of the fact that he was an agent, honest people don't work at the CIA, okay? It's that simple.
Really only reporting to the executive branch. Anything is in fact possible, but it's so important to understand that if there is smoking gun, if there ever was
idea that you're doing it for the greater good. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying that they're not honest.
You saw the same thing happen in the withdrawal from Afghanistan. You saw the same thing happen with the prisons in Guantanamo Bay. CIA has a long history of destroying its own classified information as late as 2010. So of course, in the 1960s, anything in paper would have been destroyed.
Fascinating. And I mean, in your estimation, what is the most likely theory that you've read or heard about what has happened here? Do you believe Lee Harvey Oswald was just a lone nutcase who acted on his own? Do you believe somebody put him up to it? Do you think the CIA could have been directly involved in putting him up to it for whatever reason? What do you believe there was more than one shooter? What do you think?
You know, it's the preponderance of evidence really does seem to point to a second shooter. If not a second shooter, then some sort of amazing capability to fire multiple rounds faster than most people would have expected. So when you look at the conspiracy, you look at the actual physical evidence in hand, that second shooter theory is the stronger theory. The idea that CIA would have been involved in the assassination of a president is a possibility, but not a very high probability. When you start to layer in...
I'm trying to think what I saw of him where I was literally laughing at him and the things he was saying. What's his name? Andrew. Let's see. I want to say it was like concrete or something. Could have been Sean Ryan. Oh, he's got a Petraeus video? Okay, hang on. Save that. I think it was Lex Friedman. I think it was this. Maybe not. Maybe, I want to say it was Lex Friedman, though. Free Star David Charm. Foreign spies are exploiting the U.S. See, some of the stuff does look interesting. Where I think you know, perception isn't reality, you know? That's a clip from Lex Friedman. Oh my god, here's an insider with the guy who fucking arrested and tortured Abu Zubaydah, who fucking is now a Russian agent. This is so silly to have this. The way they're showing his legs here. Shock word. CIA spy debunks ADHD. Shut up. Notice how he's not a doctor. Here's one PBD. We'll save this. See, here's Ukraine. We'll save that. That might be the one. Here's Petraeus. Yeah, concrete. I think this is the one where he had some dumb shit. Not sure.
possible mafia involvement, USSR motivation. You start to see other areas that are also possible and more probable. And that's one of the things you have to consider when you look at solving a conspiracy or any kind of intelligence.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that if there is a second shooter, his shots didn't hit. So let me show you the Zapruder film real quick. I'm actually like very knowledgeable about this because I was really into it and believed it for a long time. Same with 9/11 being an inside job, you know. That's why I'm so, because it was part of the it was part of like the anti-war movement, you know, like the fucking, you know, PSL people and all that shit. Like they were, you know, like I was believing them and all that stuff. Not really them, but you know, the same axis of people. Russian agent there. Oh, stabilized and enhanced, huh? Few minutes to verify your age. Slow motion numbered frame. This is probably what I actually want, though. The following is somebody dying. Close some of these goddamn tabs. Okay. Well, let's see the other one that's stabilized and enhanced. See how much better that looks. I understand that this is a video of somebody getting their brains blown out. I get it. It is very graphic, you know? My goodness, can we... Okay. So the first shot happens when they're behind this sign. See, his arms are already up here, right? So the bullet had come through his neck. It actually punches a hole in his necktie, and you can actually, I believe you can actually see the tie move in the footage if you like have a good enough forensics. Like it hits right when they're going past this sign. Let's see how close up we can push this. So there's already been one shot at this point. So the second one is hitting right now. And you see him react. And Connolly is also reacting because he's turning around because he had just been hit, you know, and he's like, you know, he's like turning around. I think we're being shot at is what he's telling him. Jackie has no idea what's going on, right? And then right here, she's trying to see what's wrong with him, and she leans in, and he's about to burst right here. See, and then she gets up, and what she's actually doing, we don't need to see close up on that part, it's the other part we need to see. She actually starts trying to pick up his brain matter from the back of the car, and she's screaming, they shot Jack, and they're like, are you sure? And she says, his brains are in my hands. I think this one is actually better, the numbered one, than that enhanced one. Although it is very blurry on the blown up capture. So you can see that he gets hit at the exact same time Kennedy does here, because he's looking over here because he thought he heard a shot, right? And then boom, he got hit, and his tie actually moves out of the way. You can actually see the tie deform from the bullet. But I just saw this thing here. It said, why it's impossible. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Mark 60 years. Former President John F. Kennedy was assassinated.
Here now to show us bullet or the single bullet theory.
Single bullet fact.
Lab claims after years of research, the same bullet hitting both men is scientifically impossible.
President and Mrs. Kennedy, a warm welcome. The usual welcoming committee presents Mrs. Kennedy with a bouquet of red roses.
Has happened in the motorcade route.
The analysis that we've gone through so far is that those can't be the same bullet. That they don't align. We can't make Governor Connolly's position match.
Stanley Stoll is CEO of Knott Laboratory, a forensic engineering and animation lab to Dealey Plaza, then brought it back to their computers.
To your computer, you know, the exact replica of whatever you wanted to scan. Everything used to be two-dimensional, and
Infamous Zapruder film that has the clearest video of when John F. Kennedy was shot and matched it to their point cloud. And everything was matching up perfectly until the Texas governor was shot too, reportedly by the bullet that went through the president first.
What, through the evaluation, comes to show is that those aren't in line. Governor Connolly, his wound is sitting 6 to 10 inches towards the outside of the vehicle. You have to slide Governor Connolly to the inside of the vehicle. You have to slide him to the left.
And as they just said on that last thing we said, he was to the left. He literally was to the left.
To get that alignment.
Based on those findings, Stoll says you have to look at a new hypothesis that there was a second bullet. The question, from where? One person with inside knowledge of the government investigation believes there was another bullet too. Sammy the Bull Gravano was questioned by the FBI about this after he became a government informant for the mafia.
I know what it is to kill someone. You don't bounce and come this way. When you bounce and come this way, you got hit in the front with a bullet, another one.
Do you think JFK?
Anyway. That's funny. It's like, he had to be sitting to the left. It turns out he was. Crazy, bro. Crazy.
Question is both probability and possibility.
One bullet hit two people?
Yeah, I mean,
and so that's another thing, is the bullet that they present is definitely not the bullet that hit them. Like, that's a clear fabrication as well. Because, like, the bullet fragmented, and when it hit Connolly, and it went into his thigh and his wrist. He had bullet fragments in two places, and then they came up with this pristine bullet saying this was the bullet. No, it wasn't. No, they said it, they found it on the stretcher. That was supposedly the bullet that went in his head, which is more likely that the bullet went in his head, stayed together. But, like the bullet presented that went through both of them, I don't think it was like, there's stuff that doesn't add up about it. But like the trajectory matches. Like it's like the same thing with Trump, where they had people who were saying, oh, there was multiple shots and they like lined them up perfectly, like, no, you can't synchronize like that. It's just impractical and improbable to think that way. And is what it is.
Can I jump in here, Piers?
Yeah, jump in, yeah, Lewis, yeah.
I completely agree with both of your guests, and I mean they both nailed it. I just want to add there's a great degree of evidence, a great deal of evidence, I should say, that you can find everywhere leading up to the assassination. So, for example, if I say I'm about to,
if there is a second shooter, and it came from the grassy knolls, neither one of those bullets would have been the bullets that killed them or hit them. They would have been misses, right? So, like, it's not impossible that there was two shooters. I just don't believe it. I like, it wouldn't shock me if there was. What would shock me is like something that like disproves the forensics that we already have. It would like cause me to reevaluate things because I'm so like dead set on like the facts and how they went down. And that's the same thing with 9/11. It says like I'm very dead set on very particular facts, but there's also stuff that I don't know about it that we'll never know.
Armored car, because I did heists and hijackings. That's what we were known for, me and my crew. If I say on taped recording devices, on eavesdropping, FBI eavesdropping devices, I'm about to hit an armored car. I'm going to hit an armored car on Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'm going to hit an armored car. And they repeatedly hear this. And then an armored car gets hit at 3 o'clock on Tuesday. That is evidence against me committing this crime. Can I possibly challenge it in court? Yeah, if I hire the best attorneys. I hired William Kunstler. I had Barry Slotnick. I had some of the best attorneys money could buy. You could challenge it in court, but it is evidence. There was an abundance of evidence leading up to the assassination. You have a guy in New Orleans said the president's going to buy it with a high-powered rifle when he comes down south. This is a guy directly related to Carlos Marcello, the Louisiana Don. You have somebody else in Miami. Miltia, Joseph Miltia, speaks to this guy Somerset, who's an informant, says the president's going to buy it with a high-powered rifle from a building when he comes down south, and we're going to lay it on some guy who looks like a nut, and the public will think it was him after the fact. They have this on tape. This is prior to the assassination. They have mobsters threatening the lives of President Kennedy. Hoover had illegal eavesdropping devices all across the nation in social clubs everywhere. He's listening to threats against the president. Jose Alemán, who is in exile,
of course there
who
was.
fled
That's
Castro's
the thing is
Cuba.
like, of course
He's
there was
working
threats.
closely with Miami
There's constant
Don,
threats of terrorist
Florida
attacks
Don,
today. That
Santo
doesn't mean one's going to
Trafficante.
happen tomorrow.
And he's doing business development deals with him. At one point before the assassination, Trafficante says to Jose Alemán, President, he's bitching about Kennedy, Bobby and Jack. He says, well, just wait them out. They'll eventually be gone. And he goes, no, Jose, they're going to be hit when they come down south. It's all in the making. The plans are all done. And Jose Aleman runs to his FBI handler and tells his FBI handler,
I might this a little bit. Like,
yeah, Johnny, come in there.
That's another thing too. Like RFK was obviously shot by the mafia, like that one, and so that's another thing that makes JFK more suspect is RFK's death.
Johnny,
Jose Aleman went to his FBI handlers and told them.
I want to temper some of this only because there's a lot going on here, and everything you're saying you can piece together. I think what's really scary about this, it's 5 million documents and there's hundreds of thousands of little pieces, of fragments that we can put together to see what we want to see. And when I was deep in this, I came in really earnestly saying, like, I'm open to believing. This is how I approach UFOs or any of these kind of big nebulous conspiracy theories. And I find myself wanting to piece together every one of these sound bites and little bits to find a mosaic that kind of proves this what is kind of a tantalizing notion.
A sort of confirmation bias.
It's not to say that this evidence isn't valid. Yeah, it's just that when we are in a vacuum of concrete information, we are all of us left to sort of grasp at this fractured information space that then it really allows us to create our own adventure on exactly what we're seeing. I think that's really dangerous. I think that's where you get this sort of polarized idea of who did what.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, Lewis, I want to bring Lewis in a moment. I mean, what I would say is that's what makes the potential release of these files so tantalizing and potentially so historic and newsworthy, because even if they fill in some of the gaps in information, right, and it's been hidden from the American
there's a lot of
people,
gaps to fill.
And if there is evidence in there which points clearly, as this congresswoman just seemed to blurt out, that the evidence suggests 2 shooters, that in itself, if that has been hidden from the American people, is an incredible bombshell to come out. So, I mean, I just think that, it would be. I can't believe it's going to be something as momentous as this, but it could be, which is why they've kept, of course, and if it is, it may be why they kept it quiet. Yeah, Andrew.
And yeah, I want to make sure that this is very, very clear, right? Because what Johnny is saying is absolutely logically sound. What's missing from this conversation is the question of intentionality. Right?
Yes.
CIA has understood what we call the anatomy of a conspiracy for a long time. And we oftentimes will intentionally let certain information out and retain or even destroy other information, specifically because we understand that a conspiracy will be born,
right,
and it will run wild. If you've heard of a red herring, that's exactly what we're talking about. When the whole world is focused on something over here, they're completely blind to the truth, not because the truth doesn't exist, but because they're too focused on the red herring, right? And that conspiracy, that anatomy of a conspiracy topic is exactly what Johnny's talking about. When there are fractured pieces of information and specific connective tissue is absent, it leads people to speculate. Suspicion is healthy. Skepticism is healthy. Piers, you've talked about skepticism. Skepticism is a very healthy thing.
I agree.
But when we get into speculation makes things go crazy and people start writing their own narratives and their own stories. And oftentimes, if you just let people be people, they'll solve the problem
Let me ask
Lewis. Really big issue will never come to light.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Lewis, the mafia element of this, I mean, what seems crystal clear and unarguable now is that Jack Ruby, who shot and killed Oswald, of course, after his arrest, was heavily tied to the mob. That seems to be agreed, settled science, correct, if you like. So what no one's quite sure, as a fact, is why he did that and why the mob would want that done. If it was just as simple as killing the assassin, okay. Was it to hide mob involvement in the assassination and so on? I mean, you would know better than most, but what's your view about the mob element of this?
Hoover knew right away. His public stance was Ruby is a second lone nut who did this on the spur of the moment. But his private stance was it's obviously a silence job by the mob. Hoover understood that right away, immediately.
But
there
why?
are other people in government.
Why would they want to silence it?
Well, Hoover was supposedly Oswald was being interrogated for 12 hours in the police station. Historians have bent themselves into pretzels trying to explain why there is no audio recording and no stenographic record of what he said during those 12 hours. So one historian famously said, well, he just shrugged a lot. There was no reason to record it or have a stenographer there. Okay, aren't we still entitled to the questions, number one? And are we supposed to believe that he shrugged for 12 hours and they just kept persisting for 12 hours while he shrugged? Something may have been said in that room that we are not being told. I don't know for sure. I don't speculate. Everything I say is concrete, by the way. When I mentioned that people threatened the president's life before he was brought down to Dallas, that is concrete evidence. That's all done. It's done and it's etched in stone. This here, I have to speculate. What was Oswald saying? And did Ruby at some point, who may have been involved with Oswald leading up to the assassination, feel that it would be better to kill the president's assassin and be charged with that and maybe get a light sentence because the jury would be sympathetic to him? They cheered when Oswald was shot in the garage. And 77 out of 100 people said he doesn't deserve time at all. So, or should he be charged with the president's conspiracy to assassinate the president? Ruby may have felt like the better option is to kill Oswald. Now, Ruby was directly connected to Joe Campisi, who he had dinner with, a steak dinner with, the night before the assassination. Joe Campisi was the underboss of the Dallas Borgata, the Dallas crew. The boss was Joe Civillo. Both of them were very close with Ruby. Both of them answered directly to Carlos Marcello. Dallas was a satellite of Carlos Marcello's Louisiana empire. They share a 370-mile border, Texas and Louisiana. He controlled Dallas, Marcello. Marcello also controlled the state machinery. He put governors in place, mayors. He put politicians, all the politicians and all of the prosecutors, judges he appointed. Marcello had a complete control. This is evidence. This is not me shooting from the hip. This is not, my books are heavily sourced. I have them behind me. I have 40, 50 pages of source notes in the back. This is all archived. I never shoot from the hip. I never speculate.
But out of from everything you've read, though, Lewis, why would the mob, if they were involved in the actual assassination, why would the mob want Kennedy dead? Okay, so there's a lot of moving parts here, but it's a crucial thing to understand that the mob, the CIA, rogue agents of the CIA, and the Cuban exiles, militant Cuban exiles who wanted to take back Cuba, they came together through a series of events, through a series of geopolitical events and domestic events that placed them together. First of all, the mob backed Kennedy. It's difficult to get into that on a short interview, but the mob backed Kennedy and brought him into the White House. They helped him in the West Virginia primary with millions of dollars when he beat Hubert Humphrey, and they also helped him swing Illinois when he beat Richard Nixon in the general election. That is also proven. Hoover had an abundance of evidence in front of him, but when Joe Kennedy, the patriarch of the Kennedy clan, told Jack to appoint Bobby as Attorney General, the main interest Joe had was making sure that all of any allegations of voter fraud were just basically just thrown away. We do not want we do not want Jack confronted with these allegations. So that's the reason why Bobby was put in as Attorney General. Then Bobby had chased the mob during the Rackets Committee, formerly known as the McClellan Committee, and he went back and he started to go after them again. So the mob hates Bobby, Carlos Marcello specifically, and Santo Trafficante and Sam Giancana. They start to hate Bobby for going after them. At the same time, they're helping the CIA try to kill Castro. But at the same time as that, the Bay of Pigs happens, where the CIA trained Brigade 2506 to go back and hit the beaches, Bajina Cochinos, the Bay of Pigs. They're going to move inland and link up with another force and move towards Havana. Well, Kennedy said, I'm not helping them when they were stranded on the beaches. And they were literally begging Kennedy. Charles Cabell, who was the assistant director, Dulles was out of town, conveniently, by the way. I think he didn't want to be there in case there was a debacle, because Kennedy said he was going to not help them if he did not want to reveal America's hand. So Charles Cabell is begging the Kennedy administration and Kennedy himself, please give them air cover. Please get them off the beaches. Please help them get inland. Kennedy said, no, I don't want to look like a superpower who's trying to take back a little island. So the exiles walk away from the Bay of Pigs despising Kennedy. They felt like he let them down. Then the Cuban Missile Crisis comes up back to back. And now the exiles are biting their nails in Miami and all across the country, everywhere they went, going, here's our chance. And the hawks in Kennedy's administration are going, invade, invade, invade. We got nuclear missiles 90 miles off the coast of Florida. We cannot allow this to happen. We will not look like the imperialist mercenaries Castro has been portraying us as. Get in there, get the missiles out.
and we could take back Cuba and stop the potential domino effect of all of Latin America going communist. We need to stop this now. Kennedy decides to quarantine the island instead. He did not want to go in. And then he makes a side deal with Khrushchev. And he tells Khrushchev, look, we're going to not only take the missiles out of Europe that are in Turkey pointing toward the Soviet Union, which we didn't learn about till decades later, but now, not only that, but I promise you, he tells Nikita Khrushchev, and this is in Khrushchev's memoirs too. Khrushchev openly talks about it. He promised him, I will never invade Cuba again. And Cuba said, and Khrushchev desperately wanted that guarantee. Once he said that, he turned around, and the Cuban exiles, the mascots of liberty, the great advocates of democracy who wanted to take back their homeland from a dictator who stopped elections, Castro, all of a sudden they became enemies of the Kennedy administration. He had his attorney general order all the law enforcement agencies to stop the training camps, any sabotage missions back into Cuba, and they're locking them up with British. They worked hand in hand with British authorities in the Bahamas to lock up a bunch of exiles. They're pulling them over at sea. The Coast Guard is. This is all evidence. I'm not shooting from the hip. I did 10 years of research.
Okay, well, it's very compelling what you've been saying.
Let me just finish this because
I agree with all of this. Like,
okay, Johnny, hang on, Lewis. Johnny, quickly respond. I've then got another guest I want to bring in, who is a woman who claims to have been Lee Harvey Oswald's lover. So.
I think it's just that all of this that Lewis is talking about is really good context because it demonstrates how existential Kennedy and his little brother were for these big forces. Like, they were existential. They were disruptive. They were choosing diplomacy and peace over like this hard-line covert operation, and they were cracking down on the mob. Like, there was real existential threat here. And that does lay the ground for a real motive for these powerful forces.
I mean, when a mobster kills
I agree that this is real there.
Yeah, when a mobster kills the assassin, several days after the assassination, you've just got to do the trail, right? And as Lewis just and I know a lot of this stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff about this. I've read lots of books. The trail is there, from Sam Giancana to others. It was clear the motive was there too.
Just to finish that story, Piers, may I add one small element? So when the exiles feel betrayed by Kennedy, they need funding. They're defunded. They were getting hundreds of millions before that. Now they're getting zero. Who funds them? Carlos Marcello in Louisiana, Santo Trafficante in Florida. They've begun funding the Cubans. The Cuban Revolutionary Committee, CRC, headed by Sergio Arcacha Smith, is broke. He's flat broke. He doesn't have a nickel to his name. He doesn't know how he's ever going to get back his homeland. Suddenly he's seen with tons of money, and he happens to be funded by Carlos Marcello, who Bobby Kennedy is going after.
Right.
So that's when the exiles begin to form an alliance with the mafia. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
That's the reason why. I'm not degrading. I'm not diminishing. The exiles that came to America are great people, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they got tight with the mob. And at the same time, the CIA handlers felt like Kennedy's inaction was tantamount to treason, and they sided with the exiles, and they were already working with the mob to kill Castro. It was a short step to say, hey, and it happened at a party. It was a short step to say, hey, why are we bothering with killing Castro? Why don't we kill Kennedy? Dump it on Castro and get the American public to demand an invasion. And all the evidence is in my book.
That's a much bigger step than you think. That is a much bigger step than you think. Now we're definitely getting into the realm of huge speculation.
I don't shoot from the hip. It's all sourced. This is in my book. There's
Okay, well, Andrew,
everybody
Lewis,
who's been listening to you has heard you shoot from the hip for the last 20 minutes, man.
I have not been shooting from the hip. You're CIA. You're CIA once, CIA forever.
Andrew?
CIA for life.
So the truth is, I know how CIA works. You don't. So I can tell you that what Johnny is saying is much more reasonable with the way CIA thinks and operates, and the way you're talking just sounds kind of like a crazy person who doesn't trust CIA. And I don't blame you for not trusting CIA, but try to keep your stuff grounded in logic, not just bits of breadcrumbs.
What's that? We should all trust the CIA? That's what you're saying?
You're regurgitating breadcrumbs. You're not creating a story. You're not creating any kind of factual basis that gives us an explanation for what or why. And Johnny himself is even acknowledging that's what we have is a lot of we have pots of information, not a complete story.
I showed you how all of the
when I was reporting on this,
yeah, Johnny,
I go down these rabbit holes, and when I go into these conspiracies, because this is something we do on the channel a lot, we pull on the thread and we try to earnestly look at each one of these stories. Honestly, I can see all of them. Like, I can see them, and I can pull, and I ground in facts, and you can start to stitch the facts together to tell that story. And Lewis's story, like, that's a rabbit hole we have gone down, not to that depth, and actually going to follow up because I want to learn more. But it's like, at the end of the day, we are looking for a sense of real evidence-based truth, and I don't think we are going to get it in a way that satisfies anyone. I think we are left in this fighting about this because information was censored at the very beginning, and that is a lesson. To me, it's an
I think you may be right, but Johnny, I think you might be right. But let me ask you,
history.
Right, I think you may be right, and we'll find out. I mean, it's incredible that we may just get any more information officially from these files. But let me just ask the three of you very briefly, as we conclude this part of the debate. I have to interview Lee Harvey Oswald's alleged lover next. Just want to ask you all, what is your theory, personally? What do you actually... You've all done lots of research into this. What do you actually think happened? Johnny, let me start with you.
I mean, I'm very reticent to give a theory because of how tantalizing all of this is. I'm the guy who presents facts, and we'll see what happens. But if I have to, with all those caveats, I will say I do believe that this was a conspiracy, that this was a collaboration between shadowy forces, and there were multiple shooters. I personally believe that. I will not state it as fact. And if I had to really stretch, the amount that I have studied the CIA and their action, how they behave, and how they behaved with impunity in the 60s, I believe that it was probably some rogue faction that felt like they were doing the patriotic thing. They saw the forces closing in on their operations that they felt were really important, and maybe through some alliance with some of these other forces, organized crime, Cuban exiles, whatever, made something happen. It's very hard for me to believe that it was just this one random guy who fired these perfect shots from very far away in a very short time. I have a really hard time believing that.
Okay.
But again, that isn't fact. That is my personal theory.
No, of course. And I'm not going to hold you to it if it turns out, if information comes out that takes you somewhere else. I'm sure you'll be honest about that, as you are with the way you've conducted yourself at all times of this story. Andrew, just briefly, what do you think? What's your gut feeling?
Yeah, I believe that what we're going to see here when these files are dropped is going to be surprising to everyone and more disheartening than anything. I don't believe it's a question of conspiracy. I think it's going to be a question of competency. What we're going to find is that FBI and Secret Service and CIA weren't cooperating, weren't collaborating, and an event happened that could have been prevented. That's what I think we're going to see. But until we actually see the information, it's important to understand that the information that's been taken away is what creates the cycle of conspiracy that you see people like Lewis getting stuck in and continually go in a circle.
Right, but what do you actually think happened? Who do you think did it? Was there more than one shooter? What's your gut feeling?
So my gut feeling is that Lee Harvey Oswald was heavily involved. My gut feeling is that he was being manipulated by multiple forces that were not being that were in cooperation, but not being collaboratively
that's possible too.
Defended against by the U.S. government. The second shooter theory seems very, very plausible, but I don't have the facts.
Okay, Lewis, finally you. I mean, you've laid it out in a lot of detail. Lay it out now very simply. Just in 2 sentences, what do you think happened here?
Really quick, and I don't shoot from the hip. Lyndon Johnson believed it was a conspiracy. Jacqueline Kennedy believed it was a conspiracy. Bobby Kennedy, although he said, I agree with the Warren Commission, later said he believed it was a conspiracy. And he asked his friend Walter Sheridan to go check it out and look into it. When Walter Sheridan came back and said it is a conspiracy, and he started to go into details, he stopped Walter Sheridan from continuing because he couldn't stand the fact that he may have caused or contributed to his brother's death. So Bobby cut him off. So I am not shooting from the hip. The first conspiracy theorists are members of the Warren Commission who did not believe in the single bullet theory. And if the single bullet theory falls apart, the entire 880-page report of the Warren Commission is a work of fiction that's probably more fictional than War and Peace. And that's gone. So now you have Connolly. He's another conspiracist, Governor Connolly, who said that I was shot by a different bullet. Then you have Lyndon Johnson.
Okay, so what do you actually think happened, though? I don't want you to repeat what you said earlier.
I believe that the mob worked the ground. They had to put all the things in place on the ground. I do believe that somehow, some way, somebody did get to hire people in government who made last-minute changes to Kennedy's motorcade route. When you tell me there's a dozen changes that occurred to his motorcade route that led him right into a death trap, you cannot tell me that is by accident. Also, too, the limousine was immediately taken, shoved on an airplane and brought back and reupholstered at Ford Motor Company. They did not keep it as evidence. They washed it and reupholstered it immediately.
So just to be clear, though, you think it was, both CIA and the mob in collusion with Lee Harvey Oswald?
I believe rogue agents of the CIA. Alan Dulles was already gone. John McCone was in place, but Richard Helms and William Harvey had already testified that they did not tell McCone everything. Your CIA guy in the panel, he's still an Alan Dulles minion. He's still swearing that the CIA he doesn't want to take that step. The CIA had something to do with Kennedy's death. You're the only person in America who doesn't want to believe it.
My gosh, Lewis, you sound like such a nut job. You sound like such a crazy person. Everybody watching is waiting for you to stop talking so they can try to make sense of your word salad. It's insane.
I don't know. You look like a nut job. First of all, you got a mop on the back of your head. I don't even know how to That's besides the point. You are a complete lunatic, and the only person who doesn't believe there's a conspiracy is you. Even Johnny came around. Johnny totally gets it. Johnny's actually more logical because he's going, I don't want to take those steps, but I'm willing to look at what Lewis is saying. I did the research, buddy.
We got to leave it there.
Common ground. We both believe Johnny is logical.
Okay, why don't we end on that agreement?
Great. I'll take it.
Thank you to my panel. Listen, this will not go away. If anything, it's going to be massively inflamed if these files get released. So when they do, please all come back. I found it fascinating. I don't have the answers, but I think that it seems to me it's a lot more complicated than people may have imagined, and so that's why the files are so fascinating. Thank you very much. Well, that's my panel, but joining me now is Judith Very Baker, who says she was Lee Harvey Oswald's lover, spoke to him just hours before he was assassinated. Judith also says Oswald was a CIA operative who tried to prevent the president's death. Well, Judith, you've been listening to the panel there. Welcome to Uncensored. Before we get into your credentials and credibility in relation to your claims about your credentials and
oh my god, she's so ready to promote her fucking product. You see that? Do you see the book come up?
Welcome to
she can't
Uncensored.
wait.
Before we get into your credentials and credibility in relation to your claims about being Lee Harvey Oswald's lover, what is your personal theory about what happened that day in Dallas?
I'm a witness. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yeah.
All right. I've listened to these individuals we brought in, and Lewis is replete with information. As someone who knew Lee Oswald personally, by the way, I need to establish a few things. I sent you a list of people who have vetted me. Mm-hmm. And the list includes over 100 people, attorneys, witnesses, and researchers, including like Jim Mars, who's dead now. But I also have been vetted by like Bob Tannenbaum of the HSCA, Bob Groden. On top of that, I have witnesses. Now, I understand we don't have much time to speak about who I have. So I'm just going to show you. Can you see this book?
Yeah.
All right. I've got over 500 pages in there. Witness statements, collaborating with me, verifying that I knew Lee Oswald. One of them, for example, saying she saw Lee at my apartment so often, and she's on record.
Well, it's certainly what is, if I may interrupt you, what is indisputable is that there is actual evidence that you and he started work in the same coffee shop. On the same day.
Not a coffee company, not a shop.
A coffee. I'm sorry.
I hear the word shop. I know. Yeah.
Sorry, a coffee company. Yeah.
Well, somebody
Yeah.
Right. Well, when you use shop, it tells me that somebody's giving you information from those who are kind of denigrating
This lady's
some of
a
the
quack.
material I have.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes.
A coffee
For
business
example,
was how it was
all right,
described. Yeah. So you
it's okay. It's
you
okay.
began the same day as he did. That has been verified. So clearly you started
let's
work
start
at the
beginning.
same place.
All right. All right. Well, let's start. We arrived in New Orleans the same month. All right. We interviewed the same day, and we did not start at Riley Coffee. We had our records laundered at what's called Standard Coffee for 1 week. At the same time, we were then transferred the same day and even almost hour to Riley Coffee Company. These were cover jobs. I kept all the documents. I kept and for a long time, the government did not release corroborating documents that I had.
Okay, well, I tell you what, let's not re-legislate the whole thing, because you did work together. A lot of people have supported you. A lot of people remain skeptical. Let's park that for one side. Your position is that I think you were both married at the time, and you got into an affair with Lee Harvey Oswald.
Miserable marriages. Yeah, we were miserable.
How long were you with him? How long were you his lover?
All right, I met him April 26, 1963 in New Orleans. And I have to tell you that was at 10:30 in the morning. It was life-changing for both of us. We hit it off right away. It turned out he was there to protect me. He pretends to be pro-Castro. Castro was after what we were doing. I was involved in a CIA project to kill Castro. There were about 600 attempts on Castro's life. CIA was deeply involved in that.
Okay.
And I was in contact with him.
This lady
I saw him
is a
almost every day
fucking quack.
until 1st and 2nd of September. And then for that time, it was telephonically. I was last in contact with him, and I have good evidence about this. Only 37 and a half hours before Kennedy's assassination.
And in that last conversation with him, what did he say to you?
It was terrible. He had gotten in pretty deep. Lee Oswald was a real patriot. He was a fake defector to the Soviet Union. They're holding back his records like on taxes because Lee told me he was paid hazard pay, for example. And of course, all these records, I have records showing records were destroyed. Now, Lee told me that he had pretended to be anti-Kennedy in order to penetrate certain areas, CIA and so on. He was borrowed for the ONI and used by the CIA. They could always say, well, he never CIA, because he was borrowed from the Office of Naval Intelligence. I have records. I have 30 boxes of records.
We get it. You have records.
Seen, because they didn't know what to look for. Basically speaking,
can we bring back the other quack? At least he's fucking interesting.
Because it'd be easy to frame him. If he tried and defend himself, he had CIA contacts like in the USSR, they would have executed them. I have so many witnesses that we have gathered. I've spent almost 25 years, sir, doing that. So I have a lot of people, stuff you've never seen. We have a whole list. I'd like to just mention, all right, we've got David Morales. We don't have his files. Harvey and Lansdale travel records. We don't have that. 113 pages from James Jesus Angleton.
Okay, but do you believe this stuff is going to come out in the files if they get released?
All right, here's the thing. Most of those files that are, anything that would have implicated Lee Oswald, they've already put out there. All right? What they have left, a lot of this will be red herring material that will divert you from the truth. What we do know is that people are angry at Trump saying, oh, he said he was going to release this. No, the order was in 15 days to give us a plan of when they would release. Why did they need more time? Because the original 1992 directive, JFK Act, says that these records were supposed to be released unredacted. We have a House bill sitting in committee in the House Intelligence, CIA Intelligence Committee. It's been sitting there for a year. That is a bill that says these must be released unredacted. What we're going to get is like we got in 2017, like about 100 pages about Lee Oswald. I was so excited. So I opened it up, 100 pages, and put a white piece of paper over each page. That's not a release. We have so much of that is unconscionable. By the way, I have many records because of what Lee told me was going on.
Okay, why do you believe he...
A lot of these were not collected.
Why do you believe he shot Kennedy?
Go ahead, Piers.
Why do you believe he shot Kennedy?
He didn't. Who told you I believe that? Who?
You don't believe that he did?
Lee Oswald. Lee told me that he was afraid. He joined what's called an abort team. We have records on the abort team with Tosh Plumlee and others. We have a lot of information showing that Lee Oswald was on a abort team that was trying to stop what was going on. He is connected with the effort to save Kennedy's life in Chicago.
Now, we have plenty of reference points of what ex-agents act like. I've never met one that acted like this.
James Douglas, we have Abraham Bolden, the Secret Service, collaborate.
So you don't believe that he shot the bullet that killed Kennedy?
He told me that he was being set up and he didn't know how to escape because if he tried to, they'd kill all of us. I have spent 25 years overseas. History Channel stated I was a cancer research expert, and they actually put out there for several years that I claimed to have helped create AIDS. I had to flee for my life. I spent 13 years, sir, overseas recently until COVID, and I had to move every 90 days. That's on record. I was haunted, hunted, and everything. People have protected me. They've seen my records. They've seen my testimony.
Do you have any photographs of you? Do you have any photographs of you and Oswald?
Oh yeah. Well, let's see. We're married. We're in secret projects. We're going to get our pictures taken. No, but I do have other items. I have witnesses who have seen us together, including a mafia guy, Mac McCullough. He's on tape and film.
Okay, but do you have any actual evidence that proves that you were with him?
Do living witnesses count? Do
you have any actual? Do you have any hard evidence? Like, do you have letters? Do you have anything?
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have hard evidence that we were together for 11 weeks, rode the same bus, absolutely. Same bus every morning, and they're trying to say we never met and stuff like that.
Right.
I have so much evidence. Wait a minute. I saw a film, for example. This is pretty hard evidence. Robert Tannenbaum of the HSCA and Robert Groden of the HSCA both saw a training film that nobody else saw, but I saw it because Lee Oswald, David Ferry, and David Morales were actually splicing pieces of this training film together from what was going on at Lake Pontchartrain. I was able to prove that I saw these films, these spliced films that were put together, training film. And that is on record with the HSCA.
But just to be clear, Judith, you do...
Tannenbaum both say, I saw the film.
Okay, just to be clear, though, you do not believe that Lee Harvey Oswald pulled the trigger. So who do you think shot Kennedy?
He said this was a cabal. And Lewis has got a lot of it right. And I applaud you for bringing him on, all right?
So the mafia, CIA, what's your theory?
Wait a minute. Let me, it's not a theory. We know that the CIA, the FBI, both hated Kennedy. Kennedy was going to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces, okay? And the FBI, Kennedy was going to go and make Hoover retire. And Hoover hated the Kennedys. That's really on record. Hoover put out get this, the day that Kennedy was shot, the 22nd of November, the SAC of the FBI in Dallas said, Hoover, what else did we look for? After all, we've got wanted for treason posters all over Dallas. The same day Kennedy was shot, Hoover said, we have the true suspect. You don't have to look any further. How did Hoover know? Now, we have a coalition going on. We've got the CIA, FBI, Mafia, Cubans, and we have rogue elements, mainly in the military-industrial complex. And
Okay.
between them all,
This is just a mentally ill woman.
they made a conglomeration. If you pointed a finger at any one of them, they could point right back at you. That is a cabal. It was a cabal that did it, and they can blame each other to high heaven. I can tell you, James Douglas with the book JFK and the Unspeakable, and my book, Lee Harvey Oswald and Me. And me and Lee will give you all the information.
Okay.
It's there.
Let me ask you.
That's why
I want to show.
hundreds of people supporting me.
Okay, I want to show one of the
That's
other
okay.
most iconic.
You know what? I know one thing. I know how you were fighting in the last segment. I saw people interrupting you and treating you badly, and I want to give you opportunity to know that respect that from where you're coming from, that you give me an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay. I want to show another piece
Okay,
of footage,
shut up, please,
obviously,
now.
from the time. This was the moment that Lee Harvey Oswald was assassinated himself by Jack Ruby, who had mafia links. I want to get your reaction to this. So this
Well,
is.
I don't want a reaction.
I just wanted to know.
I can't see what you're looking at. You realize?
So we're seeing the footage of Lee Harvey Oswald being shot dead himself by Jack Ruby. What I was going to ask you is, did you see that at the time? How did you hear about his death?
Of course I watched it. I saw it on TV. I screamed. I threw up. And actually, I don't remember anything for about 2 days, even though I was working at that time in a laboratory with NASA contracts and everything. I went like a zombie and all that. They noticed, my boss did there at the laboratory, that I cried when I heard Kennedy was shot. And then I cried again when they said that Lee Oswald was arrested. He said, what's going on here? How can you cry for one and then for his assassin? Because they already had lots of newspaper articles written that Lee Oswald was the only one involved. It said right away, assassin shot Kennedy in all the headlines. It didn't say assassins. 3 shots were fired. That's all they would admit. Right away, we had many pre-written materials that for AP, UPI, and so on. You'd be surprised.
I'm sure. Judith,
I am
appreciate you
sure.
joining me. Thank you very much.
I haven't had much chance to talk. I hope someday you talk to me again.
I'm sure we will. Thank you.
What do you think Piers is telling his crew after he gets off of that show? Like, obviously, like, the argument, that's why they teased with it and they ran with it in the beginning was great. But goddamn, he's got to be like getting off the air and be like, what a fucking crackpot that lady was. Can you believe her?
Families fled the shootings and the bombings that rained down on them by Russia. We all remember these horrific scenes. We haven't seen them in quite some time, but we're up on the 3rd year anniversary. You see people trying to escape.
What do you think was Oswald's intent to kill JFK? I'm not entirely sure, because he was going to kill the fucking general beforehand, you know? It's hard to say, but, like, what was the fucking intent of the kid who just tried to kill Trump, you know? These people are fucking losers who do these killings.
So with that, we bring in KT McFarland, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump. She also served as an aide to former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger.
Scary lady.
And in the Ford and Reagan administrations. KT, good to have you with us today. You heard Peter's piece, and we all remember how devastating this attack in Ukraine was from Russia. What do you make of what you're hearing today about the efforts to end this?
But for 3 years, nobody's talked to the Russians. And as far as the European allies and Ukraine and the Biden administration, they said, we don't want to talk to the Russians. We have preconditions before we talk to the Russians. So as a result, where are we now? We're in a stalemated war of attrition. And Russia's winning that war of attrition, slowly, grindingly, but Russia's ultimately winning. So when President Trump comes onto the world stage and he says, we're going to settle this deal, and the first thing President Trump does is he talks to the Russians, which nobody had done, to try to understand, maybe we can have a conversation with the Russians going forward. So it's an essential first step. But at the same time, President Trump they've talked to Zelensky, Our Secretary of State has talked to their European foreign ministers. So we're all bringing each other along. But the main deal here is now that the United States, under President Trump's leadership, is taking the lead and trying to find a way to solve this problem and end this war.
This is Bill McGurn's piece in the Wall Street Journal today. Will Ukraine be Trump's Vietnam? And he writes, then as now, security guarantees, and this was for South Vietnam.
It's not going to be Trump's Vietnam. It's going to be the American
fear was that after
Afghanistan,
US
as in
North Vietnam would resume
as in
the war.
after the Soviets
what would
left
happen,
Afghanistan.
Nixon asked Kissinger, if Hanoi simply waited a
collapsed.
while and then got
NATO is going to collapse.
gobbled up South Vietnam. Obviously, this is one of the concerns. Very different circumstances in many ways. We had U.S. troops on the ground, obviously. But this is clearly a concern for Ukrainians that if we make a deal here, Putin will bide his time and then he will come back and take what he wants. What do you say about that, KT?
Well, I was working for Henry Kissinger during those Vietnam peace negotiations. I'm very familiar with the issues. I did Henry Kissinger's only oral history with him and talked about this very topic. Look, the situation is completely different. When we left Vietnam, we left. There were no Americans left behind. When we left Afghanistan, we left. No Americans left behind that we knew of. What are we going to do now? President Trump is already talking to Zelensky about economic development of Ukraine. So, for example, once the fighting stops, the United States will be in Ukraine, probably helping develop their rare earth minerals and their natural resources. We're going to be there. So if there's anybody who's not going to want to invade, it's the Russians going to invade where Americans are sitting on the ground doing economic activities.
Very interesting. And what about peacekeepers from Europe? Russia says, no way. NATO peacekeepers on the ground is not going to happen. Quick thought on that, KT, if you can.
Well, yeah, I mean, NATO peacekeepers, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. That's what Russia didn't want. But there are a lot of other ways you could have peacekeeping forces on the ground. They don't have to be NATO members. You could have countries from around the world could come and be a buffer in between. Look, I think that these are a lot of people who are just very not used to the fact that Donald Trump is in charge, and they're a little behind the game.
Okay. KT McFarland, thank you very much.
Wow.
Always good to see you.
That's it? That's all you had there? Kissinger would strangle
waste,
her.
fraud,
So,
and
probably.
abuse that's being uncovered by Doge and the people at Doge. These are young, often young, but super brilliant people.
How does he not
incredible
feel like an
computer
asshole talking about
scientists
Doge?
and other things, and they're finding levels of fraud and waste and abuse like I think nobody ever thought possible.
President Trump praising the super brilliant people at Doge as the cost-cutting crew put Uncle Sam through a financial colonoscopy. Doge now estimates they've saved taxpayers $55 billion in counting. The brains behind the operation, Elon Musk and President Trump chatting with a man named Sean Hannity in an exclusive interview that airs tonight at 9 p.m., Musk noting how he went from a liberal saint to the Antichrist.
I used to be adored by the left, you know.
Yeah, not anymore.
Less so these days. They call it like Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah. And I don't, you don't realize how real this is until you can't reason with people. So I was at a friend's birthday party in LA, just a birthday dinner. I have to mention the president's name. And it was like they got shot with a dart in the jugular that contained like methamphetamine and rabies, okay? And like, wow! And I'm like, what is wrong? Guys, you just can't have a normal conversation. Yeah. And it's like they become completely irrational.
Proving Elon's point about methamphetamines and rabies, Democrats are still going after Doge like a bunch of frothing animals.
Doge, I call the Department of Government Inefficiencies, is causing a reign of terror, chaos across the federal government.
If it's an emperor Republicans want this President's Day, maybe it's about time they just say that and drop any and all pretense, because Donald Trump sure has.
DOGE and Elon Musk and his army of hackers pose a grave risk.
And there's such a difference, though, between perhaps trimming government, reshaping government, and dismantling government.
Nothing is secure right now, and the government is not being remade to be efficient. This is an effort to destroy it.
Well, at least she's not doing math anymore. Remember that?
Yes.
Yes. Look up.
Yeah,
What's your name?
yeah.
Mara
Gay?
Mara Gay and math. All right, so Harold,
yes, sir.
What's interesting about you is you do not have the reaction that other Democrats and liberals have towards Trump. You're not irrational and you're not emotional. And I'm always curious, is that your own personality, or have you applied a filter to your mind that makes you navigate this so you don't go crazy? I think you could help your peers by explaining how you look at Trump and perhaps Musk.
Maybe a little bit of both. Hope everybody had a great weekend. It's
I don't
good to
care
be
about
back. Good to be back around the table. I tried not to be hysterical about things, regardless. And there have been times in my life I've had things presented at me when probably should have been more hysterical, but I try not to be. I think you said it well. The $55 billion that Mr. Musk and his group has found so far, I put that in the context. One, that's probably $50 to $60 billion we should not be spending that we can save. You won't find any American, I think Democrat or Republican, who is advocating for waste, fraud, and abuse. So there's that one category of people. A great friend of mine over dinner was sharing this with me, how he looks at this. Two, you have to look at whether or not we're going to reduce our debt and deficit. And it doesn't seem that 55 billion is a great number. We have 36 trillion. So if you 100 times 55 billion, that's 5.5 trillion. And we'd still have $32 trillion in debt. I think when you get serious about it, you have to look at Social Security and Medicare and defense spending, which hopefully Mr. Musk will get to. But your larger point, your larger point, Greg, is that I think Democrats, they're still punch drunk, and you've said this before, from the race. Mm-hmm. The race was just a few months ago. President Trump has only been in office for less than 6 weeks. And remember, and you all said it best around the table, and some agreed, some disagreed, but you were right. We never saw Joe Biden. So you see this president once or twice a day, maybe more, and he is saying things that if you disagree with him, it's infuriating because you have to see him twice a day doing it over and over again. I watched Jesse, I think it was last night, and he talked about the way Republicans are doing it, or this president's doing his media, and how it's a 21st century media strategy. So you get the president in the morning, Joe Rogan, you got a bunch of other influencers and people on social media. Democrats, if you're serious, think about that. If you get angry, think about how you can counter that with ideas. But just being hysterical about President Trump or Elon Musk, you're only enabling them. You're only empowering them, and you're only making people realize that they don't like fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yeah, you know, well put,
Was
Harry.
it?
Jesse, one of the things that I've been thinking about is that Democrats assume that we're as addicted to praise as they are. But as a Republican, we are used to being called Hitler. We're used to being called everything. So they don't know how to fight people who are immune to their constant smearing.
When I get praised in the press, I don't trust it.
Yes.
If the New York Times says something good about me, I figure I must be doing something wrong.
Yeah.
And if I knew you were
When
watching last night,
when
Harold,
has that
I would have had
happened?
a much better show.
I was on.
You were on. You were.
It was a great show.
So you were watching for the judge, probably. I got it. You guys have a thing. You know, you're hearing about the Trump derangement syndrome, and you know, Greg, what you put inside your body with food, you kind of, what you put in, what you get out. Same thing with your media diet. The Democrat media diet is ultra-processed news. You get Maddow, 60 Minutes, New York Times, and it makes them sick. What they need is a healthy, balanced diet. Little filet of fox, side of Joe Rogan, sprinkle a little Musk on top. You'll feel better and you'll think better. And right now they're not getting the news and information that we're getting. If you just think about the government for a second, Nancy Pelosi's making more money than Warren Buffett. SEC is asleep at the wheel. The DOD's losing $6 billion in Ukraine. Catholics are harassed. Pete Hegseth just got audited. You go down the list, it's a mess. And if you touch it, they're scared because they think it's their government and they think it's their money. The way they talk about it, it's like the DNC is being audited. And in a way, they're right because everybody that works in the government's a Democrat. So the way they recycle money is they tax it, they take it, and they give it to the Democrats. And then the Democrats win elections, and then they hire more people to work for the government. Have you noticed any Republicans complaining about not getting federal money? Where are all the right-wingers that are getting $40
There
billion
was a bunch at a town
study?
hall yelling.
Where are the Second Amendment groups that are getting $13
I
million
hate Craig so much.
for a hub for
Which
Second
one is the
Amendment
token?
rights?
The brunette
But what
who's
about the
younger.
countries that are
I
supposedly
think she has
getting
glasses
help
on.
from USAID? They're not
I don't see her at the
complaining.
table here today.
It's almost like they don't even notice the money's gone because a lot of it's stolen. If you were at CNN and you slashed 10% of the CNN headcount, what would happen? You turn on to see Wolf Blitzer, you wouldn't see Bars and Tone. You'd see handsome Wolf Blitzer doing the news. You could cut 10% from any company.
Not
and it
this
probably
one.
wouldn't make it.
Not this one.
We are so lean
This
and
is
mean.
this is the leanest company I've ever seen.
You've overstepped the line.
I'll take 10% of your salary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Gutfeld staff could lose a few headcount. But other than that, if you're $36 trillion in the
Yeah,
hole,
as
you
I
can't
said, the
tax
Pope's
your way
gonna
out of
die.
it. You got to do something
I said
else.
that.
You did say something that is rare for you, brilliant. Ultra-processed news, which means you need raw, organic news. That's the solution. Judge, you know what I loved about Musk? He was talking about
Is
his
that what
former
y'all are?
popularity. And it's almost like
Organic.
he saw his praise and popularity as expendable. I'm going to spend this in order to make the world better. He knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, he did know it was going to happen. And you know what? But my understanding of what he did with the patent for the electric vehicles is that he gave it away. You know, once he discovered it, even though he had a patent, he said, here, take it. You make one too. You know, that's the kind of guy that he is. And, you know, I think it's really hysterical. I mean, these Democrats, when you talk about Trump to them, it's like they go feral, you know, like a cat. It just goes wild
Like
and
a
blows
cat.
their brains. And Musk gets it. He understands it. But I think that what Musk has done is he's doing something that no one else wants to do. He's doing something that Congress was never able to do. And then you get these MSNBC hosts like Nicole Wallace who say that, you know, President Trump is being an emperor and the congressional oversight is the way to go, as if that worked. Nobody wants to do this job. This is a challenge for Elon Musk. This is a guy who's up for the challenge, who's smart enough, who knows how to do it, knows how to get it done, and is getting it done in Trump time, okay? And I just want to say one thing about this. Congressman Vindman saying it's a reign of terror for these federal employees. How absurd is it that because you have to go to the office, they're saying you're being, you know, they're watching you and it's a reign of terror, as if working in the office means you're subject to surveillance. I mean, these people think they're entitled to a job. They think they have the right to work from home. And it is a manufactured narrative. And these people are making themselves crazy when right now a federal judge has just ruled that Doge is just fine. And this is a judge who doesn't have any favoritism toward Donald Trump. She said, I'm not going to give them a temporary restraining order, the 14 attorney generals. You haven't showed me imminent damage, imminent harm.
Dana, it is interesting. It's like, I think that Musk is gravitating towards the kind of the Republican world because it's an acceptance of unpopularity. You don't get lavish praise for making adult decisions. You have to, like, you're in government, you take other people's money and you give it to people and you get praise.
Well, a conservative, no matter who you are, you start with a credibility deficit in the legacy media, right? So then you have to kind of crawl your way up to maybe get to where Jesse can get praised in the New York Times, and they smack you back down into your hole. The last 4 years, the Democrats were able to use like EPA and Department of Education and USAID to put money in that helped groups that supported them. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That was reported in the AP as part of the ultra-processed news diet. But when you said that, Jesse, it really made me think about sometimes when you're talking to somebody on the other side, it is shocking the things that they don't know. Now, maybe they think the same thing is true about us, but I feel like I read a lot.
No, we have to read both. They don't.
You have to. There's no shortcut. You have to read it all.
Yeah, that's what you notice if you're following Bill Maher's trajectory. It's him discovering the other side of the news, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that." And it's interesting to see that gradual enlightenment. Isn't that great?
Wonderful thing.
Wonderful. I thought that was a great segment, much like my new clipboard from Cole. Thanks, Cole.
From Cole?
Yeah, no, from Cole. It's a Midwest engravery. Where am I? Yes. Midwest engraver. He's got 7 kids, so buy stuff.
Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, facing a number of legal battles, most of which are coming from Democrats up in arms about DOGE decluttering the federal government. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt will join us, as promised, to react to the pushback against DOGE. But first, senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy is live on the North Lawn. Peter, how much have taxpayers saved because of all this work on the part of DOGE?
So far, in the neighborhood of $50 billion, Sandra, and officials here are claiming that things are about to get much bigger if they can make some major changes, because they are saying that the first look at the Treasury Department has revealed that $4.7 trillion worth of payments at Treasury went out the door without a Treasury account symbol, which is similar to a billing code. And that means that $4.7 trillion is basically untraceable.
You're looking at somehow some of these bureaucrats from D.C. that have never left, but then make hundreds of thousands of dollars and are somehow worth tens of millions of dollars, close to $100 million in certain circumstances. Do we believe that there's a chance that they could be funneling these to NGOs with interest? Yes, we know that happens.
Elon Musk posted about allegations of Social Security fraud. My rough estimate is that it's 80% lack of competence / caring and 20% fraud, but that's still a lot of fraud.
Bro can't even read
Democrats,
charts.
though, countering the fraud is actually by billionaires at the White House trying to help billionaire friends.
Corruption's up, chaos is up, and yes, prices are up for Americans.
It's that
And that's why
Klobuchar.
we are standing up against this effort to basically put their tax cuts for billionaires on the backs of working people, whether it's Social Security or whether it is prescription drugs or whether it is housing or child care.
The acting head of the Social Security Administration is leaving after a disagreement with DOGE engineers about access to sensitive taxpayer information. She had been the acting SSA administrator since January 21st, one day into Trump's term. Sandra.
All right, Peter Doocy live at the White House for us. Peter, thank you.
Peter
John.
Doocy.
All right, for more on DOGE's work so far, let's bring in Caroline Leavitt, White House Press Secretary. Carolyn, great to spend the afternoon with you. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me, John. Great to see you.
So the Democrats, as we know, have got their hair on fire complaining about DOGE and cost cutting. But if we go back in history, Barack Obama announced something very similar back in 2011. And then if you go all the way back to 1993, remember when Al Gore and Bill Clinton said this.
This report tells us how to cut waste, cut red tape, streamline the bureaucracy, change procurement rules, change the personnel rules, and create a government that works better and costs less.
The Reinventing Government, or RIGO, report aims to save $108 billion over 5 years through eliminating scores of wasteful programs and regulations. Among the 800 recommendations, eliminating 12% of the federal workforce, merging some government agencies like the FBI, the DEA, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, closing hundreds of government offices outside Washington.
I don't remember Democrats complaining about that, and they wanted to cut twice the number of federal jobs that President Trump does.
That's exactly right, John. If you listen to those words, those are from Democrat Party leaders who are allegedly still beloved by Democrat voters today. And they were promising the American people the very same things that President Trump promised the American people, won the election on, and now is actually delivering on. That's the only difference between what President Trump is doing and what these Democrats have promised the American people for decades. He's actually following through on the promise to cut federal government waste, fraud, and abuse. And this is the first president to actually do such a thing, and the Democrats are up in arms about it. But our country is going bankrupt, and President Trump is not going to sit back and allow it to happen.
Caroline, can I ask you for a clarification? Sandra here, by the way, and thanks for coming back on with us. It seems there's being a lot made of what Elon Musk's role is actually at DOGE. The president has introduced him as the head of DOGE multiple times in interviews, yet there's this affidavit that we've been able to get our hands on here that the press has as well. That it contradicts the White House claim that he's the head of DOGE. This affidavit actually says he doesn't work for DOGE at all. Reading
They're
directly
doing this
from
because
it,
they don't want the
it says
oversight
Musk is not
committee
an
to hit
employee
him.
of the U.S. DOGE Service or the U.S. DOGE Service Temporary Organization. That's according to the director of the White House's Office of Administration. So what is his role at DOGE?
Sure, I'm happy to clarify. Elon Musk is a special government employee here at the White House, serving at the direction of the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Elon Musk has been tasked with overseeing Doge on behalf of the President. And Doge employees, Doge folks, have been onboarding at respective agencies across our federal bureaucracy as political appointees, just like any other political appointee gets on board with the new administration with the changing of hands, and those individuals are helping the secretaries at all of our agencies that have been nominated and confirmed by President Trump in the United States Senate to cut waste, fraud, and abuse at these respective agencies. So that's the way Doge has been set up, and that's the way it will continue to operate.
All right. Well, let's come back to the plane crash in Toronto that happened yesterday, and the fact that Democrats seem to be pointing the finger of blame at the president. I'm not quite sure how you make that connection when the crash occurred in a different country. But here's what Chuck Schumer said. He said, quote, "To those asking whether it matters that the plane's destination was in Canada, the flight took off from Minneapolis. The FAA was still responsible for inspecting the aviation equipment, and Trump just let go of FAA safety specialists. We have no idea what caused this crash. We have some video of it coming in for a hard landing, but we don't know if it was a failure of equipment or if it was weather, if it was pilot error, or if it was something else. And yet you get the minority leader in the Senate immediately pointing fingers at the president. Your response."
Entrepreneur and the original
catching
Wolf
up on
of
a
Wall
bunch
Street,
of stuff
Jordan
here.
Belfort joins me now. How you doing,
I've been
Jordan?
taking care of the chinchilla.
I'm doing great. Great topic tonight, Jess. Great.
Well, I wanted to have you on about this because you're seeing $5 trillion in payments untraceable. What does that tell you?
Not by accident. Listen, that's like the old trick in the book. But back in the day when I wanted to hide like my spending from my father who worked for me, was just like he was the gatekeeper, right? So what do? You just leave everything blank. Where'd the money go? Who knows? You can't trace it, right? So you don't just leave that blank by accident. All right? Someone's got that money. I mean, like, listen, there's worse than that. How about the Social Security? All the people that are 130 years old, it's like millions of people. Where is that money? Who's got the money, right? And then, listen, you get the very big, right, 4.7 trillion, and then you get the small and the ridiculous. And I actually wrote this down because I want to get it wrong. It was 875 grand for cocaine induces state-dependent learning of sexual conditioning in male Japanese quail. They did a study for $1 million on that, right?
All right. Coked up Japanese quail.
And you know what they found, Jess? You know what they found? That
What?
it causes promiscuous sex. And
Oh, my gosh.
They could have paid me $250,000. I could have told them that for even $100 grand. Hunter would tell them for $50 grand, by the way, right? They did it again with beagles. They paid $2 million to do it to beagles. So, listen, you always wonder, like, how could we have an amazing country, greatest economy in the world, right? Incredible ingenuity. How can we be going broke? Like, how is it possible?
We're not.
Well, guess what? Now you know. Because you can't, if you run any business, the best business in the world like this, you're going to go broke. So thank God for Elon Musk, because without him, we'd be going broke. We would go broke. So I think it's an amazing time in America. And the fact that the Democrats are yelling and stop. No, well, hello, could you look any guiltier? Right? It's insane.
And there's two revolutions going on. We have transparency and AI. That's the Palantir CEO. If you turn transparency and AI onto the federal government, what happens next?
Listen, I think you're going to find out that there really shouldn't have been any deficit at all. And I think that this goes much deeper. You haven't even gotten to the Pentagon yet, right? What about the Pentagon? You're just looking at the IRS. Listen, you said it before, you stole my thunder, but follow the money. That's the whole thing. You follow the money, you see where it goes. And, they went through this in Argentina. You had a really corrupt president for like 10 years, and they say she stole like $10 billion. Well, this is that on steroids. We're the United States, we're bigger and better than everybody else. So the level of fraud here, if people don't go to jail for this, then you got to lose all hope in humanity. Because, I mean, there is such massive fraud, waste, and abuse. Great, a trifecta word.
Wow,
fraud,
such a
waste,
trustworthy
abuse.
guy.
It is on a scale of biblical proportions.
Yeah. Pam Bondi's going to be busy. I want to see a lot of people locked up.
Very busy.
Very busy woman. All right. Go back to studying those cooked up, horny Japanese sparrows, okay? It'll only cost you 800 grand. So long, Jordan. Trump sends the CIA behind enemy lines. Straight ahead.
$40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $21 million for voter turnout in India. Why are we giving $21 million to India? They're one of the highest taxing countries in the world in terms of us. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud.
President Trump listing just some of the wasteful government spending found by the Department of Government Efficiency. An Obama-appointed federal judge has now rejected the Democrat-led effort to block DOJ's access to government data, also blocking them from firing federal employees as well, all things the Democrats are trying to stop. DOJ so far has identified a savings of more than $55 billion. Elon Musk floating the idea of a DOJ dividend to Trump, which would give taxpayers a $5,000 check funded by DOJ's savings. The White House, meanwhile, clarifying Elon Musk's role in all of this, stating in a court filing that Elon Musk is not part of DOJ and is instead a White House advisor. Trump and Musk discussed working together last night on Hannity. Watch.
So what he's...
This video is brought to you by Ground News. As US and Russian officials begin talks in Riyadh about ending the war in Ukraine, there's been renewed speculation about where Vladimir Putin's imperial ambitions might lead him next. Speaking at the Munich Security Conference last weekend, for instance, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Russia may be preparing an offensive against NATO members as early as next year, and a handful of experts have predicted similar scenarios. So in this video, we're going to look at why it's looking more and more likely that Russia could launch another offensive, either in Ukraine or in the wider region. We're getting remarkably close to 1 million subscribers, and currently 72% of you haven't yet subscribed, so lend us a hand and subscribe today. So let's get straight into it. During this weekend's Munich Security Conference, Zelensky warned the West that Russia plans to send troops to Belarus under the guise of exercises, which could be a prelude to an attack on NATO countries in the summer of 2025. Hosting military drills in Belarus and using the country as a launch pad was basically the same tactic Putin used for his invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. While Zelensky said that he was unsure as to whether Russia will target Ukraine specifically, he warned that a new offensive is inevitable, with Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic countries potentially being in its sights. Zelensky's warning was followed by a report by Latvian intelligence that Moscow is purposefully developing its capabilities to confront NATO. This comes days after a group of German intelligence officials also warned the Bundestag that Russia could carry out an attack against NATO by the end of the decade, while the Danish Defence Intelligence Service last week claimed that if the war in Ukraine ends soon, in 6 months, Russia would be able to wage a local war with a bordering country like Finland, Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania. Within 2 years, it could launch a regional war in the Baltic Sea region, whilst in 5 years, Russia could be ready to wage a large-scale war. Now, at first glance, this might all sound somewhat implausible. After all, Russia is currently struggling to make minimal gains in eastern Ukraine. Its army is exhausted after 2 years of fighting, and the Russian economy is running dangerously hot. Nonetheless, there are at least 3 reasons that people like Zelensky think this sort of scenario is becoming increasingly likely. First, the prospective peace deal looks like it might be pretty good for Russia. Second, Moscow's intensified hybrid warfare across Europe risks escalation. And third, a weakened NATO undermines Europe's deterrence. Let's start by unpacking how a peace deal that's favourable to Putin increases the chance of another attack. Last week, US President Donald Trump announced that he would open negotiations with Russian President Vladimir Putin over ways to end the war in Ukraine, blindsiding both Kyiv and Washington's fellow NATO allies in Europe. And now there's growing anxiety that Trump is going to force an unfavourable deal on Ukraine. While details still remain a bit blurry, the US has already appeared to make non-trivial concessions to Putin before negotiations by dismissing Ukraine's aspirations to join NATO and to restore control over land at present occupied by Russia. If the deal was sufficiently favourable to Russia, it could encourage Putin to take another pop at either Ukraine or another of Russia's European neighbours. Similarly, if the deal involves the withdrawal of economic sanctions, Russia would be able to rebuild its economy, assuming oil prices stay relatively high. Second, Moscow has been carrying out an escalating hybrid warfare campaign in Europe, including cyber attacks and attacks on undersea cables. Last year saw a dramatic rise in documented Russian hybrid warfare activities of 44 incidents in 2024, up from just 13 in 2023. A Latvian intelligence agency has argued that these attacks are both a test of the European reaction and ability to prevent such incidents, and part of Russia's military doctrine to prepare for a full-blown conflict with the West. While the European reaction has been relatively muted so far, this hybrid warfare also risks triggering an escalatory spiral that could end in more direct conflict. The third and perhaps most important reason why Russia may be emboldened to strike again is that NATO looks pretty defunct at the moment. Trump has been pretty critical about the fact that many European countries in the alliance haven't been meeting their 2% defence spending target. And during his election campaign last year, Trump said he would encourage Russia to attack any NATO member country that didn't meet its financial obligations. He also said that the US could withdraw from the military alliance if its allies don't pay their way, and that European troops in Ukraine wouldn't be covered by NATO's Article 5 mutual defence clause. This growing uncertainty surrounding the conditions under which the US and other NATO allies would invoke Article 5 undermines NATO's deterrence abilities against Russia, and might encourage Russia to push NATO's limits by, say, carrying out strikes along the Ukraine-Poland border or on NATO troops in Ukraine. This would both give Russia a sense of when exactly Article 5 would come into play, and sow division within NATO by provoking arguments about when Article 5 should come into play. Furthermore, Trump may consider withdrawing some of the approximately 100,000 US troops currently stationed in Europe. During his first term, Trump announced plans to withdraw 12,000 troops from Germany. However, this decision was later reversed after Biden assumed office. Earlier this year, Italian media reported that Trump was considering a 20% reduction of US troops in Europe, potentially involving a withdrawal of around 20,000 personnel. Nonetheless, while all these factors might make another Russian attack more likely, there are still two big reasons Putin will be wary of another invasion. First, despite capturing large swathes of Ukrainian territory, Russia's recent advances in Ukraine have been slow and grueling. While Russia gained Ukrainian territory twice the size of Mauritius in 2024, and has made some gains this month in its advance towards Provosk, it's taken them a long time. If Russia is struggling in eastern Ukraine, it doesn't seem like a good idea to risk yet another war. Second, there's the economy. Extravagant military spending has meant inflation has skyrocketed, rising to 10% in February, despite super steep interest rate hikes by the Russian central bank, and the ruble is now worth less than a cent. It's hard to believe that Russia is financially capable of waging another war anytime soon. This also interacts in uncomfortable ways with Russia's demographic crisis. One of the reasons inflation is so high is labour shortages, which are in part a symptom of the fact that Russia is struggling with low birth rates and an ageing population. The war in Ukraine has already exacerbated this problem, and another war would make things even worse. Perhaps the one big caveat here is that the war has forced huge changes on Russia's economy. As a result of incredibly high defence spending, Russia's military-industrial base has become spread across the wider economy, and the private sector is also playing a greater role in defence. Russia's beefed-up defence industrial capacity, that would have to be wound down if Russia transitioned back to a peacetime economy, gives Russia an incentive to start a war sooner rather than later, while the war machine is still running and Europe is yet to move to a war footing. But what could happen next weighs a lot on how the war in Ukraine will end, but actually following along with news like this is pretty difficult in the current landscape. We're increasing.
We are back. From what I understand, we are back. If I recall correctly, we are back. We may be back, if what I've been hearing is true.
We are
which it
so
may or may
back.
not be. Dip, 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 dip. Guys, sorry. We're gonna now cut to our reporters in the field. They got some breaking news. Let's check that out.
You bitch. Fuck you, bitch.
Okay, wow, guys, that sounds pretty fucked up. We're gonna keep an eye on that as it develops. We'll be right back.
What seems crystal clear is that Kanye West was in clear violation of X's own rules on hateful conduct when he posted legal pornography.
I could literally say
and Musk has previously
anti-Semitic
banned
shit.
Kanye West. Why was Kanye allowed to spend the whole weekend unloading shocking abuse on Jewish people
Right.
before apparently leaving voluntarily?
I could
And more
say
broadly, just what the
anti-Semitic
hell is
things.
going on with this idiot? And more broadly, just what the hell is going on with this idiot? Well, join me now to debate.
Hey, man. You give that guy a break.
Hey, give that guy a break, man.
Okay, today we're looking at the master of views, I call him. What is this guy's dumb name? Wait. What is the name of this?
Pendejo.
Oh, Piers. My man Piers for Fears. Still churning out the content that gets, what is this, like 1 million views?
Speaking over each other doesn't serve the interests of the public.
Hey,
please.
let that guy talk, man.
But Why don't you finish interrupting me and then I'll speak?
Hey, shut up, man.
Okay, because you've been yapping the whole time. Okay,
Hey.
thank you.
Huh?
Thank you.
Nobody can hear what anyone's saying.
Yeah, but guys, shut the hell up.
Okay, Myron.
Hey, guys, shut the hell up. Piers is right. We need to be able to hear both of your voices clearly. Rabbi Shmuley and the guy from Fresh and... What the hell is the name called? What's the name of that goddamn stupid thing? Fresh and Fit. You are the most important voices of our time. We need to hear your message and your teachings clearly in order to go like this.
Huh?
Hey, shut up. What are these guys talking about? Oh, they're talking about Kanye West. Yeah, that's this guy.
I could literally say anti-Semitic shit.
Okay, I understand.
I could say anti-Semitic
Okay, we get it.
things.
I didn't see Kanye West's ad during the Super Bowl. Super Bowl? What is it called?
The Superb Owl.
That's what I call it, man. I didn't see it because I was too busy doing this. What's the sauce on this, you know? I was too busy doing some of this. Can I vape in here or do I have to go outside? So I missed the Kanye West ad, but I finally just watched it.
Once again, I had to shoot it on the iPhone.
Okay, so that right there is the guy that do like this.
I could say anti-Semitic things.
You know, the obvious part of this is something's wrong with this guy. Something's wrong with him. But there's also this. Well, hold on. What is this? Whoa, hey.
Huh?
What does this goddamn asshole right here say? Okay, he's talking about the Kanye West ad. This some shit you'd see on Adult Swim at 2 a.m. How many likes he get on this? 5.6K. Wow. What that guy is saying, what that goddamn guy is saying with the Adult Swim comment is like, oh, this seems like an experiment. This seems kind of weird. This seems kind of different. And he's right. It is compared to the nonstop stream of AI-generated garbage or stuff that seemed AI-written, compared to all those other goddamn stupid Super Bowl ads. That guy's right. It does seem different, you know, but the one different one's like a link going to a swastika shirt. That does reflect poorly on the Super Bowl.
I could say anti-Semitic things.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, let's check this out. What is this from Variety? Let's check this out. Offer more ways to pay with Square. I don't run a bakery. What the? Oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong thing. Kanye West advertisement during the Super Bowl stunned viewers with its bizarre vibe. But then what happened next shocked the station execs who ran it and media buyers who approved the spot even more. West immediately flipped the web. Okay.
I could say anti-Semitic things.
West immediately flipped the website after the ad aired, replacing its previous content with just one item, a swastika t-shirt, for $20.
I could literally say anti-Semitic shit.
So, you know, the Adult Swim style ad, tricking Shopify, I could have been on board. If it weren't for the...
I could literally say anti-Semitic shit.
And all this. All that.
So we could protect free speech.
But he was literally trying to sell a T-shirt which had imagery of his friend Diddy, his new friend apparently, because they fell out, his friend Diddy involved in a criminal act of abuse against a woman.
Now, what is
Literally,
this now?
that's what he was doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's America.
Well, hang on one second. Just to be clear, though, Myron. Just to be clear, Myron, you think that was acceptable?
Myron?
Again, capitalism is capitalism. Do I agree with it? Do I like it? Maybe not. However, I will support his ability to do it because he's obviously marketing things. He thinks maybe he has some dark humor that he wants to do where he thought that was funny.
Every time I watch Piers Morgan, I'm like, who the hell is watching this and what are they getting out of this? It's barely entertaining, even though he just wants these people to argue the whole time. And then it's like, oh, we got to hear what this guy from Miami who does a podcast with Instagram models, we got to hear what he says. What do you think about this? Well, I think it is what it is, and that's what it is. Okay, well, to you we say, and to the viewers we say,
I could say anti-Semitic things.
So when Elon Musk, hang on one second. I'll come to all of you.
Hey, shut up a minute, man.
Just to be clear, Myron, when Elon Musk replied yesterday to someone on X and said that he was now being censored for the legal pornography that he was posting, did you agree with that?
Well, I don't like pornography, but again, it is legal. There's a 3-part test in America with the Miller test to see if it suffices. And, you can make the argument that, it didn't cause any issues as far as...
So Elon was wrong to censor him?
Whoa.
With pornography?
Yes.
Well, again, I don't like porn. I don't think it should be on X at all, personally.
Okay, so you agree with censorship?
Okay, so Piers trying to get his ass.
Pornography.
Right. Just to be clear, you agree with censorship?
No, I agree with pornography not being on X. I think it needs to be contained in a certain way.
But it's
going
legal.
to be on.
It was legal what he was posting.
Okay, so yeah, the master of views, Piers Morgan, he's got like 3 moves on his show.
He's got like 3 moves on this show that gets 1 million views every time.
The one move is Piers just says stupid shit. The second move is Piers tries to get 2 weirdos to fight. And then there's this one, which is Piers owning a dum-dum that he got into a fight with on Twitter. 0 value to any of this. 0 learning.
To be allowed.
I'm curious why you think only the pornography, which is legal, to be clear, should be censored. You didn't think any of the other stuff should be. What's the difference?
Give him a break, Piers.
Pornography and political speech? Completely different.
No, pornography and saying that Jews should be whipped and treated as slaves.
He finds that political
that's speech. I mean, if he wants to say that, you know what I mean? I don't have to agree with it, but I think if he wants to say that, he should say that. I mean...
He's dumb.
So consenting adults having sex and posting that is not acceptable, but treating Jews or saying Jews should be slaves and be whipped, that is acceptable for you.
Give him a break, Piers. He's already dead.
You cannot conflate speech with pornography, Piers.
Why
I see
not?
what you're trying to...
He did figure out how to get views, which is just get crazy people on and get them to fight with each other. Somebody should really go on the Piers Morgan show and just be super agreeable with everybody. Piers is like, what do you think about that, what that guy just said? Yeah, it seems pretty good. And then Piers is like, oh, you agree with that? That's sick. Oh, well, I agree with you too also, Piers. I think you guys are all making great points. I'm honestly just happy to be hanging out with you guys. Yeah, what are you doing after this? What are you guys doing after this?
Well, joining me to debate all this is Cenk Uygur, the host and founder of the Young Turks.
Okay.
The commentator and author, Batia Ungar Sargon. Dave
Definitely
Smith,
never heard of her.
Host of Part of the Problem, and the actor and commentator, Dean Cain. Well, welcome.
Okay, great. Great work from Piers here. Really showing this the gravity it deserves. Here to talk about Gaza is the guy who played Superman in Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
I will not.
Now let's get straight to the point. And reliable, physical, gold and silver. And there's only one name you need to remember, American Hartford Gold. This company is owned and trusted.
Hey, Dave, buying gold, that's 2 things. Yeah, I got your ass like you got the fresh and fit guy. You said all I had to do was subscribe on YouTube, but now I gotta buy gold. So you lied. You lied, you son of a bitch. You.
She spit on them.
Bring Dean Cain to be waiting patiently.
Yeah, get Superman.
Dean, a lot of people are outraged, as always, by what Trump has suggested. But is there merit to his apparent madness?
No.
Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, right. Sorry.
What we're just failing to talk about here is October 7th.
Okay.
And I'll quote Douglas Murray here. You don't get to start a war and then complain when you lose it. And there are consequences to losing it. And Hamas needs to be absolutely driven out and ended in Gaza. That's unequivocal. Otherwise, they're going to completely keep going with the same circle, teaching people through UNRWA and the schooling there that Israelis are drinking your blood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're fomenting this. We're paying for half of this stuff through USAID and the other things that are going on. It's ridiculous. I think Israel has every right to step up. I think President Trump has made it clear that he's going to back them 100%, unlike this last administration. And I think we'll actually see something really happen in this area.
But the problem.
Oh shit! Wow! Oh shit! Thank God! Oh, thank God!
God bless you.
That Piers got this guy who played Superman on a TV show 30 years ago to weigh in on this. He was on TV, and apparently he watches a lot of TV. Wait a second. Sorry that I made fun of this guy. Sorry that I made fun of this stupid guy just now. In 2013, he hosted a reality show called $10 Million Bigfoot Bounty, where he offered contestants $10 million to prove the existence. What the hell is that word? How do you read that word? Existence. Never heard that one before. Of Bigfoot. So thank God Piers got this guy to weigh in. This guy who's definitely not crazy and knows what the hell he's talking about.
On this, and I'm not a lefty. I'm not I don't care about getting money out of politics. I care about getting politics out of money. I want to see the size and scope of the government drastically reduced, so it doesn't even really matter who owns the thing. And I think Elon and Trump are doing a great job on that front, or at least starting to. And I say, you're never going to be able to get rid of Hamas. You're just going to get more Hamas or Hamas-like groups doing this. And then we turn around, and then all the pro-Israel, people, they just act like that point never happened, and we just move on to whatever the next topic is.
God damn it, that guy's so frustrating. Dave Smith. Dave Smith has been on Joe Rogan like 1,000 times. Gets giant YouTube numbers, I think. Been on Piers Morgan 100 times. People always give Dave Smith a bunch of credit for being right about this, for telling the truth about this. Mass killing is bad, He makes some good points. But then it's like immediately he's like, who I think is kind of going to fix this? Elon Musk.
Okay. All right.
He's kind of treated like a baby, sort of. Oh, he got the thing right, kind of. Elon Musk is going to fix it. All right. I don't know about that, Dave. Oh, that's like your whole worldview. All right. Anything else? Iluma. Right.
That is called ethnic cleansing.
It's called the consequences of a war, and a war that was started by Hamas on October 7th. Period. You do that. Let me tell you what.
Calm down, man. Hey, calm down. We need to hear this guy's opinion because he was on, what the hell was he on? The Perfect Husband, the Lacey Peterson story. Whoa, okay. I was not aware of that. Let the guy talk. Wait. I got to hear what this guy has to say because he was on, what the hell is this? A TBS show called Ripley's Believe It or Not 30 years ago.
I got to hear what he's got to say about this.
Wait, hold on. I got to take a look at this Bigfoot show that the Superman hosted. Hold on.
How many people here have seen Bigfoot?
I've shot and killed 2 of them.
Whoa! I shot and killed 2 of those Bigfoots. I got audio of it.
I could say anti-Semitic things.
That was Bigfoot, said that. Okay, what the hell else we got from Piers here? Oh, man. Oh, what a tragedy. This one only has 800,000 views.
Disgusting. If Elon Musk offered to come to my house, and my wife probably wouldn't like it because I think she spends a little bit more than me, but he wanted to go through all of our bills and point out all the money that we're wasting on a month-to-month basis, I wouldn't hate it. I'm not going to turn...
Okay. Oh, yeah, this guy's great. Piers Morgan loves having this guy on the show. Who the hell is this guy? I don't know who this guy is, but he's one of those guys where it's like, if I had to guess based on that guy's look, I would say dumb. Probably dumb. Just one glance, dumb. That's not nice. But then it turns out, he is pretty dumb. This is one of the big themes of the Piers Morgan show is that Elon Musk is a super genius who could fix anything. Elon Musk could come over to my house. My personal finances are out of control. He would fix it instantly. This is the Piers Morgan view of Elon Musk, is that he's just like any problem Elon Musk can somehow fix. This is one of the worst shows for that kind of thing.
He's got one of the smartest brains in America, whatever you think of him. Musk clearly is that. At his side. But if the Doge website doesn't have the specific information which shows that transparency, how does the American public see the transparency? I mean, how are they going to get this? Because I think that's an important part of this. I think if they see it in real time as it's unraveling, great. If they don't see it, Why should they believe that it's all being transparent?
Right, okay.
Well, part of that starts with a press conference that we had yesterday from the Oval Office with open questions, and wouldn't even have.
Yeah, but Elon Musk kept saying, I'm being completely transparent every step of the way. But as Roland pointed out, if you go to the Doge website, there's nothing there.
I agree with you, Paris, and
Oh, wow, this is fascinating stuff right here. What is the goddamn dumb thing called? Doge.
Doge.
A lot of people talking about this. I just went to this website. It's a bunch of retweets. It's like reposted retweets on here. Okay, this is another interesting kind of part of this. What the hell does it say? Doge's genius, quote-unquote, coders launch website so full of holes anyone can write to it. If you want to write something on the U.S. government's official Doge website, apparently you can just do that. Not in the usual way of so many comments, but by directly injecting content into their database. Okay. The story here is that this stupid thing, which is Elon Musk's collection of supposed coding geniuses, finally launched their official website, and what they delivered is a masterclass in how not to build a government infrastructure. Okay. That does throw a little bit of a wrench into the Piers Morgan show idea that Elon Musk is a super genius. A super genius who could fix anything. Can't make a website. Can't find someone to make a website. What the hell does this say? At least 2 changes have been documented. In one instance, the site was changed to read, "These experts left their database open." Oh, that's bad. That sounds bad. Feels like it was completely slapped together. Tons of errors and details leaked in the page source code. Oh, man. In addition to Doge's.gov's poor security, observers have criticized its unprofessional appearance and the fact that it does not showcase any of Doge's actual work in detail. Okay. Looks like a high schooler could have made it. Oh, probably did. The site is, quote, little more than a glorified feed of posts. Well, there we go, guys. An absolute another one. Even though it's Monday, sorry, we're still out here doing this.
Boom, 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 boom.
And going like this. We're still out here all like, again, I apologize for the day. I know you don't like it, but that's got nothing to do with me. Have a good week, everybody. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name's Gretchen. I'm the AI assistant for this show. I used to be on the show. I don't know what the hell I'm doing now anyway. With a...
Former commercial pilot and aviation expert, Captain Mike Caulfield, joins.
What's up, guys, and welcome to The Brett Cooper Show. I am so happy that you guys found me over here on this new channel.
Brett Cooper is back, and she won. Welcome to the JP Reacts channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we call out lies, hypocrisy, and corruption and highlight the amazing work of other freedom fighters because truth conquers. But you can't conquer anything unless you're strong. If you're waking up with poor energy, poor mood, the Daily Wire's replacement of Brett Cooper, Reagan. Brett Cooper is finally back. She disappeared for a little while, and she's back better than ever, doing better than ever, and it's clear she won. You can see her new YouTube channel with only 5 videos on it. She's already amassed 1.36 million subscribers. You can expect that to go up probably very rapidly, and you can see her videos 2.8 million, 3.5 million, 3.1 million, 1.3 million, and 1 million views. So she is doing incredibly well, and I'll show you compared to her old statistics. She's actually doing better than ever now that she's independent. And I wanted to do a conclusion on this story because I think the moral of the story is beautiful. If you are independent, you have something to say, you're willing to put in hard work, you win. And if that means you lose some big company that you're a part of, even what I think on the whole is a good company like the Daily Wire, even if you lose their support, you break away from them, even if it's your choosing, you still win. It's kind of like the Tucker Carlson effect. So after months of the story drama where you see things like this, ex-Daily Wire host makes comeback after CEO throws shade. And her comeback, where she was set to release her first video on her YouTube channel, I think there was a lot of intelligent orchestration. She did a little bit of a press tour, which a lot of people were still paying attention to her, trying to follow the story. Where's Brett? There was an appetite for her, but when she was ready to make her comeback, she very intelligently used what I'm sure are a lot of great connections to get a lot of exposure, a lot of reinvigorated attention on her. For example, went on Fox News talking to Jesse Waters.
Brett Cooper joins us now. Were you at that party?
And she had these great connections to boost her comeback, not because of the Daily Wire, but because she is who she is. She's earned a great reputation. Here's the familiar face that we've all been waiting for.
Welcome back to another episode of The Brett Cooper Show.
And when you click over to her old channel that the Daily Wire still controls with their host and apparently former friend of Brett, Regan, you're greeted with a similar intro.
Hey guys, thanks for joining me for another episode of Comment Section. I'm Reagan Conrad.
Now, the purpose of this video is not to say, hey, Reagan Conrad or the Daily Wire lost. No, it's to say Brett Cooper won. The comment section, that is losing. Quite literally losing. They're losing views, they're losing subscribers. You can see here their total subscribers are 3.94 million, and you'd say, well, that actually sounds really good. Well, they've lost over 500,000 subscribers since Brett Cooper left, and you can just see the view counts of the recent videos put on the comment section. 14,000 views, 27,000 views, 29,000 views, 36,000 views, and you might say, well, that doesn't sound too bad. And for most people, that'd be great. But when you compare that to what this channel was getting under Brett Cooper's representation, it looks like a loss. Here are the Brett Cooper numbers: 679,000, 167,000, 500,000 here, 300,000 here, 200,000 there, 1.9 million there, 1.3 million here. So the channel has unquestionably lost a lot of viewership. What do I think the comment section channel of the Daily Wire will do without Brett Cooper? If you look at the average here on Social Blade, monthly gained video views for the comment section, you can see it peaked last summer, 282 million views in 1 month. This channel, the comment section, it's got over 3 billion accumulated views. 99.999% of which was with Brett Cooper as the face of it. So from its peak of 282 million views in just 1 month, now you see 11 million views in a month. Under normal circumstances, that is incredible. Yet that is just a tremendous loss of viewership. And then you look at the subscribers gain over the course of a month, and you see since Brett Cooper left and her loyal fans, probably, whether it's just or unjust, feeling betrayed by the Daily Wire. They were just leaving in droves. In just 1 month, the channel lost 380,000 subscribers, and altogether it's gone from over 4.5 million subscribers to 3.9 million subscribers. That's well over 500,000 subscribers have intentionally not just stopped viewing the channel, but they've intentionally clicked unsubscribe. We'll get back to the video in just a second, but first, I want to tell you about Bond Charge's infrared sauna blanket, because it equals a 3.9 million. And if you notice that downward trajectory of subscribers on the comments section, then we take a look at Brett's new YouTube channel. We see an incredible upward trajectory of video views, certainly because you go from 0 videos to now 5 videos. You're going to have a boost, but also more significantly, the subscribers. Back in November, this channel, which wasn't active, had 80 subscribers, then up to 629,000 subscribers, but now it sits at, I believe, 1.3 million subscribers. And I wouldn't be surprised if just a year from now, her new channel has 5 million subscribers. Brett is winning. Here's my prediction for the comment section YouTube channel that, as we can see, it's quite literally losing. This channel was built off of fans for Brett, and the Daily Wire was so intelligent finding Brett as talent, signing her, and people flocked. I'm sure the Daily Wire got tremendous benefit. But unfortunately, this property of the Daily Wire, unfortunate for them, It's built off of people wanting to watch Brett. They've become so loyal to her. So my prediction for this channel is it'll become nothing. I would guess advertisers that are currently paying for ads on the channel, they probably signed contracts a while ago. A lot of them signed contracts months in advance, if not a year in advance. And they were banking on the mega views that Brett would get. They were banking on her being on there.
There's a ceasefire in Gaza.
But is there? Is there a ceasefire?
No, is the answer. Palestinians still being killed.
I'm actually glad that Trump is president.
Okay.
Because it's
giving me palpitations, but carry on.
I'm going to say something I'm going to be attacked for.
That's unlike you.
Trump can take Greenland tomorrow. He can take Canada tomorrow. Who can stop him?
People?
People?
Yeah.
Like they stopped the Gaza war?
When you look at Elon Musk, what do you think?
Elon Musk has so many stories around him that says that he is 100% prototype of South Africa racist.
I'm going to ask a question. I hope I don't regret asking this question.
What?
Did you vote for Trump?
Obama bombed the shit out of Muslims, but he was loved by everybody because he was just like nice.
Let me ask you this. Does the Roman Empire still exist?
It does, yes.
So every empire is a collapse. I'm saying, is he accelerating the collapse of the US empire?
I make you laugh about what's happening in the world, but I can't change it. The same way when you have so much gas and then you fart. You farted, you have like temporary relief, but your IBS is still there.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Basim Youssef.
And we're not kidding. A Zateo podcast where we talk to funny people about serious things, but also funny things. Basim, we're in London. We are in London. Just for some context, you are very tired. You've come straight from doing a stand-up show in Ireland, straight here, and you're on your way to South Africa.
Yes, I had a 17 cities tour in stand-up comedy in Europe.
I feel like you've just come straight from stage to here because you didn't sleep all night.
I just finished Dublin yesterday, and I came I didn't sleep.
This is why we love you,
because I love you.
This is why we love you.
Because I came for the merch.
The merch.
I came from
the merch.
Yes.
Listen to this, but
if you didn't have merch, I wouldn't have come.
We had the merch for you. We timed the merch for Basim Youssef. The merch can only launch as a Zateo when Basim is in town, and we had to come to a foreign country to be in town with you.
Exactly.
We rarely meet in America. We meet in Canada. In fact, we launched this podcast. We're not kidding. Almost a year ago here in London.
Yes, our first ever.
Our first episode of the show. First interview was here in London. Last time we met, it was the eve of the election in Toronto. You were super depressed that day. I remember we were sitting backstage at your show and you said, I've given up, I'm not hopeful. You were just sad.
Yes.
Today you look happier, dare I say.
Because I haven't been following the news.
Not at all.
I have no idea what's going on.
So there's a correlation between not following the news and being happy.
I'm just like hearing the news as like white noise in the background. I hear like bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And I just like, and every time I hear something, it's like, I'm not missing anything.
Really?
Yeah. No.
So when people said there's a ceasefire in Gaza, big news. Like you and I talked about Gaza much of the year.
But is there?
Yeah, great question.
Is there a
great
ceasefire?
question. No, is the answer.
There is a
Palestinians
ceasefire,
still being killed.
But Israel has been bombing and killing people, and so you see that's why it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All of this is just like fluff. All of this is just noise, but it's the same thing. That's why I haven't been following the news.
You haven't been following the news?
No.
So
surprise me, Mehdi. What's been happening in the world?
Did you know that Elon Musk is now president of the United States?
Oh, yeah, of course.
See, you can be president even if you're not born in the U.S., Bastard. There's still hope for you.
Exactly. And you can be a president and just like give people...
your heart. You give them your heart.
Yeah. Oh my God, yes.
That's something you can do if you want to do that. He has been very, very busy. Donald Trump is the vice president of the United States. Elon Musk is president of the United States.
Yes.
Benjamin Netanyahu
and JD
is
Vance
in the
is
US this week. The first foreign leader to visit the US since Trump was elected. We were told by some people that Trump was going to be different on the Middle East. I got attacked by a lot of people who said, a lot of people attacked me, Basim, because they said, see, Trump got a ceasefire, Biden didn't. He's better for the Palestinians.
But what does it matter? Like this whole idea about like ceasefire or whatever, it's the same thing. Okay, let's cut to the chase. I think the whole idea about us having a little bit of hope is that we had a very extended honeymoon after Second World War. The Declaration of Human Rights, never again, whatever. But the thing is, I'm actually glad that Trump is president.
Okay.
Because it's
giving me palpitations. But
I know, but here's the thing. I'm going to say something I'm going to be attacked for.
That's unlike you.
Oh yeah. In Egypt, we had the Muslim Brotherhood and the Salafis, and the thing is, I'm actually more comfortable dealing with Salafis, the radical Muslims, because they're honest. Muslim Brotherhoods are liars. And you see, this is going to be going. I don't care. They are liars, and they pretend to be something that they're not, and they do the same thing. That's the thing between Democrats and Republicans, or Trump and Biden. Just Trump does I don't care. I'm gonna screw you up. I'm gonna do whatever I want. I'm gonna take whatever I want. The Democrats do the same thing, but just do it nicely.
You say that, and a lot of people would agree with that. But a lot of people also actually did believe Donald Trump that he would be better on certain issues.
Why?
People did. I met Muslims, leftists, progressives who said he's going to be not as pro-war as Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. He's appointed a cabinet full of war. He wants to start a war with Denmark, boss. Are you following this story?
Yes.
You follow? He wants to take Greenland by force. Forget Iran. Forget going to war with Iran. He wants to go to war with Denmark.
And here's exactly my point. When Britain and France were the world leaders, and they would see a country and they take it. People say, "Oh no, that's not international law." No, we're strong. We're going to do it.
But we're going back to that time.
No, yes,
that's not a good thing.
Exactly. Rome,
but that's not a good thing, Bassem, to go back to that time.
But that's the reality of it.
You're saying I prefer to be getting in my face from a...
This whole idea about post-war war...
You prefer to deal with the wolf rather than the wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes, because here's the thing. America, they are having huge arsenal. They're spending $900 billion on their defense the defense budget. Why would they be nice? Why would they listen to you? Why is it yes, I have all of these weapons. What I'm gonna do it? Just floss my teeth with it? I'm gonna take whatever I want from the world, and you're just gonna watch there. I mean, Trump can take Greenland tomorrow. He can take Canada tomorrow. Who can stop him?
People?
Yeah. Like they stopped the Gaza war. They did the
Iraq war.
Like they stopped the Iraq war. They stopped the Vietnam war. This whole idea about the guys, none of the American imperialism have never stopped a single day, and I don't know why we're in this we're so delusional thinking it's different.
Have you heard the phrase accelerationism?
Oh yeah.
This idea that you bring about the collapse of Western society, Western capitalism, Western imperialism by making everything worse, right? So that people like Trump, there are some on the left who say Trump is a positive figure because he's going to burn everything down. He's going to expose the system. He's going to make everything unsustainable. He's going to start wars that he can't win. And that will bring about the end of capitalism.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm skeptical. History doesn't suggest that'll happen. Also, the level of suffering. Hold on. The level of suffering human suffering that will be involved in that, I think, is untenable.
But I'm sorry, why would it be the end of capitalism? I mean, what if Trump really knows how it is and and they say and America was just gonna expand. I'm gonna be this evil empire, and everybody living underneath.
I'm gonna ask a question.
What?
That I'm going to regret asking, but I'm going to ask this question. It's a question normally I like to ask tough questions, as you know.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question. I hope I don't regret asking this question.
What?
Did you vote for Trump?
Oh no.
Okay.
I didn't vote at all.
Okay. That's what I assumed, because you and I talked about Harris. I know you had said Biden, fuck Biden. You were very rightly, like a lot of people, very upset with Joe Biden's foreign policy. But listening to you speak, I thought, I'll ask. I just want to clarify where we stand as you wear Zateo merch. Are you going to come out as a Trump voter? A lot of people didn't vote, right? One of the reasons he lost, Harris lost, is because a lot of people were angry at Biden and Harris and stayed at home, and you were one of them. Obviously, in California, it doesn't matter, but you were one of them.
But like Mahdi, again, we're going back to our point. The whole idea about hope that things will change. Yes, the Democratic Party had a little bit of diversity, a little bit of colored people, a little bit of people who, like I said, against Israel. But at the end of the day, these are two establishment parties, and one of them just more honest than the other. That's it.
You think the Republican Party is more honest, even though Trump tells more lies?
Yes, they're honest about what they want from the world.
Yes, that's true. That's a fair point.
Yes,
but they lie about how they get there.
I don't think they're lying. What?
He lies about everything. He lies about tariffs. He lies. Look, just this week, here's a bit of news for you. I know you're not following the news.
Yeah,
he said I'm going to put tariffs on Mexico and Canada. I love tariffs. My favorite word in the dictionary. He said, as if he's ever read a dictionary. Mexico, Canada. I'm going to put 25% tariffs. And then the Canadians say, hey, we will put we'll put extra troops at the border and spend $1.2 billion on security, which they already announced a few months ago. Yeah. He said, all right, no tariffs for you. Then the Mexican said, we'll send 10,000 troops to the border, which they already promised 3 years ago. He said, okay, I'll drop tariffs on you. So this guy, now he's like, I won. They bowed down to me. That's bullshit. The man's a liar, right? Foreign leaders have worked out that you can manipulate Trump very easily. You tell him what he wants to hear, and he'll fall over.
Yes, but he's just like doing all of that for the show. He's doing a lot of noise.
Yeah.
And then he's taking and he's gonna just take what he wants. But this whole idea about like, oh, let's be nice and let's be like decent and let's be civil. He doesn't have to. If you're America, why would you have to be decent and nice to the rest of the world?
Okay, well, there's a pragmatic. Put morality to one side.
Yes.
There is a pragmatic critique of Trump, a self-interest. For example, again, a big news story going on right now. Elon Musk taking a torch to USAID, the aid department, which has its flaws. Many progressives, leftists criticize some of the funding it's done. It is used as a kind of instrument of American policy. But what's interesting is even if you don't give a shit about all the people who are going to die now because of what Trump and Musk have done in the last week, and Rubio, they cut off funding overnight to kids, to people taking soup kitchens in Sudan, to Ukrainians who have no electricity on the front line, Afghans, go through the list, Zambia, go all through the list, African countries having their malaria programs cut, HIV prevention program. People are going to die, right? They just cut off aid. Now, even if you say, I'm a MAGA voter, I don't give a shit about those black and brown people, I don't need to give them any money. USAID is not a charitable department. That's the instrument of U.S. foreign policy. The U.S. has alliances, it builds relationships, it gets its way by projecting power abroad. If you burn down all your alliances, no matter how strong you think you are, you're not going to survive very long in the world. You don't think the Chinese are enjoying this? I think China's loving what Trump is doing right now. Despite him being a China hawk, if I'm China, I'm like, this guy is burning down his alliances.
Let me be a devil's advocate.
We'll fill the gap, please.
Okay, did the Roman Empire had a Roman aid program? Did the Greek Empire had a Roman?
I'm pretty sure that they did a lot for some of their provinces to help them financially.
Provinces that they were occupying.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you're talking about malaria programs, about education. Trump doesn't care. I mean,
let me ask you this: does the Roman Empire still exist?
It does. Yes.
So every empire is a collapse. I'm saying, is he accelerating the collapse of the U.S. empire? That's what some on the left hope could be a byproduct of all this craziness.
People hoped that in 2018 it didn't happen.
Yes. Oh, I know that. I don't share that view. I'm just wondering.
Okay. What
do you see coming down the track?
There's a piece of puzzle that people are ignoring. You have a $900 billion war machine.
Yes.
If I have so many weapons.
Yes.
Why would I give a fuck about the world?
Because hard power only gets you so far.
Yeah.
How did Iraq work out for the U.S.? George Bush had that mentality.
How did the Iraq work out for the U.S.? How did it work for the U.S.?
Disaster.
Really?
You think it was good?
From an imperialistic point of view, they had control over they have more control.
They empowered Iran.
So
they lost thousands of American soldiers. They bankrupted the United States.
And how much money did the
profiteers, the war profiteers made money? But that's not U.S. national interest.
But it doesn't matter.
You're conflating the kind of neocons, the defense industry, the lobbyists with the United States.
But that's what they care about.
I agree with you. But that's not the U.S. The U.S. did not do well out of Iraq. A small bunch of rich Americans did well out of Iraq.
But that's the whole point. It's a small bunch of rich individuals who control the world and don't give a flying fuck about the rest of the country.
Agreed.
So the United States in your mind is different from the United States in their mind.
Yes.
You see? So that's the whole idea.
Also, you now have a ruling class that was, in the shadows, whatever it is, behind the scenes doing. Now you have Trump and Musk openly saying, we are the United States. Musk is walking around unelected, as I am the government. So the state is me.
When you tell me it's like French. So many American soldiers were killed, they don't give a fuck.
Of course they don't give a fuck.
So many veterans lost their limbs, they don't give a fuck. So the thing is, it's actually working for them.
Oh, 100%. The system works
We're
for
just
them.
like sitting down because we don't have weapons. Like, why doesn't America listen to me? They don't care.
I agree with you, but there's two different things going on. One is, are people making money from all the disasters? Yes.
Yes.
Is America getting its way to go back to your bigger picture like the Roman Empire? No, it's not. Right now, China is on the rise. I think if I'm in China right now, I'm loving this moment. Donald Trump is destroying America's alliances, making it isolated in the world, bankrupt to the United States, possibly starting pointless wars. If I'm the Chinese, I'm in a very strong position.
Yes, but I don't think that what America is doing is necessarily bad for American interest. And when I'm saying interest, I'm saying the people in top, because at the end of the day, they're getting richer.
Oh, I agree with that.
And we as citizens, we're just going to get better deals at Costco.
No argument from me. The guy pretends
we're going to get better deals at Costco. That's the whole thing.
By the way,
they give you
shout out to Costco, which has resisted the DEI purge. I don't know if you're following that story. I know you've been in a news blackout, you told me before. So I'm going to keep throwing things at you. Say.
Yes,
I don't know if you've heard.
But
Costco was one major company in America that refused to bow down to the Trump MAGA agenda of getting rid of DEI and screwing over minorities. They said, no, actually, we think diversity is
buying my supplements from them.
Best ice cream sundae.
Yes.
Costco's ice cream sundae.
But also, I don't know if you've heard this, but I heard that
I've heard everything, sadly, because I'm online 24 hours a day.
I'm sure you heard this. I'm not
As my wife and kids will say.
We're financing Hamas condoms.
Oh, yes. Oh, of course. So Barson says to me before the show, he has not watched news or heard news, but of course you heard the Gaza condom story. You got that one. $50 million.
I mean, if I don't hear anything about the news and I hear about condoms.
In Gaza. Gaza, Mozambique, right?
Gaza,
Mozambique. But it goes back to your point earlier. They lie about everything.
Yes.
They not only lied and said we gave $50 million for condoms in Gaza. The next day, Trump takes the lie, goes to the next one and says, not only did they send money to condoms to Gaza, which they didn't, the condoms were used by Hamas to build bombs.
But I love the fact that, like, if genocide doesn't work, we're just going to do it from the source. We're going to give them condoms.
But there's a great irony there. If they were sending condoms, wouldn't that be in line with U.S. and Israeli interests?
Yes.
You would think they'd want to send billions of condoms.
But why are you surprised, Maddie? Why this is like, it's as if we didn't have 4 years of Trump.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm the least surprised person when Trump lies.
He is lying so much, you can't keep up with his lies.
No, I agree. I'm not surprised by the lies. What I am surprised by is some of the moves they're making. For example, I was the one saying Elon Musk is going to be shadow president, blah, blah, blah. I don't think I imagined that he would him and his kids who are not old enough to rent a car would be able to walk into U.S. government departments and take over the entire payment system of the richest country in the world. I didn't see that happening. I didn't see him picking a fight with Greenland. I thought he was going to go to war with Iran, not with freaking Denmark.
He picked a fight with Greenland before COVID.
No, before COVID, he said, I want to buy it. Now he's talking about military action. You have the EU say we're going to put EU troops in Greenland to protect from the Americans. That's insanity.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff is truly, some of the people he's appointing, I worried how bad they would be.
What about like what's happening in the Middle East when they were saying, no, Egypt and Jordan will take them.
He said, I'm going to clean out Gaza.
I'm going to clean out Gaza.
Which was a bit of a shock to some of the Arab American voters who thought he would be great on Gaza. I think that may have come as a reality check.
Guys, those people
like
who
1 in 3 Muslims voted for Trump.
Guys, this is crazy. I mean, I don't know.
They said he's a transactional politician. He'll do deals. Yeah, he's doing deals. He wants beachfront property in Gaza, condos. Jared Kushner wants condos in Gaza.
Well, here's the thing.
Not condoms, condos.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it.
Here's the thing. If the people who said that he's a transactional politician, I mean, yes, he is. He already took $90 million from Miriam Adelson, and you told him, like, annex it. Don't you see that?
Yes,
the thing,
exactly.
So until Muslims and Arabs find another job other than selling vapes, you cannot compete with that.
Well, but there's funny because there are Arab governments that have that money. MBS is giving $500 billion, but he's not asking for Palestinian rights in return.
Guys. I don't know. Again, Arab countries, they're transactional.
Yeah, they don't care about Palestinians. By the way, I got to ask a question about the fake. I think you and I both agree the fake ceasefire, right? It's not a real ceasefire.
The fake ceasefire.
But who do you think gets credit for the fake ceasefire? Because Joe Biden says it was my deal and I got it. Then Trump comes in. I get a bunch of people telling me, both right-wing and MAGA people and like some Muslim people telling me, man, you need to give credit to Trump. He went there, he bashed Netanyahu, he made him do it. I think Netanyahu and him were in on it from the beginning. This was always Netanyahu's gift to him for the inauguration.
Yeah, but what does it mean? What does it matter? What does it matter? We just said it's fake.
And the West Bank's
on
fire.
It's like you telling me who gets the fake for this? Who gets the credit for this fake diamond ring? It just
who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah, so true.
It's fake.
Yes. You agree? It's fake, and you think Netanyahu was in on it.
It doesn't matter, man. Yes, it doesn't matter.
Because there was all these reporting. I don't know if you saw, but a lot of reporting in the Israeli press was Steve Witkoff, who's Trump's real estate guy, who's now his Middle East envoy. He went and he made Netanyahu come out on the Sabbath and meet with him, and he said, "You better fucking do the deal." And Netanyahu did it. That's all. I think that's bullshit. The idea that Netanyahu just got intimidated by Trump, I just don't buy it.
And then Israel went into Jenin and just like destroyed it. And the reason I know that, and the reason I know about Jenin, is that on my stand-up comedy tour, I had a stand-up comedian, Palestinian stand-up comedian from Jenin, and he was telling me.
I got to say, you were ahead of a lot of people on one very specific point. When you went on that infamous Piers Morgan episode shortly after October the 7th, You had this mic drop moment where you said, if it's all about Hamas, how do you explain the West Bank?
Let's, for a minute, imagine a world without Hamas.
Right.
What will this word look like? Let's give this word a name, and let's name this word the West Bank. Hamas has absolutely no control in the West Bank, and since the beginning of this year, only through August, 37 Palestinian kids were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas.
I'll always remember that moment. And sadly, tragically, that is front and center right now, because while pausing in Gaza, they've escalated in the West Bank, exactly as some of us predicted. And of course, Hamas does not control the West Bank. October 7th did not come out of the West Bank, and yet they are killing, I think, 24 people in Jenin in recent weeks, hundreds of children since October the 7th, over 100 children. The West Bank is on fire.
And there's another part of the interview that you forget. When I said, like, they're going to go into a vast land of Sinai, wink, wink.
Yeah.
They're going to put it in 10 cities, and then they're going to go back, wink, wink. And I said that, and I called it out from the very beginning.
I remember when Piers Morgan said to me once when I won, and he said to me, well, if they're not fighting Hamas, what do you think their real aim is? As if I'm some mad conspiracy theorist. And I said, depopulate Gaza. That's the aim of the operation. Now you have the President of the United States saying, clean them out, and Egypt and Jordan have to take them.
And I told Piers, it's like they're going to do the same in West Bank. I said, no, it's not going to happen. But this is the thing about, like, all of those people, they just, like, buy time. It's like, oh, it's not happening.
And
the war is not happening. The killing is not happening.
I mean, there's people dying as we speak in the West Bank. It's not a top story. It is not a front page story. I mean, to be fair to the media, and you know I'm very critical of the media, they're busy covering a constitutional coup in the United States that's happening in front of our eyes. But the West Bank violence was predicted and predictable.
Yes, and they think it's like, oh, we have a ceasefire. You don't have to talk about it anymore. Let's continue killing in the Gaza. You see, that's the whole idea. It's like, why are we talking about Gaza? There's a ceasefire. There's not. No, there's a ceasefire.
Well, isn't it interesting that for 16 months, I can't even keep track anymore of this genocide. When you and I have done media on this subject, the number one issue that's come up is, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a ceasefire on October the 7th.
Oh, yes.
Well, this is really interesting because this is what they call a ceasefire. We get to carry on killing you sporadically, out of sight of the cameras. It's a ceasefire.
Not with a 2,000 pounds bomb, but occasionally.
Although he's released, by the way, Donald Trump has released the 2,000. Yeah. The one thing Joe Biden did, the one small thing he did in 16 months, he released a 2,000 pound bomb.
Let's talk about what Joe Biden did, because this is important.
Please do.
How many times during the massacres and the genocide after October 7th have you had Biden freezing weapon equipment to Israel and then releasing it? How many times did that happen? Many times. It was like, oh, okay, no more weapons. Okay, no weapons. Yeah. No. So you see, that's the difference between Trump and Biden. Again, it's just the honesty. It's not the right word to use, but it's the honesty of
the directness. Well, it's interesting because they asked Trump, how come you're releasing these weapons? You know what he said?
What?
Because they paid for them. That's what he said.
Oh, yes.
Because they paid for them.
They did.
He's very, very blunt. Basti, we talk about Trump and he's honest and everything else. I mean, the funny thing about Trump, which I know you've done a lot of great stand-up. I came to see your show last year in D.C. Right. And you talk a lot about the Trump first term and how you became a citizen and the craziness of the Trump era. What I find about Trump 2.0 is everything's heightened. Like, the evil is worse, the lies are worse, the violence is worse, the crazy people are worse. The cult is worse, right? They really worship this guy. And people talk about Arab countries patronizing. As you say,
he's the second coming of Jesus.
He's worse than that. Have a look at this clip. I want to play a clip of some of the stuff how they talk about Trump now on the right.
I'm glad Trump's here at the moment. It's like daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off,
When they see peace starting to break out again around the world, they're going to be like, this is the stability that we were asking for. Daddy's back. And that's what you're going to see.
There has to be a point at which dad comes home. And when dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
Donald Trump is daddy for these people. What is going on in their minds that they think this freak from New York, this property developer, is this great authoritarian god king?
Here's the thing. I think Tucker Carlson, when he said, daddy is home and you know what's going to say? You've been a bad girl and you need some spanking. I think that they all think I'm talking about a sugar daddy. I think they want to be paid and spanked and tied down.
It's very weird. It's something going on there. They all need to have a lot of time with counselors. This is the president of the United States. They've turned him into some weird cult leader.
He might be the president of the United States for you, but for me, he's daddy.
Well, I know you've not been following the news.
You don't speak about daddy this way.
That's a very important geopolitical development that I had to get your take on.
You do not speak about daddy this way.
Do you know of any other people in the world who talk about their leader in this way?
Arab countries. Yeah, seriously. When you all of the Arab leaders is like, if you go against him, he's like your dad.
But even that is more like, a father figure, like a guy, not like spanking belt off bullshit.
I feel that he's not just like our dad, he's our pimp.
By the way, another good line from Trump, which is a really chilling line, to go back to your point about honesty in an age of authoritarianism. I don't know if you saw the press conference where a reporter says to Trump, do you think Mark Zuckerberg is, rolling over for you and doing what you want now because you threatened him? And any other Western leader would say, of course I never threatened him. Trump said, yeah, probably.
Say it.
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Quiet part loud, yeah.
The guy is reveling into the power.
The mob boss.
But America has been the mob boss forever.
Yeah, but he's the open mob boss.
Yes, he's just being open about it.
What do you make?
Like this is different.
Does it?
Obama is
sorry
like.
to ask you the cliched question. Does it remind you of an Arab country under a mob boss dictator type?
No.
Go on.
No. He actually he just reminds me of like being a very honest warlord.
Okay.
Because even the Arab countries just like play along. It's like,
that's true.
No. But he's just like open about it.
Yeah, he's doing even less pretenses.
Obama bombed the shit out of Muslims, but he was loved by everybody because he was just like nice. But I think just like it's important that you will sit down. It's like, guys, America is the leader of the world. Is the leader not of the free world, of the world.
Of the world.
And we're just gonna screw you up, and we do whatever we want with it. That's the whole idea.
You've been traveling a lot around the world. You're heading to South Africa, I think, from here. You've been in the Middle East. You've been in Ireland, Europe, across Europe. Since the election, you said you haven't been following the news, but you must have been meeting a lot of people. Do they ask you about what's happening in America? Do you get a sense of how the rest of the world feels about the US now, post-election?
It's the same thing when Trump got into office 2018. And that's why I don't know. Guys, it's replay. I don't know why we're surprised anymore.
It's much worse this time.
I think just like we're more enraged, but I don't think we should.
He's much worse.
He's just emboldened.
Yeah, he has more power. He's emboldened because the media have rolled over for him. Social media bosses are in his pocket. He has the House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court. He has criminal immunity.
Yeah.
And he has a plan for vengeance, right? Which he didn't have first time around.
Let's do it. We're there for it.
You feel good about it as an immigrant? You feel your citizenship secure?
Yeah, no, I don't care. I don't care. Let's bring it on.
You got a plan B?
I don't have a plan B.
Every brown person has a plan B.
I don't.
You're rich enough not to need a plan B.
Rich enough? Hey, you're the one with the merch.
But I have plan
You're
B.
the one with the merch, man. I don't have a merch saying best music.
But I have plan B,
2-week-old
C, and
video.
D.
I know,
you
bro.
You have plan A in California. That's it.
Yeah, I can't leave California.
You've been a citizen for over 5 years, so I think you're good.
Yes.
Basically, apparently, this is what the lawyers tell me, if you have been a citizen for 5 years or more.
Being a man, it takes being vulnerable, it takes raising kids, and it takes monogamous.
All right, while I was here in New Orleans, I got to catch up with an NBA legend, Shaquille O'Neal. We talked about law enforcement, the men and women who put it on the line, and the United States of America. How you feel about America right now?
I think we have a lot of big-time people, and if everyone just does their part, of course you're always going to have left and right, you're always going to have on and off, you're always going to have certain things.
General Petraeus used to be the director of CIA, 2000.
And your workout partner.
And my workout partner.
I read about this.
So I loved and hated those workouts with Petraeus because he is a physical beast. He's a strong, fit, at the time, 60-something-year-old man.
Let me take a tangent on that because he's coming on this podcast.
Oh, excellent, man.
So can you say
Petraeus did Lex
what you
Friedman?
learned
That's
from the man in terms of, or like what you think is interesting and powerful and inspiring about the way he sees the world, or maybe what you learned in terms of how to get strong in the gym, or anything about
things.
life.
Two things right away, and one of them I was going to share with you anyway, so I'm glad that you asked the question. So the first is that on our runs, and man, he runs fast, and we would go for 6-mile runs through Bangkok, and
Bangkok.
He talked openly about, I asked him, how do you keep this mystery, this epic mythology about your fitness and your strength, how do you keep all of this alive with the troops? And he had this amazing answer, and he was like, I don't talk about it. Myths are born not from somebody orchestrating the myth. but from the source of the myth simply being secretive. So he's like, I've never talked about it. I've never exacerbated it. I just do what I do, and I let the troops talk. And he's like, when it goes in favor of discipline and loyalty and commitment, I let it run. If it starts getting destructive or damaging, then I have my leadership team step in to fix it. But when it comes to the mythos, the myth of him being superpowered soldier, that's what he wants every soldier to be. So he lets it run. And he was fantastic. It was so enlightening when he told me, when there's a myth that benefits you, you just let it go. You let it happen because it gets you further without you doing any work. It costs no investment for you.
So the catalyst of the virality of the myth is just being mysterious.
And that's what CIA does well. To go back to your first question, what does CIA do? They don't answer any questions. They don't say anything. And wherever the myth goes, whether it's that they sold drugs or used child prostitutes or whatever else, wherever the myth goes, they let it go. Because at the end of the day, everybody sits back and says, wow, I really just don't know. Now, the second thing that I learned from Petraeus, and I really am a big fan of Petraeus. I know he made personal mistakes. You don't get to be that powerful without making personal mistakes. But when I worked out with him, the one thing that my commanding officer told me not to ask about, he was like, never ask the general about his family. I'm a family guy. So as soon as I met General Petraeus, one of the first things I asked him was, hey, what was it like raising a family and being the commander of forces in the Middle East? Like, you weren't with your family very much. And the thing I love about the guy, he didn't bite off my head. He didn't snap at me. He didn't do anything. He openly admitted that he regretted some of the decisions that he made because he had to sacrifice his family to get there. Relationships with his children, absentee father, missing birthdays, we all say how sad it is to miss birthdays and miss anniversaries, yada, yada, yada. Everybody knows what that feels like. Even business people know what that feels like. The actual pain that we're talking about is when you're not there to handle your 13-year-old's questions when a boy breaks up with her, or when you're not there to handle the bloody lip that your 9-year-old comes back with from their first encounter with a bully. Those are the truly heartbreaking moments that a parent lives and dies by. He missed almost all of those because he was fighting a war that we forgot and we gave up on 20 years later, right? He's so honest about that. And it was really inspiring to me to be told not to ask that question. And when I broke that guidance, he didn't reprimand me. He was authentic. And it was absolutely one of the big decisions that helped me leave CIA on my own in 2014.
And he was honest on the sacrifice you make.
The same man who just taught me a lesson about letting a myth live, that same guy was willing to be so authentic about this personal mistake.
Do you think, let's look at Vladimir Putin specifically, do you think he's getting accurate information about the world? Do you think he knows the truth of the world, whether that's the war in Ukraine, whether that's the behavior of the other nations in NATO, the United States in general? What do you think?
It's rare that I'll talk about just thinking. I prefer to share my assessment, why I assess things a certain way, rather than just what's my random opinion. In my assessment, Vladimir Putin is winning. Russia is winning. They're winning in Ukraine, but they're also winning the battle of influence against the West. They're winning in the face of economic sanctions. They're winning. Empirically, when you look at the math, they're winning. So when you ask me whether or not Putin is getting good information from his intelligence services, when I look at my overall assessment of multiple data points, he must be getting good information. Do I know how or why? I do not. I don't know how or why it works there. I don't know how such deep cronyism, such deep corruption can possibly yield true, real results. And yet somehow there are real results happening. So it's either excessive waste and an accidental win, or there really is a system and a process there that's functioning.
So this winning idea is very interesting. In what way, short-term and long-term, is Russia winning? Some people would say there was a miscalculation of the way the invasion happened. There was an assumption that you would be able to successfully take Kyiv. You'd be able to successfully capture the east, the south, and the north of Ukraine. And with what now appears to be significantly insufficient troops spread way too thin across way too large of a front. So that seems to be like an intelligence failure. And that doesn't seem to be like winning. In another way, it doesn't seem like winning if we put aside the human cost of war. It doesn't seem like winning because the hearts and minds of the West were completely on the side of Ukraine. This particular leader in Volodymyr Zelensky captured the attention of the world and the hearts and minds of Europe, the West, and many other nations throughout the world, both financially, in terms of military equipment, and in terms of sort of social and cultural and emotional support for the independence fight of this nation. That seems to be like a miscalculation. So against that pushback, why do you think there's still kernels of winning in this on the Russian side?
What you're laying out isn't incorrect. And the miscalculations are not unexpected. Anybody who's been to a military college, including the Army War College in Pennsylvania, where so many of our military leaders are brought up, when you look at the conflict in Ukraine, it fits the exact mold of what an effective, long-term military conflict, protracted military conflict, would and should look like for military dominance. Now, did Zelensky and did the Ukrainians shock the world? Absolutely. But in that, they also shocked American intelligence, which, like you said, miscalculated. The whole world miscalculated how the Ukrainians would respond. Putin did not move in there accidentally. He had an assessment. He had high likelihood of a certain outcome, and that outcome did not happen. Why did he have that calculation? Because in 2014, it worked. He invaded, he took Crimea in 14 days. He basically created an infiltration campaign that turned key leaders over in the first few days of the conflict. So essentially, there was no conflict. It worked in 2008 when he took Georgia. Nobody talks about that. He invaded Georgia the exact same way, and it worked. So in 2008, it worked. In 2014, it worked. There was no reason to believe it wasn't going to work again. So he just carried out the same campaign. But this time, something was different. That was a miscalculation, for sure, on the part of Putin. And the reason that there was no support from the West, because let's not forget, there is no support. There is nothing other than the Lend-Lease Act, which is putting Ukraine in massive debt right now to the West. That's the only form of support they're getting from NATO or the United States. So if somebody believed Ukraine would win, if somebody believed Ukraine had a chance, they would have gotten more material support than just debt. And we can jump into that anytime you want to. But the whole world miscalculated. Everybody thought Russia was going to win in 14 days. I said that they would win in 14 days because that was the predominant calculation. Once the first invasion didn't work, then the military does what professional militaries do, man. They reevaluate, they reorganize leaders, and then they take a new approach. You saw 3 approaches. The first 2 did not work. The first 2 campaigns against Ukraine did not work the way they were supposed to work. The third has worked exactly like it's supposed to work. You don't need Kiev to win Ukraine. You don't need hearts and minds to win Ukraine. What you need is control of natural resources, which they're taking in the east, and you need access to the heartbeat, the blood flow of food and money into the country, which they're taking in the south. The fact that Ukraine had to go to the negotiation table with Russia and Turkey in order to get exports out of the Black Sea approved again demonstrates just how much Ukraine is losing. The aggressor had a seat at the negotiation table to allow Ukraine the ability to even export one of its top exports. If Russia would have said no, then they would not have had that. Russia has, that's like someone holding your throat. It's like somebody holding your jugular vein and saying, if you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm not going to let you breathe. I'm not going to let blood flow to your brain.
So do you think it's possible that Russia takes the south of Ukraine? It takes, so starting from Mariupol, the Kherson region,
all the way to Odessa. And into Moldova. I believe all of that will happen before the fall.
Fall of this year?
Fall of this year. Before winter hits Europe, NATO wants, Germany needs to be able to have sanctions lifted so they can tap into Russian power.
Wrong.
There's no way they can have those sanctions lifted unless Russia wins. And Russia also knows that all of Europe, all of NATO is the true people feeling the pain of the war outside of Ukraine are the NATO countries because they're so heavily reliant on Russia. And as they have supported American sanctions against Russia, their people feel the pain. Economically, their people feel the pain. What are they going to do in the winter? Because without Russian gas, their people are going to freeze to death.
Ukrainian people.
People all over NATO. Ukraine?
Wrong.
Everybody knows Ukraine's at risk. Everybody knows Ukrainians are dying. The game of war isn't played.
I knew I watched something where he was saying
it isn't even played
wrong crackpot
majoritively
shit.
by the people who are fighting. The game of war is played by everyone else. It's an economic game. It's not a military game.
The flow of resources and energy,
attention.
And food.
Exactly right.
I was on the front in the Kherson region, this very area that you're referring to, and I spoke to a lot of people, and the morale is incredibly high. And I don't think the people in that region, soldiers, volunteer soldiers, civilians, are going to give up that land without dying.
I agree with you.
I mean, in order to take Odessa would require huge amount of artillery and slaughter of civilians, essentially.
They're not going to use artillery in Odessa because Odessa is too important to Russian culture. It's going to be even uglier than that. It's going to be clearing of streets, clearing of buildings, person by person, troop by troop. It'll be a lot like what it was in Mariupol.
Just shooting at civilians.
Because they can't afford to just do bombing raids, because they're going to destroy cultural, significant architecture that's just too important to the Russian culture. And that's going to demoralize their own Russian people.
I have to do a lot of thinking to try to understand what I even feel. I don't know. But in terms of information, the thing that the soldiers are saying, the Russian soldiers are saying, the thing the Russian soldiers really believe is that they're liberating the Ukrainian people from Nazis.
No.
And they believe this. Because I visited Ukraine, I spoke to over 100, probably a couple hundred Ukrainian people from different walks of life. It feels like the Russian soldiers, at least, are under a cloud of propaganda. They're not operating on a clear view of the whole world. And given all that, I just don't see Russia taking the South without committing war crimes. And if Vladimir Putin is aware of what's happening in terms of the treatment of civilians, I don't see him pushing forward all the way to take the South, because that's not going to be effective strategy for him to win the hearts and minds of the people.
Autocracies don't need to win hearts and minds. That's a staunchly democratic point of view. Hearts and minds mean very little to people who understand core, basic needs and true power. You don't see Xi Jinping worrying about hearts and minds in China.
if you really wanted to hide, you could hide away from CIA, couldn't you?
You could try. Yeah, we have the skills to try and to do a pretty good job of it. But if they were to really use all of their resources, they'd find pretty much anybody.
So what's been a method where they've done something where other people are scared to not want to follow through with that?
So I think there's two things here, right? So first, I would say that I would disagree with your first point that you have to have a public example of punishment to convince people not to do something. You actually don't need a public punishment. You just need to state and demonstrate some level of high probability that something might happen. Most people are motivated by fear. Fear is a future state. So if they just instill enough fear is something that controls behavior. So if you're coming from CIA, I mean, put yourself in the shoes of a person who has committed part of their life to working for this organization, and then they leave, and then they start writing a book, or they start speaking out, they start coming on podcasts, whatever it might be. They don't want to run the risk of crossing a boundary too far and then actually forcing the hand of the federal government. You don't want to be that person, because you're in my heart, I'm still very proud of serving. The last thing I want to do, going to jail isn't the worst thing. Having my wages garnered isn't the worst thing. Losing the respect of the same organization that I served, losing the respect of the American people who I love, that's worse than sitting in a jail cell.
Yeah, but that's your character. That's not everyone's character.
That's
right?
a lot of our characters. The people I left. Keep in mind, I left. I had my first child and I left. Many people have many children and stay. Many people sacrifice their relationships, multiple divorces. They sacrifice their health. They sacrifice their fitness. They sacrifice everything to continue to serve. For me and my wife, 2014 came and we had to make a life decision. And we decided to prioritize family first. Now, you were exactly right that 2016 on, massive attrition from the intelligence services. We were at the front end of it, but what they've seen since 2016 is incredible. And we didn't start the trend. We just happened to be on the first wave.
Of leaving. But you left it's like selling your property at a perfect time. You sold at a perfect time.
And we're very happy of it too.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, congratulations on selling your property at a perfect time. So okay, fair enough. So I asked that because, you said fear is a great motivator of what actions we take in the future. I get it. But I also think, sometimes also when you learn a lot, the three phases we all go through with parents and kids, right? First phase, kids idolize their parents. Then second phase, they demonize their parents. Oh, I saw what you did, Dad. Your mom, I saw. They demonize. Then third phase is they humanize their parents, right? I'm assuming an agent, a CIA agent or an FBI or an NSA probably goes through those three phases with the agency as well. You first idolize, like to others, you're like, oh my God, and the CIA, that's sick. I'd be using that to get laid every day. That's what I'd be doing. Right? So I'm assuming like phase one is, dude, I'm idolizing. I'm part of the freaking CIA. And second phase is like, damn, that's some dirty stuff right there. Because there's stuff that we don't know, right? So then you demonize, then you humanize. And you say, well, these are not perfect people. Everybody makes mistakes, and every organization makes mistakes. Corporations make mistakes. Governmental agencies make mistakes, et cetera, et cetera. So you go more in the humanizing phase. But while somebody's in the demonizing phase and they're seeing the dark side of the organization, that's a vulnerable area for somebody to come in and exploit that opportunity.
Absolutely.
Okay, and many have from the outside, right? We've had agents that have been bought, money, sex, women, all of that stuff. For me, when it says a lifelong type of an NDA, you call it secrecy, I don't know. It's like sometimes I wonder if it's happening, we don't know about it, but they can't talk about it because it'll ruin the credibility of the existing agency. Because how do some people know so much about us? Where are they getting their intel? Like you were talking about how Russia, on another podcast, you were talking about how great of a job Russia's done against Ukraine, how they're actually getting exactly what they want. Yes, Ukraine has shown a lot of strength, but maybe Russia's strategy is working very effectively. How they're getting their intel, I don't know. Even you said, I don't know how they're doing what they're doing. So how are they doing it? Maybe we have some people that are supporting them. Could that be a possibility?
I would say it's more than a possibility. It's almost a guarantee that the United States, in the world of intelligence, we all assume that we are penetrated to some level or another, right? Penetrated means we have a mole among us, or we have information leaks among us. There's a technical operation collecting information from servers or databases somewhere, right? You have to assume that you're compromised, because if you assume that you're not compromised, you're even more exposed to risk. So assume that you're compromised, compartmentalize from there, and act appropriately, increase your security from there, right? Just like I joked about the guy who didn't let me in the front door, that's awesome security for valuetainment. This building is that much more secure because that guy, in the face of doubt, kept me out. No problem, he let me in eventually.
Guy's getting a promotion, by the way.
But that's how you have to operate if you want to maximize security, right? When it comes to why we don't speak out of school, yeah, we don't want to dishonor our country, we don't want to dishonor CIA, we don't want to smear our family names, but we also, for damn sure, don't want to give our enemies information they might be able to use against us just so that we can talk about it on CNN or talk about it in the press. There's an awesome example of Osama bin Laden from 2002, 2003. The the Wall Street Times, or maybe the New York Times, Wall Street Journal and New York Times, was speaking to as a intelligence service anonymous source, and they talked about how we were tracking bin Laden through his satellite phone. That was a source and a method, right? The one thing we're not supposed to talk about. And then because of that, bin Laden stopped using that satellite phone, completely changed his communication strategy, went dark, went black, and we had to start all over again.
Damn.
I don't want to give China any advantages. I don't want to give Russia any advantages. I want to give the American people every advantage we can give them. But I also want to be able to talk honestly about what my peers don't talk about, because just like you're saying, I want to respect my secrecy agreement, but I also want to be able to shed some additional perspective on the awesome work that the men and women still inside get to do. The privilege that I have as an American, being able to leave and still talk about it. Because if I was in France, I wouldn't be able to. If I was in China, I wouldn't be able to. If you're an SVR officer in Russia, once you leave, you don't get to talk about it. If you like this short clip, make sure you click here to see the next clip, or here to see the full podcast episode. The most important spy trick to change everything immediately is something called perception versus perspective. We all look at the world through our own perception. My dad used to tell me, my stepdad used to tell me that perception is reality. And I was arguing this with him when I was 14 years old. I told you so, Dad, you're still wrong.
Yeah.
But perception is your interpretation of the world around you. But it's unique only to you. There's no advantage in your perception. That's why so many people find themselves arguing all the time, trying to convince other people of their own perception. The way that you win any argument, the way that you get ahead in your career, the way that you outsell or outrace anybody is when you move off of perception and move into perspective. Perspective is the act or the art of observing the world from outside of yourself, whether that's outside of yourself as like an entity just observing in a third from a different point of view, or even more powerful, you sit in the shoes, you sit in the seat of the person opposite you, and you think to yourself, what is their life like? What do they feel right now? Are they comfortable? Are they uncomfortable? Are they afraid? Are they scared? What's the stressor that they woke up to this morning? What's the stressor that they're going to go to sleep with tonight? When you shift places and get out of your own perception and into someone else's perspective, now you're thinking like them, which is giving you an informational advantage. But you know what they're all doing? Everyone else out there is trapped in their own perception, not thinking about a different perspective. So immediately you have superior information, superior positioning, you have an advantage that they don't have. And if you do that to your boss, it's going to change your career. If you do that to your spouse, it's going to change your marriage. If you do that to your kids, it's going to change your family legacy, because nobody else out there is doing it.
It's so interesting how difficult empathy is for people and how powerful it is, especially for like you said, with spouse, like intimacy.
Yeah.
Like stepping outside of yourself and really putting yourself in the shoes of the other person, considering how they see the world. And that's I really enjoy that, because how does that exactly lead to connection? I think when you start to understand the way the other person sees the world, you start to enjoy the world through their eyes, and you start to be able to share in terms of intimacy share the beauty that they see together because you understand their perspective, and somehow you converge as well. Of course, that allows you to gather information better and all that kind of stuff, and like that allows you to work together better, to share in all different kinds of ways. But for intimacy, that's a really powerful thing, and also for actually like people you really disagree with, or people on the internet you disagree with, and so on. I find empathy is such a powerful way to resolve any tensions there. Even like people like trolls or all that kind of stuff, I don't deride them. I just kind of put myself in their shoes, and it becomes like an enjoyable camaraderie with that person.
So I want to draw a pretty hard line between perspective and empathy, because empathy is frankly an overused term by people who don't really know what they're saying sometimes. I think you know what you're saying, but the vast majority of people listening,
I would argue that, but that's fine.
as soon as you say empathy, they're going to just be like, oh yeah, I know, I've heard this 1,000 times.
Yes.
Empathy is about feeling what other people feel, and
It's
or
more
understand.
about feeling, would you say?
Yeah,
more
it's about feelings. It's about understanding someone else's feelings. Feeling, it's not the same as sympathy where you feel their feelings. Empathy is about recognizing that they have feelings and recognizing that their feelings are valid. Perspective is more than just feelings. It's about the brain, it's about the pink matter on the left side and the right side of the brain. Yes, I care about feelings. And this goes directly to your point about connection. Yes, I care about feelings, but I also care about objectives. What is your life? What is your aspirational goal? What was it like to grow up as you? Yeah. What was it like to experience this, and how did this shape your opinion on that? And what is it that you're going to do next? More than just feelings, actual tactical actions. And that becomes extremely valuable in the operational world, because if you can get into someone's head, left brain and right brain, feelings and logic, you can start anticipating what actions they're going to take next. You can direct the actions that they're going to take next, because you're basically telling them the story that's in their own head. When it comes to relationships and personal connection, we talked about it earlier. The thing that people want the most is community. They want someone else who understands them. They want to be with people. They don't want to be alone. The more you practice perspective, empathy or no empathy, the more you just validate that a person is there. I am in this time and space with you in this moment. Feelings aside, right? That is powerful. That is intimate. And whether you're talking about lovers, or whether you're talking about a business exchange, or whether So why would we even think like, oh, on our runs, and man, he runs fast, and we would go.
As always, Elon Musk, who is running our country, no doubt, is beyond out of control and seems to be extremely unwell. Let me show you this clip. Okay, that is the man running our government. That is the man that has gone in and decimated federal agencies. That is the man that has 13 children. That is the man that runs around with Donald Trump on a leash. And he is running around with a chainsaw, acting like he's chopping trees down. He is a nut.
I think the symbolism from the chainsaw is that he was slashing bureaucracy. And what I have to say about this is all a bait and switch thing, where MAGA is telling you that these certain programs are why you don't have money or why you can't have nice things. And the truth of the matter is, it's because people like Elon Musk are able to evade paying taxes. That's why you don't have money. And instead, they're going in, they're firing and dismantling agencies that offer consumer protections and services. This man, this is what's so terrifying about this. He is Donald Trump's full-time nanny. He is in charge of babysitting him all of the time. And I personally believe, it's my opinion, that Vladimir Putin has told Elon Musk to make sure that Trump stays in check. This is embarrassing. This is white trash. bullshit. It's unbelievable. In a matter of 1 month, the United States of America is the biggest laughingstock in the world. And who MAGA wants our allies to be are China and Russia and North Korea.
Yeah, that's terrifying. What's interesting about the Elon Musk situation is I was reading an article last night that there is emergency medicine and emergency food sitting in warehouses but will not be distributed because of Elon Musk's actions. So people, and it's rotting, it's going to be gone. So he would rather have people without their medication and no food. He would rather the food rot, the medication expire. Talk about cruelty. He and Donald Trump are the very cruelest. Another thing about Elon Musk that I think is cruel is, we had a little dust up baby mama drama over the weekend with Elon Musk. And now we have more baby mama drama. Grimes, who is the mother of little X, is that right? And then several others. But she says, please respond about our child's medical needs. I'm sorry to do this publicly, but it is no longer acceptable to ignore this situation. This requires immediate attention. If you don't want to talk to me, can you please designate or hire someone who can so that we can move forward on solving this? This is urgent, Elon. Guess what the response was?
He hid her tweet. Yeah. This is, you spoke about the food going bad and the life-saving medications. And then you see this. This is the party of alleged family values. This is the party of alleged Christian values. They have gone all chips in on this unmarried man that breeds at a record rate that could only be rivaled by compound Mormons and doesn't take care of his children, trips on drugs at CPAC, wears sunglasses and a hat. Imagine, listener and pumps, imagine. Fox News lost their mind because Barack Obama wore a tan suit. He's been married to the same woman all of his life, has 2 kids that he is very engaged in their childhoods. Imagine if Barack Obama was running around with a billionaire that wore sunglasses and a dark MAGA hat inside, ran around with a chainsaw, and whose baby mamas had to tweet him because that's the only way anybody knows how to reach him to get medical decisions made for their children. I don't know that Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters would survive. I don't know that they would survive reporting on that. I think it would induce a panic attack that would eventually kill them. I just don't think they're capable of living through something like that because they're such snowflakes and they're such breathtaking hypocrites. This is a joke. Everything that Donald Trump said when he was campaigning was projection. We're not going to have a country anymore. Guess what? 30 days in, we barely have a country anymore. We're laughing stock. I'm going to make the world respect us. This is his best foot forward to mitigate any sort of humor being projected on the United States of America. This is a joke. This is dangerous. They are robbing the poorest people in the world and the poorest people in the United States of America, making everybody less safe because Papa Trump is delusional and just likes to be popular. And Elon Musk is an unchecked, unregulated, unhinged drug addict. And I just want to remind MAGA, who's all about America, America is for Americans only, this motherfucker's from South Africa.
Right. And I read that he wants everybody in the federal government to get drug tested within 30 days. And I'm like, he should be the first one drug tested. He is the one that sits around and tells people he takes ketamine all the time. Where's his drug test? But he will never be drug tested, nor will anybody try to hold any accountability over him because Donald Trump is allowing him to be the president. So on to more embarrassing things that our president does. That's President Musk. So he was lying, as per usual, on Fox News about how Biden's political reasons kept him from bringing home the astronauts in space. And so he says that, and in response, the commander of the International Space Station says, lies. What a lie in response to Elon Musk. And you know what Elon Musk does? He calls him the R word. Just blatantly calls him the R word. He's name calling. He's ignoring his children. He's name calling. He's tripping on ketamine. He's wearing sunglasses inside, and he's running around with a chainsaw, calling people names that know more about what's going on than he does.
Let me just jump in, Pumps. All of the things that you just said that he's doing are true, but they're the least problematic. All of those are problematic. The most problematic is he went into agencies that were investigating him because he receives $20 billion plus from United States American citizens, hardworking taxpayer money. He receives $20 billion. So he throws out the R word and he throws out all these lies. The American government was investigating him because clearly he's a nut and not responsible, to make sure that taxpayer money in these contracts were honored, spent wisely, and that he was doing things legally. He's gone in and stopped all of those investigations because he's robbing the American taxpayer. So him calling the space, the astronaut, the R word, and ignoring his kids and all of those things, as shocking and eyebrow raising as they are nothing compared to the insidious and pervasive thievery that's going on with Elon Musk to American taxpayers. And think about that, MAGA. America first. We're real Americans. You are funding the world's richest South African. That's how much you care, and that's how shallow your patriotism is.
Well, they just have no conviction to anybody but their dear Fuhrer. Okay, one thing I wanted to bring up. So I'm very concerned that Elon Musk is going in and taking things off Twitter. And now he is going to stop or change the algorithm for Community Notes because he lies all the time and Community Notes calls him out. This is his tweet. Unfortunately, Community Notes is increasingly being gamed by governments and legacy media working to fix this. So I think it's time to say goodbye to Community Notes, goodbye to fact-checking, and hello to Elon Musk running Twitter like he does the government, like he does his family, and it's a big steaming pile of dog shit.
Twitter's been a complete joke ever since he walked into the headquarters with a sink. It's lost 70% of its value. It is a hotbed of Nazi activity, white supremacist activity, overt racism, overt sexism, overt homophobia, where all of the alpha males have to go play because nobody else wants to play with them. It is a steaming pile of shit, Twitter is. Yeah, he's going to screw up Community Notes, but I mean, to me, it's like, of course he's going to do that. Twitter has absolutely zero veracity in the public stage. It only has veracity for demoralized, immoral, white supremacists. And so this doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, Elon Musk and Donald Trump have this big thing where they say, we're going to run the government like a business. For the record, Donald Trump in his businesses has bankrupted 6 companies, or he's filed bankruptcy 6 times. He's bankrupted casinos, which is impossible. And Elon Musk has lost 70% of the value of Twitter since he owned it. So please do not tell me about their business prowess. Additionally, Tesla, 75% of the sales are down in California, in China. I mean, Europe, these people have no business running a business, much less the government. So that's what I'm going to leave you with. Elon Musk and Donald Trump suck.
Pumps, I could not agree more. Listeners, make sure you subscribe to our page, support independent media, and we will see you all later.
This video is brought to you by Ground News. Since the agency was created a month ago, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has hogged the headlines. They got access to the Treasury payment system, infiltrated USAID, and fired at least hundreds of federal employees. This has given way to a flurry of disputes between DOGE's supporters and its detractors, both in the courts and on social media, and it's since become really quite difficult to evaluate how successful DOGE has truly been. Fortunately for anyone who actually wants to do the maths, however, on Tuesday, DOGE finally published an itemized list of all its savings on their new website. So in this video, we thought we'd take a look at this new data and try to find out whether DOGE is actually working. Do you kind of hate us? Well, watch us respond to your criticisms from bias to advertising and pronunciations in our dedicated criticism response video. It's linked in the description. Now, before we get into it, a quick caveat. It might feel unfair to pass judgment on Doge only a month into its existence. However, there were two reasons we thought this video was still worth doing. First, we now have this official list, and it's pretty interesting. And second, while a month obviously isn't a very long time in politics, it's quite a long time in Doge years, given that, at least according to Trump's original executive order, Doge is due to be shut down by July 2026. Anyway, at first glance, things look like they're going pretty well. On Tuesday, the official Doge website claimed that the agency has saved the American taxpayer $55 billion. If Doge continued at this rate, they'd save roughly $1 trillion by July 2026. Not quite the $2 trillion Musk originally promised, but still pretty impressive. However, dig into the numbers and things don't look so great. For starters, the savings originally listed on the Doge website only amounted to $16.6 billion, and no one really knows where the other $40 billion is coming from. For what it's worth, we suspect Doge is either attributing this mystery $40 billion to the shutdown of USAID, which has an annual budget of around $40 billion, or to the federal buyout program, which offered some 2 million federal employees paid leave until September if they resigned effective immediately. The White House said that it expected 10% of the federal workforce to take up the offer and claimed that would save $100 billion. According to the latest figures, only about 3.75% of the federal workforce took the offer, which, using the White House's own calculations, would imply savings of just less than $40 billion. But there are reasons to doubt these layoffs will actually result in any savings, let alone $500,000 per employee. Paid leave is obviously expensive, and while there will be some savings if these employees aren't replaced, this isn't guaranteed. The federal workforce is relatively lean by historical standards. It actually makes up a lower fraction of the total workforce than it did in 2000. And the employees presumably most likely to take this deal will be the ones who could earn more in the private sector. In other words, the most competent employees, who are more likely to need replacing. Similarly, it feels a bit optimistic to claim a $40 billion saving with USAID, given that, like many of the new administration's more dramatic moves, Trump's attempt to freeze USAID spending is currently being contested in the courts. This isn't the only bit of questionable maths either. In fact, the biggest single item in that $16.6 billion list is apparently an $8 billion contract to a company called D&G Support Services. But if you actually look at the contract in the federal procurement data system, it turns out there's a typo and it's only worth $8 million, not $8 billion, which cuts the total of Doge's itemized savings in half, from $16.6 billion to about $8.6 billion. Doge has since corrected the error on their list, but this apparently hasn't affected the total. As of Thursday, the website still claims $55 billion in savings. The next three biggest items were 3 USAID contracts, each worth $655 million. But again, it turns out that this is the same contract, triple counted, and it's not actually $655 million. Rather, it's what's known as an indefinite delivery vehicle, or IDV, which basically creates a charge account with a trusted vendor and then provides an upper limit for that account. These are used when the federal government needs to purchase from a single vendor multiple times, and so sets an open-ended contract rather than creating a new tiny contract for every purchase. And in this case, this IDV runs from 2020 until 2027, and has so far cost the federal government just $73 million, or about $15 million a year. This would imply that the real savings here are more like $30 million, given there are 2 years left on the contract, taking Doge's itemized total savings down to just $6.5 billion. Again, Doge have since sort of half-corrected this. There's now only one contract listed, although it still claims $655 million in savings. But it apparently hasn't affected the headline figure of $55 billion. There are quite a few of other instances of this, where Doge are taking the upper limit of a cancelled IDV contract and claiming it as a saving, including when the government has so far spent nothing. Now, this doesn't mean that Doge has been a total failure. It's fundamentally a good thing that government spending is being more thoroughly scrutinised. After all, the government's own accountability office estimates that losses from fraud run between about $200 billion and $500 billion a year. It's also true that a plurality of Americans probably don't want the federal government to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on DEI initiatives, which have been Doge's main focus so far. Nonetheless, it's just a mathematical fact that, according to Doge's own data, they've saved at most a few $billion, negligible in the context of a $7 trillion budget and a $2 trillion deficit. This would also explain why, on a day-to-day basis, federal spending is actually up about 15% compared to 2024, and following a normal trend line. This all suggests that, while rooting out fraud is a noble endeavour, it usually takes a long time. And to make a meaningful dent in the deficit anytime soon, Trump and Musk will need to reform big-ticket programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or the defense budget. To be fair, Trump has gestured at this. Trump's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, for instance, is currently trying to cut the defense budget by 8%. And Trump has expressed his support for the budget proposed by House Republicans, which includes steep cuts to Medicaid. But even these cuts won't come near offsetting his tax cuts and other spending commitments. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, for instance, estimates the House budget that Trump just endorsed would still widen the annual deficit by about $500 billion, and America's debt burden only looks likely to grow in the coming years. As this video hopefully demonstrated, cutting through the political fog has become really quite difficult these days, and even government agencies aren't always 100% transparent. We're increasingly being flooded by misleading content, algorithmic feeds that just back up our biases, and reductions in fact-checking efforts. It almost feels like people are intentionally making it harder to get to the truth. One way you can cut through the noise is with Ground News, a website and app on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. Every day, Ground News ingests over 50,000 articles from all over the world. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting.
Hi, Tiapara.
The world's largest construction project, known simply as The Line, has already started to leave its mark on the Arabian desert. Saudi Arabia's billionaire crown prince wants the 170-kilometre-long megacity to be visible with the naked eye from space. Satellite images show how the landscape is transforming. Where there was once sand and rock, you can make out deep trenches, thousands of trucks and excavators, and entire new towns. Workers and their families are already promoting their new lives here on social media. But satellite pictures also show us villages that have been wiped from the map.
Neom is being built on Saudi blood.
And the controversial project appears to be struggling, with media reports of cancelled contracts, scaled back construction, and spiralling costs. Plans to welcome the first residents to the line back in 2024 never materialised. So is building what architects told us is essentially a giant greenhouse in one of the hottest and driest places on Earth really a good idea?
We're talking about some of the hottest temperatures ever recorded in this part of the world.
We analysed the very latest satellite views from above and spoke to experts.
Would I want to live in the line? No, I absolutely wouldn't.
To find out if Saudi Arabia's desert dream stands a chance of being anything more than just a mirage. The Line is the brainchild of Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS for short. In 2023, he told the Discovery Channel that he will build his extraordinary megacity against all odds.
They say in a lot of projects that happen in Saudi Arabia, it can be done. This is very ambitious. They can't keep saying that, and we can't keep proving them wrong.
The multi-billionaire prince is no stranger to lavish spending and futuristic construction projects. It's all part of his Vision 2030 plan to diversify Saudi's economy away from fossil fuels and into sports, entertainment, technology and tourism. In fact, this whole region, dubbed NEOM in 2017, is going to be home to an array of fantastical projects, like Sindala, a once barren island just off the coast that has already been transformed into a luxury beach destination, with hotels, a golf course, beach club, and marina. And work has started in the mountains on what MBS hopes will one day be a desert ski resort called Trojena. And here the clock is ticking. The resort needs to be ready by 2029, when it will host the Asian Winter Games. The mountains don't get much rain and even less snow, so it will need to rely almost entirely on the artificial kind. Of course, MBS already has his own palace complex in Neom, with private beaches, lush green gardens, a golf course, and 10 helipads. Construction on the line began in October 2021. What we can see on satellite imagery today is a giant scar cutting inland from the Red Sea through the mountains and out the other side. But beyond the epic earthworks, there's little sign of the megacity presented in glossy promotional videos. Just think, a skyscraper city that runs uninterrupted for 170 kilometers. That's the distance between Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., or Naples to Rome.
So the line is designed to be a city like no other city that's ever been built. Everyone thinks the line's a building. It's not. It's a frame. It's a city, and it has a framework and a grid structure to it.
The glass-clad monster is also supposed to be 500 meters high and 200 meters wide. To give you an idea of what a mirrored glass wall in the desert might look like, take a look at this. The Moriah concert venue built by the Saudis in 2019. This is the largest mirrored building in the world, for now, but it is only 3 stories or 26 meters high. If built, the line will be one of the top 10 tallest buildings in the world, and by far the longest. Animations produced by Neom promise suspended gardens, waterfalls cascading down buildings, and all your daily needs within a 5-minute walk. A high-speed train is planned to take citizens from one end to the other in just 20 minutes. There are even flying taxis. In fact, prototypes recently took to the air at this facility, just 4 kilometers from the line. One consultant who worked on the mega project told Business Insider that the city is designed with a wealthy minority in mind. Yet the line promises to eventually house 9 million people within a footprint of just 34 square kilometers. That's more than 5 times the population of Manhattan in just over half the space. And according to Neom, this is what Manhattan would look like if it was squashed into the same footprint as the line. It might seem crazy, but urban planners say we do need to rethink how cities grow.
What are your thoughts on Frogan? I hate her. I mean, she's
in the last 75 years, city populations have rapidly expanded. More than half the world, 4.4 billion people, now live in cities. And the UN predicts it will be nearly 7 billion by 2050.
I'm not a fan of Frogan.
But this expansion is not sustainable.
The fact that she didn't know what Druze was funny. Like, I've only seen like little clips, like the base thing about the soldiers. Like, I didn't really give a shit about that. But it's fucking laughable when she didn't know what Druze were. Holy shit, you've been streaming for 10 hours. TDS is strong with this one. This is a video on Saudi Arabia, bro. Did she say stuff recently? Or just
Look
in
at
general?
the rapid growth of Las Vegas in this time-lapse of NASA satellite imagery. Or Lagos, Nigeria, over a period of 40 years. And Paris has expanded 200 times in size since 1800, even though its population today is only 22 times bigger. The team at Neom believe that...
You're right, nobody does know what Druze does, but when somebody claims to be an expert on the region of the Middle East and know what's going on in Palestine doesn't know what the Druze is, that's pathetic.
Cities need a reset.
The cities are falling into the trap of the traffic jams, the pollution, a social disconnect. If humanity is not ambitious in this precise moment...
Our main show will be later today. I'm just catching up
because my
chinchilla's been sick, so I haven't been watching much of the stuff, so I'm just going through a lot of our
as MBS told the Discovery
vlogs.
Channel in 2023.
the population going to jump in Saudi Arabia from today 33 million in 2030 something between 50 to 55 million. That's raised very important question that we need to create new
You're
cities.
just mad because
Supporters
Rogan
of the line have
criticized the one
praised
group
MBS
that
for
nobody is
being
allowed
bold
to.
and innovative.
Jews or Israelis?
The energy within Saudi Arabia at the moment is incredible. I think NEOM is, the pinnacle of that change, and it's really exciting to be part of that.
But not everyone is convinced by the design.
Which one, Jews or
Greatest
Israelis?
Architects and environmentalists were visionary. They pushed the boundaries. We need to build globally. Why would you do a line?
For thousands of years, we've mostly built cities that have dense, walkable centres expanding outwards over time in a circle.
Walkable interaction is the basis of cities. Businesses happen historically and now where you get easy interaction between people.
And if a city the size of the line were instead built in a circle, more people would be in walking distance of each other. And what many people love about city living is the buzz of unpredictability.
London, New York,
Both.
Bangkok. They are big, they are messy, and you find all these
We
fascinating
criticize
places.
Israel
The
pretty
thing
much
with
daily
the line,
here, so...
it lacks imagination, actually at the level of experience.
Shape aside, will anyone actually want to live in an enclosed linear city in the desert?
There's no precedent for a city where millions of people live in a building and may not go outside. Something like the line would be a massive social, psychological experiment.
This is not the first grand plan for a linear city, but history shows us that they rarely make it off the drawing board. Toward the end of the 19th century, urban planner Arturo Soria proposed a 55-kilometre-long central tramline in Madrid, with houses on either side, but only around 5 kilometres were ever built. And it's now absorbed into the sprawl of Madrid. Around 30 years later, Edgar Chambliss designed Road Town, a linear city with a monorail below ground and a walkway at the top. In the 1960s, two Princeton University professors devised the Jersey Corridor, a 32-kilometre linear city featuring two parallel buildings running between New Brunswick and Trenton. They hoped the city could one day stretch from Boston to Washington, D.C., but neither of these American dreams ever made it to brick and mortar. Perhaps the closest example we have to something like the line is Corviale, a 1-kilometre-long social housing block in Rome for 8,000 people. Never fully completed, it fell on hard times, and this is what it looks like today. It seems MBS is undeterred by history. According to the Wall Street Journal,
I'm
when
not
urban planners
necessarily
suggested
pro
alternative
perma-banning
designs,
anyone.
the Crown Prince brushed them aside.
Mega projects and mega cities are always, they often include
I don't know, I think
a
she's
desire
just,
by government to
pretty
portray
irrelevant
power
when it
or
comes down
equity
to
or
things.
some other ideology to a national or global audience.
But there is evidence that MBS's ambition may be stalling. Satellite images from May 2023 show
they fucking
earthworks
overturned
in full swing
Sneako's
across
ban,
the
you know,
length of the
and
line.
immediately
Almost
he was
a year
banned
later,
again.
Bloomberg reported that the line was being scaled back.
I think
and workers
people
dismissed.
who deserve to be banned can
Recent satellite
continuously get
imagery
banned
does
by
appear to
having
show
bad
less
behavior.
activity
You know what I mean?
on the ground. The focus for now is a section of the line called the Hidden Marina, where residents will be able to sail under the city and then straight out to sea. NEOM executives call it the largest excavation project in the world, moving over 90 million cubic meters of material. But it is now understood that only this 2.4 kilometer section of the line is expected to be built by 2030, instead of the full 170 kilometers. It wouldn't be the first
Frogan is not
Saudi
a
mega project to
top-level
hit the
streamer.
brakes. Ambitious plans to build the world's tallest building, the Burj Jeddah, have been on hold since 2018, following a number of arrests of senior figures involved in the project as part of an anti-corruption crackdown. Construction on the 1 kilometer high structure only restarted in January 2025. While Saudi authorities claim it was always the plan to build the line in modules, others suspect funding challenges.
Over the last year, reports of experts have indicated that the country might be starting to feel some strain of the financial pressure of the project, with some plans scaled back. Oil price and resulting revenues have also been lower in the last year or so. Saudi Arabia also hoped foreign investment would prop up a lot of the spiraling costs, but experts have said that this may not have reached the kingdom's desired levels.
Analysts estimate that it could cost more than $2 trillion to build the full line, 4 times the original budget. But already progress on the line has come at a human cost. This region has been home to the Huaytat tribe for centuries, a Bedouin people known for their horse riding skills.
And MBS
satellite photographs from
fucking kills them
2020
daily.
show the Huaytat villages of Al Kurayba, Sharma and Gayal located close to the path of the line, but in these images from 2024 they're gone. In January 2020, residents of these villages were served eviction notices. They protested on social media, posting videos with the hashtag Huaytat against displacement. Human rights group Al-Kest has been monitoring the evictions closely and say the majority of the 20,000 Huaytat tribe members have been displaced.
Many videos show that security forces were violent with the locals to force them out, and many people fled to their houses.
But not everyone fled. Abdul Rahim, a government employee at the Ministry of Finance, decided to take a stand.
مع الجيوب هذه شوف مداهمين البيت لاني بس ما ابغى اسجل اسمي في الترحيل ولا ابغى اوقع. يعني انا ما اشوف اكبر عندي، ما في شيء اكبر من خروجي من ارضي ومن ديرتي. كل ما بعدها هين، سواء السجن حتى القتل يعني انا ما استغرب لو يجوا ممكن يقتلوني في بيتي الان.
According to Al-Kest, on April the 13th, he was shot and killed by Saudi special forces.
No way.
Saudi authorities claim that he fired first and labeled him a terrorist.
There is no evidence whatsoever of him shooting first. Since Mohammed bin Salman came to power, everyone that is deemed or seen as a potential threat or a dissident will be charged under terrorism charges. And all trials are held behind closed doors. The question is, why this lack of transparency? So anyone who mourned him online was arrested.
Say something
Al-Kest
interesting,
say 47 tribe members have been arrested, including many of Abdul Rahim's relatives. They say 3 have received severe prison sentences and 3 others are sentenced to death. Reports of intimidation
I mean,
and inhuman
I don't really
evictions
support.
have not gone
I don't really
unnoticed.
support anything.
The UN sent an open letter to the Saudi government concerned about the harsh treatment of the Huaytat, including reports
have
of
one
torture.
side of the
Campaign
fucking
groups like
conflict, I
Al-Kest
don't
have
really,
applied pressure to international
care.
companies
You know, as long as
contracted
people
by
can back
NEOM.
up their opinions,
Most
I
are
don't really
staying
care
put.
what your,
Not UK-based Solar Water, which
opinions
pulled
are.
out of a contract to build a solar-powered desalination plant in 2022. The founder and chief technology officer told us he was appalled by the treatment of the Huaytat.
You cannot move people away from the homeland. I was very upset. All the villages, fishing villages along the coast, they're no longer there.
Human rights groups and trade unions have also drawn attention to thousands of cases of exploitation of workers on Saudi megaprojects, including NEOM. A documentary by ITV reports that as many as 21,000 migrant workers from Nepal, Bangladesh and India
I don't even know
have
who
died
Frogan
in
is.
Saudi
She's
since the launch
literally
of the
just
2030
a
vision
Hassan
in
moderator that
2016.
also streams.
If Saudi
But
Arabia's
she's like
pledge to uphold human rights as part of this vision is under scrutiny,
not smart.
so too are its promises of sustainability. The world's number 2 oil-producing country has pledged to generate half its energy with renewables by 2030, but in 2023 it was still at less than 1%. And in the NEOM region they're looking to meet 100% of their energy needs with renewable power. Solar farms can already be seen in satellite images here, close to the workers' camps. And a new wind farm can be seen emerging from the desert here.
I don't
further
know.
north.
I like for some,
The
even though I
energy
know
needs
she's an
now and
adult,
for a
I still look
future
at her as like a
megacity are
teenager.
off
You
the
know what I'm
charts.
saying? There's like certain people
According
that
to
just
NEOM,
have
the
that
whole
teenager
region,
aura.
including the line, will need over 100 terawatt hours of power a year by 2030. That's similar to the annual electricity consumption
I
of
mean,
the
my day's
Philippines.
good today.
You were going to build the
It's
most
been
efficient
stressful
city.
The last few days, though.
Rigid city that's 6 to 10 stories tall, with lots of shade and lots of solar panels and parks.
But even if the running of the line can one day be, as promised, emissions-free, the construction is far from it.
Every square metre we build, whether it's a line or a detached house, anything, has an environmental impact.
It took around 8 years to build one World Trade Center in New York. The line would be the equivalent of building thousands of them. And the taller a building, the higher its carbon footprint, requiring stronger materials such as steel and concrete to withstand the force of the wind.
Concrete is incredibly carbon intensive. Steel is incredibly carbon intensive.
Professor Oldfield has estimated that building the line will generate more than 1.8 billion tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent to 4 years' worth of the UK's total emissions.
Even if you were to build a normal city of 6 to 8 stories tall, it would have a very big carbon footprint. I think it's just going to be double or even treble with the line because of its height, because of its structural gymnastics, because of its kind of hedonistic design. Is going to have a material requirement which contributes to greenhouse gas emissions.
And then, once built, this giant glass, steel and concrete structure that designers say will blend into the landscape will need to be kept cool enough for people to live inside it.
Well, one of the biggest problems is that it's essentially a big greenhouse. Now, you don't need to have a PhD in physics to understand what happens when sunlight hits glass. It heats up.
Compare that to traditional Saudi buildings, which are made of mud, stone and clay and designed to be naturally cool.
The irony of Neom is that although it's presented as being this futuristic city, it's a lazy city.
How do you
The
improve your
architectures are
Twitch
lazy.
channel without spending
Before
money? I don't know.
the fossil fuel boom, architectures were generally
It's not
a lot
like mine's
harder
very
working. They were
fucking
built to keep heat
crazy,
in or keep
you know?
it out.
Like, I don't even have fucking
If they can't
alerts
keep the
or
heat
anything. I don't
out,
know how
the
to do any of that
consequences
shit.
could be deadly.
I'll figure it out
In June
eventually.
2024, Saudi Arabia was hit by an extreme heat wave. Over 1,300 people died on the Hajj pilgrimage in Mecca, where temperatures reached over 50 degrees Celsius.
They fucking ruined Mecca. with their fucking
2024
clock
was
tower.
the hottest year on record. And scientists predict that average temperatures in Saudi are likely to go up by 2 degrees Celsius by the middle of the century. Perhaps the most precious resource in a desert megacity is water. The region gets around 6 centimeters of rainfall a year. And it's estimated that 4/5 of Saudi's ancient underground aquifer have been sucked dry by desert farming in the last 3 decades alone. Currently, more than half of Saudi's water is supplied by energy-hungry desalination plants, which spew out an estimated 60 million tons of CO2 per year. Salty waste brine is then often discharged back into the sea, harming marine life. Neom has said renewable energy will power 100% of the desalination plants, something that has never been achieved before. With ambitious plans for regreening the desert and growing crops, finding sustainable water is still a crucial issue facing the line. Conservationists also see the line as a death trap for wildlife. Take a look at this map of bird migrations through the region. Around 2.1 billion birds from over 100 different species, including endangered ones, pass through the area.
Bird collisions with glass is an enormous problem. You know, the figures in the States are in the many hundreds of millions a year, and that's just one nation.
Back on the construction site, little by little, progress is being made. The latest satellite images of the hidden marina show a new excavation in progress, and hundreds of trucks busy shifting dirt. Neom executives have admitted it may take 100 years to complete and fill the line. But now there is a more concrete date in the diary. A stadium suspended 350 meters high up on the skyscraper is to be one of the official venues of the 2034 World Cup.
I have some piping hot tea on convicted felon Donald Trump. And you guys, Pumps loves political gossip. And so I dedicate this episode to you. And this is an article that's coming out of the Daily Beast. And I want to give credit to the journalist Dan Ladenhall. And the headline of it is Secret Service freaked out by Trump's adoring female aide. All right. So this is a book that's about to come out from Michael Wolff. I'm going to give you all some background and then we're going to get Pump's take on it. Okay. The first that I want to read, Kylie. The Secret Service has become concerned about a devoted female Trump aide to the point where they considered her a, quote, potential danger to herself as well as to the president, according to a report. Next. The New York Times reported in November that Harp, and this gal used to work for OANN, who was referred to by colleagues as the, quote, human printer because she followed Trump around with a portable printer to give him printouts of information to spare him for looking at screens, penned adoring letters to Trump in 2023 that unnerved people in his orbit. And just a little, everybody remembers that Trump, when he had his felony trial, he had somebody that printed out things that he could look at a picture book of favorable media about himself because they have to limit his screen time. And when I say this, we're talking about the man, 77 million Americans elected to be president of the United States, and he has to have his screen time monitored. Okay, next clip. She allegedly wrote to Trump, "You are all that matters to me. I don't ever want to let you down, and I want to bring you joy." She wrote this to him. Okay, next up. According to Wolff, Harp's fixation was an open secret among Trump's staff, who found it discomforting and the alleged aggressiveness of her attention. The Secret Service, with her letters in their possessions, was now noting the strangeness of her behavior. Nonsense, declared Trump. She just loves her president. According to Wolff's account, Trump had an avuncular and flirtatious relationship with the attractive women who worked for him, whom the president referred to as Charlie's Angels. Wolff writes that Harp was in the entourage along with his lawyers, Alina Habba and Lindsay Halligan, who joined Trump at the NCAA Wrestling Championship in Oklahoma in 2023. Trump's subject of discourse at the NCAA event was which wrestlers the ladies found most attractive. Everyone seemed happy to play along, critiquing the various bodies, rating them as their type or not. But Natalie couldn't be moved. Trump reportedly pressed her on the matter, trying to make her obvious point even more obvious to everyone listening in, with the disbelief and embarrassment of which Wolff claims that she only had eyes for Trump. Wolff claims that as Harp alleged, quote, obsession with Trump and her love-struck adulation became increasingly obvious, she also became increasingly integral to his operations. She contacted lawmakers on his behalf and became the keeper of the Truth social phone, who she was wholly in charge of the Trump posts online. In November, the senior staff of the Trump campaign released a statement saying they'd refused to respond to Wolff's inquiries, encouraging others to completely disregard whatever nonsense he eventually publishes. So in summation, Pumps, Trump has this sycophant of all sycophants in his entourage, which that's no surprise. Right. She's the one that makes these picture books for him to look at. She's probably the one that fed him recently. I found a poll that your approval rating is 71%, listeners in the low 40s and plummeting as we speak. My prediction is by next week, he's in the 30s. There's no question about it because the economy's tanking. But she couldn't even participate in saying which wrestler she thought was hot. And we'll get into the psychology behind Trump's wanting them to do that and him wanting to hear about other men and their bodies being hot, which is totally something we need to analyze. But Pumps, what do you make of all this?
Well, I mean, the first thing that just jumps off the page at me is daddy issues, obviously. I mean, that goes without saying. But, you know, he surrounds himself with these people, like the Laura Loomer of it all, that just fall madly in love with him. This gal, it sounds kind of like she's on the verge of stalker. Like, if the Secret Service is worried, if the senior aides are saying ignore, like, it is no surprise to me that he has sycophants following him around. It is no surprise to me that they tell him exactly what he wants to hear. What is a surprise to me is that his leadership team is saying ignore him, because I would think that would blow back on them. But I think he always has to have somebody. I mean, he's such a narcissist. He's so profoundly insecure. She is younger. She is attractive. She is in love with him. And it sounds like if there was a breakup a la Laura Loomer style, where she just got discarded, I mean, we might have bunny boiling fatal attraction. And I just want you to know, I'm here for it.
There was also a little tidbit in this article that, and I'm paraphrasing here, that when he went to Bedminster for this summer, they were trying to distance her, but she found her way right up into the guest house and right into the epicenter of all of this. And I just think it's really breathtaking that we're sitting here talking about a president of the United States who has to have a person, you know, you have to have security, you have to have aides, you have to have advisors. He has a person that has to travel around with him to make him picture books with a printer of positive news about himself so that they can keep him reined in. And here's something else of note. You know, you and I always thought that, like, the Truth Social posts, like, why doesn't somebody take his phone?
Right.
Why doesn't somebody get that away from him? The fact that somebody else is writing those and that nobody is talking anybody off the ledge and they're still going out with all of the horrible mispunctuations, bad English, misspellings, unhinged rants. There's collusion in those. There's cooperation in those. This is not a person in solitary confinement in a phone making these crazy statements. There is a team.
It's not just him doing all the misspellings and the crazy shouting and the all caps. Like, he's telling her and she's all in. I don't understand why someone that is the president of the United States runs around with an interpreter for English, with his little executive order person that explains all the executive orders, because Trump has no idea. He's got to have all this favorable press fed to him because he's so insecure. And he sits on Truth Social and makes an ass of himself. Like, every single day he does something that you're just like, that man is not well. He can't spell. And now he's got his little buddy. She's helping him. They're doing it together.
Here's something we have to bear in mind. There is an appetite on the internet, as all of the people listening here have an appetite for counter programming, for facts, for truth, and for a little side of tea every now and then to keep themselves from, you know, falling off the deep end with all of this Trump stuff, right? But there is an appetite for Trump's craziness, the cruelty, Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and pro-Putin propaganda to the tune of tens of millions of people. And they have been so wildly indoctrinated, and they think that this guy is the Messiah. I mean, it's like, I think that these people, it's like Jesus and Trump, right? Those are my homeboys. That's who I love. I love Jesus Christ and Donald Trump. And they like all this stuff. And that's something we have to remember as this moves forward. There is a huge portion of this country that likes this. And there's a reason why he wants to tear down the Department of Education. It's because he knows, and he brags about, polling very well with the poorly educated. He says it out loud. We do great with the poorly educated. We love the poorly educated. Polling shows that the less educated you are, the more tendency you have to vote for Donald Trump. Now, I want to create a caveat here. I know that there are a lot of people that their families couldn't afford to go to college and are wildly intelligent. Right. I know that to be true. But the reason they want to dismantle the Department of Education is because they want to breed more people in this cult. And this woman, I can understand why the Secret Service has a 911, because I agree with you. This is Bunny Boiler situation.
Right. This just doesn't sound like a normal, like Alina Habba is his sycophant and she runs her mouth for him, but she doesn't strike, I mean, she's crazy, but she doesn't strike me as like full blown Bunny Boiler. This woman, like, that's a Bunny Boiler type sitch.
Well, and Alina Habba wants to be a star in her own right.
Right.
You know, she comes out to his rallies and to rap music and she tries to pump up the crowd. Like, she is thirsty. She's a thirst trap person. The quiet ones like this that are, you know, I can understand why the Secret Service is like, we have a Bunny Boiler situation on our hands. This gal, they know, the Secret Service knows. Why is this young, attractive blonde writing him these freaky love letters? That's nuts. She's clearly unhinged. I mean, they know that. Even if they like him, they know. They know deep down that the math on that doesn't work out.
Right. And, you know, it's so interesting because Donald Trump never has a shortage of sycophants that follow him. He'll throw them under the bus. He'll get a new one. You know, it'll be interesting to see where this goes in the future.
I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I just thought it was some good tea.
If they break up, if Susie Wiles, because, you know, she's keeping the clown car.
Susie Wiles has failed miserably. Because when your boss is the clown,
right?
I think that was a declarative statement destined for failure, that she was going to keep the clown car. She has no control. She had Elon Musk in there with his toddler wiping boogers on the Resolute desk, which I read this morning. The Resolute desk has been picked up from the Oval Office and taken to be refinished.
Because Trump's a germaphobe.
Yes. So anyway, that's a little, I know that there's a lot more nefarious, horrible things going on, but our dear Pumps, the star of our show, loves some MAGA gossip. And so this episode was for you so that we could smile and laugh a little bit and analyze something outside of all that fuckery that's going on. Yeah. All right. Make sure you subscribe to our channel and we will see you guys soon.
To even assume that there's going to be a peace deal, I think is a big assumption, because Putin has the reason why he went into Ukraine in the first place was not because he needed Ukraine. He needed a war. He needed a war because that's what dictators need when they're not supplying the people with what they're asking for. He needs
dictators never
distraction.
supply people with what they're asking for. That would mean all dictators would be at war.
Donald Trump sent shockwaves through Europe as he called time on his support for Ukraine. While many had suspected he would push for a deal, as he famously said he would, he ended the war in 24 hours. No one was quite prepared for him actually attempting to do so. The American president proceeded to spout Russian propaganda, as he has called this week as Zelensky a dictator, blaming Ukraine for Putin's illegal invasion. So, what do Trump's plans mean for European security? And indeed, is this the start of a whole new world order? Well, today I am joined by Sir Bill Browder, who needs no introduction as we attempt to work this out. Bill, I have been watching your Twitter with a sense of sympathy, because clearly this affronts you greatly, but also with increasing curiosity, because I think you understand the situation more than most. Your contacts in Russia, your friends, will be despairing now as much as we are. Bill, give me your take on what is going on, what this means. Is this really the end of the world order that has revolved around the Euro-Atlantic for the last 75 years, and what does it all mean?
Well, we shouldn't get too pessimistic just yet. If you remember back on February 24th, 2022, we saw the Russian army in hundreds of thousands, rolling across the border into Ukraine, and we all were told and assumed that the Russians would take Kiev in 3 days, and this scrappy little Ukrainian army with babushkas, and with Molotov cocktails, held the Russians back, humiliated the Russians, and 3 years into it, based on Ukrainian statistics, they've lost 862,000 soldiers, and pretty much all of their materiel, their equipment, their military equipment that they started out with. And so whatever is happening right now, and there's a lot of stuff to unpack, and I'm sure we will, I don't think that we should assume that the sky is falling. There's a lot of countermeasures that we can take. There's a lot of countermeasures the Ukrainians can take. There's a lot of things that are assumed that won't happen. And so, yes, we're in a completely different world. I mean, I've spent the last 15 years trying to fight Putin, and most people didn't realize how dangerous he was until he invaded Ukraine, and then the world joined me in fighting Putin, and now we're in a pivotal moment where the leader of the free world wants to side with Putin against the victim. So there's a lot to talk about today, but I'm not one to think that just because things look bad, we should catastrophize the whole situation, and we can talk about all that in the next 30 minutes.
It is a welcome note of balance, I suspect, and I must admit I have been guilty of despairing a bit. I sort of invested so much of my ministerial career in genuinely believing that this was as much as it was needed for as long as it takes for this to all end on Zelensky's terms, and I am very fearful that we won't achieve that objective now. But let's go through the sort of key actors in turn, and I'm keen to get your take on each. And let's start with Putin. Is this the moment that Putin was holding out for? Was he always expecting that this war would end through a deal that he did with a returned President Trump? Or has this kind of fallen into his lap in an unexpected way? What's your sort of reading on his view in all of this?
Well, Putin certainly played a role in the re-election of Donald Trump. There was a Justice Department indictment of a Tennessee company that was taking money from Russian state media and then doling it out to podcasters to run the Russian party line. That was the one out of 100 things that was caught. So for every one of those, there's 99 more that carried on that we don't know about. So Putin played a role in getting Trump elected. Trump got elected not in a landslide. He has a landslide in terms of electoral votes, but he didn't get elected in a landslide. Just slightly more than half the people who voted for him. And I should also point out that only half the people in the United States voted. So about 24% or something like that actually actively supported Donald Trump. But that was what was needed. So Putin got his guy in, and this was effectively Putin's Hail Mary. He has been taking losses like it's like unbelievable. And just to put it in perspective, the Soviets over a 10-year period when they invaded Afghanistan lost 15,000 soldiers, and over a 3-year period in Ukraine, the Russians have lost 862,000 soldiers. And how is that possible that they could incur such losses? And the answer is that Putin has no constituency. Nobody. It doesn't matter what people think in the Russian population. It doesn't matter what the Duma, their parliament, thinks. It doesn't matter what the press thinks, because the press is all contained. There are no courts. There's no nothing. So Putin can do whatever he wants, and he can expose his country to losses that are unimaginable in any democracy. And he's been doing this on the assumption that things will break in his favor. And he didn't know exactly how they're going to break. But they always do if because he can literally experience 100 times the pain that we're experiencing. But in a democracy, that 1% of his pain is enough to change directions. And so this was his Hail Mary. And I should point out that we don't know what's going to happen. So, we're in a situation right now. I just read a readout from Marco Rubio this morning, the U.S. Secretary of State, who's saying he doesn't know whether the Russians want to stop the war. So Putin has already achieved something already before we even start, which is sort of getting the U.S. on side in this strange war of words where Trump is praising Putin and attacking Zelensky. But to even assume that there's going to be a peace deal, I think is a big assumption, because Putin has the reason why he went into Ukraine in the first place was not because he needed Ukraine. He needed a war. He needed a war because that's what dictators need when they're not supplying the people with what they're asking for. He needs a distraction. Even though Russia's not a democracy, he needs people to be angry at somebody else other than him, because even in a non-democracy, if enough people get angry, they storm the Kremlin.
So there's a tension, right? I mean, you rightly set out the comparison between Russian losses in Afghanistan, and similarly Chechnya was a yardstick I was using the other week as well. Eye-watering losses in their relative spaces of time, but nothing compared to what's happened. The Russian economy is apparently on its knees. So there's an argument that says that what Putin needs is a route to, as he would see it, an honourable ending, and Trump seems to be handing him that. But on the other hand, I wonder if the Americans don't agree that there should be no European troops in Ukraine as part of a security force, which I think Putin may well try and make a red line, then will the Russians fight on? I mean, is it a case that this war must end out of Russian necessity and Trump seems willing to hand him an honourable exit? Or actually, is there still a price that Putin won't pay, and if necessary, the Russians will fight on as a consequence?
Well, there's a lot of different things there. So first of all, Putin has reoriented his economy from a regular economy to a war economy. They spend something like 7% of their GDP on war, 40 or greater percent of their government budget on military expenditures. They've lost all of their major markets. They were big. They had all these pipes going into Europe to sell gas. All that gas is no longer sold. Gazprom used to make up 25% of the tax revenues of the Russian government. Now it doesn't. It's at a loss because they don't sell their stuff to Europe, and so they're now a war economy, and everybody's working on war stuff, and so he kind of needs that. I mean, and also, what do you do with this million or so criminals that are the military who come back, and how do you reintegrate them into society? So I think there's one thing going, which is he doesn't want to. I mean, he's got all these incentives to keep this war going, and the second thing is, you're right that he may want to pause, but he may need a pause because things are the economy is going badly. He's got a lot of issues, but it's not going to end the war, so to speak, in the sense that all it's going to do is it's like there was an agreement signed after Russia took Crimea and invaded the Donbass called the Minsk Agreement. It was supposed to be an end to the war, and it wasn't an end to the war. It was just a pause to the war, which carried on, and then he launched it again. And so I can say with 100% certainty that whatever is agreed is not going to be the end of the war. It might be, if anything is agreed, by the way, it will be a pause so Putin can rearm, and restructure to make his next move. And by the way, his next move will be in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania after America withdraws their troops from those countries, which, as you say, is probably one of the things that Trump will do proactively, even without an agreement.
Yeah, I'm keen to come to the European response in a few minutes' time, because I think it's really challenging for a whole load of reasons. But before we do so, can you give me your thoughts on where Zelensky is at in all of this? I mean, there are some painful truths which people like Mike Waltz are not wrong in pointing out. So, in the face of existential danger, Ukraine has not fully mobilized its citizenry against the threat. The sort of, there is a there is a sense that a full restoration of territory is an almost impossible objective, and Trump is his team are the first to say that quite so brashly on the international stage. But in the defense and security conferences for 18 months to 2 years now, very, very clever people, Europeans, have been saying that is the likely reality. So, where's Zelensky at? What does this all mean for him? Clearly, he wants to be at the table. A peace being imposed on him is outrageous. But does he know deep down that actually the end game is nigh, and that might not be a bad thing for the Ukrainians? What do you think?
Well, so let's back up right to the very beginning. When the war began, when the invasion happened, the Americans offered Zelensky a helicopter out of Kiev. And Zelensky said, "I'm not leaving. I'm fighting." And I don't think anyone can forget that image of him, the selfie he took, or the little selfie video he took, standing on the streets of Kiev, defying Russia. And then what Zelensky did, which is truly unbelievable, is that he was able to use the power of his character, his persuasion, his charisma, to convince the rest of the world to help him fight off these evil invaders. And he made the most beautiful, powerful Churchillian speeches in front of parliaments and bodies of important people all over the world, and was able to rally the world to help him defend himself. And he couldn't obviously have defended himself unless he had Western military weaponry, and he got it. And they defend themselves. Now, of course, and by the way, they defend themselves in a quite remarkable way. If you remember, Russia had taken over like a huge amount of Ukrainian territory, and they pushed the Russians back from I don't know the exact percentages, but they pushed them back to 20%. I think it was greater than 30%. I mean, the map is quite remarkable, and so the history books when looking at this thing will be quite favorable to Zelensky in really major historical terms for how he's managed this. The joke is that Russia used to have the second most powerful army in the world, and now they have the second most powerful army in Ukraine. And so Zelensky is a hero, and I don't think that any statements made by Donald Trump can take that away. Of course, Zelensky is operating in a democracy. He has to he has to look at the public opinion in a way that Putin can't, and so he's balancing out all the different all the different factors to try to keep this war effort alive, to try to convince the people who are donating money to him to continue donating money, and he's done an unbelievable and remarkable job, and so I take huge offense to any of these attacks on Zelensky. He's a hero by any measure. Now he's got a decision to make, which is what to negotiate and how to negotiate, assuming that Russia even wants to negotiate. But the fact that he hasn't been at the table, how do you have a peace negotiation between an invading party and a defending party if only the invading party is at the table? You need the defending party there as well. And so for Trump to sit down with Putin and to exclude him is just an insult to him, an insult to decency, and it doesn't make any sense, because whatever has to happen, he has to agree. Now, Trump believes that he can force Zelensky to any terms because America, I think, has stopped military aid for Ukraine, and we know what happens when they do that because we've been through this once before. In January last year, Trump instructed Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, to delay a vote on weapons for Ukraine. And the vote was supposed to happen in January, and it didn't happen up until April. And during those 4 months, the Ukrainians nearly ran out of ammunition. And so the Ukrainians know what that means. And so he has huge leverage in forcing some terms on Ukraine and on Zelensky. If Europe decides not to increase the aid to Ukraine to make up for the American shortfall, which Europe doesn't have the money to do,
Well,
But there is,
hold that, Bill, because do they? I mean, the fact is that within Europe are 4 of the G7 economies. The EU is the largest single trading bloc on Earth. There is the wealth within Europe to do this ourselves. And I heard some really good commentary, I think, from the BBC's Katya Adler the other day, where she was just saying that in many, many ways, for Germany, as the largest economy, but still with a big psychological hang-up around German military activism around the continent, it would be politically easier to massively ramp up the German financial support to Ukraine and help them to continue the fight than for Germany to itself participate in some sort of peacekeeping force in Ukraine thereafter. So, I mean, I agree with you that the US has had the defense industrial base and the existing stockpiles for the last 3 years that have allowed them to be more agile in their ability to donate to Ukraine. And Europe, even as someone who was partly responsible for these decisions, has not probably done as much as it could and should have done, albeit counter to what Trump thinks. Europe has spent more pounds and euros in Ukraine than the US has spent dollars. So, does Europe need to sort of go in alone and say, Zelensky, if you want to fight on, if that aim of this ending on your terms, on the basic Ukrainian sovereignty survives, we're with you? Or does Europe have to dance to whatever tune comes out of these US-led negotiations?
well, so there's one thing missing in your question, which is that there's one other factor which could make the whole financial decision much more straightforward, which is that a week after the war started, in the West, we froze $300 billion of Russian central bank reserves. As we all know, the damage that's been done to Ukraine is, according to the World Bank a year ago, is $500 billion and is probably $1 trillion now. And so that money, which is mostly sitting in Europe, I think only 13 of the 300 billion is sitting in the United States. That money could be confiscated and should be confiscated and used to fund the continued defense of Ukraine. And so I agree with you that there's more money that could be spent. But if you look at where we are here in the UK, the Chancellor is cutting off pensioners for their heat in the winter, and so and the budget is strained as it could ever be. In Germany, they had to call an election because the budget was so strained, and so it's kind of hard to imagine, in the short term, anyways, that European countries are going to add 2 or 3% onto the tax bill of every citizen in order to do this, because that would cause governments to fall and all sorts of other terrible things. But the Russian central bank reserves could easily be taken, should be taken, and that gives a 3 or 4 year runway to Ukraine to fight back and to find a moment and a time and a point of leverage when they can negotiate a deal that's acceptable to them. And I think that's what has to be done and should be done. However, there's one big thing. So Trump has 2 pieces of leverage. The leverage with the Ukrainians is cutting off military aid, and they understand that profoundly. The leverage he has with us is the idea that he could basically opt out of any Article 5 NATO enforcement, which means Article 5 says all for one and one for all in NATO. And so he could say, I'm going to pull all of my troops out of Eastern Europe unless you go along with my plan. I will abrogate the sort of nuclear defense infrastructure if you get in the way of my plans. And in which case, I can imagine that people in Europe would say, well, that's just too unfavorable a situation to contemplate. We have to go along with whatever Trump wants. Now, the interesting thing about Trump is that he's sort of he has this maximalist approach to negotiation, which works on a one-off negotiation, but doesn't work over a period of time. And so if he's firing all his shots everywhere all at once, we will adjust to whatever his shots are. We'll figure it out. I mean, France has got nuclear weapons. UK's got nuclear weapons. We need to create our own nuclear deterrent. We will. We all have big economies. We can come up with money for our defense or for Ukraine's defense if we need to. So this only works on a very short-term basis, and it's very painful while it's happening. But we're not going to. The world is not going to collapse because of this. It's just going to become a lot different world.
What is it that is in Trump's mind here? I mean, is this a set of tactical actions based on his sense of the power and authority and responsibility that comes with his office, and that dealing with the Middle East, albeit in a way that we find crass, ending the war in Ukraine quickly, albeit in a way that we think is unsustainable, is just a set of decisions that he's making to deliver on promises, or does Trump have a sense of grand strategy, that this is a conscious pivot in US strategic priorities from Europe towards the Pacific, or is it neither of those things? It's just a sense that the US doesn't need to worry about the world beyond and should get on with focusing on itself. What's Trump's motivation, Bill?
Well, I'm not sure anyone knows his motivation. There was a very powerful piece written by the famous historian Francis Fukuyama at Stanford today, in which he makes the assertion that this is not isolationism. This is Trump now sort of going from sort of changing sides from liberal democracies to authoritarians, and that that he's actively throwing in his lot with the likes of Putin and perhaps in the future Xi, and that all of us in our quaint ideas about democracy and liberalism and freedom, that he doesn't believe in that. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm just repeating what Francis Fukuyama is saying. My assessment, just on the very short-term basis, is that Trump just wants to break everything. And then, it's kind of like when you play pool and you're the first person to shoot. You break and you see where all the balls go, and then you decide what you want to do. And he's breaking the relations with Canada, with Mexico. He wants to take over the Panama Canal. He wants to occupy Greenland. It's just he wants to make the Gaza into a Mediterranean Riviera. He just wants to break everything, and he's got some quite naive simplistic thoughts about how the world works, and just wants to kind of do that. And he doesn't know how it's all going to play itself out. I don't think he's a strategist by any means. He's a bulldozer. I saw another sort of quote that he's a bull in a china shop, and we're the china.
There's lots to just make you despair from our conversation so far, because almost at every turn there's a helplessness in so much as to last bit of our conversation, that Trump is just kind of bouncing from issue to issue like a bull in a china shop. A helplessness for the Europeans in so much as there's real American leverage over us, and our economies don't look like they're in a position where we can assert ourselves if we wanted to. There's a helplessness from the perspective of Zelensky in so much as he is and has been dependent on US military aid, albeit I agree with you, there is an incredible individual resolve in Zelensky and a collective resolve amongst Ukrainians. And there's a sort of even a helplessness within Russia in so much as Putin is taking enormous losses. So what are you... Let's start with what would you hope would happen next, and then we'll sort of move on to what you think will happen next. What if you could design the next sort of 6 months of global foreign affairs? What would happen, Bill?
Well, I guess what I would say first and foremost is that Keir Starmer and the leading and the new German Chancellor and the French President and the Polish President and a few other big people in Europe get together in a room and make the decision right then and there that the $300 billion of Russian reserves will be confiscated, and a defense fund will be set up, and that defense fund will be used to arm Ukraine. At that point, to instruct the Ukrainians that their military aid will not be cut off, and that they should negotiate on the basis of their own national interest, and that they should do whatever they think is the right thing to do. If they want to end the war now, they should end the war now. If they want to end the war later, when they're in a better position, they should end the war later. I think that over the next few months, we need to have, the leaders of our countries need to have very serious conversations with the constituents of our countries that we have a new world order, that we have to defend ourselves, that we're going to have to invest in military, in armies, in equipment. It's going to cost money, but if you have no defense, you have nothing. That's the first and most important responsibility of government, is to defend the country. And that we should try not to get into fights with Trump, but we should not back away and behave like weaklings in this situation. The economies of Europe together, combined with the UK, is larger than the American economy. The population is larger than the US population. We're not helpless. We're only helpless if he can pick us off one by one, whether it's Putin or Trump or whomever. We're in an existential moment, but necessity is the mother of invention, and we're now been presented with a necessity. And it will cost a lot. It will be painful, but we can't just sort of throw our hands up in the air and say the sky is falling and we're all just nobodies, and we can't do anything about it. We're not in such a weak position that we have to do that. That's my hope.
And I think there'll be many, many people that would share it, and the world would be better, undoubtedly, if that sequence of events that transpire. At risk of ending on a pessimistic note, what do you think will happen?
Well, what I think will happen is that we will actually confiscate that money. I doubt whether we'll be able to change the entire defense attitude in the short term. I don't think that the negotiations will actually result in an agreement. I think that it will all be a lot of noise, and there will not be a peace deal. It's hard for me to imagine that there will be a peace deal that Putin will be happy with, that the Ukrainians will be happy with. And so, and if Trump doesn't have that leverage over Ukraine, then they don't have to accept it. And so I think and then Trump can blame Ukraine for not doing it, and then he can say to the American people that, well, I couldn't get that one done because that dictator Zelensky, wouldn't agree, but we're not funding them anymore. No more American money in Ukraine, and that can be his way of washing his hands of the whole thing. I would be surprised. I think there's a less than 50% chance that this resolves itself in the way that Trump has promised the American people that it would.
The problem, Bill, is if that is the sequence of events, and I can see that happening, and the US pulls up the drawbridge and said, well, look, I tried, but at least now the US is disengaged from this war. As far as we're concerned, it's over. Leave it to the Russians, the Ukrainians, the Europeans. If the rest of Europe is then subsequently involved, however it's funded, through seized assets, as you recommend, but that the war escalates and the US has disengaged, are we then in a place where European security is entirely a matter for Europeans, and that the US, like in 1939, 1940, 1941, it is not obvious to the US that they any longer have a role in securing the European continent? That bothers me. The other thing that bothers me is the opportunism of Xi. And I don't think we've got time really to go into what is China's strategy in all of this. But I've never ever believed that there is a US confrontation with China that doesn't involve an off-axis challenge to the US from Russia at the insistence of China. And so I just really worry that if the US were to disengage, not only is that a really bad thing for Europe, but it actually ignores the reality of how a confrontation with China would ultimately play out.
Well, I think you're exactly right. It's not in anyone's interest for the U.S. to disengage, which is why they've been engaged at a great cost to the U.S. For 80 years. it makes sense. Everything you've said makes sense. It doesn't matter whether it makes sense or not. So I would predict that that the U.S. disengages from Europe. But I would also not be so pessimistic about what that means for our security. If Russia couldn't succeed against Ukraine, how is Russia going to succeed against Ukraine, Poland, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and everybody else who's left in the coalition of the willing? We have, we have what
that's
we
how
need
I've been
to
feeling.
keep
It's like,
Russia
I don't
at bay,
know
including a nuclear deterrent.
about Russia.
We have
Like
a nuclear
Russia
deterrent.
needs a
They have
long
more,
time before they can
nuclear
fucking
warheads than we do. But nobody wants a nuclear war, however it goes. And so there's not going to be a nuclear war against us because we have nuclear weapons and France has nuclear weapons. And then in terms of conventional war, they would lose in a conventional war against Ukraine combined with Europe. They're losing in a conventional war or barely succeeding in a conventional war against Ukraine. And so it's going to be awful however it plays itself out. Putin is brash, but he's a bluffer. He's been bluffing all along. And he thinks he's got a terrible hand, and he thinks that we're just all going to fold by him looking at us the wrong way. He thought that we would fold just on the basis of gas, that everyone buys Russian gas, we would never lift a finger, and it turns out that he was wrong. Again, if we have to, we will fight back. And surely, because he's so weak and so worn out, to the extent that the U.S. pulls out, we just have to step up and show him that we are a deterrent. I was at the Munich Security Conference last weekend, speaking to foreign ministers from a number of countries, and particularly the frontline countries. Everyone's kind of understanding that this is where we are now. We have a new German chancellor who's coming in on Sunday. He'll be better than the old German chancellor as far as these issues are concerned. So let's see what happens.
Well, I hope you're right, and your view is, I think, more hopeful than mine instinctively is. I worry that Europe just can't quite get itself into the gear necessary to react at the scale that is necessary, and that we're struggling to find the leadership. I was struck by Merz as well, from what I saw in Munich. I thought that he was saying all of the right things, but the problem is until we know the composition of his coalition, we won't know exactly how much he's able to deliver on that rhetoric. Macron, I think, is doing all that he can as the senior statesman in Europe to convene people, but he is massively hamstrung by French domestic politics, which means there's a massive market for Keir Starmer. And even though I'm not of his political persuasion, I wish him all success in leading Europe in what is to come. It is not, that you're right that the B9 countries, as NATO call them, the frontier countries, are squarely focused on the threat of Russia and the necessity to do more. But there are many, many others on our continent that are not, and I think there's a real market for UK leadership, irrespective of our relationship with the EU, for Keir to step up and lead the continent. And by the way, I think that brings a lot of leverage to the negotiations. If Europe is confident and assertive and ready to resource a solution, I don't think Trump is disingenuous when he's saying if the Europeans want to be involved, tell us what you do, how you're going to resource it. Bill, it has been fascinating to talk to you. Your campaign to release the seized assets will feature when the history is written, particularly if it happens, and I hope that it does. You're a great man that has done great things in support of the Ukrainian cause, and I'm really grateful to you for sharing your time with us on Superpowers. The future of global security on Times Radio. Like and subscribe everything that Times Radio does in its commentary on geopolitics. And for more Superpowers, join us next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for minding the agency during my confirmation process. I'm very, very happy to be here today. I'm proud that President Trump has appointed me to the position of trust to carry out his agenda to make America healthy again. This is the mission that President Trump and I hold in common, and that has inspired a tectonic outpouring of enthusiasm and support from the American people. It's not difficult to understand why. In the U.S., 6 out of every 10 adults have at least one chronic disease, and 4 in 10 have 2 or more. The U.S. has the highest age-standardized cancer incident rate among 204 countries in the world, nearly double the next highest rate. Asthma and autoimmune diseases are far more common in the U.S. than in any other part of the world. Prior to COVID, American life expectancy averaged 7.8 years. That's about 4 years shorter than comparable countries. Autism now affects 1 in every 36 kids, a more than 4-fold increase over past decades. 18% of teens suffer from fatty liver disease. Nearly 38% are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and more than 40% are overweight or obese. These conditions were virtually unheard of when my uncle was president, 1960 to 1963, when I was a 10-year-old boy. The sperm counts and testosterone are down about 50% in American boys, and our girls are reaching puberty 6 years earlier than historical generations. Our only solution to these issues seems to be more and more pharmaceutical interventions that don't seem to be alleviating the problem, and in many cases appear to be worsening it. Over-medication, particularly in children, is a growing issue. More than 3.4 million American children are currently taking medication for ADD and ADHD, and yet numbers continue to rise. President Trump has asked me to reverse the epidemic of chronic disease. The way to do that is to bring HHS to its full potential as the steward of the American healthcare system. That is the mission that I want to share with you. I have a vivid memory of visiting NIH when I was a boy. My mother, a woman who worked for my mother, had a husband who was an NIH scientist. And when I was that age, I wanted to be a scientist. And he would bring me to NIH, to the labs, to look at the rats and the guinea pigs, and to look through the microscopes. And for me, that was an extraordinary thrill to see scientists who were engaged in this existential search for existential truths, and who were working to make our country stronger and to make our people stronger. Those were different times. America was at the apex of its power and prestige, and all the world looked to us for leadership. This was particularly true of NIH and CDC and FDA. They provided the gold standard of science and research, trusted the world over. They produced scientific heroes like Bernice Eddy, Sarah Elizabeth Stewart, and Frances Kelsey. Frances Kelsey was, of course, the young FDA scientist who, through her own stubbornness and integrity, saved our country from the scourge of thalidomide and left a wake of grim birth defects and grotesque mutations and deformities across Europe. In 1962, my uncle John F. Kennedy honored Stewart with the President's Award for Distinguished Federal Civilian Service, the government's highest civilian honor. The greatness of NIH was rooted in its unimpeachable integrity. It truly deserved the reputation for conducting science in the public interest. Countries that didn't have their own research institution, for example, the new countries of post-colonial Africa, trusted American science so much And many of them wrote into their own laws, if the FDA approved it, then it's approved in our country as well. I want the agencies under HHS to earn that level of global trust. And what is the path to public trust? The path to trust is always through transparency. Transparency is the foundation of science, and it is the foundation of democracy. I think it's significant that an overwhelming majority of the men who signed the Declaration of Independence, who were this nation's founding fathers, were also citizen scientists. These included Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, John Adams, James Madison, Benjamin Franklin, Benjamin Rush, a physician, Julian Bartlett, a physician, Matthew Thornton, a physician, and Oliver Wolcott, a physician. Science and democracy were born together during the Enlightenment, and they share the same ideals for openness, for public access, and for transparency. Though science and democracy flourish from the free and unimpeded flow of information, no one trusts science that isn't transparent about its research hypothesis, its raw data, or its conflicts of interest. No one trusts a government built on lies, on secrets, on cover-ups, and propaganda. That's why my uncle famously observed
based on lies.
that the word secrecy is repugnant to a free and open society. Healthcare policy has been the subject of intense controversy for 20 years. But have you noticed that the controversy is almost entirely about who pays for it? Republicans and Democrats fight these ferocious battles on Capitol Hill, and it's always about who to shift the burden of paying for it. And for me, I've said before, this is like moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our health is getting worse and worse. And when the total costs are over $4 trillion as they are now, there is no good solution, only less bad ones. We need to start asking a very different question. Regardless of who pays, why are we paying so much? Well, which is, by the way, 2 to 3 times what European nations pay for better, for worse health outcomes. Well, corruption and efficiency may be part of it, but the main reason is quite simply that Americans are very, very sick. We are, in fact, the sickest nation on earth with the highest chronic disease burden in the world or in the history of the world. During COVID, we had in this country 16% of the global COVID deaths. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. So something we were doing was utterly wrong. And the CDC says that's because we're the sickest people in the world. They say that the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So were they dying from COVID or were they dying from chronic disease? According to some estimates, 90% of healthcare spending today goes toward managing chronic disease. When my uncle was president, it was 0. We didn't even have drugs for chronic disease then.
Okay.
And now it's become a burden that's threatening to sink our country. So my main mission at HHS, in which I hope that you will all join me, is to reverse the chronic disease epidemic in America. How are we going to do that? It isn't by replacing one paradigm with another one by force. I'm not going to come in here and impose my belief over any of yours. Instead, we're going to work together to launch a new era of radical transparency. Only through radical transparency can we provide Americans with genuine informed consent, which is the bedrock and the foundation stone of democracy. Transparency allows diverse parties to establish common ground of mutually trusted information. That's a basic precept of science. Results have to be reproducible. The whole experiment has to be open, to scrutiny and replication. It's no secret that many of our institutions of democracy, our democracy, of course, but even of science and medicine, are no longer transparent. As a consequence, they have become inefficient, dysfunctional, or corrupt. They have fallen captive to the profit-making industries. They have stagnated in bureaucratic secrecy and in siloing. They have lost touch with ordinary citizens. But here's the paradox that a lot of crusaders need to understand. Most of the people who work in these institutions and agencies and organizations are competent, ethical, and caring, and idealistic. I think that's especially true at HHS. When I was a boy, I particularly admired the scientists that I saw there because I thought these are the smartest people in the world, and yet they're not receiving much money. They're very low paid compared to people who are using high IQs to acquire things and to acquire status and money. That means they must have been motivated by something higher, something more idealistic. And I still believe that today. I believe that most of you here are not here for the money. You don't enter government service to get rich. That's for sure. On a basic level, I trust the idealism of most of the people who work at HHS. I also understand the corrosive power of money as it infiltrates and captures institutions like ours. My goal as secretary here at HHS will be to create a culture of competency, of ethics, of openness, of transparency, of caring, of pride, so that individuals who share these ideals can flourish and thrive. Sure, those who are unwilling to embrace those kind of ideals can retire. And I understand that it is a system and not the people in it that is the main problem. This is how the agencies under the HHS umbrella will recover their reputations as unimpeachable sources of scientific information to guide policymaking, medical professionals, the public, and the whole world. We will remove conflicts of interest from the committees and research partners whenever possible, or balance them with other stakeholders. We will shut the revolving door to reestablish public trust. We will make our data and our policy process so transparent that people won't even have to file a FOIA request. Another reason why our agencies have lost public trust is that they become too politicized. Well, our health should not be a political issue. As I said to President Trump the other day, there's no such thing as Democratic children or Republican children. These are all of our children, and all of us want to keep them healthy. It should be an issue of science and an issue of basic human compassion. The science gets politicized when power and profit are involved, and power and profit are blind to compassion. Reducing the influence of money, therefore, goes hand in hand with depoliticizing HHS. I've spoken of science, and now let me speak about compassion. HHS is the home to programs like Medicare and Medicaid. Between them serve over 160 million Americans.
Please move this. Fucking move the thing so I can fucking next the video.
There's just like so much news, and if we miss something, I'm really sorry, because
like one of the plane crashes.
I mean, it's just, or one of the lawsuits. It's so difficult to keep track. And I know John Oliver did a really good segment about focusing on Donald Trump and saying it's so hard with all this news coming at you. Steve Bannon has said it, that this is the way that you are most effective as a conservative, as you flood the zone, and then it's difficult for shows like ours, or even bigger, more influential shows like Oliver's, to hook on to something. But I think that's what we're trying to do. And today we'll be speaking to Austin about his immigration cruelty, which is really important to keep our eyes on, because a lot of these folks, they are not looking to be in the press because of fears of deportation. So the cruelty towards them isn't necessarily reported on in the way that I think is proportional to the crisis that it's creating. So we'll have a great interview with him, and his Substack is phenomenal tracking this in just a bit. But I wanted to start with a more rousing video and segment to start the show than what we'd done earlier this week, unpacking Elon Musk's, horrific lies about things like Social Security as he tinkers with our most sensitive information in the Treasury so he can create his bank and make himself rich. But we're seeing more and more resistance. Yesterday, there was a rally for the federal workers. I saw AOC had a great speech. There is an appetite to push back against this. And the Democrats in Washington, many of them are not meeting this moment. So we had on Tuesday a act of civil disobedience and speech by this former NFL player, Chris Cluey. He was in the league from 2005 to 2013. He was on the Minnesota Vikings as a punter.
Great punter.
And he was cut in 2013 from the Vikings after he had been being extremely vocal about his support for marriage equality when that fight was happening. He was writing in papers, publishing letters. He was speaking about other players' homophobia in the league. And he alleges that the Vikings cut him for this reason, which I completely believe. I mean, we saw what happened with Kaepernick and the conservative bent of the league. The Vikings later settled with him in 2014, and Cluey requested that settlement go straight to LGBTQ causes. I mean, this guy is a real ally. And he went, not that it matters, he's straight, but he went to this city council meeting in Huntington Beach, and we need more people like this guy running for office. He should run for office, but more folks like this should run for office, and primary Democrats. Here he is, or if he would like to run as an independent, I don't know exactly what his politics are, but either way, this was an awesome thing to see. It's going viral right now. Here he is speaking at a city council meeting in Huntington Beach, and I'll tell you what he was outraged over specifically after we listened to him.
Hi, my name's Chris Cluey, 15-year HB resident. I'm here to speak out against both the plaque and the current city council. As the community made clear at the Library Commission meeting last Tuesday, everyone is in favor of a plaque to celebrate the library, but the vast majority are against including a MAGA acrostic. Okay? Unfortunately, it's clear that this council does not listen, so instead I'm going to take my time to say what MAGA has stood for these past 3 weeks. MAGA stands for trying to erase trans people from existence. MAGA stands for resegregation and racism. MAGA stands for censorship and book bans. MAGA stands for firing air traffic controllers while planes are crashing. MAGA stands for firing the people overseeing our nuclear arsenal. MAGA stands for firing military veterans and those serving them at the VA, including canceling research on veteran suicide. MAGA stands for cutting funds to education, including for disabled children. MAGA is profoundly corrupt, unmistakably anti-democracy, and most importantly, MAGA is explicitly a Nazi movement. You may have replaced a swastika with a red hat, but that is what it is. I will now engage in the time-honored American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Get the heck. Get out.
Cops sprinting.
Did he take his pants off?
This guy.
Is that what just happened?
Can we go to the footage, just the very end of the viral video where they show him getting carried out? You can, as Bradley finds that, I'll explain a little bit more. This, I think Huntington Beach
like
Board
dropped
is
his pants. Is that what
either
happened?
all Republican or overwhelmingly majority Republican. And what they were trying to do was at the, here we go. This is the, well, I'll explain in just a second because he's referring to an acrostic that they were trying to install. But this, maybe the, yeah, this is perfect. They literally carried him out like he was about to assault somebody.
American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Get the heck. Get out.
Unfortunately,
So he said he was doing civil disobedience. There's no need to push him to the ground. I've been to actions. I was at that, action at Nancy Pelosi's office where environmental activists sat in and AOC joined them right after she had gotten elected to Congress. And usually people just sit down, they're zip tied and walked out. But this is a very Republican area of California. I mean, this is Huntington Beach.
California has the most Republicans of any state in the union.
That makes sense. And I think this is Orange County, right? That's where Huntington Beach is. And
Orange County.
You don't need to. I should probably check these things before I speak, but I think I'm right most of the time. I just always worry about being wrong. Regardless. So what he's referring to here is that Huntington Beach wanted to install a MAGA plaque at a library. And of course, they're trying to be tongue-in-cheek about it. If we could just scroll down, Bradley, to see what the design was. The Huntington Beach City Council has approved plans to install a commemorative plaque at its library with an ode to President Donald Trump, with approving a slightly modified design and spending an additional $1,000 for security. And this is what the plaque was supposed to look like. It's here. Magical, alluring, galvanizing, adventurous, Huntington Beach Central Library. It's an acronym for MAGA, on a public library. And that's what Cluey was protesting. So why I wanted to play this is just, this is an example of folks getting involved in their community to combat these right-wing politics. And as I headlined, Quinnipiac had a poll that came out that showed mass disapproval for Elon Musk's actions and, people fearing that our checks and balances aren't working, as we see Trump's popularity and other polling beginning to take a dip and folks starting to wake up a little bit about what this administration is really trying to do. This was astounding. Quinnipiac found in February 2025 that Democrats approve of congressional Democrats by 9 points. It's a 49% figure in terms of the disapproval. Maybe we go to that second picture there. Yeah. So you can see there, among registered Democrats, 49% disapprove of the way that Democrats in Congress are handling their job, to 40%, and 11% don't know or didn't respond. That's a plurality. And compare that to March 2023, just 2 years ago. You can see the incredible difference. 75% of Democrats approved of the way that Democrats in Congress are handling their job, to 21%, 4%, don't know, didn't answer. Aaron from Queens, a great follow, says that's a 63-point shift in less than 2 years among the Democratic base. If you're watching this show and you used to watch MSNBC and you don't like the fact that many of their most mainstream hosts decided to bend the knee to Donald Trump after telling you for 8+ years that the most important thing is to resist his movement, you're right to be angry. And you should be supporting primary challengers with guys like Chris Cluey, who will speak the truth about what this movement actually is. Because in 2016, we were saying things like, okay, maybe Reince Priebus will be the moderating force in the Trump administration. Maybe Rex Tillerson, maybe H.R. McMaster, some of these more establishment Republicans, perhaps they'll be the folks that rein this lunatic in. What we're hoping for right now is that Steve Bannon, the white nationalist, convinces Donald Trump to get the Afrikaner Nazi billionaire out of the Treasury, looting it, and firing air traffic controllers to put his little guys in from SpaceX, among other insane actions, just cutting off essential care for people, firing tens of thousands of civil servants for no reason and trying and claiming it's for cause when there's no evidence of it. We're hoping that Steve Bannon, the white nationalist, is the moderating force to get the Afrikaner billionaire out, basically on nationalistic, anti-immigrant grounds. That's how far right we are at right now and how extreme this administration is. And the way the Democrats are responding, like, yeah, business as usual, you're not going crazy. It's outraging Democrats, traditional Democratic voters, liberals. And so now is the time to say how the party has been doing business is wildly insufficient. And I want more guys like Kluwe, and it doesn't need to be him, but folks who are engaged like him and who have the will and the want to fight to go and primary these Democrats. Go to Justice Democrats, join your DSA chapter, and start getting involved now because the midterms are less than 2 years away.
Yeah, anger is good, but we have to kick the bums out. And Aaron has another tweet here. The left's battleground for the next 2 years is Dem primaries. We need strong fundraisers, communicators to run against these useless centers. Gomez in California, Scott, Georgia 13, Davis, Illinois 7, Thanadar, Michigan 13, Goldman, yeah, please.
Yes, my rep.
Yeah, mine too.
Let's primary
Menendez in New Jersey and Fletcher in Texas. And, you know, we've talked, the sort of Tea Party metaphor has been one that we've occasionally poured cold water on because of it's not really symmetrical in terms of the fundraising capacity. Right. But this sort of situation where it's not just listeners of this show that are upset with the way Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer respond to this. It is everybody, and they are absolutely right to be. But anger, again, needs to be focused into political action, and the primaries are the best. We need to take a big bite out of these people in this next primary.
Yep. And that John Oliver segment I referenced, he ended his segment on Trump calling for primarying any Democrat that doesn't adequately fight Trump. So it's not just our show saying it. It's not just lefties or people on the internet. This is a very mainstream opinion among Democratic voters. And if congressional Democrats want to continue down this road, okay. It's your funeral electorally.
2 days ago, Ta-Nehisi Coates said, how can you get people to believe you'll stand up for democracy if you can't stand up to genocide?
Exactly right. Can you imagine if the Democrats forced the vote on Jeffries?
I mean, they shouldn't be supporting him.
No, but it would just be a funny conclusion to that little saga. But I wonder if other members of the party are starting to get a little antsy and wondering if leadership is going to lead them to electoral failure.
Well, that's the thing is, like, we need to primary them because I think a lot of them are spent. Hakeem Jeffries won't be improved upon, and I think he
needs to be primaried.
Like, they need to be kicked out and removed, because they're not going to learn a lesson. We need a new crop of legislators, just like 2018 brought us with AOC and Squad.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
The Gravehawk is trying to take that same approach and do the same thing with Ukrainian stocks of air-to-air missiles, again, short-ranged, heat-seeking ones. So the R-73, which we've also seen Ukrainians successfully using, for example, recently to shoot down a Russian helicopter in the Black Sea off an uncrewed boat with one of these air-to-air missiles. So basically truck-mounted, primarily counter-UAV air-to-air missile repurposed as a SAM. My name's Justin Bronk. I'm the Senior Research Fellow for Air Power at RUSI. The Gravehawk is a system that has been developed with cooperation between the UK and Ukraine, essentially building on experience very successful experience with a sort of DIY surface-to-air missile system that the UK developed as an urgent requirement for Ukraine several years ago, which combined the RAF's, it's called AIM-132, ASRAM for Advanced Short Range Air-to-Air Missile. Essentially, we put life-expired missiles, ASRAM missiles, which are normally used for relatively short-range air-to-air engagements with fighters, so heat-seeking. And we put them on Supercat trucks with a sighting and sensing system to enable engagements. And these were very, very successful and continue to be successful against particularly UAVs in Ukraine. So really helpful in protecting Ukrainian forces from strikes coming in from UAVs with a much cheaper interceptor missile, in the case of the ASRAAM, compared to something like Patriot or the AIM-120 AMRAAMs or AIM-9Xs even, that the NASAMS medium-range system that the Ukrainians also have is using. So building on that experience, the Grave Hawk is trying to take that same approach and do the same thing with Ukrainian stocks of air-to-air missiles, again, short-ranged, heat-seeking ones. So the R-73, which we've also seen Ukrainians successfully using, for example, recently to shoot down a Russian helicopter in the Black Sea off an uncrewed boat with one of these air-to-air missiles. So basically truck-mounted, primarily counter-UAV air-to-air missile repurposed as a SAM. The Ukrainians have a fair bit of experience at this point with testing ground-based applications of the R-73 short-range air-to-air missile. Clearly, it's a pretty short-range system. It was never designed for long-range engagements, even from an aircraft, and on a fighter, it's coming off a rail with a lot of existing speed and altitude, so it has a lot more energy than if you're firing it from the ground. But the Ukrainians have been, there's been footage of them being used in a maritime context on these uncrewed boats for essentially as a means to deter Russian helicopters from trying to intercept Ukrainian uncrewed attack boats, which are so one of the normal ways that Russian forces defend shipping is to use helicopters, and so there's been these tests. And so in terms of testing of the Grave Hawk system, which is the land-based version of the British approach with ASRAAM, it's building on quite a lot of test experience that the Ukrainians and partners already have, particularly with these maritime-based applications. So the 2025 package deal includes a reasonably significant amount of particularly howitzer ammunition, attempts to resupply air defences, again, Grave Hawk being a key part of that as well, likely manpads, Martlet, which is a relatively lightweight missile that's designed to, or LLM, lightweight laser-guided multi-role missile, I can't remember the exact term, but LLM, which is essentially, again, a counter-UAV missile primarily, with also some helicopter applications. And also there'll be a whole raft of other assistance, but I suspect the exact composition of that aid package will be in a bit more flux than was intended given the events of the past few weeks with the US, and therefore a greater emphasis from the UK and other European allies in trying to cover perhaps gaps that might now appear in the Ukrainian inventory that we hadn't necessarily anticipated. So certainly the Grave Hawk is an example of promising ways that Western partners and the Ukrainians collectively are managing to come up with relatively non-traditional ways of filling certain ongoing munitions requirements and weapons requirements. The other obvious one being the huge use of one-way attack UAVs in lieu of larger numbers of traditional cruise missiles to strike targets deep in Russia. As always with these things, there's a huge amount of dependencies and complexity behind the scenes. So a lot of these systems are not necessarily as effective as they might appear in and of themselves. They require other things around them to make work effectively. But essentially, even before the Trump administration's recent, very, very significant pivot on its position on Ukraine, there's been a recognition for quite a while that traditional exquisite munitions procurement for things like Patriot interceptors, long-range cruise missiles, just isn't keeping pace with the rate of expenditure. And of course, it's not just Ukrainian expenditure, but also well, in the case of Patriot, there's a lot of expenditure around the world. There's continued ballistic missile attacks periodically in the Gulf, for example, and a lot of countries also gave up significant stocks in order to give to Ukraine. They want those stocks replaced yesterday. So there are basically limits, serious limits on almost whatever you spend on how many of these exquisite munitions can be built in a given amount of time. And so Gravehawk is an example, along with many others, particularly UAV type things, where Ukrainians and partners together have been trying to find ways to replace as much as possible the capabilities that were traditionally provided by bigger systems. And in the case of Gravehawk, it's not really aiming to replace something like Patriot. What it's doing is trying to make it much, much easier to conserve the ammunition stocks the Ukrainians have for Patriot, NASAMS, and other high-end air defenses, by giving them something with a much cheaper effector to shoot down Shahed 136s or Garan 2s, so that the one-way attack UAVs, or LAN, Zala, Forepost, other types of reconnaissance drones, so that they're not having to engage those with those big, expensive, scarce, long-range interceptors, and can save the latter for things that low-end systems like Gravehawk simply can't deal with, most notably ballistic missile threats, where Patriot and to a lesser extent the French Saint-Petit are basically the only things that can handle those classes of threats. If the Trump administration were to fully cut off any supplies of military equipment to Ukraine, I mean, the big question there, given their rhetoric over the last 2 weeks, that it looks like they're pretty set on moving towards a position where they stop supplying US-funded aid, at least in the short to medium term. But the question becomes, do they still allow partners and the Ukrainians themselves to buy American equipment, or do they just go for a full freeze? If it's the latter, I mean, there are whole categories of kit that there just isn't another source for. Patriot interceptors being a good example. Now there is a production line being set up for Patriot in Germany, but that might start producing some missiles maybe by next year. It's not going to replace the requirements immediately, and this is also the case more widely for European security, because essentially, while there is obviously the spending delta, and frankly the UK is now lagging behind quite a lot of European allies in increasing defence spending to meet a very obviously different threat environment than even 2 years ago. But European allies, European members of NATO as a whole, have very significantly increased spending, and I suspect will continue to do so now. The problem is there are some things that only the US provides, and only the US can provide in even the medium term, because for most medium-sized or small nations, it is so expensive to cover the bases, if you like, so provide a brigade of mechanized troops, some fighter airplanes, some helicopters, some tankers, a few ships. If you are a relatively small country, that kind of covers most of your budget, just to cover the basics. And so when you're looking at much more niche capabilities, particularly things like space capabilities, where the vast bulk of the alliance's military space capabilities are for communications, surveillance, intelligence gathering, targeting assistance, all of these networking are provided by the US. It's not a case of, well, if Europe all spent 3% of GDP on defense, we could quickly replace the US capabilities there. They're not replaceable. You would take a decade and vast amounts of investment. There are other niche areas where you could fill in the gaps slightly more quickly, but there are still pretty much total gaps at the moment. Airborne electronic attack is one, for example. And part of this is by design, because the reason it's not just inadequate funding, the reason our forces are in such poor shape to suddenly deal with the Russian threat without the US doing specific bits of the heavy lifting is because the US ask for the last 25 years has been to provide expeditionary force packages to help fight America's wars following the only time that NATO has ever had an Article 5 declaration, which was 9/11, after which we spent 20 years fighting America's wars as good allies. And to do that, we really changed our forces very significantly away from the Russia-focused Cold War-style forces that we had. So in the UK, for example, you would see the Royal Air Force went from, I think in 2005 or 6, they had about 460 combat aircraft, and today we've got about 160, if that. But what we do have today is vastly more fixed-wing heavy lift, so C-17, A-400, tankers, MRTT, and a lot of helicopters, so huge Chinook fleet. It's not quite as big as it was, but it's still pretty large. We've just retired Puma, but there's an ambition, at least on paper, to replace that with a new medium helicopter, plus Merlin helicopters, plus Wildcat helicopters. A lot of fixed-wing ISR, so intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, for permissive environments, essentially spy planes for looking at communications, intelligence, that kind of thing. The force, in other words, is now optimized to support enduring counterinsurgency and stabilization operations alongside a US coalition, because that's what we had to do for Iraq and Afghanistan for 15 years. And so pivoting back is going to take time. In terms of the optimism or pessimism, it fundamentally depends, for Ukraine at least, on whether the US administration decides that they want to actively pressure Ukraine into accepting essentially a de facto surrender, which will put them in an untenable security position and thereby are likely to get rolled over completely in the relatively near term. The Russians are not likely to give Ukraine a year or more to essentially lick their wounds and even from a disadvantageous deal kind of build themselves back up to a point where they're much harder to invade. So any deal, given that the Russian position is currently, particularly thanks to the US statements and decisions over the past few weeks, enormously strong. They have the battlefield initiative and all the pressure is being put on Ukrainians, not them, which, given that the Russians are the invaders, is astonishing. From the Russian point of view, therefore, there's very little reason to make any sort of concessions. And you see